The plot after that is a little bit cliché. The young man was tall and handsome, and the girl was at the age when she first fell in love. The two fell in love at first sight and were in love with each other. It didn't take long to fall in love. In the final analysis, it still depends on the face. If the man who rescues her is handsome, that is, the little girl has nothing to repay but to pledge herself to him. If the man who rescued her is not very good-looking, then the little girl has nothing to repay. She can only repay this kindness by working as a cow or a horse in the next life. And the reverse is also true for this. If a man also falls in love with the other person, it would be disrespectful to refuse such kindness. If you don't like it, then it's like, how can you repay the favor? Qilu understands the essence of this, and naturally strictly controls the characters designed by the system. No matter how cliché the plot is, it is still for Qilu. This world doesn't even have TV series. Naturally, I watch it with gusto, for this bloody plot that has been tested by the market for a long time. And just when the young man and the girl fell in love, all the customers could not help but wish them well. The girl revealed her life experience. She's the daughter of a top aristocratic family. This time she went out for training, but she actually sneaked out secretly. And the young man is just a poor boy. The concept of family status has existed since ancient times. Although the young man and the girl truly love each other. But the girl's family would not accept this poor young man. So the girl was forcibly taken back to the family and placed under house arrest. And used a powerful magic circle to seal the young man outside the family, preventing the two from meeting each other. The two people in love miss each other day and night, but cannot see each other. I can only hear the screams every night. Immediately, countless customers shed tears and scolded this top family for being unreasonable and treating two lovers who truly loved each other like this. Most of the customers in the store come from the 3 major colleges. Basically, they are all young boys and girls who are in full bloom and have just begun to fall in love. For love, it is the time of ignorance and longing. This kind of loyalty and pathos towards love immediately moved these boys and girls and made them envious. I hope that I can also encounter such a love. And the loyalty to love seems to have moved God. Therefore, during the Chinese Valentine's Day every year, countless magpies swarm to help the two people break through the barrier of the magic circle, build a magpie bridge, and help the two people meet each other. Magpies were flying all over the sky. The two lovers embraced each other and finally got married. This romantic scene has made countless customers enchanted and full of longing. It's great, lovers finally get married. It's so romantic. I really want to have a love like this. If someone is really so loyal to me, I would still be with him even if my family doesn't agree. The guild communication system became lively again. The plot of the magically revised version of Meeting on the Magpie Bridge does not change much. Classics are always the most memorable. However, Qilu still thoughtfully changed the bathing scene at the beginning. After all, this kind of behavior with ulterior motives is not worth promoting. It's not good to teach children bad things. If he was really misled into stealing clothes, then Chi Leke would be the Oneto blame. As soon as the promotional video was released, the Chinese Valentine's Day immediately became deeply rooted in the hearts of customers. If you move people, you can impress them deeply. Especially young girls can cry when they watch the promotional video for the Chinese Valentine's Day. When he woke up, Qilu, who habitually checked the guild forum, felt happy immediately. It seems that the publicity this time is still in place. Then the guild forum must also cooperate with the publicity. Qilu thought about it, wondering how to carry out the next step of publicity. That's the benefit of knowing the holiday news 3 days in advance. Can promote in a leisurely and orderly manner. Instead of just putting up a sign and then magically changing the story, it is to be spread by word of mouth. Shao Shu, are you here? Qilu contacted Yu Shuangxue with her membership card. I just woke up, what happened? After waiting for a long time, Yu Xuanshua's reply came belatedly. Help me break the news in the guild forum, and I'll reveal some news to you. What news? How to do it? Yu Xuanxue has gained such a great reputation in the New World mode, so naturally she will not stop playing in the guild forum. After all, many quotation posts are in the guild forum. For the news about the Chinese Valentine's Day, help me promote the Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. Qi Le thought for a while and sent the message. Regarding Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate, the main thing is to highlight its significance as a symbol of love. The boys and girls in the college all yearn for love. Although puppy love is not good, there is absolutely nothing wrong with being loyal. What's more, at their age, it's not considered puppy love. It's just right to have some Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. Oh? Strengthen your mental toughness and express your love. Okay, I know what to do. Although Yu Xuanxue is just a little kitten, but the brain is still very useful. Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate is a good thing that has both practical effects and special meaning. It's not a waste to stock up on it. So soon, a series of posts appeared on the guild forum. To bless a love that is both sweet and bitter, I offer Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates. Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate, please give it to the person in your Hirtan this special festival, Chinese Valentine's Day. A gift for that loyal love, a Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate with the sweetness and slight bitterness of love, you deserve it. The special significance of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate is emphasized. There is no plant like cocoa beans in this world. So as soon as the post about Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate came out, it quickly attracted a large number of young people who had nowhere to express their inner feelings after watching the Chinese Valentine's Day promotional video. Emotions need objects to express themselves. Even if it's a confession, you still have to have something in your hand. Otherwise, where would the token of love come from? So under these posts, all are posts asking where to get this Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. Love can really make people blind. The Chinese Valentine's Day came from Qi Lu, and of course the Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate is also in this shop. Yu Xuanxue looked at the comments below the post and wanted to roll her eyes, but couldn't make the expression. Yu Xuanxue couldn't understand something like love. There is only one species of civet cat in the world. Even if Yu Xuanxue wants to fall in love, she has no one. But this enthusiasm is exactly what Yu Xuanxue wants to see. After whetting everyone's appetite, a post about the origin of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate instantly became popular. The New World Model Chinese Valentine's Day event provides Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates to every lover. The Qixi Festival event will give back a lot of benefits to players. During the event, you can get more mysterious items. Go work hard for the one you love. In just a few posts, all the enthusiasm of customers was aroused. Enthusiastic young people are gearing up to have a big fight in the Chinese Valentine's Day activities. Two-part promotion. This is what Qi Le taught Yu Xuanxue temporarily. Unexpectedly, this little kitten's ability to learn and use was even better than Qi Lu imagined. What a genius in advertising, Shao Shu is really a businessman. You should do some planning. After Qi Lu wandered around the forum for several times, he couldn't help but feel something. Although these routines are all leftover from Qi Lu watching others play. But it would be quite difficult for Yu Xuanxue to realize it on her own. The publicity on the first day is just that. Mainly to arouse emotions. Festivals like Chinese Valentine's Day are meant to deepen relationships between couples and create opportunities for singles. As for whether those singles can seize the opportunity, that's none of Qi Lu's business. At least based on Qi Lu's current visual inspection, he can see that most of the customers sitting in the store are single. After all, who is in a new world mode every day when they are in love? You are not allowed to walk around, eat or drink. When the interest comes, we can also discuss things together. In that case, Chila's shop seems to be really suitable for those young couples. It's really weird. If you think about it this way, wouldn't the fast food area become a date mecca? Chila supported his chin with his thumb and looked around the small round tables. Unexpectedly, I actually found several couples. But why hasn't it been discovered before? Is it because of the slowness off singles? No, why is he single? Isn't it good to be a proud lone wolf? Tisk. Chila suddenly found that he seemed to be trapped in some not-so-good thinking circle. With my handsome appearance and talented appearance, coupled with my strong strength and my own career, it shouldn't be difficult to find a girlfriend. Chila rubbed his chin and thought about it seriously. Then he nodded silently and said, then there must be something wrong with their vision. Chi Lu, feeling that he had gotten the answer, pulled off the quilt and fell asleep. Because Chila seemed to suddenly understand the malicious intent of the system. Why would this traditional festival, which is not even a holiday, be selected by the system to hold a grand event? Probably only Chi Lu understood the irony in it. Time flies by like a white horse. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the time before the doors opened in the morning, Chi leased the system to make a promotional sign for the Chinese Valentine's Day and placed it in the most eye-catching place in the store lobby. The picture of setting up the sign is a very romantic scene. Under the bright moon, the stars twinkle. The magpies all over the sky are flying around like petals in the wind. At the bottom of the picture, a magpie bridge spans the entire set of standing cards. On the magpie bridge, there is a tall, handsome, and extraordinary young man, and a lovely and beautiful girl, as pure as a fairy. The two held hands and looked at each other with affection. No need for too many words or too many actions, just a look. The love that exists in the bottom of your heart can overflow from your eyes. On one side of the standing sign, a few words were written in eye-catching fonts. Qixi Festival Event, Start Time, Duration, 7 days. During the event, players can collect the keys to the Keiqiao Secret Realm, enter the Keiqiao Secret Realm, and collect magpie feathers, which can be Yuseto exchange for Qixi Festival limited equipment. As for the specific content of the Qixi Festival activities, you have to wait until the Qixi Festival activities start to see it. But those are not important. It is important that this event highlights the word limited equipment. I have to say, this is a very strange psychology. People are always very sensitive to the word limitation. As long as a product is labeled with a limited edition label, it will immediately attract frantic buying, regardless of whether it is useful or not. In the final analysis, it is still vanity that causes trouble. Limited products, if I have them, but you don't have them, wouldn't it mean that I can show them off in front of you to satisfy my vanity? However, Chi Lu didn't bother using this trick. Because the limited products produced by the system must be worthy of the limited title. There is absolutely no doubt about the strength of the Chinese Valentine's Day set. Especially the Magpie Power and Magpie Bridge in the set attributes. No matter who comes to see it, they can only say great value for money. After all, judging from the attributes of a single piece, the Qixi Festival set is undoubtedly a limited equipment of the rare level. It's just that there are no usage restrictions. Rare level means that this is equipment designed for the highest level off master level. From a Grandmaster level perspective, there is no doubt that the Qixi Festival set is definitely top-notch equipment. It is second only to the treasure-level equipment in Chi Li's store. Manager, is the legend of the Magpie Bridge meeting true? Can two people who love each other really break through all obstacles? While Chi Lu was admiring the promotional sign, Yu Shier's voice suddenly came from behind. Who can tell clearly about the things and legends? This kind of thing is just a belief that makes you believe in yourself. Chi Lu thought for a while, before answering aloud. Then he slowly turned around, looked at Yu Shier, and said, "What's wrong? Is there someone you like?" Chila tilted his head slightly and looked at Yu Shi'er with a faint smile. For Yu Shi'er, Chilu always feels like a brother looking after his sister. Or maybe it's the feeling of elders looking at younger generations. So if Yu Shi'er has a sweetheart, Chilu will probably send his blessing after reviewing it. No, how could it be? Hearing this, Yu Shi'er quickly waved her hands to deny it. But there was a hint of crimson on her fair face, which made her look very cute. Since there isn't, let's get ready for work. It should be very busy in the next 2 days. Chila walked slowly towards the door of the store while talking. When the number of customers increases, even if they abide by the rules, it will not be much easier to receive them. Fortunately, most of the products in the Chila store are self-service. Just go to the counter to activate your membership card after entering the store. After half a day yesterday and another night of fermentation, the number of customers in the store today was obviously much more than usual. After everyone enters the store, the first thing they see is the promotional sign. After learning the time when the Qixi festival activities will start, I also saw the 4 characters limited equipment written in bold and enlarged font. Boss, what are the limited equipment for the Chinese Valentine's Day? Can you tell me in advance? I promise not to tell anyone. Hu Shou grabbed the double cheese beef burger and approached Qi Lu. Qi Lu glanced at Hu Shou and lowered his eyelids. If I tell you here, I'm afraid everyone in the whole store will know about it within 2 hours. Besides, aren't you single? Why are you so concerned about the Chinese Valentine's Day? If you have this time, why not find a woman first? The last sentence was like a sharp arrow. It stabbed hard into Hu Shou's heart. Boss, you are doing too much harm to others. I'm single and I didn't recruit you. Hu Shou bitterly took a bite of the burger, rolled his eyes, and said, but boss, you seem to be single too. If you want to get hurt together. We hurt each other, who is afraid of whom? How about I tell you a story about this matter? Chila did not directly answer Hu Shou's words, but changed the topic with a smile. What? Hu Shou looked confused. That is to say, in a college, 2 students took the exam. The top student got a perfect score of 100, while the other student got a perfect score of 90. So this scumbag became complacent and felt that there was only a 10-point difference between him and the top student. Then when the scumbag shows off to the top student, he thinks that the top student is nothing more than this. The top student then said, you got 90 points because you could only get 90 points. And I got 100 points because the full score was only 100 points. After saying that, Chila looked at Hu Shou with a half smile. The meaning of this expression is self-explanatory. I am single because I want to be single, and you are single because you can only be single. Hu Shou was just a little careless, not stupid. What Qi Li's story means is almost obvious. When it comes to being knowledgeable, I still admire my boss. Hu Shou smiled bitterly, cupped his hands, and retreated in defeat. It's really heartbreaking. TCH, the system is teasing me about the Chinese Valentine's Day. There really is nothing I can do about it. But you also want to mock me, huh? You're still a little too young. Chila looked at Hu Shou's sad back with an expressionless face. It seems that he went to buy a cold beer from the beverage vending machine. Drinking to drown your sorrows. Chila leaned on the sofa and looked at the fast food area, where the couples were attracted because of the Chinese Valentine's Day promotional video. He hummed a song involuntarily. And the tone is inexplicably cheerful. 2 orioles singing in the green willows, you don't have a girlfriend yet. 2 rabbits, a male and a female, are walking together. You don't have a boyfriend yet. Yes, it's the famous single song. The cheerful tone quickly attracted many curious customers. Then after hearing the lyrics, I immediately turned around and left. This cheerful melody paired with inexplicably resentful lyrics is really untouchable. As a result, Rumors quickly began to circulate in the guild communication system that store manager Qi was driven crazy by the Chinese Valentine's Day activities. These guys are really full and have nothing to do. And when Qi saw these rumors, it can't be stopped anymore. The 3 days of warm-up time flew by in a blink of an eye. On the day of Chinese Valentine's Day, the store was crowded with people. No one of the young girls who are just starting to fall in love wants to give up on this. Details of the Qixi festival activities were also released at the same time. Click to view. During the event, there will be a small probability that the Tanabata magpie will appear in all dungeons. If you catch the Chinese Valentine's Day magpie, you have a small chance of getting Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate fragments and Magpie Bridge Secret Realm key fragments. Fortunately, the system also divides wild area dungeons such as Doll Maze and Shadow Assassin's Porch into dungeons. Otherwise, the players in these two maps will probably start to tear down the stores. And after the information about the limited equipment and Qixi Festival sets came out, this Qixi Festival set, which can dominate among rare equipment, is instantly more popular than Qixi Festival chocolate. It is clear. Giving a Chinese Valentine's Day set is much more sincere than giving a piece of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. However, 100 magpie feathers are needed to exchange for a complete Qixi Festival set. It is not an easy task to brush 100 magpie feathers in 7 days. Therefore, many people will choose to sell a fraction of K-Ling, because the unused magpie feathers will be recycled after the event. As for those fractions of K-Ling, there is no way to redeem them for a piece of Qixi Festival suit anyway, so it is better to put them on the trading system to make some extra money. A little adds up to a lot. It's time for those game merchants to show their talents. After all, in the New World mode, when it comes to scanning goods on the trading system, no player can be faster than the guys from the Merchant Guild. These game merchants don't care about level or anything. Don't even brush up on copies. I spent the whole day squatting in the trading system as soon as I went online, preparing a large amount of liquidity. Those magpie feathers that are scattered on the shelves, whether they are 1 piece or 5 or 8 pieces, as long as the price is acceptable, they can be purchased immediately. 8,000 decks, even if there are only 800 players selling magpie feathers. And if a player only sells 1 magpie feather, the Merchant Guild will receive 800 magpie feathers every 4 hours. What's more, the actual quantity of K-Ling sold is far greater than this number. Therefore, the Merchants Guild relies on this to make a fortune. 5 or 8 magpie feathers, it really doesn't matter. But when the quantity is enough, the magpie feathers are very valuable. To put it simply, in Qi Li's shop, the rare level armors are worth 4,000 spiritual crystals, and the rare level jewelry are worth 6,000 spiritual crystals. According to the number of magpie feathers required to exchange the spare parts of the Qixi Festival set. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the quantity is sufficient, for example, a group of 10 magpie feathers can be put on the trading system. On average, 1 magpie feather can be sold for more than 300 spiritual crystals. But if there are only 3 or 4 magpie feathers, the unit price may only 1 or 200 spiritual crystals. After all, scattered magpie feathers really don't mean much. Players in the Merchant Guild earn the price difference. The profits here are huge. As long as these transactions go through the trading system, a 2% handling fee will be charged each time. Although it doesn't look like much. But a little makes a lot, and the sand makes a tower. Under the accumulation of this huge transaction volume, handling fees are also a considerable amount of income. This is the benefit of providing a trading platform. You don't have to do anything to earn spiritual crystals. Qi Li felt complacent in his mind. When customers get used to this convenient transaction model, the income from handling fees will only increase. This system admits that some of your suggestions, host, are indeed very powerful. As long as profits come up, the system will not be stingy with flattery. Qi Lu knew this, so he reasoned with the system at this time. So, our next step is to further develop and update this trading system. Now all transactions in the New World model can be carried out in the trading system. Then next, we should add pet card transactions to the list. What Qi Lu said had already been prepared. Because pet cards do not belong to the New World mode, they can only be traded face-to-face using the pet card backpack in the membership card for the time being. There is no way to use the trading system. I have to say, this is a big loss. Because the price of pet cards, especially high-quality pet cards, is not cheap. System, this suggestion is accepted by this system. Very good. Qi Lu praised it first, and then continued, then, we have to add a small function next. The membership card connects the player's character backpack and the trading system. To allow customers to browse the transaction system on their membership cards, this will stimulate an increase in transaction volume. This proposal is not without purpose. Qi Lu was thinking about this issue when the membership card was updated with the pet card extraction function and pet card backpack. If the trading system is connected to the membership card, the skill book can be purchased directly on the membership card. Then loaded directly to the pet on the membership card. Moreover, players from the Merchant Guild can conduct trading activities more conveniently. Convenience brings consumption. System, what the host said seems to make sense. System, this suggestion has been accepted by the system. When can it be updated? Qi Lu couldn't wait to ask. System, soon, as long as there is enough energy, transforming such a small thing is not a big problem. Just as the system says. In less than 10 minutes, the functions of the membership card were upgraded. In addition, pop-up messages were sent to prompt upgrades in the New World mode and the small windows of the membership card. The first ones to upgrade their membership cards were the players from the Merchant Guild. The membership card can finally be connected to the transaction system. In the future, I no longer have to worry about changes in market conditions every night. There are also pet card backpacks and character backpacks that can be opened and traded through membership cards, which is great. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Very good. There was a roar of applause in the guild communication system. Convenience is always something people love. Not only those game merchants, but other ordinary players are also applauding this. Young master, you can use the Krypton Spirit Crystal better. Practitioners with relatively ordinary family backgrounds can also earn spiritual crystals better. Transact anytime, anywhere, convenient for all customers. The premise is that the spiritual crystal reserves in the membership card are sufficient. Qi Lu, are you free? I have something to ask you. Just when Qi Lu had finished explaining to the system, someone started chatting with Qi Lu privately in the guild communication system. Qi Lu casually opened the dialog box in the New World mode. Shao Shu Jiu? What do you want from me? Come with me to visit the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm. Yu Xuanxue said confidently. Magpie Bridge Secret Realm, a special map that appeared during the Qixi Festival event, is a copy that can only be opened with the Keiqiao Secret Realm key. When hunting Tanabata magpies in the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm, there is a small chance of dropping magpie feathers. The magpie feather is also the most critical mission prop for this Qixi Festival event. A must-have item to exchange for the Chinese Valentine's Day set. However, this Magpie Bridge Secret Realm has a very strange hidden setting. That is the number of people in the team entering the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm. If there are 2 or more people, and if the number of people is 2, and the 2 are of the same gender, then the difficulty is normal. As for the team entering the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm, which happened to be a man and a woman, the difficulty was halved. But if the team entering the Magpie Bridge Secret Realm is alone, then I'm sorry. Triple the difficulty. This is a copy that is extremely unfriendly to singles. It is simply to eliminate the existence of single dogs. What's even more terrifying is that if the single-person team entering the Magpie Bridge secret realm is always alone, then the difficulty will continue to increase. So much so that Qi Lu had no interest in the secret realm of Magpie Bridge. Who would go looking for abuse when nothing happens? Why do you say that? Because the Keiqiao secret realm dungeon is not a combat dungeon at all. Rather, it is a parkour-type copy. After entering the Magpie Bridge secret realm, the fighting spirit and magic power will be temporarily sealed. And the whole process of Magpie Bridge secret realm. Just step on the Magpie Bridge, pass through numerous obstacles, avoid traps, and capture the Chinese Valentine's Day magpie in the process of parkour until the end, which is considered victory. However, if you accidentally fall off the Magpie Bridge, the Magpie Bridge secret realm will directly fail. A Magpie Bridge secret realm key is a waste. This kind of parkour map is a complete test of reaction ability, as well as body coordination, physical strength and endurance. With the fighting spirit and magic power sealed, the normal difficulty level is already very difficult. Triple difficulty in single-player mode. The width of Magpie Bridge is reduced, the obstacles are increased, the number of organs is greater, the speed is faster, and the coverage is wider. I have no intention of letting you pass at all. Qi Lu lives alone and plays with a hammer. Just watch. The tragedy of being single is nothing more than this. Not only is the original intention of the festival laughing at you, but even the limited map of the Chinese Valentine's Day is laughing at you. Will I accompany you through the secret realm of Magpie Bridge? Magpie Bridge secret realm determines that your gender is female? No, female? Qi Lu looked at Yu Xuanxue and did not expect that the system could determine the gender of the kitten. A little female cat. However, things like male and female are meaningless to civet cats, and they will be reset randomly every time they are born. Anyway, the second civet-eating cat couldn't be found. What's wrong? No. Yu Xuanxue bared her teeth at Qi Lu and said fiercely. Okay, of course. Qi Lu shrugged, then turned around and preserved Yu Xuanxue's expression with image magic. You, what are you doing? Yu Xuanxue glared at Qi Lu. Just now I clearly felt a subtle fluctuation of magic power. Send you something good. Qi Lu added a few words to the saved picture, and then sent it as Yu Xuanxue. It was the fierce look on Yu Xuanxue's face before. There are a few words below. I am so fierce. You. Yu Xuanxue's eyes widened, and her delicate and cute cat face was full of disbelief. Qi Lu, you bastard, I will bite you to death. The popularity of emoticons is unstoppable. The first thing that spread in the guild communication system was Yu Xuanxue's fierce expression. Then soon someone followed suit and made a lot of emoticons. It's just that there aren't many magicians who can do image magic, so the content of the emoticons isn't very rich. Most of them are pictures from the New World mode. Xiaoxue, you are famous again. Yu Xier also has a membership card and occasionally checks the guild communication system. It's just that I don't see much because I have to go to work. It's all Qi Li's fault. My reputation has been ruined in one day. Yu Xuanxue squatted on the counter, licking her little paws, and her furry tail swept back and forth behind her. No, it's very cute. Yu Xier looked at the emoticons in the guild's communication system. Then he pulled out the I'm super fierce picture and waved it in front of Yu Xuanxue. A girl from the Moon Civet clan, a young female cat that eats civet cats. If I have to say it, there are similarities in bloodline. It's not strange for them to become best friends if they live in the same bedroom. But what's the point of me being so cute? Yu Xuanxue said helplessly. No matter how you say it, the civet cat is a top-notch beast, known for its ferocity and violence. The adult civet cat can feed on giant dragons. It can't be compared to those guys with low strength who can only survive by being cute when facing the human race. Why do you need such a cute emoticon? Okay, the store manager doesn't mean anything malicious. It's not because you look so cute. Yu Shi'er smiled and rubbed Yu Xuanxue, which was so furry and comfortable. Yu Xuanxue didn't resist, she just curled up her furry tail and put it at her feet. Qi Lu came over with a bowl of instant noodles in his hands at this time. He first glanced at Yu Xuanxue, who seemed to be enjoying it, and then took a serious look at Yu Shi'er's eyes. Have you stayed up late these days? Qi Lu suddenly asked. Qi Lu actually wanted to ask this yesterday, because the dark circles on Yu Shi'er's face were already a bit obvious. Because practitioners are blessed with fighting spirit and magic power, and are in better physical condition, they won't have any major problems if they didn't rest for several days. However, there will still be situations where the spirit becomes relatively lethargic or dark circles appear. After all, no matter what cultivators say, they are still mortal bodies. It's not like he's really an immortal anymore. No, I still have to look after the store. Why did I stay up late? Yu Shi'er quickly waved her hand and denied it. But the smile at the corner of his mouth became a little strange. It felt like some secret had been discovered, and he was a little panicked. Really? I probably saw it wrong. Qi Lu looked at Yu Shi'er suspiciously. However, Yu Shi'er didn't want to talk about it, and Qi Lu didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Everyone has a little secret in their heart, it's normal. If you are really tired, you can take half a day off to rest, and I will approve it. Qi Lu dropped these words, carried the bucket of instant noodles, and walked away, slowly. Yu Xuanxue was left squatting on the counter, looking at Yu Shi'er, shaking her head and saying, "You have obviously stayed up all night these days, how can you say you stayed up late? Stop talking, Shao Shu. Yu Shi'er rubbed Yu Xuanxue's head hard, blocking out the rest of her words. On the other side, Qi Lu was holding a bucket of instant noodles and preparing to find a small round table. Then I saw Yu Yufeng and Jing Qingyun looking at the combat power improvement training room area with mysterious faces. Strange, how could these two guys sit together? The distance between Dadi College and Peak College is not close. What are you looking at? Qi Lu walked over directly and placed the bucket of instant noodles in his hand on the small round table in front of him. Yu Yufeng and Jing Qingyun were startled and turned around to see Qi Lu. I breathed a sigh of relief. Store manager, I'm looking at that guy Wan Yu. Yu Yufeng pointed in the direction they were looking and whispered. See what he does? Qi Lu opened the lid of the bucket of instant noodles and found that the noodles inside had not yet soaked, so he closed it again. Yu Yufeng smiled, looked around first, and then whispered, Look, he is giving Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates to my sister. Oh? Does he want to confess? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and followed Yu Yufeng with interest. I saw Wan Yu holding a box of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates in his hand, pacing back and forth in an aisle, hesitating. Wan Yu's liking for Lan Jili is not a secret among acquaintances. It is also a good thing to be able to achieve a marriage on the Chinese Valentine's Day. He does think about it, but he just thinks about it. We are all here, watching him hesitate there for almost 20 minutes. Yu Yufeng showed an expression of hatred for iron. This is Wan Yu's first confession. It's called pure love. It's normal to hesitate. Jing Qingyun retorted, then looked at Yu Yufeng with disdain and said, Do you think everyone is like you, a veteran in flowers, a prodigal in love, and easy to express your love for? What's that look in your face? Didn't I teach him what to say before? When I backstabbed my sister before, I wasn't as cowardly as I am now. I was much more powerful then than I am now. Yu Yufeng waved his hand, seeming to recall something bad again. Are you so afraid that your sister won't get married? Qi Lu listened to the conversation between the two and suddenly interjected. How can it be? My sister is well educated, gentle, virtuous, elegant and generous, and she's stunningly beautiful. How can she still be worried about not being able to get married? Yu Yufeng retorted almost out of reflex. Yes, but when I'm alone with you, I can open your Tianling cap with my bare hands. Qi Lu looked at Yu Yufeng sympathetically. Can develop this conditioned reflex. It seems that when he was in the hidden family, Yu Yufeng was taught by Lanjili a lot. The store manager was joking. Yu Yufeng laughed. Wang Yu, who was pacing in the aisle, seemed to have finally made a decision and walked into a booth. Senior Lan, please accept this Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate. A very unpretentious greeting. All the sweet words taught by Yu Yufeng before were forgotten. Wang Yu, why are you here? This Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate is given to me? Lan Jili looked at Wang Yu in surprise, then pursed his lips and smiled. You can't be the one who encouraged you to come here, right? As soon as these words came out, Yu Yufeng, who was looking at this side from a distance, seemed to feel something in his heart, and he suddenly became excited. I almost forgot to tell Wang Yu and ask him not to tell me anything. Yu Yufeng said with some fear. What? Are you afraid that your sister will open your Tianling cap after she returns? Qi Lu said casually and opened the lid of the bucket of instant noodles. A strong fragrance immediately hit my nose. Store manager, please stop talking. If your words come true, you will really never see me again. Yu Yufeng said with a wry smile. Who told you not to think about the consequences when you encouraged Wang Yu before? Jing Qingyun was happy to watch the joke. No, it's me. I want to give you Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates. Wang Yu was very generous and did not betray Yu Yufeng. I think so. Yu Yufeng's mouth is not that stupid. Lan Jili smiled and didn't care about it anymore. But the conversation changed. I can accept the Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate, but that alone is not enough. Lan Jili also had a good impression of Wang Yu, a junior high school student. But even if people from the hidden family marry outsiders, it must be approved by the clan. If Wang Yu really wants to pursue Lan Jili, he has to show his potential. Really? That's great. I will definitely continue to work hard. Wang Yu stammered. Because he was too excited, he seemed a little incoherent. If you accept it, then it seems like there's something to be said for this. When Jing Qingyun saw this scene, he immediately became interested. Of course, can my idea be wrong? Can I still not understand my sister? Yu Yufeng also echoed. By the way, I was bragging about myself. However, Qi Lu, who was sitting aside, had another idea in his mind. Does Lan Jili know that this chocolate is also a type of gilly chocolate? Giri chocolate does not symbolize love, but friendship. Or gratitude. This is the so-called good guy card. Although we can't be a couple, we can still be friends. However, when faced with this answer, most people are probably thinking, what the hell are you friends with? If we can't be a couple, then why should I confess? I don't lack friends. But thinking about it carefully, it seems unlikely. The meaning of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate always symbolizes love. Alas, it looks like there is one less single person in the store. Qi Lu thought rather melancholy. The Qixi festival event has indeed successfully helped many people become lovers. This is really a sad thing. Fortunately, the Qixi festival event only lasts for 7 days, otherwise Qi Lu would not know how long he would be depressed. It's the last day. Tomorrow finally ends this damn holiday. When Qi Lu woke up from his sleep, the first thing he did was cheer quietly. That stingy system, the Chinese Valentine's Day commemorative ring issued to Qi Lu, was thrown into the drawer by Qi Lu on the spot. A ring without any special effects. No, maybe it has a mocking effect. But it only made Qi Lu more depressed. So Qi Lu is quite happy that the Chinese Valentine's Day event is over. Next year's Chinese Valentine's Day activities will probably not be held. Qi Lu came to the bedroom door and opened the door after making a secret decision in his heart. Then I saw a box of Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates placed quietly at the door. Huh? Qi Lu picked up the Chinese Valentine's Day chocolates at the door with a surprised look on his face and weighed them in his hands. Meow. At this moment, Yu Shuangxue came up from the first floor, yawned, opened the door, and walked into the second bedroom. Qi Lu took a glance and found that Yu Shi'er was not in the bedroom. What on earth does this little girl want to do? Qi Lu suddenly felt like he couldn't laugh or cry. No wonder Yu Shi'er has dark circles on her face. Isn't it just to collect Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate pieces? For this kind of thing, it would be better to go directly to Yu Shuangxue. Anyway, Yu Shuangxue's family has a big business and won't care about such a few Chinese Valentine's Day chocolate chips. Or should I say that collecting it myself is more sincere? Forget it, just think of it as Giri chocolate. Qi Lu shook his head helplessly and put the chocolate in his hand on the bedroom table. During the entire Chinese Valentine's Day, no one else received any gila chocolate. I actually collected a box myself. However, Qi Lu felt somewhat happy. At least this Chinese Valentine's Day, it's not like I'm leaving empty-handed. Store manager, good morning. Arriving on the first floor, Yu Shi'er was already standing behind the counter, looking diligent. However, when greeting Qi Lu, still couldn't hide the panic in his eyes. A little girl is a little girl. Qi Lu smiled. Sometimes, it's easy to be in a good mood for the day. Shi'er, what do you want for breakfast? Pure milk, and egg tarts. Alright, please wait. Qi Lu put the pure milk and egg tarts in his hands on the counter. Then he went to open the store door. The first person to come to the store was Bailey Fenghua, the master of the sword control sect. Based on the time it takes to lead the team in turn, the person who brings the sword control sect disciples to Yunwu City during this period of time is Bailey Fenghua's turn. So after Lu Jingya came back from the desert, she went directly back to the sword control sect. Master Bailey, you're really early. Qi Lu glanced behind Bailey Fenghua and found that the large group of sword-controlling sect disciples were not there. It's getting late, Manager Qi. Actually, I came here today to discuss something with you. Bailey Fenghua's face was a little solemn. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Qi Lu narrowed his eyes, feeling that this matter should be important. Otherwise, Bailey Fenghua would not be so prepared. The people from the Shadow Palace appeared in the Moonlight Forest. I feel that this matter is not simple. Bailey Fenghua nodded and said bluntly. The Moonlight Forest is not a low-level World of Warcraft forest like the Cloud Forest. In the Moonlight Forest, there are real heroic monsters. However, there is no sect there. And when the Shadow Palace appears in the Moonlight Forest, its purpose must not be simple. Moonlight Forest, do you plan to go there? Qi Lu pondered for a moment and asked aloud. The losses caused by the Shadow Palace to the major sects were too huge. If there is a chance, the major sects will definitely not mind and join forces to siege the Shadow Palace again. That's right, every sect is recruiting manpower. However, I am a little worried that this is a plan by the Shadow Palace to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Bailey Fenghua said with a frown. This concern is not impossible. The previous sword control sect suffered heavy losses due to a sneak attack by people from the Shadow Palace. If this time is really a plan by the Shadow Palace to lure the tiger away from the mountain, I am afraid that most sects will be prepared to have the foundation of their sects shattered. I was playing in a group outside, and the crystals at home were stolen. Qi Lu touched his chin and whispered to himself. Manager Qi, what are you talking about? Nothing, you continue. Bailey Fenghua nodded and continued. So, in order to prevent this situation from happening, we decided to leave half of the people to protect the sect. Then the power to go to Moonlight Forest may be more than twice as weak. Because when heading to Moonlight Forest, people from the Shadow Palace may not be the only ones who need to be dealt with. There are also monsters in the Moonlight Forest. Without sufficient deterrence, those monsters would not reason with enemies who invaded their territory. So, these missing powers can only be made up for by weapons and armor. How much do you need? When Qi Lu heard this, he knew that big business was coming. 20,000 sets of weapons and armor, plus the accompanying elixirs, it's just a lot more. Bailey Fenghua had already made a list. The weapons and armor required are at least of excellent quality. Ordinary level equipment has little effect in the battle with the Shadow Palace. Therefore, Bailey Fenghua's opening was directly filled with tens of millions of spiritual crystals. Moreover, these equipments are only used to equip sword-controlling sect disciples. As for people from other sects, Bailey Fenghua has no control over them. Chila's shop, Bailey Fenghua, has recommended it. At this time when we need to advance and retreat together, we should not cherish the glory of 100 miles. But if the sect leaders of those sects don't believe it, there's nothing Bailey Fenghua can do about it. You can't force them to buy it. Okay, 20,000 sets is not too much. Qi Lu nodded, making it clear. Anyway, Qi Lu is only responsible for moving the equipment outside. As for the transportation issues, Qi Lu is not responsible for it. Wait a minute, Master Bailey, the place you just mentioned is the Moonlight Forest? Just when Qi Lu and Bailey Fenghua were finalizing this big deal, Yu Shir suddenly ran over from behind the counter. He asked excitedly with an urgent look on his face. This has never happened before. Yes, it's the Moonlight Forest. Bailey Fenghua glanced at Yu Shir and made a sound to confirm. It turns out to be a Moonlight Forest. After Yu Shir received the affirmation, she took a deep breath. Then he looked at Qi Lu and said seriously, "Store manager, I want to ask for leave." Qi Lu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yu Shir's face. After seeing the determined light in her eyes, he said, "Okay, I'm sure." "Thank you, store manager." Yu Shir bowed and thanked Qi Lu seriously. Then he looked at Bailey Fenghua and said solemnly, "Master Bailey, I want to go to Moonlight Forest with you." "Why?" Bailey Fenghua did not refuse, but asked the reason. "Taking one more person with you is not a big problem, it can even increase your strength. But Yu Shir's identity is relatively special." The clerk at Chila's store. Manager Chi's store has been open for so long, and now, the size of the store is beyond imagination. But there has always been only one clerk recruited. This is simply impossible in other shops. So Bailey Fenghua had to ask more clearly. Because I once lived in the Moonlight Forest, and because the wolf hunters lived in the Moonlight Forest, I want to go back. I want to end the past and let my people rest in peace. Speaking of this, Yu Shir's face, which had always been very gentle, suddenly turned ferocious. Yu Shir escaped from the Moonlight Forest. When the wolf-hunting tribe hunted the Yuling cat tribe, Yu Shir had something to do and did not stay at the tribe's gathering place, so she luckily escaped the initial hunt. Then he fled to Yunwu City and was rescued by Qi Lu. But this hatred has always been in Yu Shir's heart. In order to take revenge, Yu Shir has been working hard to become stronger and able to kill her enemies with her own hands. This is a blood feud involving the entire race. Therefore, Yu Shir is very grateful to Qi Lu. Thanks to Qi Lu for saving her and giving her a chance to become stronger. Whether it is the grace of saving lives or the grace of teaching, every one of them is as generous as a mountain. But before taking revenge, Yu Shir could not let go of her hatred to repay Qi Li's kindness. That's why Yu Shir was so excited after hearing the news about Moonlight Forest. Yu Shir also knows some things about the Shadow Palace. Now that the Shadow Palace appears in the Moonlight Forest, these sects will definitely join forces to go to the Moonlight Forest, just to destroy the Shadow Palace. And Yu Shi'er can go together to avenge her people. Handblade Wolf Hunting Tribe. This. After hearing Yu Shi'er's words, Bailey Fenghua couldn't help but glance at Qi Lu. Yu Shi'er has always kept this matter deep in her heart. Therefore, Bailey Fenghua doesn't know it well, so it's not easy to agree casually. But Qi Lu, who rescued Yu Shi'er from the wolf hunters, knew where this hatred lay. So Qi Lu nodded to Bailey Fenghua. He said solemnly, "Master Bailey, I leave Shi'er to you. Please take her to the Moonlight Forest." When Bailey Fenghua heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then said with a serious face, "Manager Qi, when we go to the Moonlight Forest this time, the battle that is about to take place will be extremely dangerous. Ask Shi'er to follow me, I'm afraid she will be in danger." The customers in the store have a good impression of this clerk who has a gentle personality, and is also elegant and cute. Bailey Fenghua is naturally no exception. That's why Bailey Fenghua directly stated the stakes involved. Otherwise, switch to someone else. If you want to follow me, just follow me. But after following him to Moonlight Forest, Bailey Fenghua probably didn't even bother to ask whether he was dead or alive. Some things must be done, and some risks must be learned to bear. Take Shi'er there. If I don't go this time, I think Shi'er may regret it for the rest of her life. Qi Lu looked beyond Bailey Fenghua and into the distance. Family hatred and family hatred will never disappear. Well, since store manager Qi said so, I will try my best to bring Shi'er back. Although Bailey Fenghua didn't know what was going on, since Qi Lu had already said that, he wouldn't say anything more. The people from the Sword Control sect will set off for the Moonlight Forest tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, Shi'er will meet outside Yunwu City and then leave with the people from the Sword Control sect. Because it is necessary to use the equipment and elixirs from Qi Li's store to make up for the missing combat power. So this time, the disciples of the Sword Control sect who were going to the Moonlight Forest have all arrived in Cloud Mist City. Avoid having to transport equipment back and forth and waste time. I will be there on time, please, Master Bailey. Yu Shi'er bowed slightly to express her gratitude. You're welcome, it's just a little effort. Bailey Fenghua waved his hand. Then he said to Qi Lu, "Manager Qi, I will summon the disciples of the Sword Control sect to come over now to carry weapons and armor." Qi Lu nodded, then turned and walked into the warehouse. 20,000 sets of weapons and armor, plus matching elixirs. It takes another day to move back and forth. This period of time is just for the disciples of the Sword Control sect to prepare. At night, Yu Shi'er was sitting on the sofa in the hall, thinking about something and unable to sleep. "Shi'er, what are you thinking about?" After Qi Lu came out of the warehouse to replenish the goods, he also came to the lobby. "Store manager, I'm thinking, if I can come back, I will always work as a store clerk for you." "Store manager, I'm thinking, if I can come back alive, I will always work as a store clerk for you." Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Lu and suddenly smiled. Smiling like a flower. "What nonsense are you talking about? Of course you can come back." Qi Lu gave Yu Shi'er a slap in the face unceremoniously. Then he took out the Chinese Valentine's Day suit and placed it next to Yu Shi'er. "It's a holiday after all, but I don't have anything to give you. Let's just think of this as a return gift. Magpie feather headband, magpie feather shawl, magpie feather belt, magpie feather boots." Apart from the 2 treasure-level items in the store, these 4 pieces of equipment are considered the best equipment currently. And during the Qixi festival, Qi Lu can be called at will. It can be regarded as a hidden benefit given by the system. "Thank you, store manager." Yu Shi'er didn't refuse this time. "If you really want to thank me, just come back safely." Qi Lu smiled, then turned and walked towards the second floor. When he reached the entrance of the corridor, Qi Lu paused for a moment and then said, "If there are any useful products on the shelves, just bring them with you, and it will be counted in your future salary. Don't think about saving anything for me. Being able to come back safely is more important than anything else." Hearing this, Yu Shier's eye circles suddenly turned red. "Yeah, I understand, store manager." That night, Yu Shier sat in the hall all night. Yu Xuanxue also sat in the booth in the combat power improvement training room all night. Early the next morning, Yu Shier left the shop. Outside the store, Yu Shier bowed deeply to the store, then turned around neatly and left this remote alley. Family feud and clan hatred. Qi Lu leaned against the window on the second floor, watching Yu Shier's retreating back. There was no farewell. This is not a separation between life and death, so why be so sad? If you really want to say goodbye, you can probably just give them a bowl of wine, drink it, and then set off. The wind is rustling. Bah! This poem is unlucky. Qi Lu shook his head and lowered the curtains after confirming that Yu Shier's back was no longer visible. After washing up, we went to the lobby on the first floor. Yu Shier is no longer in the store, so Qi Lu has to start back to his old business. "Hey, boss, why are you visiting the store today?" Xue Lang took the members of the Xue Lang team. As soon as he entered the store, he saw Qi Lu standing behind the counter with an expressionless face. Suddenly a look of surprise appeared on his face. Since having Yu Shier, Qi Lidu has not been behind the counter for several months. Most of the time, I just sit on the sofa. Or nest in the deck. I came to see the store, do you have any opinions? Qi Lu lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the blood wolf calmly. No, how could there be any objection? I'm just a little curious as to where Shier went. Xue Lang waved his hands, quickly, and was the first to walk to the counter to activate his membership card. Shier has something to do, and is not in the store for the time being. Qi Lu raised his eyes, and glanced behind Xuelong. Since the Blood Wolf was promoted to the Grandmaster level, the number of people in the Blood Wolf team has also increased a lot. However, the Blood Wolf's requirements for the members of the Blood Wolf team are still the same strict orders and prohibitions. So even now, in Yunwu City, where the overall strength is several levels stronger, the Blood Wolf team can still occupy a place. Today's Cloud and Mist City is much stronger than the previous city-state that was only economically prosperous. Because the customers who come to Qi Lu's store every day are always strong. In other words, the proportion of strong people among them is relatively large. After all, among the customers of Qi Lu's shop, there are also young men like Han Ming who have no cultivation qualifications. The influence of a large number of powerful people staying for a long time is huge. Especially heroic heroes like Gu Pingchuan. If you think about it carefully, there are only 2 hero-level experts in the entire Huanyuan Empire. And most of the forces don't even have a hero-level powerhouse. But in Cloud and Mist City, there are often situations where several powerful heroes appear at once. This will undoubtedly make a large number of practitioners think about it. In addition, Yunwu City is already economically prosperous. This time it's just right, even the force value is not missing. Therefore, the development that Cloud Mist City can achieve can be regarded as an inevitable result. The biggest contributor is Qi Lu Shaodian. It can be said to be a miracle that he single-handedly brought about the prosperity of an entire city-state. After activating your membership card, you can start your own activities. After the Blood Wolf dismissed the members of the Blood Wolf team, he bought a bottle of cold beer and a bacon sandwich and returned to the counter. However, I haven't seen you, boss, standing in this place for so long. When I look at it today, I really miss you. Back when Qi Lu's store only had a small storefront, Xue Lang was a regular customer of the store. It can be said that Xue Lang felt deeply as he watched Qi Li's store develop into what it is today. It's changing with each passing day. If you are strong, you can really do whatever you want. Don't worry, you won't be able to see it in a few days. Qi Lu returned calmly. After Yu Shi'er comes back, Qi Lu can be as lazy as before. Hey, boss, the way you talk is still as irritating as before. Shui Lang has long been accustomed to Qi Li's way of speaking. The harm to others is the loss to others. But Qi Lu is just talking, and his personality is still very easygoing. As long as Qi Li's bottom line is not violated, under normal circumstances, his life will not be in danger. By the way, boss, there is news from the mercenary guild that there is another strange movement in the wilderness. After the blood wolf took a sip of cold beer, he spoke again. The Great Wasteland is to the south of the Huanyuan Empire, and further so this the Dragon Ruins. However, the Great Wasteland and Dragon Ruins can basically be regarded as a dead land. Inaccessible and deserted. Living things may still be found in the wilderness. But there are basically no signs of life in Dragon Ruins. Especially after the last Bone Dragon incident, the Dragon Ruins were determined to be unsuitable for survival. The remaining dragon curse is terrifying. And this time there was a strange movement, which in itself was something worthy of attention. Dragon Ruins? Although these things generally have little impact on Qi Lu. But Qi Lu usually knows about these things. After all, as a store manager, you can't really only care about your own 1/3 of an acre of land. It is also necessary to understand the external situation. Probably. Although there is no specific location in the message, I think it should be Dragon Ruins. Shui Lang thought for a while, before speaking out. Compared with the Great Wasteland, although the Dragon Ruins appear more desolate, it is after all the place where the human race and the dragon race fought. This is the place where dragons and humans fight. Who knows if there will be any good things left in the Dragon Ruins? If you really want to hunt for treasure, Dragon Ruins is undoubtedly a good place. Then what's going on? Qi Lu asked next. We only know the location, and we can only guess it, which means nothing at all. Magic power is huge magic power. According to the mercenaries who went to the Great Wasteland to perform tasks, they sensed extremely large magic fluctuations in the direction of Dragon Ruins, and they were very active. And this magic power fluctuation has a very cold aura, which is completely different from normal magic power fluctuations. The Blood Wolf described it with emotion, as if he had seen it with his ownies. Actually, it's not bad either. Yesterday, when Shui Lang and his team members were drinking in the mercenary tavern, they saw a rather famous mercenary team staggering into the tavern. The number of people was reduced by more than half. I heard about this from their mouths. Then news came one after another from the mercenary guild, saying that there were strange movements in the Great Wasteland near the Dragon Ruins. Several forces have already issued tasks. Please ask someone to investigate the situation over there. Huge magic power fluctuations must not be caused by one person's magic power. Even a hero-level expert has a limit to the amount of magic he can mobilize. It is still far from being able to detect such huge magic fluctuations across half a vast wasteland, even those mercenaries who are not very perceptive. The most likely scenario is a magic circle. So Qi Lu also raised this point. Yes, many people speculate that this is a magic circle, but this is unreasonable. Shui Lang pointed out the key points sharply. Such a huge fluctuation in magic power is really not something that a magic circle can achieve. What's more, this is not in line with the purpose of the magic circle. Magic circles are mostly used to attack, defend, or trap enemies. Only a very small part are those special magic circles. But no matter what kind of magic circle it is, the first priority is to ensure that the magic power is not leaked and to maintain the stability of the magic circle. After all, the magic circle is maintained by a large amount of magic power. It would be a huge waste to let the magic power leak out. Especially if this huge magic power fluctuation is caused by the magic power leaked from the magic circle. It can only be said that this is too luxurious. Then how huge is this magic wave? Qi Lu suddenly became interested. If the estimate is correct, it should be beyond the heroic level. Shui Lang said this with a solemn expression. Beyond the heroic level. Qi Li's brows wrinkled slightly. In the eastern wasteland, all luck has been lost. It is simply impossible to break through the hero level and be promoted to the strong level. Unless the luck of Dong Huang can be restored. However, I am afraid that only a few people in the entire eastern wasteland know about this kind of secret. So it's not surprising that the Blood Wolf would say something like this. But Qi Lu knew this lucky secret, so he would naturally think more about the Blood Wolf. If it is really just to create magic power fluctuations beyond the heroic level, it is not impossible. Putting the magic core into the magic circle, regardless of the cost, can indeed induce such huge magic fluctuations. However, the number of hero-level magic cores consumed may be dozens or even hundreds. No such force would do such a stupid thing. Unless it's profitable. Wait, the cold magic power wave? Qi Lu suddenly remembered Shuilong's words. Yes, that's what the guy who came to the tavern really said. The Blood Wolf's eyes drifted upward, as if he was recalling something. Then he nodded and said very confidently, he said that the magic wave was extremely cold. Just sensing it would make people's hair stand on end and shudder. And I also felt an abnormal aura on that guy. Shui Lang has been training at Qi Lu's shop for so long, and his perception is much stronger than many master-level experts. It was not surprising that he could sense an abnormal aura. What breath? Qi Lu immediately asked. Blood, like a faint smell of blood. But I'm sure that it's definitely not the normal smell of blood. Instead, it's like, the smell of blood mixed in the breath, with a lingering feeling. Shui Lang continued to recall and spoke slowly. Having been a mercenary for such a long time, Shui Lang is naturally experienced in many battles. He is no stranger to the smell of blood. But this was the first time I had seen the smell of blood mixed in the breath. The smell of blood mixed in the breath. The magic power with a cold aura seems to be right. Qi Lu suddenly understood. Only one force possesses this peculiar aura. That is the Shadow Palace. Hidden Family, Moonlight Force, Dragon Ruins. Traces of the Shadow Palace appeared in these three places. This situation gave Qi Lu a very bad feeling. The purpose of the Shadow Palace may not be as simple as Bailey Fenghua and the others thought. I just want to unify the sex power, and there is no need for such a big battle. Unless the Shadow Palace wants it. It's the entire Eastern Wasteland. I just hope nothing happens to them. Qi Lu looked outside the store, towards the Moonlight Forest. Qi Lu couldn't do anything about this kind of thing. Because after leaving the shop, Qi Li's strength was not as good as the average heroic level. Unless the system is willing to help. But the price that needs to be paid must be quite a lot. Qi Lu does not claim to be a savior. What's more, for a force like the Shadow Palace that can threaten the entire Eastern Wasteland, Qi Lu is more than willing to do so. It's better to wait and see what happens. Shui Lang, you'd better not get involved in this matter. Qi Lu couldn't help but give a warning in the end. A master like Blood Wolf is just a more powerful pawn when he is involved in the competition between the Shadow Palace and the major forces. If you dare to get involved in the entire Eastern Wasteland without strong enough power, you are seeking your own death. However, a force that can destroy its own sect, turn from light to darkness, endure it for decades, and lay secrets among various forces. I'm afraid it's not something a force seeking death can do. Boss, do you know something? The Blood Wolf was keenly aware of something. No, if you really want to say it, I don't know. It's just that you shouldn't be able to get involved in a battle that can produce such fluctuations in magic power. Qi Lu looked at the blood wolf and said seriously. This is advice. Sometimes, the more you know, the more panic you get. The blood wolf did not dodge, and after looking at Qi Lu for a few seconds, he made sure that Qi Lu was not joking, and then he let out a breath. I know, I won't take on this mission. After Shui Lang confirmed that Qi Lu was not joking, he exhaled and spoke slowly. There is no doubt about Qi Li's strength. Sometimes, it's not a bad thing to listen to advice. Starry Empire, Zhenhuang City. City Lord's Mansion. Ying Luo stood by the window, his eyes falling on the endless desert. Not long after, rolling yellow sand rolled up in the desert and swept towards Zhenhuang City. In the yellow sand in the sky, some dark shadows can be seen. Accompanied by the sound of horse hooves, it roared in. It's begun. It's not in vain that I've stayed here for 16 years. It's finally begun. Ying Luo's eyes gradually became sharper. There was a touch of coldness mixed in it, like a ray of light in the eyes, which was breathtaking. Have all the city guards in Zhenhuang City assemble immediately. Give an order. Outside the study door, a guard immediately left. In just a quarter of an hour, Zhenhuang City's 50,000 city guards gathered at main campus and formed their formation. The soldiers were all neatly armored, holding swords in their hands, holding their heads high and their chests high, with sharp and firm eyes. Baihu and Qianhu stood in front of their respective formations, heads held high. The commander of the city guard stood at the front, raised his head, looked at general ordering platform in the school field, and shouted loudly. Ying City Lord, the Zhenhuang City Guards have assembled. Very good. Ying Luo didn't know when he changed his armor and stood on the general stage. His eyes roamed over the faces of everyone on the school field. The city guard is the fighting force belonging to each city-state. Although in name, they need to accept the command of the imperial city's commander-in-chief, and the commander-in-chief's orders are the main ones. However, for Eagle Fall, this is a joke. A full 16 years, for a city lord who is very deliberate. If you still can't control the city guards in your own hands, then it would be better for Ying Luo, the city lord, to be inappropriate. Open the city gate. Outside Zhenhuang City, the troops coming from the desert have also arrived. It also has 50,000 troops. All of them were wearing black armor, holding swords, and had fat black horses underneath them. You could tell at a glance that they were good war horses. This is the force left by the Shadow Palace in the desert. It also leaves a force of Ying Luo. Together with the city guards of Zhenhuang City, the purpose is to contain the Xingyao Empire with a force of 100,000. Finally come. Ying Luo stood on the general platform, looking at the school field below. The city gate was wide open, and two groups of troops were arranged in a square formation, standing clearly on the left and right sides of the school grounds, one black and one white. These are the two most elite soldiers. After Ying Luo took complete control of Zhenhuang City, the training of the city guards also began to enter the real death training. For this moment today. Not to mention the troops provided by the Shadow Palace. Each one of them is a powerful warrior who has experienced hundreds of battles and crawled out from the dead. The Star Empire is a country that expands based on faith. Although he is determined, he is not easy to instigate rebellion. But when it comes to combat effectiveness, being fierce does not mean being powerful. The people of the Star Empire can fight to the death for their faith. But that's about it. Eagle Down doesn't need prisoners. It should be said that for the people of the Shadow Palace, prisoners are dispensable. Because after the blood sacrifice formation is opened, all prisoners can be turned into combat effectiveness. Soldiers, have you ever thought about what you are training so hard for? Ying Luo's eyes glanced over the school grounds. Speak slowly. Is it to protect Zhenhuang City? Or to protect the Xingyao Empire? Or is it for your own beliefs? Or is it for those people hiding behind you? Every time Ying Luo asked a question, he would pause. Make sure that everyone in the audience and in the phalanx can hear his words clearly. No, that's not right. You are fighting for a better future. It's for yourselves. Fight for those you care about. Now, raise your weapons. Ying Luo took a step forward and raised his arms. On the school grounds, there was an immediate response. These bewitching words, just a few words, made everyone in the audience excited. The sound of weapons and armor colliding was like a cold piece of music. The weapon was raised, cold light flashing. The blazing sun in the sky was like fire, but it could not dispel the cold brought by this murderous aura. Shadow, Wancheng. Ying Luo clenched a fist with one hand and raised it high. Shouted loudly. That sharp gaze looked into the desert. Set off. Dragon Ruins, Edge. Ahead, there is an endless stretch of ruins, thousands of miles away, completely deserted. Behind us, there is an endless wilderness, boundless and sparsely populated. But at this time, there were several groups of mercenaries coming from the direction of the Great Wasteland, heading towards the Dragon Ruins. These mercenaries came here after accepting tasks from the Mercenary Guild. The stakes are high in Dragon Ruins. The sudden huge fluctuation of magic power alarmed many big forces. In the Mercenary Guild, half the wall of the mission hall is covered with missions to investigate the situation in Dragon Ruins. And a large part of them are tasks with overlapping content. This resulted in the stacked rewards becoming very generous after completing the task of exploring the Dragon Ruins. Money moves people's hearts. Therefore, even though this mission was deemed extremely dangerous, there were still mercenary teams taking over. If completed, it would be enough to compete with dozens of previous tasks. Captain, didn't those guys say there were magic fluctuations in Dragon Ruins? We are almost entering the Dragon Ruins, why haven't we sensed it yet? We couldn't have been deceived. The climate of the Great Wilderness is not very good, it is dry and hot. The temperature of the air was scorchingly high. This also made the mercenaries who came all the way here start to complain. Who would have so much free time to lie to you? The rewards for the tasks we take on are real. Search carefully for me to see what's going on here in Dragon Ruins. If you let others complete these tasks first, I will let you know what it means to bear the consequences. The captain of the mercenary team was also upset. So when I heard the team members' complaints, I immediately scolded them unceremoniously. Although the team members were resentful, they did not dare to refute anything. At the end, in the scorching air, I could only see a group of people walking silently. From time to time, someone would lead the team and explore the surroundings. Then come back and report back. In the hot wilderness, no one wants to lose any more strength due to too much action. Body protecting Do Qi can really relieve this heat. But no one can always concentrate the body protecting fighting spirit. That is a very unwise approach. Wasting fighting energy for no reason is a very dangerous thing in a place like this. Boom. Just when the two members of the mercenary team left the team to search the surroundings again, a loud noise suddenly came from the Dragon Ruins. Immediately afterwards, a majestic fluctuation of magic power rose from the direction of the loud noise. Cold, ferocious, and creepy. It's this wave of magic power that's appeared. Get all close to me. As long as we can find the source of this magic wave, our mission will be accomplished. The captains of several mercenary teams looked at each other and immediately issued orders. The wages of avarice is death. We have already come this far, and there is no way we should go home just because of this ominous feeling. After receiving the order, the team members drew their weapons and rushed towards the direction where the magic wave came from like wolves and tigers. Why do they become mercenaries? Naturally, it is for money, as well as various treasures and resources that can help with cultivation. The rewards for this mission are so generous that it makes people salivate. Even if this magic wave appears extremely dangerous, it cannot stop their progress. Roar. But at this moment, a huge roar sounded. In an instant, the light in the sky was blocked, and large shadows fell down. The mercenaries looked up and saw dark clouds rolling in the sky. The scorching sun that originally made people feel extremely hot was quickly covered by the dark clouds in the sky, and only a few tiny rays of light could shine through the gaps. The hot air in the wilderness was suddenly obscured by the dark clouds. However, the cooler air did not make these mercenaries feel any comfortable. Instead, it made them sweat. Ouch! A ferocious roar came from the dark clouds. It was like two pieces of iron sheets rubbing together, so harsh and heart-stopping. A huge head emerged from the billowing dark clouds, its red eyes like two huge pools of blood. It flashed with a fierce light that chilled people's hearts. The mouth is full of sharp teeth, like a meat grinder, and the cold light flashes, making people shudder. This scene made all the mercenaries' hearts feel as if they were being clenched tightly by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. Those mercenaries who lacked strength even weakened their legs and sat down in the yellow sand. What is this? There is something inside the dark clouds, how could it be so huge? Oh my God, I won't do this task. Help me. Get out of the way, I want to leave here, don't stop me, let me go, let me go. All the mercenaries panicked, roaring and shouting in terror. The sudden appearance of the monster's head in the sky made them feel chilled in their hearts. They had long forgotten the mission and just wanted to escape from here immediately. At this moment, they finally understood. Why has such a lucrative mission never been completed? Roar. The monster in the dark cloud let out a roar that resounded throughout the world. Immediately afterwards, a huge arm protruded from the dark clouds, spanning the sky and the earth, and its sharp claws were like long knives, grabbing the mercenaries on the ground. The terrifying power allows the monster to effortlessly crush mercenaries touched by its claws. The majestic momentum of the sea made it difficult for these mercenaries to move, and even escaping became a luxury. In just half a quarter of an hour, all the mercenaries who came here were not spared. Bodies were everywhere. Blood like a small stream slowly seeped into the yellow sand. After confirming that there was no trace of life in this area, the monster slowly disappeared into the dark clouds. Soon, the billowing dark clouds dissipated. But on the earth, only a pile of bones remained. Deep in the dragon ruins. Among the mountains of ruins, a huge open space was cleared. On the ground, a bright red magic circle was carved. This magic circle covers an area of several miles, and its patterns are so complex that people will feel dizzy just by looking at it. A young man sat cross-legged on the edge of the magic circle, closing his eyes and concentrating. There is a touch of magic flowing around him. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the desert. If you want to come to Dragon Ruins to investigate the situation, you should be prepared to pay the price with your life at any time. The young man snorted coldly, and a fierce light flashed in his opened eyes. This cold snort seemed to alert the guards lurking around. A man in a brown robe walked out of the ruins and came behind the young man. After taking a look at the magic circle, he said, "Someone wants to explore the situation of the magic circle again. Unfortunately, this fluctuation of magic power cannot be concealed. It doesn't matter. Since they dare to come, let them all become sacrifices to the magic circle." The young man returned calmly. His expression was neither happy nor sad, only a fierce glint in his eyes that was difficult to conceal. "Ziki, what is the purpose of setting up this magic circle?" The man in the robe frowned slightly and asked aloud. Yes, the young man in front of him is Ziki, who escaped from the sword control sect. And this man in robe is Zhuo Zijing, who has been to Dragon Ruins twice. In the previous night attack on the sword-controlling sect, after Zhuoziki escaped, he was found again by the Shadow Palace and gave a hero-level trial crystal. During the period when the sect's forces were undergoing a major purge, Zhuoziki was also successfully promoted to the hero level and was transferred to the Dragon Ruins by the Shadow Palace. Zhuo Zijing, who came to Dragon Ruins twice and encountered big events each time, was naturally found by Zhuoziki and brought to Dragon Ruins. The relationship between the two is a brotherly relationship that has never been known to outsiders. It was just that 16 years ago, during a certain battle with a monster, Zhuoziki was attracted by the Shadow Palace and joined the Shadow Palace. Zhuo Zijing, on the other hand, was abandoned. He happened to be rescued by Yan Lu and joined the Broken Rock mercenary group. The two have since gone their separate ways and developed their own lives. However, not long ago, Zhuoziki, who had achieved hero status, came over to find Zhuo Zijing. The purpose is to find the treasure in Dragon Ruins. It was the magic circle used to seal the bone dragon. Because Zhuo Zijing is the only one who knows this place. As for Yan Lv from Dragon Ruins, he was just a chess piece calculated by the Shadow Palace. For what? Of course for the great power. Zhuoziki stood up from the edge of the magic circle, opened his arms, and looked at the giant magic circle in front of him. In this magic circle, the dragon magic circle used to seal the bone dragon is prominently included. Although I'm sorry for taking advantage of you, there is no room for failure in the Shadow Palace's plan. The dragon magic circle and the remaining dragon blood in it are all necessary as sacrifices. Zhuoziki's eyes swept over the giant magic array. Then a slightly fanatical look appeared on his face. Hurry, hurry. Once the dragon's blood is absorbed, that powerful and terrifying power will be born. When Zhuo Zijing heard this, he just shook his head and said nothing, looking a little sad. Zhuo Zijing has been living in the Shadow Palace's plan since 16 years ago. Zhuo Zijing didn't know about this until Zhuoziki came to find him. I have to say, this is sad. Yan Lu died under the breath of the bone dragon. Qi Yang died in the hands of the Shadow Palace. The Broken Rock mercenary group disappeared, and the Broken Wave mercenary group also disappeared. Only Zhuo Zijing was left alone. This is probably what my life will be like. Zhuo Zijing sighed, then turned back to the ruins. Zhuoziki turned a deaf ear to this sigh. He just raised his head and looked at the thick dark clouds in the sky. In the dark clouds, there seemed to be a faint hint of blood. Yunwu City, Chila Shop. Since the Chinese Valentine's Day event, there have been a lot fewer customers coming to the store. I don't know if it was Qi Li's illusion, but he always felt that the passenger flow seemed to be a little less than usual. Could it be that the situation at Dragon Ruins can still affect Cloud Mist City? Qi Li thought in his heart. There is still a large wasteland between Dragon's Ruins and Cloud Mist City. Boss, there seems to be a new situation over at Dragon Ruins. When Shui Lang came to the store, the first thing he did was talk about the situation in Dragon Ruins. What's wrong? Qi Li raised his eyes and asked aloud. Shui Lang suddenly said with a happy face, Boss, thank you for asking me not to get involved in this matter, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. In the past few days, none of the mercenary teams who have taken on the mission to go to the Dragon Ruins to find out the news has come back. Even the spies sent by the big forces, no one has come back. When the Blood Wolf said this, he also showed a look of fear on his face. Even though the Blood Wolf team is now many times stronger than before. But the Grandmaster level is still the limit for the Blood Wolf team. And this time, the mercenary team that went to the Dragon Ruins to investigate for news was like a crucian carp crossing the river. Among them, there are not a few Grandmaster-level mercenary teams. There are even elite spies sent out by powerful forces, not to mention their strength. These people, maybe one or two, can't compare to the Blood Wolf team. But together, the Blood Wolf team must also stay away. However, just like this group of people went to Dragon Ruins to explore the news, but no one came back. This necessitates a re-evaluation of the danger level of Dragon Ruins. After the news was sent back to the Mercenary Guild, few mercenary teams dared to pick up the mission statement posted on half the wall. Money is important. But that also requires a life flower. As expected, it would be strange if they could come back. Qilu was not surprised at all by this result. Over there at the Dragon Ruins, it must be something done by someone from the Shadow Palace. You know, there are quite a few hero-level experts in the Shadow Palace. If you dare to take your idea to the entire Donghuang, you must be prepared to compete with all the forces in the entire Donghuang. Those mercenaries and spies who were only at the highest level at the Grandmaster level, who went to explore the Shadow Palace, simply did so to die. The Shadow Palace would not be merciful to the sacrifices that were brought to their doorsteps. There will probably be news about this kind of thing soon. At that time, I'm afraid people will be panicked again. Qilu lowered his eyes and said, "The Mercenary Guild has never been a news channel that can keep secrets. It is estimated that the situation at Dragon Ruins will be known to everyone in a few days. It is not a good sign to have people panic." Yeah, I'm worried about this too. Just after Qilu said this, Ling Ao came to the store at some point and answered, "Fire King." Qilu half squinted his eyes and glanced at Ling Ao as a greeting. "His Majesty." Shui Lang bowed his hand towards Ling Ao. "No need to be polite." Ling Ao waved his hand, indicating to the Blood Wolf that he could do whatever wanted. When he comes to Qilu's shop, Ling Ao won't act like a fire emperor. After all, there are quite a few strong people in this shop who are as strong as Ling Ao. "Fire Emperor, what are you worried about?" Qilu crossed his fingers, put his hands on the counter, and suddenly asked. "I'm worried that the magic fluctuations in Dragon Ruins could be a conspiracy." Ling Ao replied with a solemn expression. Then he suddenly glanced at the Blood Wolf standing aside. Shui Lang understood and immediately excused himself. "Boss, Your Majesty, I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you too." "Fire Emperor, please speak directly. I probably know something about the situation." After Qilu watched Shualong leave, he looked at Ling Ao again. "Well, I know, there's no need to hide this from store manager Qi." Ling Ao nodded, seeming to be organizing his words. After a long pause, he continued, "Something happened in the Star Empire. The Xinhuang city on the border changed. An army of 100,000 troops started from Xinhuang city and invaded the interior of the Xingyao Empire." "What?" Qi Li's eyes narrowed and he asked with some surprise, "When did it happen?" Qilu still knows where Xinhuang city is. That city-state was located at the junction of the Xingyao Empire and the Hidden Family Desert, and was used to suppress the major forces living in the Hidden Family Desert. Qilu learned this on the way to the mission. The location of Xinhuang City can be regarded as an important place. If Xinhuang City is lost, the entire western side of the Xingyao Empire may be in chaos. Just 7 days ago, I only got the news in these 2 days. The Xingyao Empire is probably afraid that I will join forces with the rebel forces and threaten the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire, so no news has been spread. But now, they probably can't hold on anymore. When Ling Ao said this, his face was still solemn. But when the Xingyao Empire's actions were mentioned, the tone was scornful. When the Xingyao Empire first attacked Yashuiguan of the Huangyuan Empire, it mobilized a total of 600,000 troops. This is almost the majority of the remaining troops, except for the last protective forces of each city-state, as well as the immovable city guards and imperial guards in the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire. However, in that battle, the 600,000 troops were defeated at Yashuiguan and were almost completely destroyed. This resulted in the Xingyao Empire's basic military strength being in a state of sluggishness. Even after the subsequent trip to the ruins, Tao Guang kept a low profile for a long time. The Star Glory Empire cannot replenish such a large number of troops. The Xingyao Empire, which relied on faith to expand, really couldn't replenish its basic troops as easily as the Huangyuan Empire, a force that relied on conquests. But now, this rebellion of 100,000 troops is like an indestructible sword. Within the Xingyao Empire, the defense of the Xingyao Empire was being dismantled. However, even at this time, Xingyao Empire still wanted to block the news. To ensure that the Star Empire is not coveted by other forces. It wasn't until the Xingyao Empire could hardly resist and was about to hit the imperial city that they had no choice but to release the news. How could something suddenly happen to the Starry Empire? What exactly is going on? Qi Li's brows furrowed slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Zhenhuang City is a fortress city-state guarding the west of the Xingyao Empire. It is definitely not an easy task to break through. However, a total of 100,000 troops were able to set out from Zhenhuang City silently. In a short period of time, it swept the entire Star Empire. This is indeed an incredible thing. Because Qi Li passed through Zhenhuang City on his way to the Yinshe family's territorial space. Qi Li actually has some idea of the major forces along the way. The force that wants to gather 100,000 troops in a short period of time and then take down Zhenhuang City silently does not exist at all. Even if the hidden family takes action, it is impossible. Because except for the three major empires, it is simply impossible for other forces to accumulate so many troops. This is simply a waste of money. Even the hero-level leader of the sect's power only has tens of thousands of disciples. And it is impossible for everyone to undergo such standardized and strict training. Could it be the Goryeo Empire that took action? Qi Li asked. No, I might have thought about this a long time ago. However, not to mention that the Goryeo Empire and the Xingyao Empire are allies. Even if the relationship breaks down, it will be very difficult for the Goryeo Empire to send 100,000 troops into Zhenhuang City. Ling Ao shook his head and denied Qi Li's guess. Zhenhuang City is very far away from the Goryeo Empire, unlike Yashuiguan, which is right next to the Xingyao Empire. If the Guluo Empire were to take action against the Xingyao Empire, there would be no need to make such an unnecessary move. Moreover, Ling Ao did not find that the Goryeo Empire had experienced large-scale troop mobilization in recent times. In that case, it can only be a rebellion within the Xingyao Empire. Qi Li said firmly. Yeah, that's why I'm worried. Ling Ao nodded. His thoughts were the same as Qi Li's. Although the Xingyao Empire is in chaos, it may be a good thing for the Huangyuan Empire. But definitely not in this case. Something happened in Dragon Ruins, and civil strife broke out in the Xingyao Empire at the same time. If these two things are connected, then the next unlucky one will definitely be the Huangyuan Empire. Because the intersection of these two sudden forces is the Huangyuan Empire. As the Fire Emperor, Ling Ao must have a foresight when looking at these things. Be fully prepared. Qi Li also thought of this. The chaos in the eastern wasteland is not a good thing for Qi Li. With the smoke rising everywhere and people panicking, his shop may have no choice but to close down. Actually, I have a guess. Qi Li thought about it and suddenly said. Even if it was to keep the store open, Qi Li had to prevent the chaos in the eastern wasteland. Store manager Qi, please speak. It can be said that Ling Ao attaches great importance to Qi Li's opinions. The stronger you are, the higher your position, and the more information you know. For these invisible conspiracies, we can only make better guesses if we know enough information. And Qi Li just has this capital. I am 80% sure that the magic power fluctuations at the Dragon Ruins are the work of the Shadow Palace. Qi Li looked at Ling Ao and said solemnly. Shadow Palace? Ling Ao was a little surprised. It has only been a few months since the last incident in the Sword Control sect. Ling Ao still had a deep impression of the Shadow Palace. The Shadow Palace behaves irrationally, violently, and unscrupulously, and will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals. And most importantly, the Shadow Palace's indifference to living beings. Although, in the eyes of most strong people, the weak will also be regarded as saints. But for the strong, as long as the weak do not provoke them, they will not lower themselves and take the initiative to trouble these ants. However, the Shadow Palace is different. For the Shadow Palace, all living beings who are not members of the Shadow Palace can be used as sacrifices. As long as there is need, the Shadow Palace can kill without hesitation until the blood is flowing and the bones are piled up. This is standard evil sect behavior. For other sect forces, they are targets for everyone to punish. It's just that the Shadow Palace belongs to the sect after all, so Ling Ao and others didn't directly intervene when the sword-controlling sect was attacked last time. But this time it seems different. Manager Qi, are you really sure that the movement at the Dragon Ruins was caused by the Shadow Palace? Ling Ao asked with some suspicion. The stakes are high. If it is really the movement caused by the Shadow Palace, then this is testing the bottom line of the Empire's power. No matter what the Dragon Ruins have become, even if they are now thousands of miles of ruins. But after all, it is the remains of an imperial power. Based on this alone, it is definitely not a place that the Shadow Palace can get involved in. Unless the Shadow Palace wants to challenge the imperial power of Donghuang, that is another matter. Although I'm not completely sure, it's basically correct. The aura of the Shadow Palace is very unique. As long as the practitioner has used the method of blood sacrifice and tempered himself, this aura will never disappear. Sheila nodded and said affirmatively. What was coming from the Dragon Ruins was magic power fluctuations that surpassed the heroic level. In the entire Eastern Wasteland, there are only a few forces with such skill. Coupled with the cold atmosphere perceived by those mercenaries who were lucky enough to come back, it was basically certain. They are quite courageous. They already have no place among the sect's forces, and yet they dare to challenge the imperial forces. Ling Ao snorted, and the expression on his face turned cold. Last time, we were forced between the forces of various major factions and couldn't reach out randomly. That's why Ling Outsai could only watch from the sidelines. But this time, the Shadow Palace came to their door, so Ling Ao would no longer be polite. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Qi Lu pressed his hand, signaling Ling Ao to calm down. Then he continued, Fire Emperor, you should know about the Hidden World family. Fire Emperor, you should know about the Hidden World family. Qi Lu asked aloud. This is natural. The royal family of the Huangyuan Empire has dealt with the Hidden World family. If I remember correctly, there should be someone from Thiek family who is married into the Hidden World family. Ling Ao nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. You have a really good memory. Qi Lu praised expressionlessly. The relationship between Kasisi and the Ling family is not very big. As the Fire Emperor of the Huangyuan Empire, Ling Ao still remembers this incident. This is no longer a question of memory. After all, for a hero-level powerhouse, when his mental power is strong, his memory will naturally become stronger. But even if you remember some insignificant things, you probably need to recall them. However, Ling Ao could say it directly. All I can say is, it's pretty awesome. Okay, Store Manager Qi, let's talk directly. Ling Ao waved his hand and did not answer the question. All right. Qi Lu shrugged. He just made a joke to adjust the atmosphere, but he still had to continue talking about important things. Then where is the hidden family? Fire Emperor, you should also know. Qi Lu asked next. Of course I know, it's in the desert west of the Starry Empire. Wait a minute, Manager Qi, is this what you're talking about? After Ling Ao finished answering Qi Li's question, he suddenly realized something and had a look of astonishment on his face. As you can imagine, I have been to the heir of the hidden family's territory and found the aura of the Shadow Palace in it. And this time, the incident in Jinhuang City, I think, is inseparable from the Shadow Palace. Qi Li nodded slightly, looked at Ling Ao, and said in a solemn tone. What? There is such a thing. Although he had expected it, Ling Ao was still shocked when he heard Qi Li say it. What does the Shadow Palace want to do? Do they still want to challenge the Hidden World family together? You have such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? After Ling Ao was shocked, his brows furrowed, with some confusion on his face. It's hard to say whether he will survive or not, but the Shadow Palace must have planned this matter in advance. When Qi Li said this, he slowly sorted out these things in his mind. Moonlight Forest, the territorial space of the hidden family, the Dragon Ruins. These three places are all close to the edge of the human traces of the Eastern Wasteland. The Shadow Palace started from these three locations at the same time, advancing from the outside to the center of the East Wasteland. Its advancement route is enough to include all the forces in the Eastern Wasteland. From west to east, starting from Jinhuang City, disrupt the Xingyao Empire and contain the Guluo Empire and Huangyuan Empire surrounding the Xingyao Empire. Then start from the Dragon Ruins, and clean up the large and small forces along the way. Passing through the Great Wasteland, they directly attacked the Huangyuan Empire. Then the forces of Jinhuang City and the forces of Dragon Ruins attacked from both sides, and captured the Huangyuan Empire. Then we can use this as a way to eat up the Guluo Empire. By this time, half of the Eastern Wasteland had fallen into the hands of the Shadow Palace. In the Moonlight Forest to the north, one can also raid the ancient Luo Empire from the north and use it as a springboard to attack the Orc tribe. As for those large and small sects, they were already half destroyed during the previous Great Purge. This time the Shadow Palace exploded in full force, and it was still unknown how much power each sect could exert. This time, the power of the Shadow Palace fully exploded. How much strength each sect has left is still unknown. What's more, most of the power of these sects has gone to Moonlight Forest, etc. Thinking of this, Qi Li's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Ling Ao and expressed his thoughts. Then he said in a deep voice, Moonlight Forest is probably a trap. With the forbearance style of the Shadow Palace, it is impossible to make a mistake at such an important time, unless they are deliberately luring people from the sect to the Moonlight Forest. This is not unreasonable. A conspiracy that has been planned for decades, keeping a low profile and hiding in the darkness. But something went wrong at such a critical moment. No matter how you think about it, it feels unreasonable. When Ling Ao heard this, his expression also changed slightly. If most of the sect's strength is lost in the Moonlight Forest, then it will really be what the Shadow Palace wants. As the Fire Emperor, Ling Ao naturally has a good view of the overall situation. Even compared to Qi Lu, it is slightly stronger. After all, as the king of a country, Ling Ao must have a view of the overall situation. As for Qi Lu, it was just out of interest. So after learning the news, Ling Ao could quickly think that the previous attack on the entire sect's power must have been part of the Shadow Palace plan. The purpose is to weaken all sects. As long as these sects have no time for him to care, then the imperial power is in the possession of the Shadow Palace. Among them, the Huangyuan Empire is the top priority. Because in the Huangyuan Empire, there is still the existence of Brilliant Academy. As long as the Huangyuan Empire is captured, the Brilliant Academy will naturally be captured. By that time, in the Eastern Wasteland, the Empire, sect, and Academy were all damaged. The Shadow Palace will be able to take advantage of the situation and take control of the situation. We must join forces to pull the Star Empire out of chaos, so that we can regroup and destroy the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace. Ling Ao knew exactly what to do. But I'm just afraid that other forces won't agree. Human nature is always suspicious. If you reach out for no reason, they will think you are up to something. It is impossible to unite as one if we rashly form an alliance. The top priority now is to stabilize the situation in the Star Empire. If Xinhuang City's troops are allowed to run rampant in the Xingyao Empire, I'm afraid the Xingyao Empire will disappear within a month. Qi Lu analyzed calmly. That's what I think too. If that's the case, then I'll go back to the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city first. Ling Ao nodded, then raised his hands and said goodbye. Go slowly, I won't send you away. Qi Lu knew that at this time, Ling Ao had to stay in the imperial city. So I just handed over and wished Ling Ao a safe journey. By this time, Qi Lu also understood. During these days, the store's business has probably dropped by more than half. Especially when the power of dragon ruins burst out and swept towards the Huangyuan Empire. The location of Cloud Mist City is the first to bear the brunt. At that time, there will really be no customers coming to the store. Of course, there should be a lot of big customers who come to buy weapons, armor, and elixirs. However, this kind of war wealth is not what Qi Lu wants. System, congratulations to the host for understanding something. This system is deeply pleased. The sudden sound almost scared Qi Li's heart out of his mouth. What are you doing here at this time? Qi Lu took a few deep breaths and roared with lingering fear. System, as the saying goes, heroes in troubled times, businessmen in prosperous times, and peace are what a store manager pursues. System, the host can take the initiative to realize this truth. This system is deeply gratified and releases the upgrade task in advance. Upgrade mission. Qi Lu was immediately surprised when he heard this. I was still thinking about when this upgrade mission would be released, but I didn't expect that it would take no effort to get it even if I tried hard to find it. Could it be that the Irby system's conscience discovered it? System, host, don't interrupt. It makes sense for this system to release tasks in advance. System, upgrade mission, conspiracy sweeping the entire eastern wasteland. System, mission content, to relieve the impending chaos in the eastern wasteland. System, task reward, this task is a completion task. After the task is over, additional rewards will be given to the host based on its performance in the task. System, guaranteed rewards, the store manager level will be upgraded by 1 level, the trial room will be upgraded by 1 level, the combat power improvement training room will be upgraded by 1 level, 1 purchase channel will be added, and the branch location selection function will be enabled to branch. Finally we can open a branch. Qi Lu waved his fist, looking very excited. This upgrade task is a rare completion task, and rewards will be increased based on performance. According to the stinginess of the system, Qi Lu didn't think about extra rewards. But the guaranteed reward is very good. In addition to the old-fashioned level promotion, there is also a purchase channel reward that usually appears. And the most important thing is that the branch location selection function is finally here. As long as he can open a branch, Qi Lu will work hard and die. But... System, why did you suddenly issue an upgrade task? This is not in line with your behavior. Qi Lu quickly calmed down after getting excited. Something is wrong. According to the stingy nature of the system, the upgrade tasks should be done as late as possible. After all, I can save a lot of rewards. System, since we have met the right time, this system will not stick to formalities. This is quite plausible. But no matter how I heard it, I felt something was wrong. Wait a minute, what's the right time? Qi Lu asked confused. System, of course this is the crisis Dong Huang encountered this time. System, but in view of the host's stupidity, let this system explain it to Yo. Why is it being ridiculed when there is no Hafliang second stroke system that measures IQ? While Qilu was speechless, he also expressed deep understanding. Isn't there a saying that goes well? The more something is lacking, the more something needs to be shown off. IQ is such a thing. After all, only at this time can the system show off its superiority. System, according to the information previously collected from the Hidden World family, Dong Huang experienced an unprecedented war hundreds of years ago, which shattered Dong Huang's lifeblood and depleted Dong Huang's luck. System, to this day, although Dong Huang's lifeline has initially healed, the depleted luck has never been restored. System, and now, the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace will cause Dong Huang to fall into the flames of war again. This is something that Dong Huang's current luck cannot bear. System, so, if you, as the host, can solve this conspiracy and restore peace to the Eastern Baron, you will naturally be favored by the power of the Eastern Baron world. Hearing this, Qilu nodded thoughtfully. Then he rubbed his chin and said calmly, I have benefited from saying Samik. What does this have to do with you releasing the upgrade task in advance? System, that's why this system says you are a stupid host. You cannot feel the blessings of the power of heaven and earth. System, so it's not this system that is responsible for this favor otherwise, do you think it is so easy to choose a branch location? Qilu looked dull. How come this Urbi system can so confidently take advantage of itself as the host? Is this justified? Is there any royal law for this? I'm really, really angry. Qilu covered his heart and suddenly felt out of breath. System, host, this system knows what you are thinking, so don't pretend to show it to this system. I don't know why, but the system's IQ seems to have suddenly improved a lot. Sure enough, when it comes to specific benefits, the IQ of this Urbi system will suddenly increase. No, you must give me back my share of the benefits. It's okay to pay half of it. No matter how much it is, there is no need to discuss it. Qilu was really angry. The blessing of the power of heaven and earth. When I hear this name, I feel that it is so powerful that it will explode. This Urbi system actually wants to take possession of it so confidently. It really doesn't regard itself as a human being. System, host, the blessing of the power of heaven and earth is really of nous to you. System, have you forgotten that you don't need to practice by yourself at all? Qilu was speechless when asked by the system for the first time. In this way, the blessing of the power of heaven and earth seems to be of nous to Qilu. The blessing of the power of heaven and earth sounds powerful, but its actual effect is to improve a person's qualifications, talents, and potential. Under the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, there will be no bottlenecks in cultivation. However, these things are of no use to Qilu. Qualifications, talents, potential, these things are worthless in front of the system. That's not okay. Even if it's useless, I can't give it to you for free. Either you exchange it for something of equal value, or you give it back to home. It doesn't matter even if it's useless. At least it will give you face when you say it out. However, Qilu felt that he still couldn't compromise. Otherwise, this two-stroke system will definitely go further next time. Therefore, under Qilu's firm tone, the atmosphere suddenly seemed very silent. System, host, half of the supply channels for class inheritance scrolls have been repaired. If there is the blessing of the power of heaven and earth, all of them can definitely be repaired. After waiting for a long time, this sentence came to my mind faintly. The system intends to exchange it for the purchase channel of class inheritance scrolls. However, Qilu's purchasing channel for class inheritance scrolls was originally Qilu's, so Qilu naturally couldn't accept it. No, it's still a little less. Please add more. Qilu said it very philistinnely. At this time, you have to be careful, otherwise the 2 billion system will definitely not accept the account. System, this time the difficulty of the hero-level trial space will be appropriately reduced. Make a deal. Qilu said immediately. If you want to complete this mission, you must pass the hero-level trial spacey in the trial room. Otherwise, if you keep borrowing the power of the system, I'm afraid those mission rewards won't be enough to return to the system. I want to complete this upgrade task. The hero-level trial space in the trial room must be passed. You know, this is a head-on confrontation with the Shadow Palace. Without hero-level strength, if he was involved in a battle that could burn the entire eastern wasteland, he might not even be able to make waves. However, if you have been borrowing the power of the system to complete the upgrade task, I'm afraid those mission rewards are not enough to return to the system. That's why Qi decided to gain hero-level power through the hero-level trial space. However, after the previous 3 nightmare experiences, Qi absolutely can't avoid the trial room. So the condition proposed by the system is just right. I hope that the hero-level trial space after lowering the difficulty will not be as nerve-wracking as the previous 3 times. Qi took a deep breath and thought silently. But even if you want to pass the hero-level trial space, you have to go at night. Although the number of customers in the store is less now, there are still several thousand people. Maybe after some time, this number will plummet to a few hundred people. Then it became dozens of people. In the end, they were probably just purchasers of weapons, armor, and elixirs. The chaos in the eastern wasteland must be stopped. Qi watched the last customer walk out of the store, then followed closely and closed the store door. Immediately afterwards, he came to the magic circle representing the trial room. Let's begin, hero-level trial space. After taking a few deep breaths, Qi resolutely stepped into the trial room. The magic circle suddenly emitted bright white light, swallowing Qi instantly. The trial space this time is different from the previous 3 times. There's no more that empty space. Instead, there is a small town that looks like a real place. After Qi came to this small town, his power was sealed and he became an ordinary person. The memory given by the trial space told Qi his current identity. A wandering doctor. This is the so-called traveling doctor. The doctor played by Qi came to this small town today and found that a very troublesome plague had appeared in this small town. At this time, the problem Qi faced was what should he do? To go or to stay? Mother, it's such a strange experience. Qi looked at the memories temporarily given to him by the trial space, as well as the medical skills that this doctor should have. Walking on the streets of the small town, my ears are filled with the sound of funeral mourning. What exactly is being tested in this trial? Qi was a little confused. Looking at the scene around him, for Qi, this is a real world. The plague took away the lives of the residents of this small town, leaving behind sad cries. Along the way, the roadsides were lined with white cloths for funerals. Paper money covered the entire street. Mr. Zhong, since I am a doctor, I should stay here and help the people in his town. Qi walked slowly, seeming to have some understanding in his heart. This trial mission is a bit like a role-playing game. In this small town, in the face of this plague, the doctor's medical skills seem not to be enough. That's why there was the original problem. It's time to leave here, continue traveling, and protect yourself wisely. It is better to stay here and risk being ruined due to failed treatment at any time to help these people. Qi walked in the town, listening to the crying coming from every house on the street. From time to time, people were covered with white cloth and carried out of the house. Even though it was just a trial, it was terrifyingly real. The sadness and silence that permeated the entire town cannot be faked. Even if what I do is just a drop in the bucket, I can still think of doing my own small part. Qi walked to the street, stood still, and then made a decision. The doctor identifies the medicinal materials, diagnoses the pulse and prescribes prescriptions. In the face of the plague, Qi, as a doctor, could only do his best to collect medicinal materials and then diagnose and treat patients. After all, it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. If you want to cure a disease, you only know how to cure it. Without medicinal materials, it is useless. However, even if Qi Lu wants to do good deeds, those drug dealers may not be willing to give away medicinal materials for free. In the process, Qi Lu received gratitude from the families of these patients. I have also been attacked and abused for my incompetence. But Qi Lu always followed his own heart, as a doctor. Treat diseases and save people. Go up the mountain to collect herbs during the day. Diagnose people's pulses and prescribe medicines at night. During this trial, Qi Li's cultivation was sealed, and his physical fitness was no more than that of a strong ordinary person. Less than 4 hours of rest per day. Diagnosing the pulse every night is exhausting. Coupled with the hard work of going up the mountain to collect herbs every day, Qi Li's body soon became unable to hold on. No matter what, this is just an ordinary world without powerful forces. The body of an ordinary person cannot withstand such a huge amount of wear and tear. But Qi Lu still did not give up his good deeds. Use your own meager strength to fight against this plague. During this period, whether it was gratitude and praise, or attack and slander, Qi Lu didn't care, he just did what he wanted to do. No regrets. This act of kindness went on for an unknown amount of time, and the plague seemed to gradually subside. The number of funerals has decreased a lot, and the sounds of mourning and music have also decreased a lot. But Qi Lu also became ill due to long-term fatigue and collapsed when sending away the last patient. The bodies of ordinary people are still too weak. Qi Lu leaned against the wall, and the scene in front of him became a little blurry. Recalling everything he had experienced in the past few days, Qi Lu seemed to have some clarity in his heart. There are all kinds of things in the world. In the face of death, human emotions seem to be presented in the most realistic way. Fear, sadness, despair, grief. The pain and sorrow of poor people, the struggle for power and profit of rich people. The joy after being cured, and the anger due to the doctor's helplessness. The emotions, anger, sorrow, and joy seem to be clearly revealed. So, is this trial over? The scene in front of me seemed to be getting blurry. Qi Lu breathed slowly and asked aloud in his mind. However, with a flash of white light, Qi Li's memory of the doctor was deleted, leaving only his feelings in that small town. Immediately afterwards, Qi Li's eyesight went dark. When he opened his eyes again, Qi Lu appeared in that familiar blank space without many good memories. However, this time there was no sound. After waiting for a long time, the system's voice sounded in Qi Li's mind. System, host, in fact, this trial mission should allow you to experience various aspects of life. You probably need to experience the lives of 30 or 40 more characters. System, host, this trial mission is supposed to allow you to experience various aspects of life. System, in addition to the task you have completed, you will probably need to experience the lives of 30 or 40 more characters. System, however, since this system promises you to reduce the difficulty of this trial, the subsequent experience levels will be deleted directly for you. Thank you so much. When Qi Lu heard this, the joy in his heart was beyond words. Fortunately, I got this condition from the system. Otherwise, if he experiences the lives of 30 or 40 characters again, Qi Lu's heart will collapse no more easily than the first 3 times. Just the life of a doctor almost made Qi Lu forget who he was. If this trial continues, Qi Lu is almost certain that there is more than a 90% chance that he will suffer from schizophrenia. This kind of condition must be obtained again before starting the trial next time. Qi Lu silently made a decision in his heart. Then he asked in his mind, System, since the hero-level trial mission has been completed, the reward that should be given to me should be given to me. System, of course, but this time, the store manager set will be distributed after the upgrade task is completed. System, Congratulations to the host for completing the hero-level trial. The hero seal has been issued. The hero-level skill, Psychic Shock, has been loaded. Psychic Shock, a skill that the host acquires by observing various aspects of life and tempering his character. Passive effect, strengthens the host's mental power and ignores all pressure. Active effect, erupting pressure that can directly shock the soul, with a high probability of weakening all attributes of the enemy, with a small probability of frightening the enemy so that it does not dare to fight the host, with a very small probability of directly shattering the enemy's soul, causing an instant death effect. The greater the difference in strength between the enemy and the host, the higher the probability that Psychic Shock will have negative effects. Instant death effect. Am I right? Does it really have this effect? Sheila stared at the description of mental shock and couldn't believe Heise's. What does the instant death effect mean? That is to ignore the opponent's strength and kill him instantly. Even if there is only a very small probability that it can be triggered, as long as it exists, there is a chance. After possessing this skill, Sheila can ignore any opponent. In the past, it was all installed by the system, but now it is really powerful. Moreover, Psychic Shock also has a passive effect, which can ignore all pressure. Although there was no pressure that could make Sheila feel uncomfortable in the past, but what if it would happen in the future? This passive effect ensures that you are prepared for any danger. It's a big profit this time. Sheila beamed with joy, becoming more and more satisfied with this heroic skill. Compared with the previous martial arts proficiency, magic proficiency, and God's perspective, the skill of Mind Shock is much stronger. It is indeed a skill that only heroes can obtain. However, since the trial tasks have been completed, why can't we leave the trial room? Chi Lele finished thinking about this problem. System, in view of the huge power of Mind Shock, the host is requested to become familiar with this skill in the trial space as soon as possible. Impressive? Chi Lu was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said nonchalantly. The skill of Mind Shock, just by looking at the skill description, you can tell that it is a powerful skill. Of course it is very powerful. I've been given all the skills, so what else do I need to be familiar with? Sheila looked confused. It already has an instant death effect, can it still be a small skill? System, host, the skill description is just for you to see. The power when releasing the Mind Shock can be freely adjusted based on one's own proficiency. I see. Sheila nodded in astonishment, indicating that he had learned the lesson. Because the active effect of Psychic Shock is not a cost-free skill. Therefore, through practice, you can freely control the power of the active effect of Mind Shock, as well as the target. After all, Psychic Shock is a range skill. If it is an indiscriminate large-scale attack and hurts one of your own people, it will be great fun. No wonder the system didn't let me out directly. Sheila touched his chin and felt that the system was quite thoughtful. System, so host, are you ready? Sheila moved his body and said, You're ready, let's start practicing. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of sparring dummies appeared in the trial space. It's just that the aura of these dummies varies from high to low, and they appear to be mixed. System, host, please control the power of Mind Shock accurately to deter the enemies in front of you. System, friendly reminder, if the power of Psychic Shock is too great and exceeds the enemy's ability to withstand it, an explosion will occur. What? Boom. The system hasn't finished speaking yet. Sheila couldn't wait to use his spiritual shock, and his surprised shouts were drowned in the huge explosion. Next time if you have something to say, can you say it all at once? Sheila came out of the resurrection point with a depressed look on his face. There was no problem with the trial mission this time, but when it came to Mito practice Psychic Shock, something went wrong. If nothing unexpected happened, Sheila dared to say that this time's practice was no easier than the previous 3 trials. Accurately controlling the power of psychic shock is much more difficult than accurately controlling one's own power. Especially for this kind of large-scale indiscriminate attack skill, it is even more difficult to accurately distinguish the enemy from one's own when it is released. After all, this is reality, not a game. There is no friendly setting. The probability of instant death is the same for every target that has been struck by psychic shock. So even if it is very hard, even if I have to be reborn again and my mentality will explode. Qi Lu could only grit his teeth and persist. And when Qila was wandering at the border between collapse and non-collapse, something happened in the hidden family's territorial space. Nalankang, I treat you well, why do you betray me? Nalankan clutched his chest and stumbled out a few steps. With trembling fingers, he pointed at Nalankang in front of him and asked in disbelief. Betrayal? No, I have never been yours. No, or rather, I am not from the Nalan family at all. Nalankang looked at Nalankan with a smile. Behind Nalankang, there was a man wearing night clothes and a black scarf covering his face. But this man's eyes were as red as blood. There was no trace of emotion in him, only boundless coldness. And the person who injured Nalankan was this man. Aren't you from the Nalan family? Then who are you? Nalan Kuan gasped and stared at Nalan Kong. I just felt a little tight in my chest, as if it was blocked by something. It doesn't hurt to tell you my origins. That is, the Shadow Palace. Nalankang slowly said the name. The smile on his face gradually turned cold. It's such a pity that the last engagement ceremony didn't succeed, and Yun Fanfei got involved instead. If Nalan Qingqi's power can be swallowed up by Yun Fanfei, then we don't have Ito ask the Shadow Palace to recruit people again. Nalankang said a little annoyed. Then he glanced at the man in black behind him. Anyone who can injure Nalankan must be a hero. And this man in black is one of the powerful heroes trained by the Shadow Palace. He is also one of the dead warriors belonging to the Shadow Palace. He has no name, only a codename, Shadow One. Being able to use hero-level powerhouses as dead soldiers, I am afraid that only the Shadow Palace in the entire Eastern Wasteland has such a strong power. Originally, in Nalankang's plan, Yun Fanfei was supposed to break through and become a hero. Then proceed with the next action. Unfortunately, what happened last time was really unexpected. Even if the power of the Yun family and the Nalan family were taken into account, the engagement ceremony was not carried out. Instead, the Yun family lost two powerful heroes. But that's fine too. Every time the power of the hidden family decreases, the difficulty of controlling the hidden family decreases. Shadow Palace, you are a pawn inserted by Shadow Palace. Nalan Kuan's eyes widened, his face full of shock. Although the reclusive family is far away from disputes, but not a single thing about the things in the eastern wilderness, what the hidden world family should know, will be missed. Nalan Kuan had naturally heard of the Shadow Palace, which was jointly suppressed by sect forces. But Nalankan never thought about it. The chess pieces of the Shadow Palace were actually placed in the Hidden World family. Moreover, the siege of the Shadow Palace happened after Nalankang entered the territory of the Hidden World family. At that time, Nalan Kong still had a foreign surname, but after he came to Nalan's house, he followed Nalan Kuan. But he didn't expect that this was a plan. No, the Shadow Palace was surrounded and suppressed by all the sects back then, how could it still exist? Nalankan couldn't accept this. Anyone who is betrayed by someone who has been with them since childhood would probably find it hard to believe. Nalankan, it's better for you to accept the truth as soon as possible. Being surrounded and suppressed by the sect is just the plan of the Shadow Palace. If it hadn't been for that, how could the Shadow Palace disappear from your eyes? Nalankang grinned and showed a contemptuous smile. You damn guy. Nalan Kuan roared angrily, his figure was like lightning, and he rushed towards Nalan Kong. Before, Nalan Kuan was unprepared and was injured by Ying Yi's sneak attack. However, even if he was injured, Nalankan was still a hero. If he wanted Tokal Nalankang, a master, it was just a matter of hands. Ying, just leave him alive. Nalankang took a step back with a sneer on his face. Ying stepped forward boldly, the fighting spirit in his body suddenly burst out, and he slapped Nalan Kuan. Boom boom. The air crackled. The power of the hero-level powerhouse burst out, spreading around like a storm. Blood sacrifice formation, open. Nalankang clapped his hands, and a strange power suddenly rose up. The power fluctuations that limited the two people's duel were limited to this room. I'm really sorry. Now, I can't let you remind others. Nalankang sneered and looked at Nalankan as if he was looking at a lifeless corpse. Cold and emotionless. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Nalankan's mouth. The blood sacrifice formation greatly improves the strength of the people in the Shadow Palace. Compared with Ying, Nalan Kuan, whose strength was already inferior, was even more knocked away by a palm. The terrifying fluctuations of fighting energy followed him like a shadow, invading Nalankan's body. Although the people in the Shadow Palace behave evilly, they are not tolerated by the world. But in terms of combat effectiveness, it is definitely stronger than most opponents of the same level. Unless they are fighting monsters like Lu Jingya. Or those who have strong fighting talents and have improved many attributes in Chila's shop. Or those guys who have been spending time in the combat power improvement training room, training like crazy. Otherwise, within the same level and realm, the people from the Shadow Palace are almost invincible. This is the power built up from the power of living beings. It has the power to harm Tianhe. Compared to the strength-enhancing products in Qi Li's shop, Shadow Palace methods are much more crude. Although the speed of increasing strength is much faster. But the side effects left behind are much stronger. Strength increases too quickly, resulting in unstable mood and bloodthirsty. Or it may have exhausted its potential, resulting in a loss of lifespan, or even directly transformed into the power of the blood sacrifice formation because it could not withstand the surge in power. These are all possible things. On the other hand, although the products in Chila's store are not improving very fast, but it is a gradual improvement. And there are absolutely no side effects. There might even be benefits. After all, in Qi Li's store, there are some products that are rare in the world, or even impossible to see at all. Moreover, after using those powerful skill books in the New World mode, the improvement of combat effectiveness is not just a little bit. In these aspects, the Shadow Palace is simply incomparable. However, these are other words. After all, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products, which is by no means an empty statement. But now, after seeing Nalan Kuan flying upside down, Ying immediately chased after him. Only by taking advantage of the situation to pursue can you completely suppress your opponent. As a dead soldier, Ying's fighting style is to be brave and not afraid of death. This is an extremely suppressive fighting style. Facing Nalan Kuan, whose strength was not as good as his own, Ying took this oppressive power to the extreme. Bang! After a few moves, the force was so powerful that the space was slightly distorted. But in the blood sacrifice formation, Nalan Kuan could only be suppressed by Ying. There was no way to fight back. What on earth do you want to do? There were bloodstains on the corners of Nalankan's mouth, and his body was covered in scars. We don't want to do anything, we just want to use the power of your territorial space. During the time Nalankang answered. Nalan Kuan was slapped on the chest by Ying again. His ribs were instantly shattered and pierced into his lungs. Ah! A mouthful of crimson visceral blood spat out from Nalankan's mouth. Then he stepped back and coughed violently. You lose. I don't want your life, but please hand over the family head token. Nalanking slowly walked up to Nalankin and looked down at Nalankin. The family head token is an item used to control the territorial space of the hidden family. For hidden families, one family. A total of 4 family head tokens are in the hands of the 4 family heads. You're dreaming. Nalankin coughed, and bits of blood foam were coughed out from his mouth. But after hearing Nalanking's words, Nalankin scolded him unceremoniously. If the Patriarch's token was obtained by the Shadow Palace, Nalankuan could not imagine what would happen. You are stubborn. It seems that it is impossible to save your life. Nalanking's eyes slowly lowered. Ing-yi, prepare to search for souls. Yes. Ing-yi lowered his head and responded. Nalanking has no intention of showing mercy to enemies who refuse to speak. Even if the person in front of him is someone he has followed for decades since he was a child. But for the sake of the Shadow Palace's plan, personal affairs are absolutely not allowed. You. Nalankuan wanted to say something more, but a dagger had already pierced Nalankuan's heart. The next words were stuck in Nalankin's throat and could no longer be uttered. The family leader's token. Nalanking sat aside, waiting for Ing-yi to find the family head token belonging to Nalankin. Dragon blood, the dragon clan's magic circle, and the hidden family's head token. And the power of the blood of those demi-human races. Also, the remains of the strong man buried in this desert. Nalanking saw Ing-yi holding a golden token in his hand, walked over, and stood up. Ing-yi coldly handed the family head token to Nalanking, and then stood behind Nalanking. As a dead soldier, Ing-yi only needs to carry out orders. As for other matters, it is enough to leave them to the person in charge of the plan. Let's go, leave here, and go to Zhenhuang City. Nalanking put away the family head token, then glanced at Nalankin, who was laying on the ground with an angry look on his face, turned around, and left Nalan's house without looking back. Once Nalankuan dies, the Nalan family will be in chaos. People from the other 3 hidden families would not sit idly by and ignore this kind of thing. Come on, everyone, come and take a share of this pie. The longer you fight, the more time you have left for me. Cloud Mist City, Chila's shop, trial room. Chilu was almost driven crazy by the sound of the explosion. From the precise use of the power of psychic shock at the beginning, to distinguishing between friends and foes, and then to the use of psychic shock to weaken the enemy's combat effectiveness in subsequent battles. Then there's the flexibility. After a series of training, if you miss once, it will be a loud noise. Chilu has long forgotten how many times he has been reborn. The attempt to reduce the difficulty of the trial mission does not seem to have any effect on this mind shock training. What should collapse will collapse. Fortunately, even during training, time in the trial room does not flow. Psychological shock. Chilu raised his eyes and used coercion to frighten the last enemy so much that he did not dare to move. A heavenly sound finally sounded. System. Congratulations to the host, you have completed this training and have initially mastered the use of psychic shock. Very good. After Chilu said this, he fell straight down. Using psychic shock does not consume a lot of mental energy. But the little things add up, plus the training day and night, the drain on mental energy is definitely no joke. The reason why Chilu can persist until now is because the system helps him recover his mental power from time to time. After all, the last level of training will take several hours to complete even if there are no mistakes. Such high-intensity use of mental power is almost impossible in ordinary battles. Because in the battles between strong men of the same level, most of them are trials, and what can really determine the outcome are those decisive attacks. Whoever reveals the flaw first, or whoever seizes the opponent's flaw first, is the decisive factor. As for those situations where strength is unequal, do you still need to test it? Just crush it directly. My head hurts so much. After being sent out of the trial room, Qi Lu lay on the ground covering his head, not wanting to move at all. Excessive mental energy consumption will bring extreme sleepiness. Dizziness and dizziness are minor problems. Qi Lu, why are you lying here? I came to the lobby on the first floor to stay up all night, so Yu Xuanxue, who wanted to get a bottle of black coffee, passed by. Suddenly he looked at Qi Lu in surprise. I'm thinking about something, and lying down helps broaden my mind. Qi Lu was still lying on the ground and said calmly. In fact, I just had a headache so bad that I didn't want to move. But in front of Yu Xuanxue, he still had to maintain his aloof image as a store manager. Yeah? Yu Xuanxue stared at Qi Lu suspiciously. Yes. Qi Li's answer was categorical and left no room for doubt. Okay, then, just keep lying down, I'll leave first. Yu Xuanxue smacked her lips, feeling that Qi Li's tone was a bit strange, making people. The cat felt a little scared when he heard it. It's better to take the first step to avoid being settled by the queen. Phew. You can be considered fooled. You still have to go back to the bedroom. Qi Lu sat up from the ground with some difficulty and leaned against the wall tiredly. Although physically, full of strength. But mentally, I was extremely weak. Heroic power cannot be fully unleashed if it is not controlled by strong enough mental power. The system kept Qi Lu in the trial space. While training to control the mental shock, it also strengthened Qi Li's mental power control. This temporary weakness will be cured by a night's rest. Fighting back the headache, I stumbled back to the bedroom. Qi Lu didn't even take a shower and fell asleep directly. As soon as I slept, the sky turned white. Qi Lu suddenly opened his eyes. Only after your mental strength is restored can you fully feel your own strength. Is this the power of a hero? It's so powerful that it's a bit unexpected. Qi Lu clenched his fist and carefully felt the power surging in his body. In the past, power was borrowed from the system. This gave Qi Lu a very unreal feeling. Although it is said that there will be certain benefits in experiencing the power beyond one's own realm earlier, conducive to better breakthroughs. But there is always a feeling of being unable to fully control a power that isn't your own. What's more, Qi Li's breakthrough didn't rely on himself. There is a chasm between the hero level and the master level. For ordinary people, if you want to make a breakthrough, qualifications, talent, and potential are all indispensable. But for Qi Lu, except when he was in the trial space, he felt a little uncomfortable. Breakthroughs are as simple as eating and drinking. In this case, I am qualified to participate in this battle. Heroic power. In this case, I am qualified to participate in this battle. Qi Lu took a deep breath. I just don't know what's going on over there in the moonlight forest. After becoming familiar with his own power, Qi Lu came to the bedroom window. His eyes looked into the distance. Moonlight forest. This forest is the main residence of the demi-human race in the eastern wasteland. Just like other races almost never go to human territory. In the Moonlight Forest, apart from the demi-human races and the monsters living in this forest, who are the indigenous people here. Basically, it's hard to see other races. Therefore, it is difficult for others to clearly know the terrain conditions in the Moonlight Forest. Bailey Fenghua brought the disciples of the Sword Control sect to the Moonlight Forest. Fortunately, Yu Shi'er led the way. Otherwise, you will have to get lost first when you come to Moonlight Forest. Let alone look for traces of the Shadow Palace. Master Bailey, this is the map of Moonlight Forest. After Yu Shi'er left the team alone, when she returned again, she had an extra parchment in her hand. It depicts a map that is not too complicated. The distribution of some subhuman tribes and some dangerous areas are marked. Thank you, Shi'er. Having this map really solves my urgent need. Bailey Fenghua was worried about not knowing what was going on in the Moonlight Forest. This map is a timely help. This high-level Warcraft forest is not like those low-level Warcraft forests where you can wander around at will. In the high-level monster forest, powerful monsters abound. Once you enter their territory, you may be considered an intruder and attacked. It would be pretty good if it were those Grandmaster-level monsters. But in the Moonlight Forest, there are also many heroic monsters. Bailey Fenghua didn't want to provoke those heroic monsters at this time. You're welcome, Master Bailey. This map was originally drawn by the best cartographer in our clan, and it should be the last one. Yu Shir shook her head and sighed. Yu Shio left the team just to return to the place where the Yueling Cat clan used to be. What was once prosperous has now turned into ruins. Shir, are you okay? Seeing that Yu Shir's face looked a little ugly, Bailey Fenghua asked immediately. It's okay, I'm just a little emotional. Yu Shir waved her hand, then pointed at the map and spoke aloud. Master Bailey, some of the markings on this map may no longer be there. If you want to go there, be sure to pay attention. These tribes, and these passages, may have been destroyed. Yu Shir clicked on several places on the map. These were the tribes that were destroyed when the wolf hunters started hunting. The Moon Spirit Cat clan is one of them. The other tribes pointed out by Yu Shir were only known to Yu Shir. Maybe there were other tribes that were destroyed, but Yu Shir didn't know about it. What happened? Why such a big change? Bailey Fenghua's fingers gently groped over the parchment roll. It can be felt that the texture of this parchment scroll is not that old. In other words, this map should have been drawn not long ago. Judging from the quality, it would only take a year or two at most to draw this map. But in such a short period of time, nearly half of the tribes that were singled out by Yu Shir were destroyed. It's incredible. You know, the strength of the demi-human tribe is not bad at all. Moreover, the strength gap between the various tribes is not too big. In this Moonlight Forest, it is not an easy task to destroy a demi-human tribe. Even those powerful forces would find it difficult to interfere with the situation in the Moonlight Forest. But unfortunately, nearly half of the tribe just disappeared. I don't know either. In fact, I only know that there are traces of the wolf hunters in it. Yu Shir didn't hide anything. But to be honest, Yu Shir also knew that it was impossible to wipe out so many tribes so easily with the strength of the wolf hunters alone. There is definitely an invisible black hand behind this. However, even so, the sins of the wolf hunters cannot be washed away. I see. Bailey Fenghua is such a smart person. Hearing this, he already knew why Yu Shir came to Moonlight Forest. Need any help? Being able to destroy so many tribes, the strength of the wolf hunter clan must not be underestimated. So Bailey Fenghua was also ready to help Yu Shir. No, thank you Master Bailey for your kindness. It's just that the store manager has given me power, so I want to avenge my people with my own hands. Yu Shir rejected Bailey Fenghua's kindness and said firmly. That's okay, but don't be too pushy. Store manager Chi asked me to keep an eye on you, so I have the responsibility to take you back. If there is any danger, feel free to contact me with your membership card. Seeing Yu Shir's firm tone, Bailey Fenghua knew that the matter was not negotiable. So I didn't give much advice. It is indeed better to complete the matter of revenge yourself by borrowing the help of others. I know, then Master Bailey, let's separate here. Yu Shir didn't refuse anymore. If you continue to refuse, it will be disrespectful. Take care. Bailey Fenghua nodded slightly, and then passed around the map in his hand. With a practitioner's memory, it is not difficult to memorize a map. After Yu Shir left the team, this map was the most crucial thing for finding the way. Therefore, all sword-controlling sect disciples who come to Moonlight Forest must memorize this map. Otherwise, getting lost in the Moonlight Forest would not be fun. Those powerful monsters can easily tear these sword-controlling sect disciples who have not fully grown up into pieces at any time. Yunwu City, Chila Shop. No matter how big something happens, as long as the store still exists, the store will continue to open. It's just that the number of customers now is getting smaller and smaller. Things are brewing in the Shadow Palace. Naturally, the matter of Ling Ao's return to the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city could not be hidden from Gu Pingchuan and the others. As for the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace, they, the hero-level powerhouses, would not hide it at all. We had already discussed this together. This time, the conspiracy affected the entire Donghuang. Gu Pingchuan and others cannot just sit idly by. Therefore, the three major colleges have become increasingly strict in controlling their respective students. You know, in Chila's shop, there are no idle hero-level strongmen at all. In fact, hero-level experts are rarely idle. After all, one can imagine how many resources are needed to cultivate a hero-level strongman. It is still too slow to rely solely on individual efforts to collect. Therefore, at this time, those heroic-level strong men must return to the forces to which they belong to sit in order to deal with this time of chaos in the eastern wasteland. So after Ling Ao, Gu Pingchuan and others also returned to their respective colleges to take charge. The entire Huangyuan Empire looked like a storm was about to come. Under such circumstances, the number of customers will naturally not be much greater. I really didn't expect that the influence of a Shadow Palace would be so great. Qi Lu is quite free now. But what this kind of leisure brings is a significant drop in turnover. Even Qi Lu doesn't mind this kind of thing. The system is going crazy. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, jingle-a-ling-a-ling. Just when Qi Lu was lying on the counter, staring blankly at the door of the store, the membership card reminder sounded. It's the voice of a private chat. Who would be looking for me at this time? Qi Lu perked up and took out his membership card. On the small window of the membership card is a private chat dialog box. It's Ling Ao. Fire Emperor, is there any new situation? Qi Lu asked immediately. The gathering of these little clues may be the key to completing this upgrade mission. I want to end this chaos in the eastern wasteland. Then the Shadow Palace must be uprooted. It's just that this is easy to say, but not easy to do. A sect that can lie dormant for decades. Even so far, it can be said that it is a sect that has no omissions. It's easier said than done to uproot it. There is indeed a new situation. Mr. Qi, you are indeed right, it is from the Hidden World family. There was a sense of urgency in the message sent by Ling Ao. Qi Lu had analyzed it with Ling Ao before. If the Shadow Palace wants to take over the eastern wasteland, it must start from three directions, Zhenhuang City, Moonlight Forest, and Dragon Ruins, and advance towards the center of the eastern wasteland. The source of Zhenhuang City's military strength must be from the Hidden World family. What exactly happened? Qi Lu was a little confused. Even if the general direction can be guessed, the specific process still needs to be investigated. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than speculation. The head of the Nailan family, Nailan Kuan, is dead, and the chief steward Nailan Kong is missing. Ling Ao quickly answered this question. Nailan Kang? Qi Lu frowned, feeling like he had grasped the key. I heard Nailan Qingqi say before that Nailan Kang is Nalankan's lackey, and he is loyal. Although there is some element of ridicule in it. But it is undeniable that Nailan Kong has been with Nailan Kuan since he was a child, and he can indeed be regarded as a confidant. However, if Nailan Kuan died, Nailan Kong disappeared. This shows what? Would someone who could defeat Nailan Kuan still care about a great steward? If there is any plot against the Nailan family, it is impossible to keep a big housekeeper, but Nailan Kuan will be kept as the head of the family. After all, Nailan Kang was given Nailan as his surname. But in essence, Nailan Kang is still an outsider. No matter how depraved the Nailan family is, it is impossible for an outsider to be the head of the family. Then it can only be the person who defeated Nailan Kuan who has other plans. Apart from this, is there anything missing from the Hidden World family? Apart from this, is there anything missing from the Hidden World family? Sheila thought of this and asked quickly. Nalankan's family head token is missing. Ling Ao thought for a long time before talking about this matter. In the eyes of the people of the hidden family, the patriarch's token is indeed a very important item. But in Ling Ao's view, it was nothing more than that. Because the family head token is only used to control the territory of the hidden family, it is not a very powerful treasure. So Ling Ao didn't expect this at first. Yes, that's it. Sheila knew something about the patriarch's token. Just when the information about the hidden family was collected for the system last time, it was mentioned in it. I understand, there is more than one chess piece placed by the Shadow Palace in the Hidden World family. Yun Fanfei is, and so is Nalan Kang. Qilu suddenly understood. Nalan Kuan is dead if Nalan Kang is missing. Then, there is only one possibility. Nalan Kang betrayed Nalankan. No, it should be said that Nalan Kang himself is not from the Nalan family. The master humiliates the servant and dies. If Nalan Kang was really loyal to Nalankan, then when Nalankan died, Nalan Kang should commit suicide and be buried. In this situation, we can only say that Nalan Kang is from the Shadow Palace. Because if you want to find a hero-level strongman who can kill Nalan Khan without alerting others, it must be a force like the Shadow Palace that doesn't know the depth at all. Damn it, I didn't notice it last time when I was in the Hidden World family. Qilu was a little annoyed. No wonder Nalan Kong tried so hard to bring Yun Fanfei and Nalan Kinka together. Everything is just to pave the way for the Shadow Palace. Manager Qi, you are saying that Nalan Kong is from the Shadow Palace, and Nalan Kuan was also killed by the Shadow Palace. Their purpose is to get the family head token? Ling Ao repeated Qi Li's views. Yes, I'm 100% sure. Qi Li sees it clearly and understands it very well. In the Eastern Wasteland, in addition to the Imperial forces and sect forces, the biggest threat to the Shadow Palace is the hidden family lurking in the dark. Even if the reclusive family cannot escape from the world. But the power possessed by the hidden family cannot be underestimated. Therefore, before eating up the resistance from the outside world, it is Thebia's choice for the hidden family to have internal strife. And Nalankan's death was a trigger. A bait for the hidden family to start a war. If the Nalan family is in chaos, the other three hidden families will definitely not sit idly by and ignore it. There are a total of 4 city-states in the territory of the hidden family. The territory under the jurisdiction of each city-state is extremely rich in resources. It's just that for a long time, the strength of the 4 hidden families has been at a balance point, so they can live in peace. But now that Nalan Kuan is down, the Nalan family will definitely be weak. Moreover, the Nalan family also lost the family head token and the power to control the hidden family's territorial space. It is impossible for the remaining 2 elders to withstand the offensive of the other 3 hidden families. At most, it can only protect the safety of Nalan Jishu and Anmoran. It's really scary to think about Anzi being able to lie dormant for so many years. Qilo couldn't help but let out a breath of turbidity. A person who gets along with him all day and night turns out to be a pawn inserted by other forces. Anyone who thinks about this kind of thing will feel cold in their backs. By the way, how is the situation in the Starry Empire now? Sheila suddenly remembered this question and asked aloud. Stubborn, they are still unwilling to accept assistance from the Huangyuan Empire. Speaking of this, Ling Ao became angry. The rebellion in Jinhuang City has almost reached the Imperial City, and the Xingyao Empire is still afraid of outsiders interfering. Is it really necessary to wait until the mountains and rivers of the Star Empire are shattered before others can pick up the ruins? If you don't accept it, then just guard Yashwiguan. Wait until the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire is in danger, and then send troops to invade the Xingyao Empire. Qi Le thought for a while and replied. The purpose of the Shadow Palace sending troops from Xinhuang City was never the Star Empire. As long as the Huangyuan Empire can hold on, it doesn't matter even if a mere Star Empire is given over to the Shadow Palace. The most important thing now is not to let the hidden family fall into civil strife. When Qi Le said this, his eyes were bright. As the chess piece of the Shadow Palace buried in the hidden family, Nalankang played the most critical role when the Shadow Palace fully exploded. Use strategies to contain the hidden family. The Hidden World family was unable to send out manpower to join forces with the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire to attack the rebellion in Huangqing. Only in this way can the war in Xinhuang City reach the Huangyuan Empire. In order to join forces with the power left in the Dragon Ruins by the Shadow Palace. Manager Qi, I know this, but we can't interfere in the affairs of the hidden family. How could Ling Ao not know about this? When Qi Le said that Nalankang was from the Shadow Palace, Ling Ao thought off this. However, the Hidden World family is the most special force in the Eastern Wasteland. If you reach out randomly, you will only be attacked by a group of people. It is true that outsiders cannot interfere in the affairs of the hidden family. But what if it's not an outsider? Qi Le smiled and slowly sent the message. Not an outsider? Ling Ao was a little confused. That's right, not an outsider. Leave this matter to me, Fire Emperor. Just be prepared to stop the rebellion in Xinhuang City. Qi Le went offline after sending this message. If it comes to the Nailan family, then who else is more suitable to solve this matter than Nailan Qingqi? What's more, Yun Chengfeng also leans towards Qi Li's side. As long as Nailan Qingqi controls the Nailan family, the hidden family will be able to stabilize. Things will be settled after that. Star Empire, Yaoguang City. This is one of the most important city-states in the Xingyao Empire. Guarding the main road leading to the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire, they were at arm's length with the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire, watching and helping each other. It can be said that if you want to capture the imperial city of the Star Empire, you must first capture the Yaoguang city. Therefore, the paladin also attached great importance to placing Rong Yuqua in Yaoguang city as a dragon general knight of the Star Empire. In the eyes of outsiders, Rong Yuqua is almost the successor of the Holy Knight. Although after being rescued by Zhongyun during the last trip to the ruins, Rong Yuqua fell silent and decided to retrain himself. But at this juncture, Rong Yuqua still accepted the order in the face-off danger and came to Yaoguang City. Face the upcoming Xinhuang City rebels. Rong Yuqua knew how dangerous this battle was, but this was the mission of a general. Most of the Xingyao Empire has been disrupted. This war can no longer spread to the imperial city. Rong Yuqua stood on the wall of Yaoguang City and looked into the distance. The rebellion in Xinhuang City started from the border and disrupted the entire Xingyao Empire. The most irritating thing is that these rebellions are not for the purpose of occupying a certain city-state, but simply to spread the flames of war to the entire Star Empire. It is said that in troubled times heroes emerge. Once the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire was in chaos, the entire Xingyao Empire lost control. After the flames of war, the feudal lords will inevitably separatist regimes. By that time, the Star Empire will cease to exist. Rong Yuqua understood this truth. He also knows the importance of Yaoguang City. Defending Yaoguang City means protecting the imperial city of Xingyao Empire. Sir, the troops of Yaoguang City have been assembled. The messenger came to the city wall and bowed to report to Rong Yuqua. How many people are left? Rong Yuqua asked with a calm face. According to the news from other city-states, after compilation, it can be inferred that the rebels in Xinhuang City are all elites. Even though there have been several battles before. But there are still more than 90,000 rebels left. This is definitely an amazing amount. 100,000 troops, starting from Xinhuang City, located in the far west of the border, spread across the entire Xingyao Empire. When they were about to attack Yaoguang City, there were still more than 90,000 riders left. Such powerful soldiers are not even found in the Star Empire. Even within the eastern wasteland, it is difficult to find a strong army that can match it. Even if a famous general like Rong Yuqua leads the army, it can only be suppressed in terms of numbers. After all, this gap in hard power cannot be made up by a sophisticated command. Sir, Yaoguang City has mobilized all the troops that can be mobilized in the surrounding area, a total of 200,000. The messenger answered. Now the rebellion in Xinhuang City is causing chaos everywhere in the Xingyao Empire, and everyone in the city-states is in danger. No one dared to transfer the city guards out. At this time, if you don't have any troops in your hands, wouldn't you be kidding yourself with your own life? Being able to recruit 200,000 troops is already an effort. 200,000. These guys always put their own interests first. If these rebellious people are not eliminated, how can they live in peace? Or, they want to take advantage of this moment to support their troops and respect themselves. When Rong Yuqua heard this, his tone was quite angry. But that's the way the human heart is. It is instinct in nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Even those monsters that have not yet developed their intelligence know how to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. What's more, these city lords have tasted the sweetness of power. Let everyone prepare, rebellion may come at any time, we must keep them here. These rebels will never be allowed to set foot in the imperial city of the Star Empire. He was angry, but after scolding him, Rong Yuqua calmly gave the order. Yes. The messenger took the order and retreated from the city wall. Returning to the school grounds, all soldiers were ordered to be prepared. It won't be too far before the battle in Yaoguang City begins. Because even though the rebels in Xinhuang City are all elites, their position is always within the Star Empire. If they are surrounded, it will be equally difficult to escape. So after disrupting the Xingyao Empire and making everyone in various city-states feel in danger, Yaoguang City is their next target. And it will definitely not waste any time, and it will be resolved quickly. Otherwise, the Xingyao Empire would be able to react with a mere 100,000 troops, which would not be enough. The veterans' control and speculation about the overall situation are all accumulated from experience. And the situation was just as Rong Yuqua expected. The very next day, the scouts from Yaoguang City reported the news. Not far outside the city, a large number of cavalry were spotted advancing, and the target was Yaoguang City. Well done. Rong Yuqua was sitting in the commander's house, analyzing the enemy situation, and his face suddenly lit up with joy when he heard this. Morale is something that cannot be delayed. As the saying goes, one can make great progress, then it will weaken, and 3 times it will be exhausted. This is the same for the soldiers guarding the city. To put it bluntly, you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no reason to guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If the rebellion in Xinhuang City really doesn't come for a few days, the morale in Yaoguang City will definitely drop again and again. Rebellion and rebellion make people panic. Soldiers are also human beings, and their hearts will also fluctuate when they hear this news. Therefore, Rong Yuqua hoped that the rebellion in Xinhuang City would come sooner. Let all the soldiers in Yaoguang City gather together. This time, we are ready to go out of the city to fight. Rong Yuqua said with burning eyes. Cavalry is not suitable for siege. Any general who knows a little bit about military use will know this kind of thing. Therefore, the rebels in Xinhuang City will definitely not use cavalry to attack Yaoguang City, otherwise they will only lose their troops in vain. And once they gave up the cavalry charge, When approaching Yaoguang City, the advantage of the cavalry no longer exists. To charge, that also requires a starting distance. No matter how good a war horse is, it is impossible to speed up instantly. Unless it's those powerful monsters. However, it is impossible for a powerful monster to be used as an ordinary mount. Not to mention that most warcraft are unruly and unsuitable for use as mounts. Even if it can tame monsters. But the ferocious aura exuded by the powerful monster is simply not something that ordinary war horses can withstand. Putting it into an ordinary battle formation will only disturb the war horses. Since there is no cavalry charge, Rong Yukwa feels that defending in Yaoguang City will only waste the advantage of one's own strength. Because when facing an enemy with a powerful team of magicians, the city wall does not bring much advantage. Unless there is a magic circle carved on the city wall that can defend against magic attacks. However, even though Yaoguang City is wealthy, it is not so generous as to carve a defensive magic circle on the city wall. In that case, the number of magic cores that need to be consumed is an astronomical number. After all, the city-state is not the mountain gate of the sect. There are so many city-states in the entire Xingyao Empire. If we really want to set up magic circles on the walls of every city-state, we may not be able to do it even if we exhaust the treasury of the Xingyao Empire. Yes, I understand. The scout took the order, turned around and left the commander's mansion. After the scouts left, Rong Yukwa also stood up from his chair. Come here, put on my armor for me. Outside Yaoguang City, there was originally a plain. But now, on this plain, there are more than 90,000 horsemen, so vast that the smoke and dust raised up cover the sky and the sun. Among them, the black armor and the white armor are clearly distinct, like two unstoppable torrents. Flags covered the sky, and the sound of horse hooves shocked the sky. It's really powerful. Ying Luo, wearing armor and riding a horse, followed this torrent. Leading by example is the best way for a coach to inspire morale. Ahead is Yaoguang City. By capturing Yaoguang City, we can directly reach the imperial city of Staryao Empire. When the time comes, I can also use this credit to exchange for a hero-level trial crystal. Ying Luo looked at the vague outline of the city-state in front of him. It's like a person who is about to starve to death and sees a large table of delicious food. His eyes were filled with desire. Although Ying Luo is a chess piece placed by the Shadow Palace in Jinhuang City, in the plan, it is used to contain the Xingyao Empire and attack the important position of the Huangyuan Empire. But in terms of strength, it is only at the Grandmaster level. Because for a powerful hero, no force is willing to be a city lord in a border city-state. At the very least, keep it under your nose. Otherwise, suspicion and suspicion alone would be enough to create discord. The paladin and the white-clothed high priest are restrained by the strong men of the Shadow Palace. Now I just need to go all out to win the Yaoguang City. Ying Luo's eyes scanned the soldiers around him. A surge of pride suddenly surged into my heart. Yaoguang City is approaching, let the magicians prepare. As long as you are preparing to attack a city-state, it is impossible not to bring a magician with you. Earth magic is definitely a big help when attacking a city. Yaoguang City is getting closer. The speed of the war horse also began to slow down. What the cavalry needs is high-speed mobility. Most of the time, the siege is a tug-of-war, and the cavalry is particularly useless at this time. Unless the cavalry charges and breaks into the city when the city is broken. 15,000 riders are left behind and are on standby here. The rest of them all dismount, follow the magician team, and prepare to attack Yaoguang City. Ying Luo ordered in an orderly manner. The more than 90,000 horsemen who followed him did not hesitate for a moment and immediately took action. A large number of war horses remained in place. Except for the 15,000 horsemen who stayed in place, the others were fully armed and ready to go. Here, it is very close to Yaoguang City. For a practitioner's physical strength, it only takes a quarter of an hour to get close to the past. The infantry went first, followed by the magic circle team. "Let's go and attack." Ing Luo rode on his war horse and shouted orders. The voice mixed with fighting spirit reached everyone's ears with emotion. The black-armored soldiers were in front, and the white-armored soldiers were behind, and they immediately attacked Yaoguang City. At this moment, Rong Yuqua also put on his battle armor and came to the city wall. The rise and fall of Yaoguang City depends on this battle. Ask the magician to add magic shield to the forward soldiers. Let the magician be ready to defeat the enemy's siege magic and protect the safety of the city wall. Let the forward soldiers. Several order soldiers stood beside Rong Yuqua, passing on the orders one by one. Everyone is ready. Outside the city, the sound of attack finally sounded. The enemy's figure appeared in everyone's sight, and the darkness was like a black cloud, oppressing them. Flags cover the sky. But it wasn't noisy, just a somewhat heart-stopping neatness, and a kind of power brought by the battle formation. It was indeed a strong force, even when attacking, there was no trace of confusion. Let the magician conduct a test. Rong Yuqua ordered in a cold voice. Looking at this powerful army, Rong Yuqua also had a dignified look in his. For a team with a large enough number, discipline and combat effectiveness are always directly proportional. The magicians guarding the city moved quickly. Perhaps the power of a magician will not have any effect on these tens of thousands of troops. But generally speaking, magicians will account for 1/10 of a normally configured military force. Yaoguang City has 200,000 troops. The number of magicians is nearly 20,000. As soon as the order came, fireballs, ice picks, wind blades, stones, etc. filled the sky. It smashed towards the attacking enemy troops. However, Inglua's command was also not slow. As soon as these tentative magics appeared, a nearly transparent magic shield opened over all the soldiers. Those low-level magics hit this magic shield, making it crumbling. But there has never been a half-split mark. The response is not slow. Rong Yuqua stood on the city wall and could see clearly. The release of this magic shield was only a temporary decision. Otherwise, the real magic shield would not be so fragile. Unfortunately, the tentative magic power is also not very powerful, and it does not pose much of a threat to this fragile magic shield. Make. Boom. However, at this moment, Rong Yuqua had not yet reacted. A violent vibration came over. The powerful fluctuations in magic power caused countless cracks to appear on the ground outside Yaoguang City. It also affected the walls of Yaoguang City. Small cracks spread on the city wall. This. Rong Yuqua looked at the ground that was completely changed in an instant, his face full of shock. But soon, Rong Yuqua understood the purpose of this move. Destroy the magic circle that may be arranged outside Yaoguang City. Before the magic circle is opened, the magic core is just placed in various directions of the magic circle, and then connected to each other through magic power. And such a strong vibration that even the earth was shattered. If a magic circle is really deployed, it will be impossible to hold on until it is activated. Sure enough, he is a strong soldier who has been on the battlefield for a long time, and he still has such a method. Magic that can create such a big movement must require a lot of magic power. This kind of magic, which is not intended to hurt people, can easily become a waste of magic power when used in such a war. But Ing Luo's control of distance is extremely subtle. In addition to destroying the possible magic circle, it also affected the city wall. Damn it, they came here with the purpose of destroying the city wall in the first place. Rong Yuqua cursed angrily, and then waved his hand. Open the city gate and fight head-on. Since the enemy gave up the cavalry charge in order to attack the city. Then Rong Yuqua would not be polite. Turning the defenders into attackers was Rong Yuqua's specialty. Kaka. The noose of the city gate made a mechanical sound. The tall and wide city gate was quickly opened by the soldiers who had been prepared. Charge! Charge! The cavalry waiting in front of the city gate were waiting for this moment. Nearly 100,000 cavalrymen let out a roar that echoed throughout the sky. The sound of horse hooves was like drums, trampling on the ground, making the earth tremble slightly. The soldiers of Yaoguang City rushed out with full enthusiasm. There was no fear on their faces, but only fighting spirit. When infantry faces cavalry, they always have the upper hand. Unless it is a spear battle formation that has been prepared in advance. Otherwise, facing the charge of the cavalry, the infantry will only be defeated. Let me see how you handle it this time. Rong Yuqua stood on the city wall, looking at the rebellion in Zhenhuang City, and sneered to himself. The change from defense to offense is definitely a sudden change for most people. If you fail to react in time, it is not surprising that the situation can reverse in an instant. However, how could Ying Luo be an ordinary person? Defense turns into offense. The defender of Yaoguang City is quite interesting. Ying Luo narrowed his eyes. However, you underestimate us, the warriors of the Shadow Palace. Ying Luo looked at Yaoguang City with cold eyes, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you defend the city honestly and don't leave, you might be able to survive for a few more days. However, since you want to come out, I will teach you. What exactly is the confidence of the Shadow Palace? A cold snort followed the order. Mist of life. Ying Luo waved his hand, and with the help of Do Qi, the voice of the order quickly reached the ears of every soldier. The black-armored warrior who rushed forward immediately drew out his dagger and made a gash on his wrist. In an instant, strange lines appeared on the wound. The blood spilled to the ground, but was not absorbed by the ground. Instead, waves of strange mist rose. This is a secret technique possessed by warriors, trained by the Shadow Palace. It consumes their own vitality, and releases a weakened version of the mist off life. When facing the enemy, there is no disadvantage. And this is also the most terrifying place in the Shadow Palace. The warriors they trained were almost all dead soldiers. For the plan of the Shadow Palace, he will do whatever it takes, even giving up his own life. The cavalry, charging out of Yaoguang City, soon collided with the black-armored warriors from the Shadow Palace. Originally, it was supposed to be a crushing situation. But here, it's completely reversed. The weakened version of the fog of life may not pose a threat to the heroic level. But its attributes of devouring fighting spirit and magic power remain unchanged. When a war horse is invaded by the mist of life, its physical strength will drain away rapidly. Those cavalrymen could not play any role at all, and fell off their horses, duetto the fog of life. Once the momentum of rushing into battle disappears. Facing the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace who were in the mist off life, the soldiers of Yaoguang City had no chance of winning. Moreover, every opponent killed by the black-armored warrior in the mist off life will be transformed into the power of the mist of life, and then added Toph black-armored warrior. Fight to feed war, the more you fight, the braver you become. How can this be? Seeing this scene, Rong Yuqua's expression gradually turned into shock. There was a chill behind his back, reaching to the bottom of his heart. Sir, what should we do now? The messenger next to him asked with some trepidation. Rong Yuqua was speechless for a moment. This is really a mistake, and you will lose every step of the way. Rong Yuqua had no idea that these rebels in the desolate city would have such means. Can regard the cavalry's charge as nothing. Facing this kind of enemy, how long can the remaining 100,000 troops in Yaoguang City resist? Bring me my weapons and my mount. Rong Yuqua thought of this and knew that the chance of winning this battle was extremely slim. but Rong Yukwa, who was given an important task by the paladin and was ordered to do so in a critical situation, could not leave Yaoguang City. Sir, this. The messenger also wanted to dissuade him. Because Rong Yukwa needs to stay here to direct the battle, it is not suitable to go into battle in person. There is no need to advise you on this matter. Prepare to evacuate the residents of Yaoguang City. In addition, prepare to send a message to the imperial city of the Star Glory Empire. Winning or losing, it probably won't take long to decide. Rong Yukwa shook his head, his eyes firm. There is honor in death, no shame in life. When the ordering soldier saw it, he knew that he could not persuade him, so took the order and asked someone to fetch Rong Yukwa's weapons and mounts. A halberd nearly 3 meters long. This is the result of Rong Yukwa's diligent cultivation after he fell silent. The long halberd combines most of the advantages of long weapons, and also integrates most of the uses of long weapons. It is powerful and light, which is suitable for Rong Yukwa to use. There is also the dragon-blooded horse that has been accompanying Rong Yukwa in his battles. When he was brought here, the dragon-blooded BMW just looked at Rong Yukwa and snorted suddenly. He probably guessed his master's thoughts. But the dragon-blooded BMW showed no fear at all. After fighting together with Rong Yukwa for so many years, Dragon Blood BMW seen more battles than most soldiers. Everything has spirituality. This is especially true for dragon-blooded BMWs, a strange beast with a trace of dragon blood. So even if Rong Yukwa was going to face this near-death battle, Dragon Blood BMW would be happy to accompany him. This battle may be the last time we fight together. Are you afraid? Rong Yukwa raised his halberd and gently stroked the mane of the dragon blood horse with his other hand. The dragon-blooded BMW snorted and lowered his head slightly. It seems that he is asking Rong Yukwa to mount his horse. Okay, you are worthy of being my partner in many battles. Come on. Rong Yu's broad chest suddenly filled with pride, he pulled the reins and turned on his horse. The dragon-blooded horse immediately walked towards the outside of Yaoguang City. The 100,000 infantrymen who stayed in Yaoguang City had already been prepared and on standby at the city gate. Even if you face an enemy that is difficult to defeat, you will not take a step back. Sirs, behind you are the tens of thousands of residents in Yaoguang City. There may be your friends, your relatives, and your lovers here, so we can't retreat. Behind Yaoguang City is the imperial city of the Star Empire, which is also our pride. So we can't retreat. Rong Yukwa rode a dragon-blooded horse and arrived in front of the infantry formation, shouting loudly to boost morale. 100,000 fully armed infantry, holding weapons and ready to go, held their heads high and looked at Rong Yukwa. There were no shouts of agreement, but only higher morale. Brothers, I'm glad to fight alongside you. Rong Yukwa took a deep breath and suddenly raised his halberd. The Star Empire is mighty. A loud shout made all the soldiers in Yaoguang City raise their weapons. The Star Empire is mighty. Attack. Rong Yukwa held the reins tightly, rode a dragon-blooded horse, and rushed out of Yaoguang City at the lead, facing the black-armored warriors who were attacking Yaoguang City. 100,000 infantry followed closely behind. The steps are neat and the armors clash. Like bursts of solemn war songs, chanted in front of the formation. Isn't that a great honor? I didn't expect that the coach of Yaoguang City would go into battle himself. Ying Luo half-squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of Yaoguang City. The coach goes into battle not to boost morale, but to destroy the enemy. That is burning the boat. It seems that Yaoguang City's troops are almost used up. Give the order and ask the 15,000 cavalry who are staying behind to be ready. When the infantry are 300 steps closer to Yaoguang City, I'll start charging. I want to take down Yaoguang City in one fell swoop. Ying Luo gave an order, and the 15,000 cavalrymen immediately began to regulate their breathing, lowered their bodies, and prepared to charge. The black-armored warriors in front of the formation also accelerated their attack. Soon, they collided with Rong Yukwa riding a dragon-blooded BMW. The full version of the fog of life can indeed corrode the fighting spirit and magic power of heroic heroes. The real fog of life can indeed corrode the fighting spirit and magic power of heroic heroes. But those who can release the complete version of the mist of life are also hero-level powerhouses. But this weakened version of the mist of life is only released by professional class practitioners. Although it is very useful for practitioners who are not strong enough. But facing a master-level peak powerhouse like Shang Rong Yukwa, it is not enough. Even the dragon-blooded BMW, this weakened version of the mist of life cannot corrode. Bang! He waved his halberd, matching Rong Yukwa's natural divine power. The dozen or so black-armored warriors who were standing in front of Rong Yukwa were all thrown away. This caused the unstoppable attack of the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace to pause slightly. Rong Yukwa went into battle like a sharp knife, pierced into the enemy's line. The infantry following Rong Yukwa also rushed in. However, the weakened version of the fog of life that was ineffective against Rong Yukwa was very effective against these infantry. In the battle formation, unless you are a hero-level expert. Otherwise, personal bravery is meaningless. No matter how strong a master-level person is, there will be times when he is exhausted. Most of the cavalrymen who had gone out of the city to meet the enemy had already suffered casualties. And now, the infantry who followed Rong Yukwa out of the city to fight began to suffer casualties. And this number is still increasing. The mist of life gives the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace the capital to become more courageous as they fight. But the soldiers of Yaoguang City could not. Except for a few master-level peak experts, no one else can resist the erosion of the mist of life. But those who are stronger can persist longer. People with weaker strength can only persist for a shorter period of time. Morale is important. But sometimes, hard power is more important. Rong Yukwa charged in the formation, but slowly, the infantry following him fell. The cavalry gradually fell into the battle formation. The enemy's blood mixed with his own blood, staining Rong Yukwa's armor and dyeing the dragon's blood-red horse. Ah! Fall them all! Rong Yukwa was running rampant among the black-armored warriors, and he had long forgotten how many enemies fell under his hands. Maybe a few thousand, maybe tens of thousands. But Rong Yukwa only knew that as long as he still had physical strength, he would not stop charging. As long as he is alive, he will not let the enemy step into Yaoguang City. He is indeed a rare warrior. But it's a pity that it can't be used by my Shadow Palace. Ying Luo rode a war horse and observed the situation from the rear of the battlefield. Also noticed Rong Yukwa's battle. Sir, do you need your subordinates to take action? A guard following Ying Luo noticed Ying Luo's eyes and immediately asked. Ying Luo, as the secret agent placed by the Shadow Palace in Jinhuang City, is in charge of the task of containing the Xingyao Empire this time. After the war begins, Ying Luo will naturally be protected by the strong men of the Shadow Palace. And this guard is one of them. No need, I just want to see how long he can last. Ying Luo shook his head slightly, his eyes cold. The black-armored warriors had already approached within 300 steps of Yaoguang City, and the 15,000 cavalry remaining behind the formation also began to charge. The sound of horse hooves sounds like a tragic war song. The soldiers of Yaoguang City, who were caught in the battle formation of the black-armored warriors, were all wiped out by the cavalry charge. The soldiers of Yaoguang City, who fought with the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace, were all wiped out by the cavalry charge. Only Rong Yukwa was left trapped in the battle formation. Like a trapped beast, guarding the last bit of dignity. Ho ho! The rapid loss of physical strength made Rong Yukwa try his best every time he swung his halberd. Although the master-level powerhouses are strong, they are not completely reborn like the hero-level powerhouses. Falling into a battle formation is doomed to lead Rong Yukwa to an end. There was not a single spot on Rong Yukwa's armor or body that was not scarred. The dragon blood BMW was also scarred. But Rong Yukwa still persisted. It will never stop until the last bit of strength is exhausted. This kind of bravery made even the black-armored warriors of the Shadow Palace feel a little scared. "Come again, why are you retreating?" Rong Yukwa roared, his breathing sound like a broken bellows. The arm holding the halberd tightly began to tremble slightly. This is a sign of impending exhaustion. The dragon-blooded BMW also stopped running and started panting heavily. But at this time, those black-armored warriors from the Shadow Palace just surrounded Rong Yukwa and stopped attacking. "You are afraid." Rong Yukwa spoke intermittently, and severe pain began to appear in his chest due to the loss of strength. He is exhausted, prepared to take down Yaoguang City. When Ying Luo saw this, his eyes dropped. Even though Rong Yukwa's ending is already doomed. But it is undeniable that Rong Yukwa is indeed a warrior worthy of respect. "Bring me my bow." Ying Luo suddenly spoke up. The guards following Ying Luo immediately took the order and took Ying Luo's long bow over. This is an extremely gorgeous long bow. The bow body is polished from the leg bones of a master-level peak monster. The bowstring is made from the hamstrings of several master-level peak monsters. Respectable warrior, let us say goodbye forever. Ying Luo took a feathered arrow from the guard beside him, using a magic korea as an arrowhead. On the bowstring. "Come on, as long as I, Rong Yukwa, am still standing here, you can't go any further." Rong Yukwa took a deep breath, endured the severe pain in his chest, and roared angrily. The scars all over his body were because the fighting spirit in Rong Yukwa's body was no longer enough to form a body-protecting fighting spirit. Wounds large and small, blood flowing continuously. These things will continue to take away Rong Yukwa's physical strength. If you persist until now, you are already at the end of your strength. However, even so, no one of the black-armored warriors from the Shadow Palace dared to step forward and fight Rong Yukwa. With his own strength, he can hold back thousands of troops. Probably because of a belief. Whoosh! At this moment, a black shadow flashed past like lightning. Then it turned into a feather arrow, pierced Rong Yukwa's heart, and penetrated Rong Yukwa's heart. Puff! Blood overflowed uncontrollably from Rong Yukwa's mouth. Feather arrows made of magic cores are blessed with armor-piercing magic and explosive magic. When it pierced Rong Yukwa's heart, it also took away Rong Yukwa's last bit of vitality. Damn it, I seem to be outclassed by that guy again. Rong Yukwa's eyes gradually became distracted. At this moment, Rong Yukwa was thinking of Ling Xiao, who had fought with him before. Ling Xiao also held the same belief as Rong Yukwa. In order to protect Yashuiguan and the Huangyuan Empire, he risked his own life. However, Ling Xiao succeeded. And Rong Yukwa probably failed. Xingyao Empire, what a pity, I may not be able to protect you anymore. Rong Yukwa's consciousness also began to gradually dissipate. The body was carried away from the dragon-blooded horse by the remaining force of the feather arrow. It hit the ground hard. The dragon-blooded BMW also seemed to feel the loss of its owner's vitality. After Rong Yukwa closed his eyes, he suddenly let out a mournful cry. Then he knelt down next to Rong Yukwa and shattered his heart. After seeing this scene, Ying Luo's face became even more solemn. Come, take him with his horse. A generous burial. Ying Luo handed the long bow to the guard beside him, and then shouted the order. Yunwu City, Chila Shop. There have been fewer and fewer customers recently. This made Qi Lu depressed, but also a little happy. After all, having fewer customers makes it easier for me to be lazy. But the anger of the system is obvious. System, it's useless for you to complain to me, and it's useless to get angry at me. There's no rush to uproot the Shadow Palace. Qi Lu comforted the system in his mind. Qi Lu also wanted to directly gather the people in the Shadow Palace together and then catch them all in one fell swoop. Then the upgrade task can be completed on the spot. But this is impossible. Now, just the power of the Shadow Palace has surfaced in 3 places: Huangshan City, Moonlight Forest, and Dragon Ruins. As for the power behind the scenes, I don't know how much power there is. As for the affairs of the Hidden World family, Qi Lu has already told Mainland Qinchi tactfully. Regarding the matter of the Shadow Palace, because the sword-controlling sect was attacked last time, and Fei Xue is from the sword-controlling sect. Therefore, the people in Lanya's team still know better than others. So after Qi Lu said that the Hidden World family was instigated by people from the Shadow Palace, Mainland Kuan died, and the Hidden World family was about to be in chaos. Mainland Qinchi agreed to the matter without hesitation. In fact, after Mainland Kuan fell, the only thing missing from the Mainland family was a person who could take charge of the overall situation. The 2 elders of the Mainland family are not qualified to take on this important task. One is because of lack of strength. The second reason is lack of prestige. If the 2 elders rashly assume the position, I am afraid that many people in the Mainland family will not be convinced. Moreover, the qualifications and strength of these 2 elders are not far apart, they are both in the middle. When one of them takes over, I'm afraid the first person to be dissatisfied will be the other one. So the matter was shelved. But Mainland Qinchi is different. First of all, there is no one with the same qualifications as Mainland Qinchi in the Mainland family. Even though Mainland Qinchi is only a sideline, he is still a member of the Mainland family, and others have no right to gossip. Secondly, although Mainland Qinchi is not strong in itself, but the power that supports Mainland Qinchi can make everyone in the Mainland family tremble. Lan Zier and Xing Lian can be regarded as a hero-level junior powerhouse. Lanya's Red Lion is a real heroic beast. And Qi Lu, who only made one move and shocked everyone present, killing 2 heroic-level warriors instantly with one move. This scene alone gave everyone present from the Mainland family and the Yun family nightmares for a long time after they returned home. And now that I think about it, it still makes people a little scared. What's more, Mainland Qinchi also has the support of Yun Qingfeng. Just kidding, I took Qi Li's stand-in doll. If Yun Qingfeng dared not to do anything, then Qi Lu would definitely take the stand-in back with his own hands. After doing the math, they are 4 powerful heroes. This number, even if Mainland Kuan is still there, is more than all the hero-level powerhouses in the Mainland family. With the support of such strength, it's a joke to say that a non-hero level strong person cannot become the head of the family. Furthermore, Mainland Qinchi inherited the power of the Ice Queen. The only difference between it and the hero level is a piece of hero leveltrial crystal. Therefore, this task belongs to Mainland Qinchi. And it's not difficult. This is something Nalan Kang probably didn't expect. Because without the variable Mainland Qinchi, no one in the Mainland family would be able to take charge of the overall situation. The hidden family will undoubtedly be in chaos. Unfortunately, sometimes plans can't keep up with changes. And Qi Lu is the most critical point. Now the hidden family's affairs have been settled. As long as Mainland Qinchi can control the Mainland family, then the Hidden World family can mobilize its power to attack the rebellion in Huangqing from the other side of the desert with the Huangyuan Empire. Qi Lu was thinking while drinking Sprite. The cool feeling always makes the mind clearer. Ding-a-ling-a-ling, jingle-a-ling-a-ling. Fire Emperor, what's going on? Qi Lu glanced at the membership card placed on the counter, and then accepted the private chat invitation. The Xingyao Empire sent a messenger and is willing to join forces with the Huangyuan Empire. Ling Aoyan said concisely and comprehensively. Why did you suddenly change your mind? What happened? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. To be honest, even the power that the Shadow Palace placed in Zhenhuang City could reach the imperial city of the Star Empire. The paladins and white-clothed high priests guarding there are not just decorations. 2 heroic-level men faced a mere 100,000 troops. That just takes more time. However, it is not that simple to allow other forces to intervene in the Xingyao Empire. This is tantamount to giving up complete control of one's own power. There is news that Yaoguang City was lost and Rong Yuqua died in the battle. The paladin started to go crazy. He rejected all opinions in the meeting hall and accepted the aid of the Aragen Empire. The high priest in white is a good old man. If the paladin goes crazy, he will not go crazy, so he just acquiesces. Ling Ao explained briefly. Rong Yuqua died in battle? Qi Lu was a little confused. Although Rong Yuqua is considered a famous general in the eyes of most forces. But Qi Lu really didn't know him. He is the intended successor of the Holy Knight. If the Star Glory Empire can obtain a hero-level trial crystal, the first choice should be Rong Yuqua. Ling Ao was silent for a moment, obviously not expecting that Qi Lu didn't have a know about Rong Yuqua. But then I thought about it and felt relieved. It is normal for a worldly expert like Qi Lu to not know these people. After all, Qi Lu is just an idle cultivator, and he is also an extremely powerful cultivator. Those big and small forces will remember these famous practitioners in order to prevent them from accidentally offending them and causing trouble for themselves. But for Qi Lu, there is no one he cannot offend. Such a thing can happen. If such a thing happened, then he deserved his death. When Qi Lu said this, there was no emotion involved, it was just a simple comment. But what he said was true. As Ling Ao said, Rong Yuqua can be regarded as the successor of the Holy Knight, and his loyalty to the Star Empire is naturally not bad. He died in this battle, probably to protect the Xingyao Empire. However, Rong Yuqua's strength alone is not enough to defend Yaoguang City. And if there was no matter of glory and wealth, the Xingyao Empire would not accept the aid of the Huanyuan Empire. Then until it was completely occupied by the Shadow Palace. Therefore, in the final analysis, Rong Yuqua sacrificed his own life in exchange for the continuation of the Xingyao Empire. However, the result is not very good. But haven't the paladin and the white-robed high priest taken action? Qi Lu thought about this and asked again. Manager Qi, do you think the paladin doesn't want to take action? Hearing this, Ling Ao smiled bitterly. Then he continued, besides the imperial city of the Star Empire, there are hero-level experts watching. If my prediction is correct, he should be a hero-level powerhouse from the Shadow Palace. These words made Qi Lu frown. At this time, the Shadow Palace was able to allocate manpower to contain the paladins and white-clothed high priests guarding the imperial city of the Star Glory Empire. Then the power of the Shadow Palace is a little too strong. No, that's not right. Qi Lu felt that he had thought wrong again. Then he asked, Fire Emperor, you said that there are hero-level strong men from the Shadow Palace in the imperial city of the Star Glory Empire, but do you think there are any in the Huanyuan Empire? That's not true. Ling Ao quickly answered this question. After a short pause, he continued, Actually, the 2 auras hidden outside the imperial city of the Starry Star Empire were told to me by Senior 10,000 Years Black Turtle. The 10,000 Years Black Turtle, oh, I remembered it. Hearing this, Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Previously in the ruins, the 10,000 Years Black Turtle wanted to come to store with Qi Lu. But he was fooled by Qi Lu and gave it to Ling Shao. Presumably by this time, the 10,000 years black turtle had already been staying in the imperial city of the Huanyuan Empire for quite some time. The 10,000 years black turtle's original strength had already reached the peak of hero level. Later, he absorbed the essence and blood of the dragon. His current strength must be at the level of a half-powerful person. However, due to the exhaustion of Dong Huang's luck, it may not be an easy task for the 10,000 years black turtle to be promoted to the strong level. But even so, the 10,000-year black turtle is an ancient beast. Compared to Ling Ao, his strength is only higher than that of Ling Ao. When it comes to perception, it is several times stronger than Ling Ao. In this way, the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city would be safe. After all, there is probably no strong man who can defeat the 10,000 years black turtle in the eastern wasteland. I almost forgot, there is a 10,000-year black turtle sitting in the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city. No wonder you dare to release your manpower to support the Xingyao Empire. Qi Lu said somewhat suddenly. Because if you really want to count, the only person who can sit in the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city is the Fire Emperor Ling Ao, a hero-level powerhouse. Gu Pingchuan's identity is the dean of Brilliant College. It's just that the Brilliant Academy is within the territory of the Huanyuan Empire, and the two are both prosperous and destructive. That's why when people mention Gu Pingchuan, they will be called the Dharma god of the Huanyuan Empire. But at this time, Gu Pingchuan should be in charge of Brilliant Academy, not the imperial city of Huanyuan Empire. That's not what you said, Manager Qi. You will know the location of the Huanyuan Empire. Ling Ao just smiled after hearing Qi Li's words. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then recalled the location of the Huanyuan Empire. It suddenly dawned on me. The location of the Huanyuan Empire is almost in the middle of the eastern wasteland. Coming from Zhenhuang City, you will first pass through the Xingyao Empire. Coming from the Moonlight Forest, you will first pass through the Goluo Empire. If you come from Dragon Ruins, you will arrive at Cloud Mist City first after passing through the Great Wasteland. In other words, no matter what, the imperial city of Huanyuan Empire cannot be the first target to be attacked. The reason why Ling Ao chose to help the Xingyao Empire was also to ensure the safety of the Huanyuan Empire. It is better to fight in the Xingyao Empire than in the Huanyuan Empire. Otherwise, post-war reconstruction would be a huge expense. Fire Emperor, you are really, very calculating. Qi Lu held it in for a long time and only said this sentence. As a store manager, after all, his overall view is not as far-sighted as that of a king of a country. Qi Lu really didn't expect that Ling Ao would include him. Thank you, Manager Qi. This is all thanks to you. Ling Ao smiled lightly, looking very humble and indifferent. In fact, he was quite panicked, worried that Qi Lu would find out that he had been tricked and would settle the score with him. Okay, my belly is not that small. After being a little bit proud, Qi Lu figured out what was going on. Of course, he would also think of what Ling Ao meant. Now that the Xingyao Empire has agreed to join forces with the Huanyuan Empire, the good days of suppressing rebellion in Huangqing are probably coming to an end. Once the Hidden World family stabilizes, there will be nothing to worry about in the war in the West. As for the Dragon Ruins, there is nothing to worry about. To be honest, Qi Lu was quite looking forward to the people from the Shadow Palace coming to Cloud Mist City. Because in this case, Qi Lu can tell them what it means. There are some places that you can't just go to if you want to. So, the only place that needs attention now is the Moonlight Forest. Moonlight Forest, the territory of the Wolf Hunter clan. There is a huge open space outside the wolf hunting tribe's sacrificial hall. In this open space, there are a large number of small grooves, spreading outward in circles. If you look at it from the sky, you will find that these grooves are all connected together without any disconnection, forming an extremely complex magic array. However, there is not a single magic core buried in this magic circle. Perhaps because they were afraid of damaging these trenches, no one from the hunting wolf tribe came close to this place. Only the wolf-hunting tribe offered sacrifices, sitting cross-legged in the sacrificial hall. For all demi-human races, priests and clan leaders have equal status. It's just that the clan leader manages all the affairs of the wolf-hunter clan, while the priest is responsible for divination and guarding the sacrificial hall. That is, offering sacrifices to the ancestors of the clan. Because for each race of the demi-human race, the more powerful their ancestors are, the stronger the overall strength of the race will be. And the development of the entire race will become more and more prosperous. It's just that this race that relies on the power of its ancestors has gradually changed over time. As the bloodline power of the ancestors gradually becomes thinner, the overall strength of its race will only become weaker and weaker after all. Unless there can be a strong person among the people of this race who has strong enough cultivation qualifications to purify the bloodline again. For all races of demi-humans. If there can be a strong person among the tribe who has strong enough cultivation qualifications to purify the bloodline again. In this way, this race can return to prosperity. Until the power of blood is exhausted again. This is the tragedy of the subhuman race. Priest Liefei, you are quite leisurely. After an unknown amount of time, a middle-aged man walked over from the other side of the wolf-hunting tribe's sacrificial hall. Slowly walked into the sacrificial hall. Liefei, the wolf-hunting priest, slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the middle-aged man, then picked up the sacrificial staff beside him and stood up slowly. Nalankang, you are a little late. Liefei's voice was a little hoarse. After getting up, Liefei did not look at the middle-aged man who entered the sacrificial hall, but looked at the open space outside. It's a long way to go, and I'm already on my way with all my strength. The corners of Nalankang's mouth moved, wanting to smile, but not laughing. After coming out of the hidden family, Nalankang rushed directly to the moonlight forest according to the plan. This almost crosses most of the eastern wasteland. It's a long way to go, and that's right. That's all. As long as it doesn't delay things, I can forgive you for the delay. Liefei knew Nalankang's identity. Anzi, who was placed in the hidden family by the Shadow Palace, was also one of the leaders of this plan. So there wasn't much blame in the tone. But it's my fault for being late, and I will compensate you. Nalankang shook his head, and then continued, everything is ready in the Shadow Palace, and you can start too. I see. Liefei nodded slightly, his eyes still on the open space. This is the blood power of nearly half of the subhuman tribes. Do you really not regret it? Nalankang suddenly asked a question. There is nothing to regret about this. As a priest of the Wolf Hunter clan, it is my duty to strengthen the Wolf Hunter clan. In order to purify the blood power of my wolf hunting tribe, even if nearly half of the demi-human tribe is sacrificed, so what? Liefei's tone suddenly became excited, and his eyes suddenly turned around. The eyes looking at Nalankang also turned a little red. Please don't get excited, I don't think it's a bad thing. Actually, it is precisely because your ideas are so similar to those of the Shadow Palace that we chose you. Facing the excited Liefei, Nalankang didn't panic at all. Because not far from Nalankang, there is a hero-level strongman hiding in the dark, ready to take action at any time to protect Nalankang's safety. This was also the reason why Nalankang dared to come to the territory of the wolf hunters alone. Today's wolf hunting tribe has long since lost its hero-level powerhouses. This is also the reason why Liefei, the priest of the wolf hunters, is sound scrupulous in order to purify the blood power of the wolf hunters. In the entire Moonlight Forest, nearly half of the demi-human tribes were hunted to death by the wolf hunters. Naturally, the help of Shadow Palace is indispensable. After all, there is not much difference in strength between the various tribes of the demi-human race. Even if the hunting wolf tribe is slightly stronger, it is impossible to foresee so many tribes at once. Therefore, when faced with the proposal of the Shadow Palace, Li Fei did not refuse. However, without the leadership of the wolf hunters, the Shadow Palace would not take action. This is why, Nalankang would say. Li Fei's thoughts were very similar to those of the Shadow Palace. Li Fei and the people in the Shadow Palace are all guys who are willing to do whatever it takes to become stronger. It's not wrong to say that they cherish each other. To show the sincerity of our Shadow Palace, I have a small gift here, and I hope priest Li Fei can accept it. A faint smile appeared on Nalankang's face. Then he took out an exquisitely carved wooden box and presented it to Li Fei. What's this? Li Fei looked at Nalankang warily. A trial crystal, a hero-level trial crystal. The smile on Nalankang's face remained unchanged, and his tone was also very calm. However, Li Fei couldn't calm down. What did you say? Heroic trial crystal. Li Fei couldn't believe that Nalankang had such good intentions, or that the Shadow Palace had such good intentions. When the wolf hunters first hunted other demi-human tribes, the Shadow Palace also provided a helping hand. But he didn't ask for anything in return. But now, a hero-level trial crystal was sent directly. This made Li Fei not doubtful. As a priest of the hunting wolves, Li Fei would not believe that the Shadow Palace was willing to provide such great help simply because they thought they had similar ideas. Only ignorant children would believe this kind of thing. Among the major forces, only interests are eternal. What do you want? If you don't tell me, then you should take back this gift. Li Fei looked at Nalankang even more warily. You have given so much without asking for anything in return. That only shows that the Shadow Palace's plot is so big that it's hard to tell it directly. In this case, it is impossible for Li Fei to put the wolf hunters in danger. Priest Li Fei, there is no need to be so nervous. We are not enemies. On the contrary, we can become friends, and these are just our thoughts as friends. Nalankang smiled kindly. Then, the expression on his face slowly calmed down. He stared at Li Fei closely, and said slowly, what the Shadow Palace wants is very simple, and that is the power of your purified blood. But we only want half of it. The remaining half is your reward for working for the Shadow Palace. After Nalankang said these words, his whole aura became extremely sinister. There is no need for the Shadow Palace to grovel in the face of any force. Being polite to Li Fei is just a habit left over from Nalankang's decades as a housekeeper. What did you say? Li Fei stared at Nalankang, tending to take action directly if he disagreed. The purified power of blood is the foundation for the rise of the wolfhounds. The Shadow Palace actually wanted half of it. It is indeed a big plan. I'll only say it once. I believe Priest Li Fei will hear it clearly. The Shadow Palace will arrive soon. I hope that by that time, we can see Priest Li Fei preparing enough blood power. Otherwise, the Wolf Hunter clan may cease to exist. Nalankang said with a sneer. After finishing his words, without waiting for Li Fei to reply, he dropped the wooden box in his hand on the ground and walked out of the sacrificial hall. Stop. Li Fei just wanted to catch up. But suddenly he felt a powerful aura erupting outside the sacrificial hall, making it difficult for Li Fei to breathe. Heroic powerhouse. This guy is actually protected by a hero-level powerhouse. This guy is actually protected by a powerful hero. A look of horror appeared on Li Fei's face, and he stumbled back to the sacrificial hall. Looking at Nalankang's back, Li Fei's face turned pale. Is the power of the Shadow Palace really so powerful? Li Fei only felt a little trembling. His horrified eyes were wandering, and he suddenly caught a glimpse of the wooden box on the ground. This is... Li Fei was shocked and quickly ran over to pick up the wooden box. When he opened it, he found that what was inside was a hero-level trial crystal. This time, Li Fei felt even more frightened by the power of the Shadow Palace. Even hero-level trial crystals can be given away. How could a mere wolf-hunting tribe resist such a powerful force? Li Fei, who had already made up his mind, put away the wooden box, then stood up and straightened his sacrificial robe. Then his face straightened and he shouted loudly in the sacrificial hall. "Let the tribe prepare and activate the magic circle." As soon as these words came out, the wolf hunter tribe members immediately sent a large number of magic cores to the sacrificial hall. The leader of the hunting wolf tribe, Li Zhan, also came to the sacrificial hall. Li Zhan is an extremely strong man. A necklace made of monster skulls hung around his neck, and his face was painted with strange paint. The body he wore was also armor made of animal skins and bones. As soon as he arrived at the sacrificial hall, he came to Li Fei and asked aloud, "Priest Li Fei, if you activate the magic circle at this time, can you ensure success?" Li Zhan's voice was a bit rough. Even though he deliberately lowered his voice, it still sounded like he was roaring. "Clan leader, please rest assured. Although one member of the Yuling Mao clan escaped, it will not be a problem," Priest Li Fei said seriously. Although the status of the priest and the clan leader are the same. But Li Fei still admired Li Zhan very much. Sacrifices are held in the clan just to guard the sacrificial hall and worship ancestors. Although most of the time, sacrifices can also decide many things. For example, Li Fei was planning and sending people to implement the hunting of various major subhuman tribes. But no matter what, Li Fei was just hiding in the dark and strategizing. The clan leader, however, has to protect the entire clan. That's good. Li Zhan nodded, and then, like Li Fei, looked at the open space outside the sacrificial hall. It's been a long time since the Wolf Hunter clan had a clan member with strong bloodline power. If this continues, the Wolf Hunters will only become weaker and weaker. The generation until the bloodline power is extremely thin is when the wolf hunting tribe disappears. Therefore, in order to strengthen the hunting wolf clan. Although Li Zhan despised this kind of hunting other tribes to purify the power of his own blood, he acquiesced in Li Fei's approach. In the open space outside the sacrificial hall, the members of the hunting wolf clan began to gather over. Li Fei also walked out with the magic core and came to the grooves forming the magic array. "Bring out the blood." As soon as these words came out, the members of the Wolf Hunter clan immediately walked into the sacrificial hall, and then each clan member walked out of the sacrificial hall holding a jar in their hands. The sacrifice begins. Li Fei walked slowly along these grooves. From time to time, a magic core is dropped into the trench. Then a tribesman will immediately step forward, open the jar in his hand, pour out the scarlet liquid inside, and cover the magic core. These are the blood collected by the wolf hunters after hunting nearly half of the demi-human tribes in the Moonlight Forest. The power of blood contained in it was sealed in a jar by Li Fei. Until today. The magic circle formed by the groove is very large. But as Li Fei moved around, the scarlet liquid gradually filled these grooves. The energy in the magic core was stimulated by the power of blood contained in the blood. The entire magic circle seemed to be boiling. This power will purify the blood poured into the magic circle and extract the power of blood within it. As long as the power of these purified bloodlines is absorbed, the blood lineage of the wolfhounds can become powerful again. This may sound simple, but it is even more difficult to do. Just the layout of the magic circle and the required magic cores consumed a lot of energy from the wolfhounds. To put it bluntly, the number of magic cores used this time is almost the entire accumulation of the wolf hunters. But as long as the blood can be purified, it will all be worth it. Clan leader, now, we just need to wait. Wait until the power of the magic core is exhausted. Li Fei threw all the magic cores into the trench and returned to the sacrificial hall. Looking at the magic circle that was almost boiling, he said slowly. Thanks a lot. Lai Zhan took a deep breath before speaking out. This is my duty and my mission. Lai Fei's expression was calm and he returned calmly. After a pause, Lai Fei took out the wooden box from his arms and said, Chief, this is a gift from the Shadow Palace. Gift? The people in the Shadow Palace have a violent aura. We, the wolf hunters, cannot afford to offend them. Lai Zhan glanced at the wooden box, but didn't pick it up. Instead, he sighed out loud. Chief, we can't hide from them since they came to find us. Otherwise, they can also go to other tribes to carry out their plans. Lai Fei knew what fierce fighting meant. If you seek skin from a tiger, if you are not careful, you will die in Thetager's mouth. However, this is not something that the wolf hunters can avoid if they want to. The wolf hunters just happen to be chosen. What's this? Lai Zhan was also aware of this matter, so he did not answer the conversation, but looked at the wooden box. Hero-level trial crystal. What? Lai Zhan looked at Li Fei in astonishment, his eyes full of disbelief. Among a force, the first hero-level strongman is the most difficult to appear. Because of the lack of hero-level powerhouses, this force is not qualified to compete for hero-level trial crystals. As the leader of the Hunting Wolf clan, Lai Zhan naturally cannot become a hero-level powerhouse because of his lack of qualifications. As the strongest among the Hunting Wolves, Lai Zhan has been hovering at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level for who knows how many years. It's just because of the lack of hero-level trial crystals that I have been stuck in this realm, unable to make any progress. As mentioned before, there is no hero-level powerhouse among the wolf hunters. That's why he is not qualified to compete for the hero-level trial crystal. Unless luck comes and a great opportunity comes. However, this kind of opportunity does not just come. And now is where the opportunity lies. This is an opportunity for our Hunting Wolf tribe, and it is also a double-edged sword that will hurt us if we don't use it properly. We still don't know the purpose of the Shadow Palace. So, clan leader, we need a hero-level strongman to take charge of the Wolf Hunter clan. Lai Fei knew very well that the Wolf Hunters lacked a hero-level strongman. Been missing for a long time. As long as there are no heroic heroes, the Wolf Hunters will never be able to talk to the real big forces. Since we are already on the same boat as the Shadow Palace, refusing at this moment will not help. No matter how dangerous it is, it can only be endured. Therefore, it is better to try to increase your own strength. The plot of the Shadow Palace is really beyond our imagination. I'm afraid that the entire eastern wasteland will not be peaceful. I just hope that our wolf hunting clan can survive this turmoil. Li Zhan figured out the key from these words. I was even more moved in my heart. But facing the Shadow Palace, the wolfhounds had no power to fight back. If they can get into the Shadow Palace's plan, then the wolfhounds might as well take the opportunity to develop and strengthen their own power. Then I'll leave you with the trouble here, Priest Li Fei. Lai Zhan took the wooden box and said in a deep voice. Now that you have obtained the hero-level trial crystal, you should be promoted to the hero level as soon as possible. Only in this way can we give ourselves and the wolf hunters more hope of survival in the upcoming war. Leave it to me here. Li Fei nodded expressionlessly. Lai Fei didn't say anything about what the Shadow Palace needed. I don't think it's necessary to say it either. The purified blood power, even if it is only half, is enough for the wolf hunters to use. As long as a truly strong person can emerge, it will be much more effective than purifying the bloodline in such a heretical way. In the Moonlight Forest. After Yu Shi'er separated from Bailey Fenghua and the disciples of the Sword Control sect, she began to search for the territory of the wolf hunters. The demi-human tribes in the Moonlight Forest are all about equal in strength. For Yu Shi'er, as long as no hero-level powerhouse takes action, it's all a minor problem. After all, he was also someone taught by Qi Lu. Not to mention invincible among the same level. That's at least semi-invincible. Coupled with so many powerful elixirs and equipment, it is not that difficult to deal with a hunting wolf clan without a hero-level strongman. Wolf hunters, I hope you still live in this forest. I'm here to collect debt from you. Yu Shi'er walked slowly among the tall trees, observing the surrounding environment and not in a hurry. No matter how you say it, the wolf hunters are a big tribe. Being familiar with the surrounding environment will bring great convenience to the next battle. Stop, the front is the territory of the wolf hunter clan, no outsiders are allowed to approach. While Yu Shi'er was observing her surroundings, two tall men with cold eyes shouted to stop Yu Shi'er's movements. Is this the territory of the wolf hunters? The speed of your expansion is really unusually fast. Yu Shi'er stopped moving forward and looked coldly at the two men in front of her. After all, the Moon Spirit Cat clan are also the aborigines of the Moonlight Forest. Yu Shi'er is still very clear about the size of the wolf hunter clan's territory. In Yu Shi'er's memory, this place was at least 30 miles away from the territory of the wolf hunters. What did you say? Who are you? What did you just say? Who are you? Hearing Yu Shi'er's words, the two wolf hunter clan members stared and asked. After the wolf hunting tribe's magic circle, to purify their bloodline isopened, this is the critical moment. Therefore, Lai Fei, the wolf hunting priest, temporarily expanded the surrounding patrol area by 50 miles to ensure that nothing would happen. When outsiders are encountered during inspections, the interrogation must be more stringent. In case. Wait a minute, you are a remnant of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. Just before the voice of inquiry could finish, a member of the wolf hunter tribe suddenly exclaimed. Before the demi-human race transformed into beasts, their appearance was not far different from that of the human race. It's more just a difference in size. After all, the demi-human race is the bloodline left over after the ancient beasts transformed into humans and fell in love with humans. While retaining the ability to transform into beasts, they also retained their human appearance. However, there is a unique way of identifying among the various races of the subhuman race. That is the breath of blood. It is indeed impossible for ordinary practitioners to distinguish the aura of bloodline power. But to the demi-humans, this aura is like a beacon. As long as you pay a little attention, you can feel it. Now that you recognize me, I won't introduce myself. I think you should know why I'm here. Yu Shi'er said coldly. When she was working as a clerk in Qi Li's store, what Yu Shi'er learned the most was Qi Li's calm and indifferent temperament. This is what Qi Lu would say, from time to time. Anger will only blind a person's mind. If you really want to exert your full strength, then keep your mind calm. And a truly strong person, although he will be angry, will never let anger dominate his thinking ability. So although Yu Shi'er was angry at the moment, she didn't show it. Instead, force yourself to calm down. Master Priest is kind enough to let you go, but I didn't expect that you would dare to take the initiative to die. If I capture you, you might be able to accomplish some great feat. The two hunting wolf clan members ignored the coldness in Yu Shi'er's tone, but looked delighted at seeing the great achievement. When hunting the Moon Spirit Cat clan, the news that one person escaped was something that the entire hunting wolf clan knew. However, for some unknown reason, all the hunting wolf tribe members who were sent to hunt Yu Shi'er disappeared. Let the priest Lai Fei give up and continue to hunt Yu Shi'er. After all, it's just one person missing, and it won't have any impact on the overall situation. What's more, what if Yu Shi'er finds a strong person as a backer? It is not a wise choice to provoke a powerful enemy for the wolf hunter clan for no reason. However, what they didn't expect was that Yu Shi'er would dare to come back for such a thing. This actually surprised the two patrolling wolfhounds. Because everyone in the hunting wolf tribe knew that Yu Shi'er, who escaped, only had the strength of a brave man. Why don't you just leave the Moonlight Forest honestly and hide your name outside? now that you're back, stay here forever. In order to ensure that they could capture Yu Shi'er, the two members of the hunting wolf tribe directly activated their animal transformation. Thick and sharp wolf hair suddenly emerged from the skin. The fangs and claws also grew out, flashing with a sharp cold light. His already tall figure had grown significantly at this moment, reaching a height of nearly 3 meters. I heard you're good at escaping. Then let's try and see if you can escape from our hands today. After transforming into beasts, the voices of the wolf hunter clan members are more like howls of wolves. After the rough voice came out, the two wolf hunter clan members flashed and surrounded Yu Shi'er, one from the left and the other from the right. The increase in strength and speed brought by the beast transformation made the two of them confident. Those two pairs of beast eyes were full of desire for merit. But he didn't take Yu Shi'er seriously at all. A mere warrior-level opponent, and a member of the Yueling cat clan, which has no advantage in terms of blood. Why should we be cautious? Run? Why should I run? I came here just to collect debts from you. The fighting spirit in Yu Shi'er's body suddenly boiled, and instantly condensed on her palm. Sharp claws protruded from Yu Shi'er's fingertips. Only a flash of cold light was seen. The fighting energy in Yu Shi'er's palm exploded in an instant. Bang! The two Wolfhound clan members who rushed forward flew backwards at a faster speed, knocked down several large trees, and then fell heavily to the ground. The claw marks on the chest are deep enough to show the bone. And the fighting spirit that penetrated into the bodies of these two wolf hunters directly destroyed their remaining vitality. How could this happen? How could you be so strong? How long have you been away from Moonlight Forest? Why have you become so much stronger? The two Wolfhound clan members who fell on the ground asked in disbelief as they held the wounds on their chests and endured the severe pain. With just one move, he was able to destroy the two professional cultivators' Ophi zone. This is absolutely impossible for a warrior-level practitioner to do. I have no obligation to answer your questions. This is just the beginning. You owe so much. Yu Shi'er didn't even look at the two people, she just took a deep breath and calmed down her fighting spirit. Then continue walking forward. The fighting spirit that invaded those two people's bodies would erode their remaining vitality. Without the help of powerful heroes, they would have no chance of surviving. Now, it's just a matter of survival. Report, we are going to report. Damn, I can't seem to move. The two members of the Wolf Hunter clan who collapsed on the ground watched helplessly as Yu Shi'er left. I wanted to report the news, but I couldn't move because of the severe pain and loss of strength. The further you go to the center of the Wolf Hunter's territory, the more wolfhounds you encounter and the more patrol teams you have. But Yu Shi'er never thought of avoiding it. As long as they meet, it will be a one-sided battle. Even if she is discovered, it doesn't matter, because Yu Shi'er has never thought of hiding her whereabouts. On the contrary, these people from the hunting wolf tribe who kept coming made Yu Shi'er save a lot of trouble. A few months ago, the large-scale hunting in the Moonlight Forest made the members of the Wolf Hunter clan extremely arrogant. Thinking that they are the most powerful tribe among the demi-humans in the Moonlight Forest. However, the appearance of Yu Shi'er made these arrogant wolf hunter tribe members feel fear once again. Those patrolling wolf-hunting clansmen have never been able to make a move in Yu Shi'er's hands. Even those clansmen at the master level could not withstand Yu Shi'er's attack. Run quickly. Go. Go and tell the priest, go quickly. Hurry up and ask the priest to send stronger tribesmen over, otherwise it will be over. Those members of the hunting wolf tribe who were frightened by Yu Shi'er's powerful power shouted to others in horror. It was like facing an invincible god of death. No one dared to show off his abilities. Yes, let's all start running. Those subhuman tribes that you hunted should also run away like this. Yu Shi'er was not in a hurry to pursue, nor even changed her direction. Instead, walk straight towards the goal. That is the sacrificial hall of the wolf hunters. For the demi-human tribe, the sacrificial hall is one of the most important buildings. And the other one is the clan's chief hall. However, in terms of importance, the sacrificial hall is undoubtedly more important. Because in the sacrificial hall, the ancestors of this tribe are enshrined. Master sacrifice, there are enemies outside the territory, and they have invaded. A member of the hunting wolf clan ran to the sacrificial hall panting. Hadn't even catch his breath before he hurriedly spoke. Enemy? Who is it? Li Fei sat cross-legged in the sacrificial hall. After hearing these words, he immediately opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed away. In the magic circle outside the sacrificial hall, the power of blood in the blood is about to be purified. At this time, no interruption is allowed. She is a remnant of the Yuling cat clan. She is back. And she has become very strong. Many clan members have been killed by her. As soon as the hunting wolf tribe member recalled Yu Shier's power, big beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. There was even a hint of fear in his tone. This kind of emotion is not allowed to appear in the sacrificial hall. But this wolf-hunting tribesman couldn't control the fear that kept rising in his heart. Becoming stronger? It seems that she has indeed found a good supporter. A flash of light flashed in Li Fei's eyes. To be able to teach a warrior-level practitioner to become a master-level expert in just a few months requires a lot of resources. And more importantly, you need a good leader. It seems that I was right not to continue chasing her before, but I didn't expect that she would come to the door at this time. At this critical moment, she must not be allowed to interfere with the operation of the magic circle. When Li Fei said this, he closed his eyes again. Because in the wolf-hunting tribe, no, it should be said in all the demi-human tribes. The priests are not responsible for fighting. If the time comes when the priests need to take action, then this tribe will probably disappear. Let the wolf-hunting guards take action to stop the remnants of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. Li Fei said coldly. Yes. The members of the hunting wolf tribe who came to report the news immediately responded loudly. It seems that this can dilute the fear in my heart a little. The wolf guards are the elite force within the wolf hunter clan. He usually guards the area around the clan chief's hall and the sacrificial hall, responsible for the safety of the clan leader and sacrificial rituals. Every wolf-hunting guard has peak master-level strength, is brave and adept at fighting, and is extremely brave. They are also good at combined attacks and small battle formations. It can be said to be the most powerful guarding force among the wolf hunters. Even the wolf-hunting guards have been dispatched. Now, the remnants of the Moon Civet clan should have nowhere to escape. Since she dares to provoke us, the wolf hunter clan, she will have to pay the price. The priest was kind enough to spare her life, but if she dares to come back, she is asking for her own death. Li Fei's order made many members of the wolf hunter clan, who were surrounded by fear, suddenly become excited. This is the confidence derived from the wolf guard's long-lasting victorious record. No member of the hunting wolf tribe would doubt the strength of the hunting wolf guards. Because this is the most elite guard force among the wolf hunting tribe. It seems that there are more and more wolfhounds around. Yu Shier was still walking leisurely. But the perception has already covered every corner of the surroundings, ensuring that there will be no sneak attacks. Because Yu Shier knows very well that in terms of attitude, she can despise her opponents. But no matter whether your opponent is strong or weak, don't underestimate your opponent's strength. When a lion fights a rabbit, he must use all his strength. What's more, Yu Shier knew in her heart that there must be hidden power in the wolf-hunting tribe. Otherwise, how could the wolf hunters hunt so many demi-human tribes? The wolf guards are coming. Great, the remnants of the Yueling cat clan are dead now. I want to watch her be taken down by the wolf hunters here, and then use her blood to purify the power of our bloodline. The wolf hunters who gathered here were talking a lot. The look in Yu Shi'er's eyes was filled with hatred. Because Yu Shi'er had no intention of hiding her whereabouts. So the wolf hunting guards didn't need to waste any more time looking for it. After receiving Lai Fei's order, they rushed here directly. Several black shadows flashed across the forest, and then surrounded Yu Shi'er. The positions where they stood all took care of each other, blocking all escape routes. There are not many wolfhound guards, only 8 people. But it is these 8 people who have protected the clan's chief hall and sacrificial hall during the battles of the wolf hunter clan for so many years. Are you the hidden power among the wolf hunters? Yu Shi'er looked at the 8 wolf hunting guards who suddenly appeared around her. From them, Yu Shi'er could sense an aura that was obviously different from other members of the hunting wolf tribe. Brave, perseverant, chilling and cold. These are 8 real warriors. This feeling made Yu Shi'er activate her fighting spirit all of a sudden, and her perception was raised to the extreme. This is respect for the fight. The wolf guard didn't say much. In other words, when it is not necessary, the wolf guards will not speak at all and will only execute orders. After confirming the target, the 8 wolfhound guards looked at each other. Then they burst out their fighting spirit together. Instantly transform into a beast. At the same time that the fangs and claws appeared, the 8 wolfhound guards took action almost simultaneously. All I saw was a flash of cold light in the sky. The cooperation of the 8 wolf-hunting guards was flawless, not only blocking all of Yu Shi'er's escape routes, but also interlocking their attacks. It's almost impossible to escape. It's the wolf guard's combined attack method. No one has been able to dodge it yet. This kind of cooperation has no flaws at all. A mere remnant of the Moon Civic clan dares to challenge the Wolf Hunter clan? I really don't know what to say. Just use this move to kill her. Seeing the wolf hunting guards taking action, the wolf hunting tribesmen gathered around suddenly became excited. No one is optimistic about Yu Shi'er. If there is no flaw, then create a flaw. Yu Shi'er stared closely at the cold light approaching like lightning, took out a pill and put it into her mouth. Spirit pill. In a very short period of time, the user's mental power is increased by a moderate amount. A mental shock is released at the same time, and within a short period of time, the user can release another mental shock. Double mental shock. Although the soul pill is only a high-quality pill, the mental impact it unleashes is not so easy to withstand. What's more, it's a superimposed attack of double spiritual shocks. Boom. The terrifying mental shock was like a pebble thrown into water, causing ripples that spread rapidly around. Let the attacking wolf-hunting guards all get a meal. For a master-level peak powerhouse, this brief moment of pause is enough. Fighting energy condensed on Yu Shi'er's palm, adding even more terrifying destructive power to the sharp claws at her fingertips. Shwa. The sharp claws swept across, causing bursts of sound to break through the air. It seemed like it was tearing apart the space. They will cooperate with each other and repel all the wolfhound guards that surround them. It also left several blood stains on the bodies of the 8 wolfhound guards. The fighting spirit that seeps into the wolf guard's wounds will also make it impossible for the wolf guard's wounds to heal easily. Continuous bleeding can also reduce the opponent's combat effectiveness. What happened? Did I see it wrong just now? The wolf-hunting guard was repelled by this remnant? Impossible. This is impossible. This incredible scene made the onlookers of the wolfhound tribe widen their eyes. The hunting wolf guard's flawless combined attack method was actually broken so easily. This was really hard for the wolfhounds to accept for a while. It's my turn to attack next. Of course Yu Shi'er couldn't just defend but not attack. When facing the wolf guard, it is best to seize the opportunity. If Yu Shi'er is dragged into the battle by these guys, even if Yu Shi'er can be undefeated, a lot of time and energy will be wasted. Moreover, Yu Shi'er also knew that the wolf-hunting guards were different from the ordinary wolf-hunting tribe members. If you don't use all your strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat. Use the power pill, wind speed pill, and body protection pill to keep you in good condition. The Wild Wind Jade Pendant activates the active skill and condenses a wind shield to protect the wearer. The strong wind will not stop and the defense will not be broken. The wind bracelet and the fire earrings are all ready. The magpie feather headband, magpie feather shawl, magpie feather belt, and magpie feather boots are all ready. After adding up all the statuses, Yu Shi'er's various attributes suddenly increased significantly. This is what Yu Shi'er learned in the New World mode. Before fighting, be sure to add all the buffs that can be added. Quick solution, start with the nearest one. Yu Shi'er's eyes condensed, her figure flashed, like a bolt of lightning, and she rushed towards the nearest wolf-hunting guard. From the brief exchange just now, Yu Shi'er could tell. The wolf guard is good at combined attacks. The coordination between the 8 people was flawless. However, as long as one person is injured, there will be a flaw in this battle formation. Because one of the wolf-hunting guards was injured, the strength that could be displayed would inevitably be damaged. But it is impossible for the other 7 wolf guards to deliberately suppress their own strength in order to cooperate with the injured wolf guard. This is combat consciousness. The so-called combat consciousness is to master the battle situation and know what you want to do. Understand the battle situation and know where your opponent's weaknesses are. This weakness, which is not considered a weakness, is of course known to the wolfhound himself. But the reason why this is not considered a weakness is because even if the opponent sees it, he cannot harm one of the wolfhound guards. Because the 8 hunting wolf guards were in the battle formation, advancing and retreating together. Don't give the enemy the chance to face just one of the wolf guards. However, the double spiritual shock released by Yu Shi'er's previous use of the soul pill caused the battle formation guarded by the wolf hunters to stagnate for a moment. And this moment of stagnation caused a flaw. In Yu Shi'er's eyes, it will be infinitely magnified. Magpie feather, broken armor. The sharp claws filled with fighting spirit hit the chest of the nearest wolf-hunting guard heavily. The magpie feather attack attached to the magpie feather belt also hit the chest of the wolf-hunting guard as Yu Shi'er took action. After entering the combat state, if attacked 10 times, the wearer's next attack will be accompanied by a powerful magpie feather attack. Causes a lot of physical damage and has an armor-piercing effect. The so-called being attacked 10 times does not limit the intensity of the attack. Regarding the judgment method of the magpie feather belt, even if it is just touched by the enemy, it will be counted as an attack. Yu Shi'er knows this judgment method. Through his own fighting skills, he used them skillfully in the battle. Bang! Puff! There was a muffled sound mixed with the sound of spitting blood. The animal bone armor on the chest of the wolf guard who was hit by Yu Shi'er was completely shattered, revealing a wound full of blood inside. The accompanying magpie feather attack directly shattered the wolf-hunting guard's ribs. Even if he could still stand up, his combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. As long as one of the 8 wolf-hunting guards is missing, the power of the battle formation will be reduced by at least 30%. What did I see? The wolf-hunting guard is injured. He was actually injured by the remnants of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. No, that's impossible. I must be dreaming. Go and report the situation here to the priest. The wolf hunters who were guarding the surroundings suddenly became panicked. Fear began to appear in their hearts again. What are wolf guards? That is the most elite guard force of the wolf hunters. But just now, one of the most elite guards was injured. This was absolutely impossible before. Are you going to start running away again? As expected, they are a group of guys who bully the weak and fear the strong. Yu Shi'er sensed the surrounding situation and immediately sneered. After one of the wolf guards was seriously injured, the battle formation would no longer be as flawless as it was at the beginning. A battle formation with flaws, even if it's just a slight flaw. In front of a cultivator with a strong sense of combat, it will be infinitely magnified and become full of loopholes. It was precisely for this reason that Yu Shi'er blessed herself with all fastidiousness and tried her best to seriously injure a wolf-hunting guard in one move. Double mental shock can only be used to surprise. For a master-level peak expert who is on guard, the mental impact of an excellent-level elixir is not enough. But now, there is a battle formation formed by the hunting wolf guard who is missing one person. Although it is still a bit troublesome, it is much simpler than before. If it's just this level of power, then you will lose. After Yu Shi'er succeeded in the attack, her tense nerves relaxed a little. Without such an airtight attack, the wolf guards are no longer something to be afraid of. The remaining 7 wolfhound guards also knew about this. The enemy who came to the wolf hunters' territory this time was more powerful than they imagined. This feeling of being able to clearly perceive danger is something that these wolf hunting guards have not experienced for a long time. The enemy is very strong. Everyone, prepare to go crazy. The 7 wolfhound guards looked at each other and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Madness is a secret skill of demi-humans after they transform into beasts. By consuming potential and lifespan, one's attributes can be greatly improved in a short period of time. It is a secret technique that is only used when desperate. However, even though the conditions for using madness are very harsh, there are not many demi-humans who can learn this secret skill. However, there is no doubt about the talent of those members of the wolf-hunting tribe who can be selected to become wolf-hunting guards. It's normal to be able to master this kind of secret skill like crazy. Just to deal with me, do you have to use madness to fight to the death? Yu Shi'er naturally knows what goes crazy. However, Yu Shi'er has never learned this secret skill. One is because when she first came to the Moonlight Forest, with Yu Shi'er's strength, it was simply not her turn to learn. After arriving at Qila's store, Yu Shi'er discovered that Kuanghua, a secret skill that was extremely expensive to use, was really not cost-effective. Compared to the evil spirit body, madness is simply a simplified version of the simplified version. Moreover, after becoming mad, the beastly instincts of demi-humans will be greatly enhanced until they overwhelm normal rationality. This is the most undesirable thing for a battle between strong men. Roar. Except for the wolf guard who fell to the ground and almost lost his combat effectiveness, all the other wolf guards turned to madness. The fighting spirit lingering on their bodies began to boil. Roars came from their throats. A pair of beast eyes that were originally cold and stern were now glowing with crimson blood. Suffer death. After becoming mad, the wolf guards no longer rely on battle formations to fight. Instead, they rely on their strong individual strength to defeat the enemy. With the improvement of madness, the various attributes of the wolf guard have almost reached the limit of the Grandmaster level. Moving around in the forest, like black lights, they quickly approach to Yu Shi'er. Interesting, I want to see if it's the madness that's more powerful, or the evil spirit body I learned. Yu Shi'er has a blind trust in the products in Qila's store. In other words, it was the products in Qila's shop that gave Yu Shi'er extremely strong confidence. Keep an eye on the attacking wolf guards. Yu Shi'er didn't have any intention of retreating. She just kept calculating in her heart. The evil spirit body consumes fighting energy very quickly, but one advantage is that it can be turned on and off at any time. This is countless times stronger than the madness. I see you. Your actions are still too obvious. The fighting spirit boiled and roared. Under the influence of the evil spirit body, it began to burn. Then it was quickly converted into a large number of attributes and blessed to Yu Shi'er. The moment the evil spirit body was activated, Yu Shi'er's attack collided with the attacking wolf guard. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The two powerful attacks collided together, causing waves of wind and waves toss spread around. The nearby trees were torn into pieces by the wind and waves. A sky full of sawdust was thrown up. However, the wolf guard's attack did not stop. Yu Shi'er's counterattack did not stop. The boiling fighting spirit roared and flowed endlessly in Yu Shi'er's body. Boom boom boom. Loud noises that sent chills down one's spine kept coming, like bursts of thunder, exploding in the forest. All the surrounding trees were shattered by the aftermath of the battle, leaving only the tree stumps close to the ground, still bearing the constant wind and waves. There were even cracks on the ground, and countless huge stones were broken out. Every time Yu Shi'er and the wolf-hunting guards fight, the sky is filled with smoke and dust, and countless rubbles are thrown up. The aftermath of the grudge almost shaved off an entire layer of the ground. After turning mad, it's nothing more than this. With the blessing of the evil spirit's body, Yu Shi'er fought and retreated with the 7 wolf-hunting guards who had transformed into madness, without falling behind at all. Going berserk actually stimulates the fighting instinct in the power of the demi-human bloodline. This is a method that consumes quite a lot of blood power. The power of blood, for demi-humans, is potential and lifespan. This coincides with the saying that using madness requires consuming potential and lifespan. The longer the madness is turned on, the stronger the demi-humans who use madness will be. After procrastinating for a while, Yu Shi'er could clearly feel that the strength of the wolf-hunting guards she was fighting was declining. When the effect of madness disappears, it is time for the wolf guard to be removed from the wolf hunter clan. Power and consciousness should be balanced with each other. Giving up your own rationality for the sake of power is destined to make it impossible for you to fully exert this power. Yu Shi'er is very aware of Guanghua's shortcomings. After staying in Qi Li's shop for so long, I wouldn't be able to tell even this. What a waste of time. Now it seems that your power is about to disappear. Yu Shi'er went all out from the beginning to now doing it with ease. There is even time to laugh. For enemies, anger and ridicule are the most appropriate vents. As long as you can keep a clear mind and not be swallowed up by anger, then any other behavior is not excessive. Master Priest, something happened, something big happened. Several members of the hunting wolf clan who came to watch stumbled into the sacrificial hall. Before he saw Lai Fei, he started shouting. There was panic in their tone, making their voices very short. Calm down, you idiot. What happened? When Lai Fei heard the shouts of these wolf-hunting tribesmen, he frowned and said coldly. To be so flustered in the sacrificial hall is disrespectful to the ancestors. If these tribesmen don't have a good reason, then Lai Fei will definitely let them know what will happen if they disrespect their ancestors. Master Priest, the wolf hunter guard is injured. They were injured by the remnants of the Moon Civic clan, and they are almost unstoppable. That remnant is coming to kill you. Several members of the hunting wolf clan were talking in a flurry of words. Lai Fei listened for a while and finally figured out what was going on from their jumbled voices. Are you saying that the wolf-hunting guards didn't stop that remnant? Lai Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a very dangerous light. The wolf guards are already the most elite force in the wolf hunter clan. Previously, some tribesmen came to report that the remnants of the Moon Spirit Cat clan had gained powerful power and came to take revenge. Lai Fei had overestimated the enemy's strength to the greatest extent. And is ready, even if it costs the lives of the wolfhound guards. But as long as the enemy is stopped. That's what's acceptable. Because as long as the blood in the magic circle is purified, the wolfhounds can once again reach their former peak. And after the leader of the Lai Zhang clan is promoted to a hero-level powerhouse, the wolfhound clan will only become stronger and stronger. A mere 8 wolfhound guards. Even if he gave them all up, Lai Fei wouldn't feel it was a pity. But now, some tribesmen actually told Lai Fei that the wolf-hunting guards could no longer stop the remnant. This shocked Lai Fei. Could it be that the enemy who couldn't even stop the wolf-hunting guards was a hero? But no matter how you think about it, it is impossible. A hero-level strongman is not a cabbage sold at a street stall. That was the pinnacle of power within the eastern wilderness. Even if there is a strong person who is willing to train the remnant of the Moon Spirit Cat clan and make her a hero-level strong person, that also depends on whether she has the qualifications. Yes, Lord Priest. When we came over, the wolf guards had already used the secret technique off midness. The Wolfhound clan members who came to report the news immediately spoke up. If you use madness, then there should be no problem. As long as the enemy is not a hero-level warrior, there is nothing to worry about in front of the wolf-hunting guards after they have gone berserk. Hearing this, Lai Fei closed his eyes again. But in my heart, I have already drawn a big cross on these 8 wolfhound guards. Going crazy requires consuming the power of blood. Once the power of bloodline becomes thin, the strength will be greatly reduced. This kind of wolf-hunting guard is not what Leafy Eye needs. Yes, how can any enemy be able to defeat the wolf-hunting guards after they have gone berserk? Sure enough, the priest is still able to keep his composure. The remnants of the Moon Civet clan are only at the Grandmaster level after all. It is impossible to fight against the wolf-hunting guards who have gone berserk. When I think about it, I feel relieved. Several panicked Wolfhound clan members also calmed down at this moment. After listening to Lai Fei's words, I felt even more determined. One defeat of the Wolf Guard cannot erase so many of their past victories. It will also not wipe out the confidence of the wolf hunters in them. However, at this moment, a clear voice that clearly contained anger, but seemed extremely calm, came into the sacrificial hall from outside. I finally found you. Is this the wolf-hunting tribe's sacrificial hall? This sound was like the whisper of death. It almost made the wolf hunter clan members who had just calmed down fall to their knees in fear. Yes, it's the remnant. She actually found her way here. Could it be that all the wolf hunter guards? At this point, the wolf-hunting tribe member no longer dared to speak anymore. Because this wolf-hunting clan member simply does not want to believe the fact that the wolf-hunting guards will be defeated after going berserk. This voice. Lai Fei slowly opened his eyes. This time I could no longer calm down. The defeat of the wolf guard after going berserk is a fact that even though it is very unbelievable, it has to be believed. Before Lai Zhan came out of the hero-level trial space, there is simply no one who can stop this enemy. If I remember correctly, you called Yu Shi'er, right? Lai Fei took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and came to the door of the sacrificial hall. He saw a petite woman with a pretty face standing not far away. Those beautiful eyes were looking at the sacrificial hall with a cold light. After someone from the Moon Spirit Cat clan escaped from the Moonlight Forest, Lai Fei went to read the family tree of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. Naturally, he knew who the person in front of him was. You actually know me. This is my honor, Priest Lai Fei. Yu Shi'er said coldly. The priests within each tribe of the demi-human race are all well-known figures among the demi-human race. It's not surprising that Yu Shi'er knows Lai Fei, but it's strange that Lai Fei knows Yu Shi'er's name. Of course I know you, the only survivor of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. I am deeply sorry for your tragic experience. Lai Fei sighed and pretended to be sad. Lai Fei knew that before the fierce battle came out, his current task was to delay time. As long as the safety of the blood purification magic array can be ensured, nothing else matters. You don't have to say such things in front of me. Since I chose to come here today, I have no intention of letting you go. Yu Shi'er frowned slightly, her expression as cold as frost. Yu Shi'er could only feel disgusted by Lai Fei's words. Yu Shi'er, I don't mean to excuse myself, but don't you want to know the truth? You should know that there cannot be such a big difference in strength between the various tribes of the demi-human race. How can we, the wolf hunters, be able to deal with so many tribes at once? Li Fei said in a sincere tone. In order to delay time, he even sold the Shadow Palace without hesitation. You mean, there is another black hand behind this matter? Yu Shi'er asked. Every injustice has its owner, and every debt has its owner. Although the wolf-hunting tribe is absolutely impossible to let go. However, behind this incident, the black hand that caused the Yueling cat clan to be exterminated is also unforgivable. Of course, otherwise, our hunting wolf clan will have no virtue and ability to compete with so many tribes. When Li Fei saw Yu Shi'er's interest, he knew he had made the right move. As long as we can wait until the fierce battle comes out. The humiliation that I have endured by groveling now will definitely be paid back tenfold when the time comes. Who are they? Yu Shi'er asked sharply. Shadow Palace, I wonder if you have heard of it. Actually, these unfortunate things were not our original intention at all. Li Fei pretended to be very sad, but said the name with some fear. It seems that the hunting of those tribes was done under the pressure of the Shadow Palace. Shadow Palace. Yu Shi'er's pupils shrank suddenly, and then immediately returned to their original state. Yu Shi'er is very familiar with this name. Yu Shi'er was able to return to the Moonlight Forest, and I'm afraid the Shadow Palace also had a share of the credit. But Yu Shi'er never imagined that the wolf hunters would collude with the Shadow Palace, and would join forces with the Shadow Palace to hunt down so many demi-human tribes. If it were said that the wolf-hunting clan had no idea at all. It's impossible for Yu Shi'er to believe it. Just like what Li Fei said, these unfortunate things happened because of the force of the Shadow Palace. In this case, it would be more or less suitable for a 3-year-old child. However, since Li Fei is willing to tell these things, Yu Shi'er also wants to find out more secrets. It's just hypocrisy and hypocrisy. If it were Yu Shi'er in the past, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to be so calm. But now, Yu Shi'er is different from before. Why does the Shadow Palace force you to do such a thing? Yu Shi'er frowned and asked next. For the power of our demi-human race's blood. They said that if the wolf hunters don't cooperate, they will make the wolf hunters disappear in the Moonlight Forest. I just want the wolf hunters to survive. Li Fei took a deep breath and expressed his difficulties. These words are half true and half false. It is true that the Shadow Palace needs the blood power of the demi-human race, but why don't the wolfhounds not want it? The power of demi-human blood? What do they want with something like this? Yu Shi'er looked at Li Fei suspiciously, expressing doubts. Unless you are born with something like the power of blood. Otherwise, for most people, it can only be an object of envy. I don't know what they want to do, I just obey their orders. Li Fei had a look of pain and remorse on his face. It's really an amazing performance. Yu Shi'er saw it in her eyes, and her heart didn't waver at all, she just felt sick. It is said that the priest does not participate in the battle and is a good vader. When I saw it today, it turned out to be true. Priest Li Fei, I believe you have some difficulties. As soon as Yu Shi'er said this, a look of gratitude immediately appeared on Li Fei's face. It was as if he was grateful to Yu Shi'er for being willing to forgive him. However, Yu Shi'er's next words turned the look on Li Fei's face into one of horror. It's just that the death of the Moon Spirit Cat clan at the hands of the Wolf Hunter clan is a fact that cannot be erased. So, even if you have difficulties, it is definitely not the reason why you can live. After Yu Shi'er finished speaking, the fighting spirit in her body burst out instantly. The fighting spirit at its peak has not been reduced even a bit. Yu Shi'er, who brought a large amount of rejuvenation pills and healing pills, had replenished all her states to perfect condition long before arriving at Sacrificial Hall. Your fighting spirit is still so full, how is this possible? Li Fei also discovered this, and his face was even more shocked. The natural recovery speed of Do Qi is absolutely impossible to be so fast. Especially after a high-intensity battle, the consumption of fighting energy requires the practitioner to rest for several days to fully recover. But the guy in front of him was still able to maintain his prime condition after fighting 8 wolf hunting guards. This is a monster. It's better to leave this kind of thing until you have redeemed your sins and then think about it slowly. Yu Shi'er doesn't have any interest in explaining. He always ignored the enemy's problems. The magic circle you arranged outside the sacrificial hall must contain the so-called power of blood. In the open space outside the sacrificial hall, Yu Shi'er had long noticed the light red grooves on the surface. The power released by the magic core will continuously purify and condense the blood. Therefore, there is no liquid that can flow in these grooves. Instead, there were extremely plump crimson beads. It covers the location where the magic core was previously placed. Here is the purified power of blood. It only needs to be refined to purify the power of blood in the body. What do you want to do? Li Fei seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. The power of blood is indeed a good thing. Yu Shi'er sighed softly and looked at the crimson beads in these grooves. In Yu Shi'er's eyes, these are not purified blood powers at all, but individual lives. The lives of those tribes and people of the subhuman race that have disappeared. Even among the various tribes of the demi-human race, the relationship is not harmonious. But at this moment, Yu Shi'er still had a feeling of sympathy in her heart. I feel the same way. If Yu Shi'er hadn't been in the tribe at that time, I'm afraid the power in these crimson beads today would have been Yu Shi'er's share. You all deserve to die. Yu Shi'er raised her hand, and the fighting spirit wrapped around her fist roared. The target is the magic circle in the open space. Stop it. Li Fei was so frightened that he roared loudly. The magic array used to purify blood and extract the power of blood does not have strong self-protection capabilities like other magic arrays used for offense or defense. This magic circle simply cannot withstand any powerful attack. With Yu Shi'er's punch, most of the magic circle will be destroyed. By then, those bloodline orbs warmed in the magic circle may all be affected. Even most bloodline orbs will be directly destroyed as a result. This is definitely not what Li Fei wants to see. However, this kind of roar could not stop Yu Shi'er's attack. As long as the magic circle that purifies the bloodline is broken, the layout of the wolf hunters for so long will be in vain. All the things you have paid for will be in vain. He even had to offend the Shadow Palace. Now that things have happened and cannot be undone, Yu Shi'er can only destroy everything in the Wolf Hunter clan to the maximum extent possible. Boom! Stop it! A huge roar sounded, but Yu Shi'er's fist did not fall on the magic circle. The smoke was blown away by wind and waves. Yu Shi'er was also blown away by the majestic fighting spirit. Who is it? Yu Shi'er took several steps back and stabilized her figure. Yu Shi'er could clearly sense the aura of fighting spirit just now. It was definitely an aura that could only be unleashed by a hero-level warrior. It is a completely different aura from a master-level strong man. It's me, the leader of the Wolf Hunter clan, fighting fiercely. Who are you? You dare to challenge our wolf hunting clan. Before he finished speaking, Lai Zhan's figure appeared at the door of the sacrificial hall. His tall and muscular body gave him a sense of oppression. Clan leader, you are finally out. Congratulations on your successful promotion to hero level. In this way, no one can stop the rise of the Wolf Hunter clan. The clan leader has become a hero. The rise of the Wolf Hunter clan will no longer be stopped by anyone. After Li Fei saw Lai Zhan appear, he could finally let go of the feelings he had been thinking about. A strong master-level person is invincible no matter how strong he is within the master-level realm. Once you face a powerful hero, there is only one result: failure. This is a crushing in terms of realm and a crushing in the essence of power. Therefore, after Li Fei saw the fierce battle, he was not worried that Yu Shi'er would stir up any more troubles. The leader of the Wolf Hunter clan is actually promoted to the hero level at this time. I must have been in a hurry on the way here. Yu Shi'er looked at Lai Zhan with an extremely calm look, happy and unafraid. Yu Shi'er had indeed never seen a hero-level powerhouse when she was still in the Moonlight Forest. However, during this period of time at Chila's shop, among the hero-level experts Yu Shi'er knew, there was no one who was not stronger than Lai Zhan, who had just been promoted. Even Yu Feng, who had only been to the store once and had recently been promoted to hero level. It was only after he had stabilized his realm that he came to the store. Hearing this, Lai Zhan frowned slightly. The power of your blood, you are from the Moon Spirit Cat clan. After looking Yu Shi'er up and down, Lai Zhan spoke with some surprise. The Moon Spirit Cat clan is on the hunting list of the Wolf Hunter clan. Although he heard that a member of the Moon Spirit Cat clan escaped while hunting, Lai Zhan never cared about it. But he never thought that this escaped member of the Yueling Cat clan would come to his door at such a time. Your priest knows me, but I didn't expect you to remember me. It's really an honor for me. Yu Shi'er sneered. This obvious irony made Lai Zhan's eyes twitch unconsciously. It is true that Lai Zhan and Lai Fei have different concepts. For these targets hunted by the wolf hunters, Lai Zhan felt a little guilty in his heart. But guilt is guilt. Without Li Zhan's acquiescence, the Wolfhound clan members would not dare to go out in large numbers to hunt. So now that Yu Shi'er mentioned it, Lai Zhan inevitably felt a little angry. I didn't care when you ran away. Why did you come back today? Are you really not afraid of death? With fierce fighting and anger, his voice suddenly rose a lot. It sounded like thunder in the sky. Can you really not think of why I came back? Yu Shi'er sneered at Lai Zhan's question. The hatred of genocide is a life and death affair. Why come back? Isn't it just for revenge? Is it to visit friends? It's just a pity that an accident like yours happened. Yu Shi'er continued to speak coldly. If Li Zhan hadn't been promoted to a heroic level, then no one in the entire hunting wolf clan would be Yu Shi'er's opponent. But unfortunately, man's calculation is not as good as God's calculation. This accident of mine. Lai Zhan showed a hint of doubt at Yu Shi'er's words, but soon a look of astonishment appeared on his face. When I first heard that you escaped, you were only at the brave level. Unexpectedly, I have been promoted to the Grandmaster level now. In just a few months, he was promoted from the brave level to the pinnacle of the master level. Lai Zhan had never heard of this kind of promotion speed, let alone seen it with his own eyes. How can I not be shocked when I see it today? The concentration of blood power in your body is much higher than imagined. With such a strong bloodline power, it's no wonder that he can become a master in such a short period of time. After a slight pause, Lai Zhan made an even more surprised sound. After becoming a hero-level powerhouse, Li Zhan's perception of the power of demi-human blood is much stronger than before. With deliberate perception, he could vaguely perceive the concentration of blood power in Yu Shi'er's body. This kind of perception is an ability that those of the demi-human race who have not been promoted to the hero level can never possess. In perception, the concentration of Yu Shi'er's bloodline power exceeded Li Zhan's imagination. For the current demi-human race, this kind of concentration of bloodline power would have to go back at least 3 generations before it could appear. For practitioners, the inheritance of 3 generations of clan members lasts for hundreds of years. To put it bluntly, even the current members of the Wolf Hunter clan have used the bloodline orbs purified in this magic circle. The blood he purified may not be half as concentrated as Yu Shi'er's blood. The occurrence of this situation can only show that Yu Shi'er's cultivation qualifications and talents are terrifyingly high. High enough to purify one's own bloodline. Thinking of this, Lai Zhan's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous intent. Your qualifications and talents are so strong that it's shocking. If I let you leave here today, I'm afraid it would be a disaster for the entire wolf hunting clan. The power of blood determines qualifications, talents, and potential. With the power of Yu Shi'er's blood, if she was given the opportunity to be promoted to the hero level, it would be almost a certainty. Therefore, it is impossible for Yu Shi'er to leave here safely in a fierce battle. The entire Yu Lingmao clan died at the hands of your wolf hunting clan. Today, you, the clan leader, want to take me down. Are you still looking for any reason? Yu Shi'er only thought Lai Zhan's words were ridiculous. Such high-sounding words make no sense at all. It's just used to cover up one's crimes. Humph, if I can exchange your death for the stability of the wolf hunter clan, then I will become a sinner if I fight fiercely, so what? Lai Zhan snorted coldly, and the majestic fighting spirit suddenly burst out and rose into the sky, pressing towards Yu Shi'er. The fighting spirit of the hero-level warriors is not comparable to that of the previous master-level warriors. Even though Yu Shi'er walked along the way, she rarely encountered an opponent. But in the face of a fierce battle, he was still suppressed and his movements were much slower. This is the difference between the Grandmaster level and the hero level. Perhaps among the same level, Yu Shi'er is hard to find an opponent. But facing this kind of enemy who has crossed the realm, Yu Shi'er is still powerless. Even if Lai Zhan is just a hero-level strongman who has just been promoted not long after he left the trial space. Goodbye, genius girl of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. The fighting spirit in Li Zhan's whole body surged, and then gathered on his fists. With one punch, the majestic force was like a mountain falling from the sky with no top, making people breathless. The dust on the ground was blown up. But the grooves that formed the magic circle were protected by Lai Zhan's fighting spirit. Lai Zhan also knew the importance of this magic circle. Do you really think you can keep me? Yu Shi'er was locked by this fighting spirit, and the expression on her face was extremely solemn. But there was nothing weak in his tone. Boom boom. The fighting spirit roared like a ferocious beast. He hit Yu Shi'er hard. Finally solved this remnant. When Lai Fei saw this scene, he immediately let out a breath. When Yu Shi'er came outside the sacrificial hall earlier, the feeling of oppression given to Lai Fei was too heavy. The anger hidden in his eyes seemed to destroy the entire wolf-hunting clan. And Yu Shi'er probably thought so in her heart. But at this moment, under the majestic fighting spirit, a colorful light suddenly flashed. In an instant, countless magpie feathers flew out. Yu Shi'er was also teleported away from Lai Zhan's attack and appeared in the dense forest not far away. Magpie Bridge. When faced with an attack that threatens the wearer, it can perfectly withstand an attack not higher than the heroic level, and perform a short flash. One of the set skills included in the Chinese Valentine's Day set. This is also where Yu Shi'er's confidence lies. Successfully blocked. Yu Shi'er's violent heartbeat slowly calmed down. Taking an attack from a hero-level powerhouse head-on is not fun. But the explanation in the Keiqiao skill is not a joke. To say it is perfect resistance means perfect resistance. There was no trace of injury on Yu Shi'er, who was teleported out. After delaying for so long, it's my turn next. Looking at the fierce battle that was coming quickly, Yu Shi'er stood there with no intention of running away. The Grandmaster wants to escape from the hero. That's nonsense. Yu Shi'er is not arrogant to this extent. You gave me so many surprises. But the more this happens, the less I dare to let you go. Lai Zhan came to Yu Shi'er with a gloomy face, and his perception locked to Yu Shi'er firmly. Being able to withstand the attacks of powerful heroes is definitely not Yu Shi'er's own ability. Then there is only one possibility. There is a priceless treasure in Yu Shi'er. Even with such a treasure, Lai Zhan really couldn't imagine what kind of adventure Yu Shi'er had after escaping from the Moonlight Forest. If Yu Shi'er is really allowed to leave today, I'm afraid it won't be long before the wolf hunters disappear. Don't worry, when I came back here today, I never thought about leaving empty-handed like this. Yu Shi'er's eyes scanned the surroundings. This place is not far from the Wolf Hunter clan sacrifice hall. The ultimate distance that a short flash can be transmitted is probably only this long. After all, short flash is just a low-level space magic. In other words, it is a universal magic in the space system. Although it is very difficult to learn, in terms of rank, the rank of short flash is not very high. I know your thoughts very well. But unfortunately, with me here, your idea is doomed to fail. The fighting spirit in Lai Zhan's body burst out again. But this time, Yu Shi'er didn't have the magpie bridge skill to use. 120 minutes cooldown. For a heroic battle, it is too long. However, at this critical moment, a sound like a sharp sword suddenly came from the woods. Finally found it. Who is coming? The appearance of this voice startled Lai Zhan, who was about to take action. Because of the aura mixed in this voice, Lai Zhan was shocked to realize that it actually surpassed him. It's the voice of a powerful hero. This is the aura of a heroic powerhouse. And he is also a veteran hero-level powerhouse. Sword-controlling sect master, Bailey Fenghua. The sound is like thunder, and the people are like thunder. There was a flash of white light, and the sword was like lightning. Bailey Fenghua's figure has appeared next to Yu Shi'er in this flash of lightning. The long sword in his hand has also been unsheathed. Master Bailey, you came faster than I thought. Yu Shi'er could finally breathe a sigh of relief. One can imagine the pressure of facing a powerful hero alone. But if Yu Shi'er showed even the slightest hint of timidity, Li Zhan would probably take action without any scruples. Only by forcing calmness can Li Zhan become suspicious and delay time. If I come a little later, I won't be able to explain to store manager Qi. Bailey Fenghua shook his head and said softly. The hero-level strongman of the Wolf Hunter tribe in front of him really didn't pose much of a threat to Bailey Fenghua. They are both powerful heroes, but the difference between the new hero class and the old hero class is not even the slightest bit. However, I didn't expect that after searching for so long in the Moonlight Forest, we still found no trace of the Shadow Palace. You actually found it first. It seems that I did the right thing when I promised to bring you here. Bailey Fenghua continued. Previously, when Lai Fei betrayed the Shadow Palace to delay time, Yu Shi'er used her membership card to contact Bailey Fenghua. Yu Shi'er can still do it against the Wolf Hunters on her own. But the Shadow Palace is not an opponent that Yu Shi'er can deal with. I just discovered by chance that the Wolf Hunters and the Shadow Palace are recollating. Yu Shi'er shook her head and was not prepared to take credit. In that case, let me help you get rid of the enemies you can't deal with yet. The disciples of the Sword Control sect are right behind. I think they will be here soon. Bailey Fenghua didn't say much. He just raised his sword and pointed the tip at Lai Zhan. The fierce momentum immediately sent chills down Li Zhan's spine. A peak hero-level expert cannot be compared to a parallel import like Lai Zhanwo has not even stabilized his realm yet. Senior, why do you want to interfere in the affairs between my demi-human race? Even with a chill running down his spine, Li Zhan still forced himself to ask. If Yu Shi'er is let go, it won't take long for the Wolf Hunters to be wiped out. No, I'm not interested in what's going on between you demi-races. I just can't stand your bullying. Bailey Fenghua lowered his eyes slightly and said with a faint smile. But this smile, in Lai Zhan's eyes, was like the scythe of death. Although Lai Zhan wanted to retort, aren't you bullying the weak? But if you really want to talk about it, fierce fighting is unreasonable in any case. When a hero level versus a grandmaster level, one person can tell that they are bullying the weak. But, who usually dares to interfere in the affairs of powerful heroes? But, heroic versus heroic. At least in terms of realm, they are on the same level. Even if the strength is not equal, who dares to say anything? Even if a strong man who really has nothing to do wants to meddle in such noisy affairs, he can't find any reason. Therefore, Bailey Fenghua's words really blocked Li Zhan from being able to refute. But sitting still and waiting for death is not what Li Zhan would do. Senior, since you want to interfere, don't blame me for being rude. Since you want to interfere in this matter, don't blame me for being rude. Li Zhan took a deep breath and broke away from Bailey Fenghua's pressure. The fighting spirit in his body roared like thunder. Even if you know you are losing, you still have to fight. Being timid before fighting is definitely not the emotion a warrior should have. I'd like to see what kind of rudeness you have. A mocking smile appeared on Bailey Fenghua's face. Bailey Fenghua will never show mercy to enemies who overestimate their capabilities. The sword energy is unsheathed. The sword light flashed. The offensive capabilities of the Swordmaster class are far superior to those of ordinary classes. The comprehensive ability can also be ranked among the best among many rare classes. Facing Li Zhan's sudden attack, the sword energy filling the sky is the best answer. Shwa shwa. The sound of piercing the sky is endless, and the sword energy filling the sky is like a thunderous giant. Li Zhan, who rushed up, had no power to fight back when faced with the sword energy that filled the sky. The sharp sword energy broke through the animal bone armor on Li Zhan's body and scratched the hard fur on Li Zhan's body. Blood spattered from the wounds. Scattered in all directions, under the light, they looked really strange. Boom! The impact of the sword energy knocked Li Zhan away, making a huge noise. Bailey Fenghua also sheathed her sword and walked slowly towards the direction where Li Zhan flew backwards. Ahem, this is impossible. The gap between you and me can't be that big. Li Zhan's chest felt tight, and he stared at Bailey Fenghua with eyes full of disbelief. Even if there is a gap between the newly promoted hero class and the established hero class, there will indeed be a gap. However, Li Zhan's various attributes after transforming into a beast are by no means comparable to those of ordinary new heroes. However, even so, he still couldn't even take one of Bailey Fenghua's moves. Nothing is impossible. Whatever you have done, you must be prepared to pay it back at any time. Bailey Fenghua said with a stern face. The forces that collude with the Shadow Palace may not be able to get anywhere clean themselves. All sect forces have the same hatred for the Shadow Palace. Destroying the foundation of a sect is tantamount to digging up someone's ancestral grave. How can such a disgusting thing not be hated by others? Sheer, go ahead and do it. After Bailey Fenghua finished speaking, he walked towards the fierce battle alone. The only hero of the Wolf Hunter clan, he probably knows the most about the Shadow Palace. Bailey Fenghua now needs information about the Shadow Palace, so the fierce battle will not directly result. However, if the Hunting Wolf clan lacks fierce fighting, no one else can stop you. Sheer. That's enough. Priest Liefei, you probably didn't expect that I would be back so soon. Returning to the magic circle outside the sacrificial hall, Yu Shi'er said with a sneer when she saw Liefei standing in the sacrificial hall, dumbfounded. You. As for the patriarch, you can never be his opponent. Liefei's voice sounded a bit harsh. The finger pointing at Yu Shi'er also began to tremble non-stop, and could not stop no matter how hard she tried. When you wolf hunters colluded with the Shadow Palace, did you ever think about whether there were enemies in the Shadow Palace? When you hunted those tribes, did you ever think about your future fate? The so-called evildoing of one's own actions will not lead to death. If you do some things, you will definitely pay the price. Yu Shi'er didn't answer Liefei's question, but asked in a cold voice. After saying that, Yu Shi'er looked coldly at the magic circle at her feet. The magic core in the trench has not been completely exhausted, and the magic circle has not been completely purified. What do you want to do? Stop it. Stop it. Liefei looked at Yu Shi'er and raised his fist, and then gathered his fighting spirit on his fist. He immediately grabbed the sacrificial staff and rushed towards Yu Shi'er. Get out of my way. Yu Shi'er knew that Lai Fei's combat effectiveness was not high, so she didn't care about Lai Fei who was rushing towards her. The raised fist hit the ground hard. This time, no one will interfere with Yu Shi'er. Boom. Huge force hit the ground, and the grooves covered in light red immediately collapsed slightly. Some of the bloodline orbs even had cracks. This is the flaw of the magic circle that purifies the power of blood, if it is destroyed before the purification is completed. Most bloodline orbs will suffer backlash. If it were completely destroyed, not even 30% of the bloodline orbs could be preserved. You damn remnant of the Moon Spirit Cat clan. Lai Fei waved his staff, and his magic power quickly condensed into magic bullets, which he threw at Yu Shi'er. However, how much fighting power can a priest who usually neglects fighting have? You are too weak. Yu Shi'er put her palms together, and her body-protecting fighting energy burst out, turning into a big net. Shatter all the magic bullets flying towards him. This sentence was used by the members of the Hunting Wolf clan to mock Yu Shi'er when they were hunting Yu Shi'er. Now, Yu Shi'er returned this sentence to Lai Fei. The way you feel now is exactly the way I felt back then. I want to do something, but I can't. I can only watch my own people and the things I cherish being ruthlessly crushed. Speaking of this, Yu Shi'er seemed to recall something she didn't want to recall. His face became a little pale, and his body trembled slightly. But soon, Yu Shi'er calmed down. Looking at Lai Fei, who was knocked out, a slight smile suddenly appeared on Yu Shi'er's face. Although a lot of unfortunate things happened, maybe I was lucky. At my most critical moment, I met the store manager. Speaking of Qi Lu, the smile on Yu Shi'er's face became even bigger. It seemed that the Lai Fei in front of him was not an sworn enemy, but an old friend whom he had not seen for many years. The store manager took good care of me, taught me a lot, and gave me the power to avenge my tribe with my own hands. I will never be able to repay these kindnesses in my lifetime. So, I'm going to finish what I have to do as early as possible and then go back to the store. If I'm not here, the store manager probably can't be lazy. Yu Shi'er recalled the happiness during this period, and the smile on her lips gradually faded. The eyes looking at Lai Fei also became colder and colder. Goodbye, wolfhounds. After the words fell, Yu Shi'er raised her fist again. The boiling fighting spirit gathered crazily towards both fists. Destroy this magic circle that purifies blood, and then destroy the Wolf Hunter clan's sacrificial hall. The Wolf Hunters are considered to be in a semi-destroyed state. There is no more tribal territory, no more sacrificial hall for the tribe. In addition, the outrageous things the Wolf Hunters have done have aroused the hostility of all demi-human tribes, and become the public enemy of the anti-redemi human race. As the public enemy of the entire subhuman race. Even in Yu Shi'er's hands, there are still fish that have slipped through the net. The remaining demi-human tribes in the Moonlight Forest will probably not let go of the remaining wolf-hunting tribesmen. Boom! With one punch, countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground. Although the magic circle for purifying blood is fragile, it occupies a large area. With the power of a master-level expert, it would take a lot of time to destroy them all. However, just when Yu Shi'er wanted to continue destroying the magic circle, a majestic fighting spirit suddenly bombarded her. Puff! The unprepared Yu Shi'er's pupils shrank suddenly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The tyrannical impact directly knocked Yu Shi'er away. Smashed into the woods. I've only been away for a few days, how come the entire wolf-hunting tribe has become like this? Nalankang, with his hands behind his back, walked step by step outside the wolf-hunting tribe's sacrificial hall. Ying Yi, who attacked Yu Shi'er, also disappeared into the darkness again. Nalankang, sir. Lai Fei looked at Nalankang approaching, gritted his teeth, and finally lowered his head. The situation is stronger than the person. Although Nalankang is only a master-level powerhouse, Ying Yi, who is guarding him, is a real hero-level powerhouse. Priest Liafei, looking at your face, you don't seem to be doing well. Nalankang said slowly, still with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, sir, the power of blood you want may not be given to you as scheduled. Liafei looked at the open space outside the sacrificial hall with a livid face. There are cracks on it and collapsed trenches. It was like it hit Liafei's heart, making him feel so distressed that he almost bled. Oh? Priest Liafei, do you know the consequences of saying this? Nalankang raised his eyebrows, and a dangerous light flashed in his seemingly smiling eyes. The Shadow Palace does not have that much time to wait for the wolf hunters to purify their bloodline power. If Liafei couldn't hand over the bloodline orb today, I'm afraid the entire hunting wolf tribe would be sent underground by Shadow One without anyone else taking action. Of course I know, but the magic circle was destroyed. There is really no way to come up with so many bloodline orbs. Liafei put all the responsibility on Yu Shi'er without hesitation. I want to get rid of Yu Shi'er with the help of Shadow Palace. After all, with the current strength of the wolf hunters, there is really nothing they can do against Yu Shi'er. Is that so? Nalankang narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced into the magic circle, and scanned the things in the grooves. Then he said, it doesn't look like everything was destroyed. Since you failed to protect them well, then give all the bloodline orbs that are still intact to the Shadow Palace. Nalankang said slowly. It sounded like they were discussing. But the tone was like giving an order, which could not be argued with. What did you say? Liafei's eyes widened and he glared at Nalankang. I don't want to say the same thing again. The Shadow Palace has given you enough. You can't keep the bloodline orbs yourself. Do you still want the Shadow Palace to bear the losses? Nalankang snorted coldly, looking at Liafei with eyes full of disdain. In front of the Shadow Palace, the wolf hunters are just ants with some value. If you do well, then it is not impossible to give some benefits. As an ant with some value. If the wolf hunters do well, then it is not impossible to give them some benefits. But if the wolf hunters dare to refute, then they can simply destroy them. You don't dare. The bloodline orbs and the wolf hunters are willing to dedicate them all to the Shadow Palace, just in exchange for the peace of my wolfhounds. Liafei's teeth were almost broken. But so what? Resist the Shadow Palace? That is simply not something that the wolf hunters are qualified to think about. It would be better to use this little thing left in exchange for the survival of the wolf hunting tribe. At least, the wolf hunting tribe will not be destroyed by Yu Shi'er today. Don't worry, I know what you are worried about. In the territory of the wolf hunters, it seems that many practitioners are gathering here. It seems that your clan leader is about to fall into the hands of that hero-level powerhouse. Nalankang said lightly. The words he spoke out frightened Liafei more than each other. No wonder Li Zhan didn't stop Yu Shi'er. It turns out that there really is a hero-level strongman helping Yu Shi'er. If the people from the Shadow Palace had not come, then the wolf hunters would really be expelled from the Moonlight Forest today. But, you don't have to worry. Before Nalankang could wait for Liafei to reply, he changed the topic and continued. The master of the Shadow Palace will come to the wolf hunters today to collect the bloodline orbs. Those enemies that you can't deal with are just a bunch of chickens and dogs in front of the palace master, and they are nothing to be afraid of. When he talked about the master of the Shadow Palace, Nalankang's tone was full of admiration. The strongest person in the Shadow Palace, a half-step strong man. The Shadow Guards established in the Shadow Palace by their own efforts are the source of confidence for these people. Shadow One is a member of the Shadow Guard. A heroic dead soldier. This kind of strength and this kind of battle, just thinking about it, is terrifying. Ahem. Who is this? Are there other heroic heroes in the Wolf Hunter clan? After Yu Shi'er was blasted out by Yi, she felt severe pain all over her body. It was like the bones had been shattered. However, Yu Shi'er knew that this was just a side effect of the terrifying Doqi bombardment. Fortunately, Yu Shi'er is fully equipped. Otherwise, the hero-level strongman's attack would hit Yu Shi'er, who was unprepared. Even if he doesn't die, he will probably be seriously injured. It's not other hero-level powerhouses, it's the people from the Shadow Palace who have arrived. Just after Yu Shi'er stood up with difficulty, Bailey Fenghua's voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, a soft fighting spirit covered Yu Shi'er's body, dispelling the remaining fighting spirit of the previous heroic level strongman. Thank you very much, Master Bailey. Yu Shi'er suddenly felt her body relaxed a lot. It's just a little effort. Bailey Fenghua waved his hand, and then said with a solemn expression, I just felt the bloody aura that belongs exclusively to the Shadow Palace. The wolf hunters colluded with the Shadow Palace. What happened, although I didn't ask the guy from before. But now that someone from the Shadow Palace has arrived, I have a better choice. Hearing this, Yu Shi'er was stunned for a moment, and then asked nonchalantly, what about Li Zhan? The guy you're talking about fighting with me? He's too weak and has already been killed by my sword. Are you asking about the guy I fought with? His strength is too weak and he has already been killed by my sword. That guy in Bailey Fenghua's mouth naturally refers to Li Zhan. Under normal circumstances, Bailey Fenghua rarely kills people. But this time, Bailey Fenghua guessed that Yu Shi'er had a grudge against the wolf hunters, so he showed no mercy. What's more, the wolf hunters are colluding with the Shadow Palace. From Bailey Fenghua's point of view, this was also unforgivable. Another heroic corpse. The more of this high-level nourishment, the better. But while Bailey Fenghua and Yu Shi'er were talking, an extremely cold voice sounded in the forest. This coldness is not the coldness in the tone. But when this voice sounded, it seemed as if the surrounding temperature had dropped several degrees. It's chilling. Heroic corpse. Not good. When Bailey Fenghua heard this, he subconsciously looked towards the place where he had fought before. There was the only heroic corpse nearby, killed by Bailey Fenghua in a fierce battle with his sword. This smell is really familiar. If I remember correctly, you should be the current master of the sword control sect, Bailey Fenghua. When Bailey Fenghua was about to go to check Li Zhan's corpse, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bailey Fenghua. It was a man dressed in black robes, with a handsome appearance and a well-proportioned body. It's just that this man's skin looks a little fair, as if he hasn't seen the sun all year round. But his lips were too bright red, as if they were a pool of blood. The most bizarre thing was this man's eyes, which were cold and dark, as iPhone could be sucked into the abyss with just one more look. The extremely rich smell of blood, violent and dark. Who are you anyway? When Bailey Fenghua saw this man, the hairs on his back stood up. Because Bailey Fenghua could clearly sense that this man's aura was stronger than his own. This is a true half-step strongman. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. The man narrowed his eyes, as if he were a harmless young man. I am the current master of the Shadow Palace. Shadow Demon. As soon as these words came out, Bailey Fenghua suddenly looked at the man in front of him with a horrified face and took several steps back. You are the master of the Shadow Palace. The master of the Shadow Palace actually appeared in front of him. How can this not be shocking? It's me. Shadow Demon still squinted his eyes. But the light coming from those narrow eyes was still so cold and dark. If I guessed correctly, you should be waiting for the disciples of the Sword Control sect. Could it be? When Shadow Demon mentioned this matter, Bailey Fenghua's heart suddenly tightened. As you can imagine, they may not be able to get through, because the disciples from the Shadow Palace have already arrived. When Shadow Demon said this, there was no hint of ridicule. It's just like stating something very simply, with an understatement. But to Bailey Fenghua's ears, it was completely different. An understatement in this kind of thing. More like cold-blooded. The smile on Shadow Demon's face is just his simple love to smile. The real meaning of this is probably that Shadow Demon doesn't care about the life or death of those people at all. There is true meaning in Shadow Demon's smile. I'm afraid the Shadow Demon doesn't care about the life or death of those people at all. He has never regarded the life and death of his enemies, or even his own people, as anything serious. You're so damned good. Bailey Fenghua roared angrily, and the long sword in his hand was already unsheathed. The sword energy flew out and slashed towards the Shadow Demon. To act with anger is to do your best. A full-strength attack at the peak of the hero level is terrifying. The whole world emitted bursts of whining, and the space became a little distorted under the sword energy in the sky. Before the sword energy arrived, the surrounding trees were crushed into powder by Yue. The earth was shattered inch by inch, turning into stone powder all over the sky. Go. Unsheath the 10,000 swords. Cut. The long sword in Bailey Fenghua's hand slashed diagonally, and fighting energy burst out from his body, like a violent volcano. The ground beneath his feet had long been crushed and annihilated by the burst-off fighting energy, forming a huge semicircular pit. Shwa. Shwa. The sword energy in the sky was like a downpour, as dense as splashing water, without any gaps. Shooting towards the Shadow Demon. This move blocked all places where Shadow Demon could dodge. It enveloped the entire world. Master Bailey, you seem to be in a bad mood. What's going on? Why are you so angry? Shadow Demon watched the sky full of sword energy coming towards him, still with a somewhat false smile on his face. He didn't dodge or dodge, he just raised his right hand. 1,000 shadows kill. A soft drink came from Shadow Demon's mouth. In an instant, the shadows reflected by the trees on the ground began to twist violently. Then under the incredible gazes of Bailey Fenghua and Yu Shi'er, the shadows all over the ground rose into the sky and turned into countless spikes. It collided with the sword energy that filled the sky. Boom! Countless attacks collided together, making bursts of thunderous sounds. The terrifying power caused the space at the collision to become violently distorted. Then, cracks appeared. This is a battle between the strongest heroes at the peak level, and the void can be shattered casually. The sword energy that filled the sky and the shadow spikes rising into the sky disappeared into nothingness after shattering the void. But Bailey Fenghua knew it in her heart. In this fight, Shadow Demon won. Bailey Fenghua took action with anger and struck with all his strength, but was neutralized by Shadow Demon in such an understatement. There is also a big gap between the peak of the hero level and the half-stepper house level. You are rare class. No, it's not a rare class, it's an ancient class. However, what Bailey Fenghua cares more about is Shadow Demon's rank. At the same level, combat awareness and combat skills can indeed add a lot of points to combat effectiveness. But the importance of rank cannot be ignored. Sword wielders are the best among the rare classes. However, it is only a rare class. Compared with those legendary ancient classes, there is still a big gap. For example, the classes that Qi Lu extracted from the class Inheritance Scroll Purchase channel. Whether it is the Ice Queen class or the Overlord class. In fact, they are all stronger than the Swordsman class. It's just that Bailey Fenghua was so powerful that his realm crushed him. The true Ice Queen class commands ice and snow, has perfect affinity with the ice element, and in the ice and snow, the power is endless. The true Overlord class is one that can equal 1,000 riders, and the Overlord's domineering energy can make the enemy become timid even before they fight. Even opponents of the same level will lose 30% of their strength under the pressure of the Overlord's domineering force. This is the power of the ancient classes. How could the power of these classes be matched by the Swordsman class? You do have some knowledge. When Shadow Demon heard Bailey Fenghua's determined tone, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Shadow Demon was well informed about things like ancient classes, most people have probably never even heard of it. After all, those ancient classes have been lost for who knows how long. Those things that were sunk in the long river of time have long become legends by now. How can ordinary people care? I've seen a lot of things. Bailey Fenghua stared at Shadow Demon closely, trying to get some clues from his martial arts. Yeah? Shadow Demon smiled noncommittally, and then said slowly, since you were cognizite, it doesn't matter if I tell you, my rank. Ancient class, Shadow Warrior. Shadow Demon slowly said these 3 words. Shadow Warrior, one of the ancient classes. It is classified as a combination of warrior and assassin, a fighting spirit class. It is one of the classes hidden in the darkness, and has the power to control shadows. In terms of assassination ability, it can be said to be one of the strongest classes. Shadow Warrior is indeed an ancient class. The current master of the Shadow Palace is a half-powerful person. What is your purpose? Bailey Fenghua raised his eyes and stared at Shadow Demon. This level of strength is enough to become the strongest person in the Eastern Wilderness. There is simply no one who can pose a threat to Shadow Demon. What more does a strong man of this level want? What is my purpose? That's a good question. Shadow Demon squinted his eyes and looked at Bailey Fenghua with a fake smile. After a pause, he continued, you think I will answer your question, right? Of course, I don't care much about this kind of thing, because now, there is no need to hide anything. Let me ask you, you should know the so-called powerful person. Shadow Demon said slowly. Of course I know. Bailey Fenghua was listening carefully. Only by knowing the purpose of the Shadow Demon can we find its weaknesses. Otherwise, facing the last half-step strongman level, and also the ancient class, Bailey Fenghua knew that he basically had no chance of winning. Then let me tell you, in the current Eastern Wasteland, it is impossible for a strong person to appear. Shadow Demon suddenly raised his tone and said angrily. The fake smile on his face also disappeared at this moment, and instantly turned into a scowl. But soon, it changed back to a smiling expression. What did you say? When Bailey Fenghua heard this, she couldn't believe it. The fact that Dong Wang's lifeline was broken and its luck was exhausted is a secret buried in the long river of time. In the entire Eastern Wasteland, only a few people know about it. Bailey Fenghua didn't know this, it was normal. Even Shadow Demon learned about this by accident. And what I know is not exhaustive. I just know that it is impossible for a strong person to appear in the Eastern Wasteland. The reason is simple. Dong Wang's luck is not enough to support a strong man. And this shortcoming is not only reflected in the human race, but also in other races. Every emergence of a powerful person will bear a share of the destiny of heaven and earth. Only in this way can you travel around the world. Only then can one be called a strong person who can reach the vastness of heaven and earth. Under the sky, he will always be strong. But why is Dong Wang's luck insufficient? Shadow Demon actually doesn't know the real reason. If we were to say that the person who truly understands this whole thing, I am afraid that Qi Lu is the only one in the entire Dong Huang. Of course, if the system counts people, it would be 2 people. However, even though Dong Huang has declined to this point, this does not prevent Shadow Demon from trying to plunder the destiny of the world and forcefully break through to the strong level. Although the war that year exhausted Dong Huang's luck, but during this nearly 1,000 years of recuperation, it has recovered more or less. After all, as long as the world of Dong Huang still exists, the broken lifeblood and depleted luck can continue to recover. Until that great war happens again. It's a time when this world can no longer bear it. Then the entire Eastern Wasteland will turn into a land of death and silence. But the only person who can know this kind of thing is probably the world itself. Dong Huang lacks the necessary things to be promoted to the strong level. So from that point on, I started planning. There are many ways to be promoted to a powerful person, so why should walk into this dead end and never come out? Shadow Demon half closed his eyes and said something outrageous in an understatement. If you want to be promoted to a strong level powerful person, the first thing you need to do is to get a strong level trial crystal. And secondly, it is the recognition of the power of heaven and earth. Only by being recognized by Dong Huang can one obtain the blessing of the destiny of heaven and earth. Otherwise, even if you come out of the strong level trial space, you will all lie a half-sounding strong level one. But Shadow Demon actually wanted to open up a new path. This idea is simply shocking. You madman, is it because of this incident that you want to destroy the entire sect? Bailey Fenghua looked at Shadow Demon with a complicated expression in Haizi's. Angry, shocked, confused, stunned. It's hard to describe in one word. All sects? What I want is not all the sects, but the entire eastern wasteland. Shadow Demon spread his arms and looked up to the sky and roared. Since the destiny of heaven and earth is missing, just use the destiny of all living beings to replace it. Every creature, no matter what race it is, no matter what its own strength is, no matter whether it has practiced or not. As long as it is born, it will have its own destiny. It's just that every living being has different luck. And these belong to the destiny that a creature is born with when it is born, which is different from the destiny of heaven and earth. The fate of living beings is very mysterious. But it shows in terms of qualifications, talent, potential, understanding, luck, etc. To put it simply, the stronger the creature's luck, the smoother things will go. The more powerful a person is, the stronger his luck is. Until it is recognized by the power of heaven and earth, and obtains the destiny of heaven and earth. It means being favored by the power of heaven and earth. And it can be seen from here. Compared with the luck of heaven and earth, the quality of life's luck is at least several levels behind. However, in terms of effect, it is the same. The only difference is that if you obtain the destiny of heaven and earth, you will be favored by the power of heaven and earth. However, every living being has destiny. In addition, there is only a qualitative difference between the destiny of living beings and the destiny of heaven and earth. After all, it is still impossible for a single creature to be compared with the entire world. However, when the luck of these creatures is gathered to a terrifying level, its effectiveness is no worse than the luck of heaven and earth. And this is what Shadow Demon planned. If the luck of heaven and earth is insufficient, then use this vast world to replace it. Capture the entire eastern wasteland, and then use the eastern wasteland as a furnace to refine enough luck to advance to the strong level. The corpses of those heroic heroes are the best sacrifices. You are indeed an unreasonable lunatic. Bailey Fenghua looked at the expression on Shadow Demon's face, which was already a little distorted at the moment. The obsession with pursuing power has long caused some changes in Shadow Demon's psychology, which has become distorted. You name it, because it's something that's impossible to change. The dragon magic array and dragon blood and the dragon ruins are ready. Now we only need to bring the power of the demi-human blood to complete the array. Shadow Demon's laughter became a little breathtaking. Okay, I've said so much, and you've heard so much. Let's go, don't even think about leaving, just stay here and become sacrifices for the formation. As soon as these words came out, Shadow Demon suddenly raised his hands. All the shadows in the forest came alive at this moment. The Shadow Warrior class will never lack combat effectiveness in any environment. As long as there are shadows around, the Shadow Warrior can strengthen his power. You can control the shadow to become your own fighting power. Oops, Sheer, go and find store manager Chi. Bailey Fenghua was shocked and waved the 7 deadly sins in his hand, and the sword energy immediately came forward to meet him. He wanted to buy time for Yu Shi'er to escape. However, there is a gap in the strength between Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon. Above the professional level, there is no advantage. In the woods, there are endless shadows. It's simply not something Bailey Fenghua can handle in a short while. It was extremely difficult for Yu Shi'er to escape. Just stay them all, why bother struggling anymore? Shadow Demon lowered his eyes and spoke slowly. Shadow-bound. Yunwu City, Chila shop. Chi Lu, who was guarding the store, looked a little bored. Looking at the customers in the store, it feels like there are a few missing. Chi Lu couldn't help but yawn. Manager Chi, something happened over there in Moonlight Forest. Lu Jingya quickly walked into the store and said aloud before he reached the counter. This made Chi Lijian stop midway before he could even finish it. What happened? Chi Lu asked immediately. The three forces of the Shadow Palace are Zhenhuang City, Dragon Ruins, and Moonlight Forest. There is nothing to fear over there in Zhenhuang City. With the Huangyuan Empire and Xingyao Empire joining forces, and the members of the Hidden World family launching an encirclement and suppression campaign, with only 100,000 troops, even if they were all elites, they would not be able to escape this calamity. The Dragon Ruins are already sparsely populated. Except for those cultivators and ordinary people who make a living in the wilderness, big forces basically do not exist. If the Shadow Palace wants to attack from the Dragon Ruins, the first city-state must encounter the Cloud and Mist City. Therefore, the only uncertain factor is the Moonlight Forest. But now, something really happened over there in the Moonlight Forest. All the forces sent by the sect have lost contact, including the Sword Control sect. All the forces sent by the sect forces have lost contact. Lu Jingya said with a solemn expression. Let's not talk about other sects for now. At least Bailey Fenghua's strength is beyond doubt. The pinnacle of the hero level, the sword wielder class. Moreover, I have been practicing in Chila's shop for such a long time. His strength is definitely among the best among all hero-level powerhouses. But now, even Bailey Fenghua has lost contact. Could it be that the power of the Shadow Palace in the Moonlight Forest is so powerful? Any other news? Chi Lu has never underestimated the power of the Shadow Palace. So although he was surprised at the moment, Chi Lu quickly regained his composure. Yes, the sect leader finally sent me a message. Lu Jingya took out her membership card and opened the private chat window. The above is the message Bailey Fenghua sent to Lu Jingya during the confrontation with Shadow Demon. The master of the Shadow Palace actually appears in the Moonlight Forest. Gather the luck of living beings to replace the luck of heaven and earth to break through to the strong level. What a loud tone. Shadow Demon's words undoubtedly sound confusing to those who don't understand the secret. But Chi Lu knows more about that matter than Shadow Demon. Therefore, Chi Lu sneered at Shadow Demon's words. If the destiny of heaven and earth were so easy to replace, then there would be a powerful person appearing in the past 1,000 years. Let's use a simple analogy. If you think of the world of Eastern Wasteland as a pond, then the luck of heaven and earth is the water in the pond. And practitioners are just animals living in the pond. The broken lifeblood of Dong Huang is equivalent to the area of the pond becoming smaller. When the luck of heaven and earth is exhausted, it is equivalent to the water in the pond becoming less. The matter of the broken lifeline can be ignored for the time being. But the luck of heaven and earth has been exhausted, and the water in the pond has become less. Then in this pond, only some small fish and shrimps can live. And a strong level power is equivalent to a big shark. Want to be in a small pond with not much water? That's just a fool's errand. I wonder if it will show up. Even if he appears in this small pond, he will probably die of thirst in this pond before long. Because there is not enough water in the pool, it is impossible to support such a large shark. Therefore, the power of heaven and earth in Donghuang will not allow the emergence of strong level powers at all. Unless the pond becomes larger again and the water in the pond is filled again. Wait until you can feed such a big shark. Only strong level powers will appear again. The shadow demon's approach is to replace the fate of heaven and earth with the fate of living beings. It's like watering a shark that's dying of thirst. Can survive for a while, but it will die soon. This approach is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. However, this approach will also kill other small fish and shrimps in the pond. It will also deplete the luck of heaven and earth that Donghuang finally recovered a little bit. This is something that is not allowed in the world of Eastern Wasteland. This is also the reason why the system will suddenly issue upgrade tasks. As long as Qi Lu can prevent this kind of thing from happening, it is equivalent to protecting this world and the entire Eastern Wasteland. Then this world will naturally reward Qi Lu. And this reward will probably be used to line the pockets of the system. No wonder the Shadow Palace wants to take over the entire Eastern Wasteland. I thought the Shadow Palace wanted to become the master of the Eastern Wasteland, but I didn't expect that they actually wanted to destroy the entire Eastern Wasteland. I thought that the Shadow Palace was so ambitious, because it wanted to become the master of the Eastern Wasteland. But I didn't expect that they actually wanted to destroy the entire Donghuang. Qi Lu realized that he still regarded the Shadow Palace as too kind. The Shadow Palace started the war not to take down these forces, but for the sake of life and luck. The war raged, and corpses were everywhere. The luck of the creatures will be continuously collected by the Shadow Palace. The more powerful a practitioner is, the more powerful his luck is. After their death, the fate of the creatures collected by the Shadow Palace became even stronger. These damn guys are disregarding human life for something stupid like this. When Qi Lu thought of this, no matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't help but get angry. Manager Qi, have you thought of something? Lu Jingya saw something was wrong with Qi Li's expression and asked quickly. I did think of something. However, if you know these things, it probably won't be of much use. Qi Lu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. There is no need for you to go to the Moonlight Forest for reinforcements. I will go there myself. After a pause, Qi Lu said again. Over there in the Moonlight Forest, the master of the Shadow Palace sits in command. For cultivators with low strength, no matter how many times they go, it will be in vain. And it suits the Shadow Palace's wishes. With the way the Shadow Palace behaves, it is impossible to abide by the default rules of a heroic level. They have started a war with the entire Donghuang, and they still abide by the rules of a hammer. Take action without any scruples. The more the war burns, the more it burns. Shadow Palace will only get happier. Moreover, the Shadow Palace not only doesn't care about the life and death of their forces, but I'm afraid it won't care about the life and death of its own people either. Because Shadow Fiend is a lunatic. A madman who will do whatever it takes to make himself stronger. And this kind of thinking has long made Shadow Demon fall into obsession, unable to extricate himself. Store Manager Qi, are you going to take action? Hearing this, Lu Jingyao looked at Qi Lu with some surprise. Although Lu Jingyao didn't know what Qi Li's strength was, what was certain was that it was absolutely unfathomable. At least judging from Qi Li's last burst of momentum, Lu Jingyao was not sure that he would be Qi Li's opponent. I'm afraid if you want to hold on for a few more moves, you have to do your best. If we don't take action, no one may come to my store. Qi Lu tried his best to lighten his tone. However, in Lu Jingyao's opinion, this was just a joke, but Qi Lu knew it in his heart. This is a true statement. With the way the Shadow Palace operates, if Donghuang falls into their hands, that must be a loss of life and mountains of corpses. Now that store manager Qi has taken action, I can feel more at ease. Lu Jingyao didn't know what Qi Lu meant specifically, but as long as he was sure that Qi Lu would take action, it would be a surprise. Don't worry, you may have to work hard next. Qi Lu smiled, and then his face straightened. He said in a deep voice, from now on, there is no need to take care of the people in the Shadow Palace. We will use all our strength to destroy them as quickly as possible. Don't worry that the Shadow Palace will come to attack your mountain gate, because what they need is not the sect, but a fight. After knowing the purpose of the Shadow Palace, Qi Lu completely understood. Their previous strategy was completely wrong. Because what the Shadow Palace wants is not to rule the Eastern Wasteland at all. If all these large and small forces in the Eastern Wasteland stand still, everyone will be in danger. Guard your own territory. That was playing into the hands of the Shadow Palace, and they were defeated one by one. Manager Qi, what do you mean? I see. Hearing this, Lu Jingyao was stunned for a moment, and then quickly thought of the message Bailey Fenghua sent her. It suddenly dawned on me. In that case, I'll take my leave first, store manager Qi. Okay, I won't give it away. Qi Lu nodded and watched Lu Jingyao leave the store. Then he took out his membership card. Fire Emperor, I think we should change our strategy. After sending the message, Ling Ao responded quickly. Store manager Qi, what happened? Ling Ao was sitting in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city, directing the battle on the Xingyao Empire's side. Being interrupted by Qi Li's private chat request, he was naturally surprised. We all guessed the purpose of the Shadow Palace wrong. What they want is not a peaceful Eastern Wasteland, but a chaotic Eastern Wasteland. By standing still like this, we gave them every opportunity to defeat them. So, there is no need to be scrupulous now. Let's go out with all our strength to wipe out all the rebellious people in Jinhuang City. Regarding Ling Ao, Qi Lu didn't have any twists and turns, and spoke very directly. Since the Shadow Palace wants to fight, then go ahead. Challenge the entire Donghuang, but I don't know if you really have this strength. Manager Qi, are you sure? Ling Ao was confused by Qi Li's sudden change of strategy. I'm absolutely sure, and we have to do it. Qi Li said with great certainty. Okay, I get it. Ling Ao was silent for a while and then gave his answer. Because Ling Ao knew that there was no need for Qi Lu to lie to him. Now that he has temporarily changed his strategy to deal with the Shadow Palace, and is still so eager, Qi Lu must have discovered something. Since the Shadow Palace wants to defeat them individually, then we will work together to destroy them directly. Starting a war is not that simple. Qi Lu hung up the membership card. I have to say that the plan of the Shadow Palace is indeed very thorough. The original purpose of Jinhuang City's rebellion was to stir up war within the Xingyao Empire. Power is a good thing. As long as the imperial city of the Xingyao Empire is in chaos, the ambitions of the city lords of various city-states in the entire Xingyao Empire will be ignited. By then, without the Shadow Palace taking action, the entire Star Empire would be in chaos. The Shadow Palace only needs to reap the benefits from behind. Moreover, the chaos in the Star Empire was just the beginning. As one of the three major imperial forces, the Xingyao Empire will lose all its resources, benefits, and interests after the chaos. These things will attract countless small and large forces around to get involved. At that time, the entire Eastern Wasteland will begin to enter chaos. The various forces have different ideas. This is carving up the entire Star Empire. Who cannot be tempted? When that time comes, I'm afraid even the Huangyuan Empire and the Goryeo Empire will get involved. However, I always feel that the methods of the Shadow Palace are not that simple. The hero-level powerhouses left in the imperial city of the Star Glory Empire in the Shadow Palace can even keep an eye on the Paladin and the white-cloaked High Priest. But if other heroic-level experts intervene, it doesn't seem to be enough. Qi Lu frowned again when he thought of this. The purpose of Jinhuang City's rebellion is to provoke a war. Naturally, it is impossible for a hero-level powerhouse to take action, because this would violate the default rules between hero-level powerhouses. However, it is absolutely impossible to lack heroic heroes beside these rebellious people. I think I can't take care of that much anymore, so let's go to the Moonlight Forest first. Master Bailey has lost contact. I just hope Sheer is okay. If something happens to Sheer, I will let everyone in the Shadow Palace bury her with her. After all, Qilu was most worried about you, Sheer. However, no matter how worried you are now, don't panic. When the heart panics, the brain becomes difficult to use. Qilu knew this very well, so he kept suppressing his emotions. No matter what time, calmness is always the most important thing. Qilu, do you want to close the store? Just when Qilu was about to close the store door, Yu Xuanxue suddenly ran over. I'm not in the store. What else can I do if I don't close the store? Qilu asked, naturally. But I'm in the store. Yu Xuanxue said plausibly. You? What can you do in the store? Just play games and eat and wait to die. Qilu looked at Yu Xuanxue carefully and spoke slowly. Bah, you're just waiting to die. Yu Xuanxue spat at Qilu, the beard on her lips trembling slightly. When she saw an extremely complicated look on Qilu's face, Yu Xuanxue hurriedly recommended herself. Qilu, I think I can help you look after the store. Will you help me look after the store? Qilu was stunned for a moment after hearing Yu Xuanxue's words, and then suddenly laughed. You want to help me look after the store, tell me what the conditions are. Qilu does not deny that Yu Xuanxue can indeed look after the store. I usually buy various equipment, snacks, drinks, etc., and the one who spends the most is Yu Xuanxue. Yu Xuanxue is also very knowledgeable about the prices of goods in the store. What's more, the number of customers now is really small. Coupled with the systematic care, it is not impossible to let Yu Xuanxue look after the store alone. However, with the character of the civet-devouring cat race, Yu Xuanxue would definitely not do such a thankless thing. Now that Yu Xuanxue took the initiative to come to her, she must have a purpose. Hey, you can see this. Yu Xuanxue pretended to be embarrassed and rubbed her two little paws in Avery Philistin manner. Is this still necessary? If you have any conditions, please tell me quickly. I have something urgent now. As Qilu spoke, he was about to close the store door again. Wait, I said. You see, for a little cat like me, I must be very tired looking at the store. So there should be no daily purchase limit for snacks and drinks in the store. Yu Xuanxue said immediately. That's all? Qilu looked at Yu Xuanxue suspiciously. He didn't believe that such a money-hungry kitten would only make such a request. There is no purchase limit on snacks and drinks in the store. In fact, as long as you are a clerk in the store, the system will not restrict purchases. But the premise is that the clerk also has to pay the spirit crystal. Only the store manager, Qilu, can take away drinks and snacks from the system for free. Yes, that's it. Yu Xuanxue nodded seriously. After all, after staying in the store for so long, Yu Xuanxue still knows Qilu's character. Free is impossible to be free. It's not even possible to get a discount, and you still want it to be free? That's really not waking up. Okay, I agreed. You should know the opening and closing time of the store. Qilu agreed directly without saying anything. Opening a store can still generate some income. It doesn't matter if there are fewer customers. What's more, this way, there will be another free labor force in the store. I know, you can go about your business with peace of mind. Yu Xuanxue waved her little paw, and then patted her furry chest. An expression that says, I'll do the work, don't worry. Qilu nodded and said nothing. Then as soon as I walked out of the store, I turned around and saw Yu Xuanxue stretching on the counter. Then, he looked excited that the adults in the family are out, and I can do whatever I want. It would be strange if I could feel relieved. System, you'd better help look after the store. I think you don't want Tolos the income these days. Chilu couldn't help but hold his forehead and reminded him in his mind. System, don't worry, host, no one can take advantage in the store. Well, I believe you. Chilu nodded in agreement. The system's words of don't worry are much more useful than you Shuangshua swords. The person who can take advantage of the system is probably not even born yet. In other words, as a store manager, Chi can usually fool the system and get something out of its hands. But now the system is getting smarter. The reaction to Chi Li's deception became faster and faster. From this point of view, it is time to introduce new methods and use new tricks to fool the system. System, host, I feel like you are thinking about some bad things. This system recommends that you put these thoughts away. Chilu heard this and replied expressionlessly, then your feeling must be wrong. The things I am thinking about have not yet occurred to you. Moonlight Forest, the territory of the Wolf Hunter clan. Lai Fei stared stiffly at the man in black robe who was slowly walking over. Nalankang respectfully landed on one knee, lowered his head, and shouted loudly. Welcome to the palace master. This shout is not only a ritual, but also a reminder to Lai Fei. There were not many members of the hunting wolf clan who could approach the sacrificial hall. After Yushir attacked, only Lai Fei was left here. So after hearing Nalankang's shout, Li Fei's knees suddenly weakened. He also followed Nalankang's example, got down on one knee, and shouted loudly. The Wolfhound clan sacrifices Lai Fei, and on behalf of the entire Wolfhound clan, we respectfully welcome the Lord of the Shadow Palace. This sentence represents Lai Fei's willingness to surrender to the Shadow Palace, and also represents the entire Hunting Wolf clan's willingness to surrender to the Shadow Palace. No need to be polite. Shadow Demon said softly. Although Shadow Demon has extremely paranoid obsessions, he is not someone who attaches great importance to ostentation. Because the Shadow Palace itself is a force hidden in the darkness. The Shadow Warrior class possessed by the Shadow Demon also works with the shadows. Therefore, Shadow Demon prefers simple forms unless necessary. Those red tapes are never worth mentioning in the face of absolute power. Just like the disciples of the Shadow Palace, they are still fighting in the Moonlight Forest. However, Shadow Demon came to the territory of the Wolf Hunters alone first. But no one dared to despise him. Because those who dare to despise the Shadow Demon are already sleeping underground at this moment. Palace Master, do you have any instructions next? Nalankang nodded and stood up, but still lowered his head and asked respectfully. How is the collection of bloodline power going? Shadow Demon's eyes swept over the magic circle. You can still see the bloodline orbs filled with cracks inside the groove. The Wolfhounds are willing to hand over all the remaining bloodline orbs to Shadow Palace. Nalankang answered immediately. There is no process, only results. Because Shadow Demon doesn't need the process, only the results. I spread the bait out, and as expected, those little bugs came over after smelling the smell. Right now, the people from the Shadow Palace are clearing out those little bugs in the Moonlight Forest. These people will be left to your command for the time being. The Shadow Palace will never treat those who have contributed to the Shadow Palace badly. Since the Wolf Hunters are willing to offer their loyalty, it is up to you to protect them. Shadow Demon nodded slightly and then spoke. Whether it's to win people's hearts or to have other plans. The Wolf Hunters are still valuable, so Shadow Demon will not let the Wolf Hunters disappear. Thank you very much for your trust, Palace Master. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Nalankang once again kneeled down to show his loyalty. Thank you, Palace Master. The Wolf Hunters will definitely follow the lead of the Shadow Palace. Hearing this, Lai Fei quickly knelt down to thank him. With such a powerful force, if you don't hurry up and get on the line, you are really out of your mind. I don't need you to express your loyalty here, what I need is your actions. Those who are disloyal will be dealt with personally by the Shadow Palace. Shadow Demon glanced at Li Fei and spoke slowly. There was no fluctuation in his tone, as if he was saying a very ordinary thing. Even Nalankang took a deep look at Li Fei. Yes. Li Fei trembled all over. Because he knew that if Shadow Demon said it, he would definitely do it. Leaving the people from the Shadow Palace in the Moonlight Forest is to protect the wolf hunters, but they are also monitoring the wolf hunters. Palace Master, I have something to report. Thinking of this, Li Fei immediately spoke out. Since you are loyal to the Shadow Palace, you have to show your loyalty. Otherwise, the hunting wolves would not have a good position in the Shadow Palace. What's the matter? Shadow Demon gave Li Fei a faint look. To be honest, Shadow Demon didn't care too much about what Li Fei said. At this point, Shadow Demon's plan has been mostly successful. Even if another accident occurs, it will only be a small and innocuous impact. Palace Master, the remnants of the Moon Spirit Cat clan came to the Wolf Hunter clan and made a big fuss. During the battle, they unfortunately destroyed the magic circle. But I discovered that the concentration of blood power in the bodies of the remnants of the Moon Spirit Cat clan is far higher than that of other demi-human races. If her blood can be purified, the strength of her bloodline power will definitely be dozens of times more powerful than most of the bloodline orbs in his magic circle. Li Fei said quickly. This is not only the truth, but also because Li Fei wants to use the knife of the Shadow Palace to get rid of Yu Shi'er. Since the Shadow Palace needs bloodline orbs, give them a better target. This is not only a credit, but also a strategy that kills two birds with one stone. Moreover, maybe the Shadow Demon could leave a few bloodline orbs to them after seeing the Wolf Hunter's merits. This way you not only kill two birds with one stone, but three birds with one stone. Huh? The remnants of the Moon Spirit Cat clan? When I came over, I met an unidentified person. I don't know if this is the person you are talking about. When I came to the wolf hunting clan, I met an unidentified person. I don't know if this is the one you are talking about. Shadow Demon raised his eyebrows and hooked his fingers. The shadow around him immediately emerged into a human shape, and then threw Aper Sun over. It was Yu Shi'er who was in a coma. Yes, that's her. Li Fei was sure it was right just by sensing the power of this bloodline. This is really a mistake. Originally, Li Fei saw Ying Yi knocking Yu Shi'er away, but he didn't pursue him, thinking that Yu Shi'er had escaped. Unexpectedly, he was hit by the master of the Shadow Palace. Are you sure about the higher concentration of bloodline power? Shadow Demon looked at Yu Shi'er, who fell to the ground and was unconscious, and suddenly asked. I'm sure. Li Fei answered firmly without hesitation. It seems that even the fortune of this world is looking after me. The blood sacrifice array, the sacrifices thrown in, the living ones are naturally better than the dead ones. A smile suddenly appeared on Shadow Demon's face. This smile immediately made Nalankang look at Li Fei jealously. I will keep half of the blood orb, and I will also arrange a blood sacrifice array in the Moonlight Forest. Nalankang, I will leave this matter to you. Shadow Demon turned his finger, and a black shadow immediately swallowed Yu Shi'er up. Shadow warriors have the power to control shadows. Swallowing the hunted prey into the shadow is an effective and convenient storage method. Yes, Palace Master. Nalankang immediately bowed and accepted the order. The blood sacrifice formation that was launched this time was no longer Asmal fight in the past. Shadow Demon entrusted such an important matter to Nalankang, which was the greatest trust in Nalankang. 3 days later, the blood sacrifice formation will be launched in Moonlight Forest and Dragon Ruins. By then, I will take over the entire eastern wasteland. Shadow Fiend spread his arms. At this moment, the shadow behind Shadow Demon continued to swallow up the shadows on the ground and grew rapidly. In just a few seconds, it turned into a giant beast that covered the sky and the sun. At this moment, Li Fei truly felt the power of the Shadow Demon. The coercion released by the giant beast that covered the sky and the sun made the entire moonlight forest quiet for a moment. The terrifying pressure is like the endless waves of the deep sea, raging throughout the moonlight forest. The Shadow Palace will last forever. Nalan shouted loudly, looking adoring and crazy. I hope you won't make any mistakes. Shadow Demon glanced condescendingly at Nalan and Li Fei. The giant beast next to him pounced down and swallowed the Shadow Demon in one mouthful. Then it turned into countless black shadows and fell to the ground. The Shadow Demon's aura also disappeared outside the sacrificial hall. It's like it never appeared. The movement in Dragon Ruins is getting louder and louder every day. No one has dared to come here for a long time. Shuaziki sat cross-legged on the edge of the magic array all day long. The magic array that had turned red seemed to be carved with blood. Shuazijing was also waiting aside, quietly watching the changes in the magic circle. There seems to be no one around here. But Shuazijing knew that all the people in the Shadow Palace were hiding in the dark. There is even a hero-level strongman among them. Coming. In the midst of this boredom, Shuaziki suddenly opened his eyes. Heroic level perception allows Shuaziki to sense changes in aura from very far away. What's coming? Shuazijing did not have as strong a sense of perception as Shuaziki, so he was a little confused about what Shuaziki said. Master of the Shadow Palace. I must warn you, although you are my brother, it is best not to be disrespectful to the palace master. Otherwise, I can't save you. Shuaziki stood up and calmed down his momentum. Then he turned around, bowed slightly, and said respectfully. Welcome to the palace master. Hero-level strong men don't have to kneel. Shadow Demon doesn't care about these things either. Pomp and circumstance has never been something that Shadow Palace needs to pay attention to. Following Shuaziki's voice, a figure suddenly appeared in a dark shadow. The tyrannical momentum immediately stopped Shuazijing's breathing. How is the arrangement of the blood sacrifice formation going? Shadow Demon's eyes swept around. All the people hiding in the darkness are under the Shadow Demon's eyes. In the eyes of a shadow warrior, darkness does not exist at all. Because all darkness can be regarded as shadow. Reporting to the palace master, the blood sacrifice array is operating well, and the demonic abyss spirit has taken shape. Shuaziki replied respectfully. That's good. Everything is ready. As long as the demonic abyss spirit is summoned, the entire eastern wasteland will be in the possession of the Shadow Palace. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Shadow Demon's mouth. With a wave of his finger, a black shadow immediately emerged from Shadow Demon's side. Then a large number of bloodline orbs were piled on the ground. The power of the demi-human race's blood, and the token of the head of the hidden family. The dragon's magic circle, its blood, and the corpses of strong men used for sacrifice. Shuaziki lowered his head and counted the items. After a while, he raised his head. Palace Master, all the materials have been prepared. Then go ahead and get ready. 3 days later, the blood sacrifice formation in Moonlight Forest will deepen together with the blood sacrifice formation in Dragon Ruins. Shadow Demon nodded, then transformed into a black shadow and sank into the ground. Yes, Palace Master. Even though the Shadow Demon had left, Shuaziki still respectfully accepted the order. Then he straightened up. Ziki, what are these things for? Shuazijing was so frightened by the Shadow Demon's aura that he trembled and did not dare to speak at all. It wasn't until Shadow Demon left that he dared to step forward. Put yourself into the blood sacrifice formation as a sacrifice. Shuaziki glanced at Shuazijing and then spoke word by word. The blood sacrifice formation has never been an ordinary magic formation. The effectiveness of the blood sacrifice formation set up on the dragon ruins is even more extraordinary. With the help of the original dragon magic array, the blood sacrifice array is arranged outside to maximize the power of the blood stain array. So many precious things are used as sacrifices. What is this formation used for? Shuizi was looking at the crimson blood sacrifice formation, feeling shocked in his heart. But this kind of thing is the secret of the Shadow Palace. Shuizijin was not qualified to ask. And it was even more impossible for Shuiziki to say it. But this kind of thing will be revealed in 3 days. Time flies. Moonlight Forest is a place Qi Lu has never been to before. So naturally there are no coordinates for Moonlight Forest. Therefore, the empty boots cannot be used. Fortunately, Qi Lu has been successfully promoted to the hero level, and his speed is not slow. 2 days were enough for Qi Lu to travel from Yunwu City to Moonlight Forest. However, after coming to Moonlight Forest, Qi Lu discovered that the atmosphere in the Moonlight Forest was very wrong. The smell of blood is too strong. Has the war in the Moonlight Forest expanded to this extent? Qi Lu frowned and walked in the Moonlight Forest. After people from various major sects come to Moonlight Forest, as long as they meet people from Shadow Palace, it will definitely be a big battle. Lu Jingyao told Qi Lu earlier that all the people in the various sects had lost contact. Qi Lu knew that there must be a war between the two sides. But Qi Lu didn't expect that it would spread so widely. However, the unique violent atmosphere of the Shadow Palace, mixed with the smell of blood, still appears particularly distinct. If you don't feel Yushir's aura, then go find the Shadow Palace. The person who can defeat Bailey Fenghua must be the master of the Shadow Palace. Qi Lu's goal is clear. Since you can't find a small goal, look for a big goal. The aura of the Shadow Palace is like a bright light in this Moonlight Forest. But not everyone has Shadow Demon's ability to hide his own aura. Previously, people from various sects came to the Moonlight Forest, but no one from the Shadow Palace was found. That's because, at that time, the people from the Shadow Palace were not in the Moonlight Forest at all. That was just the bait deliberately released by Shadow Demon. I just didn't expect people from the sect to take the bait. As a result, those who wanted to encircle and suppress the Shadow Palace were encircled and suppressed by the people from the Shadow Palace. Stop, the front is the territory of the wolf hunters, and no one else is allowed to enter. Qi Lu followed the aura of the Shadow Palace, and before he had gone far, he was stopped by 2 men in black robes. Wolf hunter territory? Isn't that the goal of Sheer coming to Moonlight Forest? Why is there the aura of the Shadow Palace in it? Qi Lu looked at the 2 people in front of him. It can be clearly felt that there is the aura of the Shadow Palace in the territory of the wolf hunters. What are you still thinking about? Didn't you understand what I said? Get out of here. Seeing Qi Li's dumbfounded look, the Wolfhound clan members immediately roared. The look in Qi Li's eyes also became a little malicious. The remnants of the Moon Spirit Cat clan came over to cause trouble in the Wolf Hunter clan. Countless members of the Hunting Wolf tribe died at the hands of that remnant. This commotion almost frightened these tribesmen. Fortunately, Shadow Palace came to support in the end and captured it. And they also sent people to protect the wolf hunting tribe. All of a sudden, the people of the Wolf Hunter clan became bolder. The wolf hunters have also heard about the strength of the Shadow Palace. More importantly, the strength shown by the Shadow Palace. All of a sudden, 3 powerful heroes were left in the territory of the wolf hunters to protect the wolf hunters. This made the wolf hunters extremely happy. 3 powerful heroes. What a concept. If the Wolf Hunter clan could have 3 hero-level warriors standing guard, they would be able to walk sideways in the Moonlight Forest. It's just a pity that these 3 heroic level experts are from the Shadow Palace. But even so, the people of the Wolf Hunter clan were overjoyed. With these three powerful heroes in the territory of the Wolf Hunters, who would dare to provoke the Wolf Hunters? As long as the Wolf Hunters don't take the initiative to cause trouble, they can also walk sideways in the moonlight forest. Therefore, the Wolfhounds are not afraid of people who set foot in the territory of the Wolfhounds. After having 3 hero-level powerhouses in charge, the Wolfhounds immediately became more powerful. For those who set foot on the territory of the Wolf Hunter clan, the Wolf Hunter clan are not afraid at all. A warning first. If you don't listen to the warning, then take action directly. Looking at you, it seems like you want to do something to me. Qi Lu naturally noticed the change in the eyes of the Wolfhound tribesman in front of him. The ferocity there was almost undisguised. Humph, so what? Who do you think you are? Even if I kill you here, no one will look at you twice. The Wolfhound tribe members snorted coldly, full of disdain for Qi Li's words. Although the Moonlight Forest is a high-level warcraft forest, but under normal circumstances, those heroic monsters stay in their own territory. After all, warcraft are not like other races that like to run around. Most powerful monsters have their own territories. Unless they are hunting, in most cases, these monsters will stay in their own territory. And the wolf hunting tribe is famous. Most people wouldn't barge in when they hear the name of the Wolf Hunter clan. As for a hero-level powerhouse, I'm afraid he won't come to trouble a wolf-hunting tribe even if he has nothing to do. Therefore, this Wolfhound clan member did not take Qi Lu seriously at all. Since that's what you have in mind, that's great. When Qi Lu heard this, he was not angry at all, but instead showed a strange smile. He smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed. If that's the case, then I won't feel any guilt in my heart. Qi Lu smiled and walked forward. What are you doing? I told you, the front is the territory of the Wolf Hunters. If you take one step further, I won't be your guest. Before the 2 Wolf Hunter tribe members could speak, their voices suddenly stopped. In his widened eyes, he seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying, full of horror. The body also went limp and fell to the ground. Psychological shock. Qi Li's aura surged, and then quickly subsided. However, the power of spiritual shock still directly impacted the souls of these 2 Wolf Hunter tribe members. Their consciousness was instantly wiped out. This is the result of being locked up in the trial space by the system and training hard. Enemies whose strength is not as strong as Qi Li's are under mental shock. As long as Qi Lu harbors murderous intent, he won't be able to survive even one breath. Mental shock is a move that directly impacts the spirit and attacks the soul. The greater the difference in strength, the greater the power of psychic shock, and the greater the probability of triggering the instant death effect. However, in reality, when Qi Lu uses psychic shock to directly impact the soul, it does not matter whether the instant death effect is triggered or not. As long as the enemy's soul is shattered, it will be an instant kill. Wolf Hunting Clan. If something happens to Sheer, you won't be able to run away either. A trace of anger appeared in Qi Li's eyes involuntarily. The aura of the Shadow Palace appears in the territory of the Wolf Hunters for 2 reasons. The first one was that the Shadow Palace attacked the Wolf Hunters. The second one is the collusion between the Wolf Hunters and the Shadow Palace. However, outside the territory of the Wolf Hunters, Qi Lu could still encounter members of the Wolf Hunters who came out to stop him. Then the first reason can be eliminated directly. Then only the Wolf Hunters and the Shadow Palace are left colluding. Yu Sheer came to Moonlight Forest just to seek revenge from the Wolf Hunters. Yu Sheer will come to Moonlight Forest just to seek revenge from the Wolf Hunters. Now the Wolfhounds are in cahoots with the Shadow Palace. So if something happens to Yu Sheer, it will naturally be closely related to the strength of these 2 parties. Qi Lu, who was so angry, had no intention of holding back. After entering the territory of the Wolf Hunter clan, all those who dared to stop Qi Lu whether they were from the Wolf Hunter clan or from the Shadow Palace, were all shocked and killed instantly. There wasn't even a chance to get close. As long as he gets within a certain range and is noticed by Qi Lu, he will fall down silently. Such terrifying power is truly terrifying. Sacrifice, sacrifice to your lord. An enemy has invaded, and our people are almost unable to stop them. Master Priest, the enemy this time was too terrifying. Our tribesmen all fell down before they even got close. Several members of the hunting wolf tribe came to the sacrificial hall crawling. The tone of his report to Leafy Eye was filled with extreme panic. The enemy was killed without even being able to see him face to face. And the most terrifying thing is that every clan member who was killed showed no signs. Until the second before they fell, they were still able to communicate with the tribesmen around them. Then in the next second, he suddenly fell down. This invisible fear can tear apart their psychological defenses to the greatest extent and plunge them into collapse. What? Someone is attacking again? Is it another demi-human tribe? Lai Fei was shocked and asked immediately. Something so big happened to the wolf hunters before, and it would be unrealistic to hide it. As the demi-human tribes with the widest spread of informants and the most well-informed sources of information in the Moonlight Forest, they will definitely know about this matter. The wolf hunters were attacked by the enemy and their vitality was severely damaged. Even if there are people sent by the Shadow Palace to protect him. But that's just passive protection. Because the people from the Shadow Palace will stay in the Moonlight Forest, the most important purpose is to guard the blood sacrifice formation arranged in the Moonlight Forest. The wolfhounds, who have become the public enemies of the demi-human race, still have to spend this difficult time cautiously. Otherwise, they will be besieged by the remaining tribes of the demi-human race. I'm afraid that the surviving members of the Wolf Hunter clan will have tonsure here. No, Lord Priest. This time there is only one enemy, and he doesn't have any aura of blood power on his body. The Wolf Hunter clan members immediately answered. While speaking, the Wolfhound tribesman recalled the figure walking in the forest and couldn't help but shudder. His body couldn't stop shaking. Facing such a real god of murder, no one can calm down. Unless you are stronger than him. Otherwise, you can only tremble out of fear. If you don't have the aura of bloodline power, you are not a member of the demi-human tribe. Then who would come to the Wolf Hunter clan's territory to cause trouble at this time? Could it be? Lai Fei frowned and suddenly thought of a possibility. The remnant of the Moon Spirit Cat clan, the strong man behind it. It has to be said that Lai Fei's brain is very useful for being able to become the wolf hunting priest. Just based on this little information, you can guess the identity of the visitor. However, it was precisely because he guessed the identity of the enemy. Only then did Lai Fei's face become even more ugly. Because, if the enemy is looking for you Sheer, then he must know about you Sheer's grudges with the wolf hunters. So, if this strong man did not find you Sheer in the wolf hunting tribe, this anger could burn the wolf hunters to death at any time. Damn it. Quickly, go ask Lord Nalankang to come over. When Lai Fei thought of this, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly called people to find Nalankang. The strong man standing behind you Sheer was definitely not something that a hunting wolf tribe could resist. We must rely on the power of the Shadow Palace. Nalankang knew that Lai Fei, as a sacrificial priest of the wolf hunting tribe, could not leave the sacrificial hall too far. So after listening to the message from the wolf hunter tribe, we quickly arrived at the sacrificial hall. You wolf hunters are really in trouble. Nalankang's first words when he saw Lai Fei were this. The Shadow Palace likes to fight. That's because the shadow demon needs the luck of the living beings and deliberately ignites the flames of war. If Shadow Palace is really willing to develop stably, with the strength of the shadow demon, the Shadow Palace must be one of the top powers in the Eastern Wasteland. But the wolf hunters can only say that it is their own problem. If I had done things more cleanly back then, there wouldn't be so many things happening now. I know that this is a hidden danger that the wolf hunters did not deal with at the beginning, and now it has exploded. However, if that person is allowed to continue to act recklessly, it will definitely endanger the safety of the blood sacrifice array. It's not a pity to die for the wolf hunters, but if it ruins the Shadow Palace major event, it will have a big impact. Li Fei understood what Nalankang meant. So he simply took a step back to advance, directly admitting the wolf hunter's mistakes, and then not mentioning the wolfhound's affairs, but letting Nalankang take care of the blood sacrifice formation. You don't have to say it so righteously. The palace master said, "Let me protect you wolf hunters." So even if it wasn't for the blood sacrifice formation, I wouldn't give up on you. Nalankang has stayed in the hidden family for so many years. He is still very clear about Li Fei's words. But since returning to the Shadow Palace, being secretive is not Nalankang's style. In that case, thank you Lord Nalankang. Li Fei thanked him immediately. After all, the people left in the Moonlight Forest in the Shadow Palace are all controlled by Nalankang. Especially those three powerful heroes. For ordinary small forces, it is a great blessing to have a hero-level powerhouse. There are even many forces that don't even have hero-level powerhouses in charge. However, in Nalankang's hands, he controlled three powerful heroes. This powerful force is almost unafraid of anyone's challenge. No need to be polite. Since we are all affiliated with the Shadow Palace, we should help each other. What's more, I am also happy to add another sacrifice to the blood sacrifice array. Nalankang smiled, not taking seriously what Li Fei said was an enemy. The shadow guards trained by the Shadow Palace are Nalankang's confidants. The remnant of the Yu Lingmao clan is nothing more than a peak grandmaster. How strong can the strong man behind her be? At most, he is a powerful hero. But in front of three shadow guards, a hero-level strongman is nothing at all. Unless it is a half-step strongman like Shadow Demon. Otherwise, even the peak hero-level experts would not dare to challenge the three shadow guards head-on. Looks like I came just in time. You are all here, which saves me from having to look for you everywhere. Since you are all here, that's just right. It saves me having to look for you everywhere. Qi Lu followed the breath and came to the outside of the sacrificial hall. His eyes fell directly on Nalankang. When Qi Lu went to the hidden family before, he had some understanding of the main characters of the four hidden families. Because that time I went to collect information, it was inevitable that I would collect information about these main characters. So although Qi Lu didn't know Li Fei, he knew Nalankang. And we also know that Nalankang is the secret son placed by the Shadow Palace in the hidden family. Who? Li Fei was horrified. It's you. When Nalankang heard this voice, he felt familiar. When he turned around to look, his pupils shrank sharply. The impression Qi Lu made on Nalankang was really profound. At the engagement ceremony of the Hidden World family, the incident of killing two heroic-level strongmen with one move is still vivid in my mind. Nalankang never imagined that the strong man behind Yu Shi'er would be this person. It seems you still remember me, which just saves me the time to introduce myself. Qi Lu could guess what Nalankang was thinking as soon as he saw the change in his expression. Then I'll make a long story short. Yu Shi'er, where are you? Qi Lu said this in a very calm tone. It was like the eve of a volcanic eruption, so calm that it made people shudder and send chills down their spines involuntarily. There are many kinds of real anger. But quiet anger is the scariest thing. Because once this kind of anger breaks out, it is enough to burn down the entire world. What do you want to do? Although Nalankang was extremely afraid of Qi Lu, when he heard the three words, Yu Shi'er, he gritted his teeth and asked. Loyalty to the Shadow Palace finally defeated the fear of Qi Lu. Do what? I'm just here to take my clerk back. You just need to tell me where she is. Qi Lu lowered his eyes and spoke slowly. That tone didn't sound like he was asking for an apology, but rather like he was chatting with an acquaintance. But when Nailan Kong heard it, he felt a chill in his back, and even more chills in his heart. Along with the anger, Qi Li's aura could not help but spread out. Nailan Kang is still like this. Li Fei was even more unbearable. He was so suppressed by Qi Li's momentum that he didn't dare to speak at all. Do you really think you can be unscrupulous here? Nailan Kang gritted his teeth, stared at Qi Lu, and said sternly. Yu Shi'er was taken away by the shadow demon, and it was impossible for Nailan Kang to tell the shadow demon. What's more, no matter how powerful Qi Lu is, Nailan Kang also has 3 shadow guards. Compared with the elders of the Yun family, the shadow guards are undoubtedly stronger. He might not be able to fight Qi Lu. Shadow 1, Shadow 2, Shadow 3, do it. No matter life or death. Nailan Kang shouted angrily. The 3 powerful heroes left in the moonlight forest by the Shadow Palace immediately emerged from the shadows. 3 black shadows almost attacked Qi Lu at the same time. Do you think you can do whatever you want in front of the Yun family, so you can challenge yourself in front of the Shadow Palace? The strength of the Shadow Guard is beyond your imagination. Just be obedient and surrender. Nailan Kang looked at Qi Lu and said with a sneer. As soon as the Shadow Guard took action, Nailan Kang felt more confident. No matter what, the strength of the Shadow Guard is there. Even if Qi Lu can instantly kill the 2 elders of the Yun family with one move, facing the Shangying guards, it's a matter of 2 things. After all, shadow guards are trained to kill. His combat power is naturally not comparable to that of those pampered hero-level powerhouses. 3 hero-level strong men surround one person. No matter how strong he is, there is no way he can survive. If you dare to challenge the wolf hunters, you must be prepared to pay the price. After the Shadow Guard appeared, Qi Li's aura was immediately dissipated because of his anger. Li Fei's whole body felt light, and he also agreed. In Li Fei's view, the strength of Shadow Palace lies there. Qi Lu is just a hero-level strongman at best. No matter how strong he is, there is no way he can be stronger. Could it be possible to be the same as the Lord of the Shadow Palace? In front of the 3 shadow guards, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Therefore, the fright he suffered in front of Qi Lu must now be vented. It seems that you are not going to tell me. But that's okay, so that I don't have to judge whether what you are telling the truth or lies. Qi Lu looked at the 3 attacking shadow guards, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. It was like seeing something interesting. Psychological shock. Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and then his figure flashed. The terrifying mental power burst out, mixed with the majestic pressure, and hit the 3 shadow guards. The Qianji ball also turned into a sharp thorn in an instant and was held by Qi Lu. Puff dash. In an instant, Qi Li's body was like electricity and disappeared from the place. Then in the next second, the hearts of the 3 shadow guards were all pierced by sharp thorns. Under the strong pressure, the bright red heart blood splashed out from the puncture hole, drawing a parabola in the air, showing a strange color. The 3 shadow guards felt as if their heads had been hit with a heavy hammer. Immediately afterwards, I felt a stinging pain in my heart. Then, the consciousness became blurred. Bang! When Qi Li's figure appeared again, the 3 shadow guards all stopped attacking. Then he fell to the ground with a look of shock and disbelief. Until their deaths, these 3 shadow guards had not figured out why their opponents were so terrifyingly powerful. Trance caused by mental shock. Even if only for a moment. But in front of Qi Lu, that was a huge flaw. And the most terrifying thing is that even if you are prepared for the skill-off mind shock, you cannot defend against it. Because this is a skill that directly impacts the soul. It's not ordinary pressure at all. How can this be? Nalankang and Liu Fei's eyes widened and they took a breath, completely unable to believe this scene. But what's more, on his face is still a look of horror. These are the 3 shadow guards of the Shadow Palace. These are 3 powerful heroes. Not some cats and dogs. However, in front of Qi Lu, he was so vulnerable. Seeing this scene, Li Fei's body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, it's impossible. How could such a strong man take in that remnant and come to find her personally? This is absolutely impossible. Li Fei murmured to himself. Li Fei had begun to collapse. Because he couldn't imagine what it would take for the wolf hunters to survive in the hands of this strong man. Do you really want to be an enemy of the Shadow Palace? Do you know how powerful the Shadow Palace is? Nalankang looked at Qi Lu and his teeth began to chatter. You can only use your roar to embolden yourself. You guys are too noisy. If you don't know where Yu Shi'er is, then you have no value. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it again. The wolf hunters just wait to be buried with Shi'er. Qi Lu no longer wanted to ask any more questions at this moment. It is more convenient to let the system search the memory directly. No, do not want. I'm willing to say it, I'm willing to say. When Li Fei heard Qi Li's words, he suddenly started roaring like crazy. But it's too late. Qi Lu was not moved at all. The sharp thorn transformed from the Qianji ball has already been shot, piercing Li Fei's heart. Qi Lu watched expressionlessly as Li Fei fell heavily to the ground with unwillingness and resentment on his face. Then he said in his mind, "System, help me search his memory. I want to know where Yu Shi'er is." System, it's a piece of cake. Probably knowing that the matter was urgent, the system was too generous and did not bargain with Qi Lu. I almost forgot, and you. Qi Lu was not idle when he was working in the system. Instead, he looked at Nalankang. The Shadow Palace is also one of Qi Li's goals, but its importance is not as shy as Yu Shi'er's. After all, it would really be inconvenient if there was one less clerk in the store. Recruiting would be too troublesome. You have offended the Shadow Palace, but don't regret it. The Palace Master will definitely avenge me, and you will definitely die in pain. Nalankang knew that he had no hope of living. The fear before death also turned into resentment towards Qi Lu. Noisy. Qi Li's eyes narrowed, and his mind was shocked instantly, which struck Nalankang. Buzz. Nalankang felt his eyes blur, and then the scene in front of him began to slowly turn into darkness. After the soul was broken, the consciousness also disappeared completely. System, let's search this guy too. He should know a lot. Qi Lu said to the system in his mind. Able to command 3 hero-level experts with peak master-level strength. Then Nalankang's status in the Shadow Palace will definitely not be low. Otherwise, it would not be worth the effort of the Shadow Palace to use 3 hero-level experts to protect it. Since his status is not low, he must know a lot of things. The plot of the Shadow Palace is so big, so the master of the Shadow Palace cannot be the only person who executes the plan. According to Qi Li's calculation. Zhenhuang City, Moonlight Forest, Dragon Ruins. These 3 places require at least 3 plan executors. And with Nalankang's status being so high, he might be the executor of Moonlight Forest's plan. System, host, please wait a moment. What you want will be available soon. Hurry up and I'll go take a look around. Qi Lu nodded and walked outside. The so-called walking around is just to clear out the Shadow Palace disciples and Wolfhound clan members hiding in the dark. If you want to disrupt the entire Eastern Wasteland, you must be prepared to disappear in the Eastern Wasteland. The crimes committed by the wolf hunters are too numerous to describe. All the tribesmen participated in that big hunt. In this case, there is no need for the wolf hunting tribe to exist. No matter from any angle, this is true. System, host, the memory search is completed. The clerk you are looking for was taken to Dragon Ruins. Why did you go to Dragon Ruins? Qi Lu frowned. Dragon Ruins and Moonlight Forest are really the south and north of the eastern wasteland. The distance between them spans almost the entire eastern wasteland. System, about this mission, this system also found some other information. Host, do you need it? Before Qi Lu could finish thinking, the system spoke again. Of course it is necessary. Of course, the more information you know about the mission, the better. Qi Lu answered immediately. System, understood, the data will be transferred immediately. Host, please pay attention to check. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of information was transmitted into Qi Li's mind. It is about this time, Moonlight Forest and Dragon Ruins. Blood Sacrifice Formation, the spirit of the demonic abyss. The plot of the Shadow Palace is actually so big. Qi Lu checked the information in his mind, his face becoming more and more serious. The real plan of the Shadow Palace and the things it had been collecting were all revealed in front of Qi Lu. Based on the dragon magic array left in the Dragon Ruins, the blood sacrifice formation was not a blood sacrifice formation at all. It is an ancient summoning formation. It was a giant magic circle conceived by the summoner class that had appeared in the long history but disappeared in ancient times. It is a summoning magic circle used to summon the spirit of the demonic abyss. The spirit of the devil's abyss is a summoned object that was unintentionally summoned by the former summoners. It is a truly powerful summon. Vicious, bloodthirsty, violent, and unparalleled in fighting ability. In ancient times, when the luck of heaven and earth was still abundant, although there were not many strong-level powers, there were some at least. Therefore, the spirit of the demonic abyss can still be suppressed. But now, there is no strong-level power in the entire eastern wasteland. Once the spirit of the demonic abyss is summoned, it becomes an invincible existence. A powerful summon. This is the true purpose of the Shadow Palace, to rule the entire eastern wasteland at all costs. The remaining magic array of the Dragon Clan is the best cornerstone. The head token of the Hidden Family is to provide space power support for the summoning magic circle. To summon the spirit of the demonic abyss from a distant alien space, the amount of space power required is definitely not a small amount. The Patriarch's token of this hidden family was forged by a powerful space magician who was lucky enough to survive hundreds of years ago. The power of space contained in it is enough to support the summoning magic circle. The corpses of those powerful men, as well as the power of the demi-human blood, were sacrifices for the summoning magic circle. It is impossible to summon such a powerful summon without sacrifices. A strong-level summon requires a huge amount of sacrifices. But this is also not the entire plan of the Shadow Palace. The simultaneous attack in Jinhuang City, Moonlight Forest, and Dragon Ruins was also to cover up the movement of the summoning magic circle. It's just that the creatures summoned by the summoning magic circle arranged in Jinhuang City and Moonlight Forest. It is not a strong-level demonic abyss spirit. After all, the number of sacrifices required by the demonic abyss spirit, which possesses strong-level strength, is not easy to assemble in the eastern wasteland at this time. Even if it is filled with the corpses of hero-level experts, that is a large amount. Being able to summon one is already the limit. Therefore, those summoning magic arrays arranged in Jinhuang City and Moonlight Forest actually summoned creatures from the demonic abyss with varying strengths. The strong can have hero-level strength, while the weak can also have a professional-level strength. And it's different from the demonic abyss spirit, which can only summon one. Because the number of sacrifices required to summon demon abyss creatures is much smaller, the number of demon abyss creatures summoned is much greater. Although the Shadow Palace wants to rule the entire eastern wasteland. But I never thought about it from the beginning, relying entirely on my own strength. Because if you want to rely on your own strength to fight against the entire Donghuang, It is almost impossible for such a huge force to be completely hidden in the dark. Therefore, the Shadow Palace has placed its target on this summoning magic circle from the very beginning. For decades, the Shadow Palace has been collecting sacrifices. The so-called blood sacrifice formation is nothing more than a cover used to store sacrifices. However, after the blood sacrifice formation absorbs the power of those living beings, a small part will be fed back to those who activate the formation, helping them strengthen themselves and temper their fighting spirit and magic power. This effect makes people in the Shadow Palace obsessed with it. Everyone wants to practice with twice the result with half the effort, everyone wants to gain powerful strength, and everyone wants to reach the sky in one step. The blood sacrifice formation can satisfy their dreams to the greatest extent. But no one thought that this was just a bait set by the Shadow Palace. It's the Shadow Demon's conspiracy. All the sacrifices that are thrown into the blood sacrifice array, most of the converted living power, will be stored and turned into sacrifices for the summoning magic array. I didn't expect that the Shadow Palace's plan would be so terrifying. That Shadow Demon doesn't care about anyone's life at all. Everyone is the nourishment for him to become stronger and the paving stone for him to move forward. Qi checked the information in his mind and couldn't help but feel a chill in his back. Originally, Qi thought that the Shadow Palace would dare to reach out to the entire Donghuang and fight against the entire Donghuang with the power of phone force. What a powerful and courageous force it would be. But he didn't expect that these were all the Shadow Demon's conspiracy. In the eyes of Shadow Demon, everyone is just a pawn that can be used. The creatures in the demonic abyss are cruel, murderous, violent, and vicious. Once summoned to the eastern wasteland, all living beings will be destroyed. And all of these are Shadow Demon's way to collect the luck of living beings and become a strong person. But why does the Shadow Demon know how to summon the magic circle? Didn't this kind of thing disappear long ago in ancient times? Qi thought about this problem again. The summoner class is just a powerful class that appeared briefly in the long history. Although he was once extremely powerful, he was a powerful class that no cultivator dared to easily provoke. However, they were quickly massacred by all the cultivators. This summoning magic circle has also been lost. However, for some reason, Shadow Demon found out. However, this summoning magic circle, that should have been lost, was somehow found out by Shadow Demon. After all, in ancient times, the luck of heaven and earth was not as scarce as it is now. Although the spirit of the demonic abyss is powerful, it is not invincible. There are many powerful people who can defeat the spirit of the demonic abyss, but if you really want to count them down, there are still quite a few. But now, the strong level is an insurmountable chasm. The terrifying aspect of summoning the magic circle is reflected here. I remembered, the ruins. That's right, the ruins. Qi thought for a moment and suddenly remembered this place. The ruins from last time were the ruins of the beast-taming sect. So in the ruins that have appeared in the past, it is possible that the inheritance of the summoner class has not appeared. Double-edged sword, it is indeed a double-edged sword. No wonder every time a ruin appears, it attracts so many big forces fighting for it. Qi punched the big tree next to him. The two people hugged the thick tree, and it was suddenly smashed into sawdust. System, let me ask you, isn't it because the world of Eastern Wasteland lacks luck, so it can't accommodate the emergence of powerful people? Why can the summoning magic array summon the powerful spirit of the Devil Sabbath? Qi asked in his mind while being annoyed. This is also the biggest problem. It was precisely because of this restriction that Qi never thought that the Shadow Palace would take action from other directions. Use other forces to fight against the entire Donghuang. System, this question is very simple, because the spirit of the demonic abyss does not belong to this world, but is a creature summoned from an alien space. System, To put it simply, the spirit of the demonic abyss relies on the power of the creatures sacrificed to the summoning magic circle, to be able to stay in this world for a short period of time. System: after the power of these creatures is exhausted, the spirit of the demonic abyss will return to the world where it should exist because of the rejection of this world. I understand, that's what it is. This shadow demon's plan is really comprehensive. After Qi Lu listened to the system's explanation, his doubts were immediately resolved. Even the shadow demon cannot suppress the powerful demon abyss spirit. However, what shadow demon needs is not to control the spirit of the demonic abyss at all. All the shadow demon needs is to use the power of the demonic abyss spirit to fight against those heroic heroes and disrupt the entire eastern wasteland. As long as enough strong men fall, Shadow Demon can collect enough life luck. When Shadow Demon becomes a powerful person, that's when he will truly rule the eastern wasteland. The spirit of the demonic abyss will disappear after the power of the creature is exhausted. It won't affect Shadow Demon at all. As for those demonic abyss creatures with varying strengths, it was originally a side item summoned to further disrupt Eastern Wasteland and ignite the flames of war. Then it won't affect Shadow Demon. It's just that the strong-level demonic abyss spirit was summoned to this world. Wouldn't the power of the world in Donghuang suppress him? After Qi Lu figured out Shadow Demon's plan, he still had a bit of a headache. After all, Qi Lu didn't know if he could handle the powerful demon abyss spirit. System: no. System: because these outsiders rely on the power of the creature's sacrificeto, the summoning magic circle, to stay in this world, they will not occupy the destiny of this world, and naturally they will not be suppressed. System: these outsiders can stay in this world with the help of the power of the creatures sacrificed to the summoning magic circle. System: because there is no destiny of heaven and earth occupying this world, naturally it will not be suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. System: and, in fact, if possible, this world hopes that you can kill the spirit of the demonic abyss. What did you say? Are you sure you didn't say the wrong thing? After Qi Lu heard what the system said, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in his face. Does this world hope that it can kill the spirit of the demonic abyss? Isn't this just looking for trouble? What Qi Lu wants to do is definitely to prevent the shadow demon from summoning the spirit of the demonic abyss. Otherwise, a strong-level demonic abyss spirit could be said to be running rampant in the eastern wasteland. There's simply no way anyone can stop it. System: this system has just noticed the message coming from this world, so it is definitely not wrong. The news coming from this world. In this way, the world of Donghuang has its own will. No, that's not right either. To be more precise, it should be an instinct of the will of heaven and earth. Because the will of heaven and earth will never intervene in anything. Even if this world is destroyed, the will of heaven and earth will only watch with cold eyes. That is to say, it is a strange existence like the system that can contact the will of heaven and earth and decipher the news of the will of heaven and earth. However, even if this is the meaning of this world, let Qi Lu deal with a strong-level enemy. Qi Lu doesn't have the ability. System: otherwise, you'd better refuse this for me. I'd better do my best to prevent the spirit of the demonic abyss from appearing in this world. Qi Lu thought about his words and answered aloud. After all, this is also a request from the will of heaven and earth. If you want to refuse, you have to be tactful. After all, we still have to make a living in this world. System: host, this is not a request, just a suggestion. It doesn't matter whether you can do it or not. System: however, if it can be done, the completion of the task can be greatly increased. This is an inducement. Qi Lu heard it. When did these two systems learn to use inducements? However, regardless of this matter, if we just talk about things that are worthy of the system's inducement, then the benefits that the system can get will definitely be much more than the host Qi Lu. System: if you have anything to say, just say it. I don't know what kind of character you have. Would you do something that isn't beneficial? Qi Lu exposed the system without hesitation. Tell me what's going on. System, something's wrong. This system thinks it should be disguised well. System, why can you see the host? Can you also discover the thoughts of this system? Bah, I don't have such a bad taste as you. This is the light of wisdom, do you understand? What kind of wisdom can Yorubi system have? Qi Lu hummed, dismissing the system's poor acting skills. System, okay, then this time the system will not hide it from you. When Qi Lu heard this, he immediately stared and said, what do you mean, will this happen again? System, how is it possible? This system is upright, how could it deceive you, host? Please don't use your villain's heart to judge the heart of the system. Okay, I will believe you first. Hurry up and tell me the specific things. Qi Lu waved his hand and skipped the topic. There is no point in continuing to argue with the system. Having such low-quality conversations is really not Qi Li's strength. System, the system will tell you directly. System, because the spirit of the demonic abyss comes from an alien space, it relies on the sacrifices of the summoning magic circle to appear in this world. System, and this demonic abyss spirit possesses the strength of a strong person, so it must bear the fate of the world where it exists. System, so, as long as you kill the demonic abyss spirit in this world, the fate of the world carried by the demonic abyss spirit will remain in this world to replenish the luck of the world. The explanation of the system is very simple and easy to understand. After listening, Qi Lu also began to think about the feasibility of this matter. Plunder the luck of other worlds and use it to replenish the luck of the eastern wilderness. This is a strange method. But it has to be said that if the destiny of heaven and earth carried by a strong man is returned to Donghuang, it will definitely be of great benefit to Donghuang. At least, it will allow more heroic heroes to appear. After all, the heaven and earth lack luck, and the creatures living in this world are not much better. These things are all complementary to each other. Just like a small pond, you can't raise big fish, no matter what. I understand. If the spirit of the demonic abyss really comes to Donghuang, then I will try my best. But I'm not hopeful. Qi Lu let out a breath. Even though this matter was of great benefit to Donghuang, it was not of much benefit to Qi Lu. As the system said, it is probably to increase the completion of some upgrade tasks. The remaining benefits will probably fall on the system. But these are not the point. The real point is that Qi Lu may not be able to defeat the spirit of the demonic abyss. Now that I know the plan of the Shadow Palace, I will rush directly to the Dragon Ruins. The summoning magic circle that summons the spirit of the demonic abyss is placed in the Dragon Ruins. I must stop them. Qi Lu took out his membership card. For so long, I have been led by the Shadow Palace. This time, the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace finally came to light. Then the other forces in the Eastern Wasteland should join forces and take advantage of the situation. Fire Emperor, it's urgent. The first person Qi Lu contacted was Ling Ao. Because the Huangyuan Empire has joined forces with the Xingyao Empire at this moment and is resisting the Shadow Palace's offensive from the direction of Zhenhuang City. Store Manager Qi, why are you so anxious? Seeing that it was Qi Lu calling, Ling Ao immediately accepted the private chat invitation. It's the Shadow Palace's plan, I already know it. Now you immediately send people to Zhenhuang City, search all places where the summoning magic array may exist along the way, and be sure to destroy the summoning magic array. Qi Lu didn't waste any words and directly told Ling Ao about the plan of Shadow Palace. What? After Ling Ao heard this, his first reaction was shock. The summoning magic circle was something that had disappeared for who knows so long. If Qi Lu hadn't mentioned it, Ling Ao might not be able to remember it in his lifetime. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Palace not only got the layout of the summoning magic circle, and it's also used in places like this. The most important thing now is to contact other forces that can be contacted. We must not let the creatures of the demon abyss be summoned. Qi Lu warned and hung up the membership card. As long as he tells Ling Ao all the plans of the Shadow Palace, Qi Lu believes that Ling Ao will know what to do based on his overall view. Then there is the summoning magic circle here in the Moonlight Forest. Elder Lijing. Qi Lu immediately found another person and sent a private chat request. Store manager Qi, what's going on? After Liu Jingyao lost contact with Bailey Fenghua, he took up his post at the mountain gate of Yujian sect. Now I received a private chat request from Qi Lu. Liu Jingyao, who knew that Qi Lu had gone to the Moonlight Forest, thought that there was news about Bailey Fenghua and the disciples of the Sword Control sect, and immediately connected with the private message request. Let each sect organize their forces immediately and head to the Moonlight Forest. Destroy the summoning magic circle here. Qi Lu explained the plan of Shadow Palace in the simplest words. As long as Ling Ao and Liu Jingyao are contacted, the matter of Zhenhuang City and Moonlight Forest can be left to them. Because Ling Ao represents the power of the empire. Liu Jingyao, on the other hand, represents the power of the sect. These are the two most powerful forces in the Eastern Wasteland. I understand, Manager Qi. Liu Jingyao knew the seriousness of this matter and immediately responded. However, after a short pause, Liu Jingyao asked again, however, Manager Qi, I still want to ask if you have any news about the sect master. Master Bailey? It seems that he fell into the hands of the master of the Shadow Palace and was taken to the Dragon Ruins. However, I am preparing to go to Dragon Ruins. So, the matter of Moonlight Forest will be left to you. Qi Lu answered quickly. It also takes time to destroy the summoning magic circle. But from Nalan Kang's memory, Qi Lu learned that the summoning magic circle would be opened in 3 days. By then, something big will really happen in the Dragon Ruins. And now, there is only 1 day left before the summoning magic circle is opened. Even if Qi Lu can use the empty boots to rush back to Yunwu City. But it also takes time to get from Cloud Mist City to Dragon Ruins. Therefore, Zhenhuang City and Moonlight Forest can only be handled by Ling Ao and Liu Jingyao. If store manager Qi can take action personally, I can rest assured. Don't worry here in Moonlight Forest. I will organize the manpower and set off immediately. Liu Jingyao probably knew the urgency of this matter, so he didn't say anything more or ask any more questions. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Qi Lu nodded and hung up the membership card. Then immediately used the space door opened by the void-breaking boots. I hope it's not too late. Star Empire, Yaoguang City. After Ying Luo led 100,000 troops to capture Yaoguang City, has stationed himself here. After that, the imperial city of Xingyao Empire seemed to have made up its mind and dispatched 300,000 troops to guard the imperial city to attack Yaoguang City with all its strength. At this moment, even Yingluo's soldiers were brave and good at fighting. However, facing an enemy several times his own, he did not dare to go out of the city to fight, so he could only hold on. Xingyao Empire has actually joined forces with Huangyuan Empire. I really didn't expect what would make the Holy Knight and the White Priest give up the integrity of the Xingyao Empire and bring in the troops of the Huangyuan Empire. Yingluo stood on the city wall and looked not far away. All the troops of the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire were deployed there, setting up camp outside the attack range of magic. At this time, it was time to light a fire and cook. Smoke rose from outside Yaoguang City. Set up camp outside the city and make a fire to cook. This was to trap Ying Luo and others to death in Yaoguang City. Even though there are only 80,000 soldiers left in the army of 100,000, the daily food and clothing expenses are still a huge expense. Ying Luo itself came empty-handed and didn't bring much food and grass. After all, soldiers are expensive and fast, so naturally everything should be kept simple. And in Yaoguang City, Rong Yuqua didn't leave much food and grass. At that time, Rong Yuqua had already given instructions before leaving the city. This battle would lead to a narrow escape from death. Once the defenders of Yaoguang City were about to be defeated, the messengers who remained in the city were ready to evacuate the residents and set the granaries in the city on fire. The experience of famous generals is reflected here. Whether he is alive or dead, he will consider everything clearly. Rong Yuqua knew that he would lose this battle. Yaoguang City will also fall into the hands of these rebels. So he won't leave anything for these rebels. If these rebels dare to hold on to Yaoguang City, those burned granaries will serve as a reminder to them. And this news was also brought back to the imperial city of the Star Empire by the messengers. Therefore, the army surrounding Yaoguang City was in no hurry. Because there is an urgent shortage of food and grass in Yaoguang City. The rebellion in Jinhuang City could not last more than a few days. Damn it, that guy still plotted against us until his death. Ying Luo rubbed his temples, and his mind couldn't help but think of the bigman who never took a step back until his death. Is this the so-called famous general? On top of the war, he even included his own death. My lord, everything is ready. At this time, a soldier in black armor came to Ying Luo's side, bowed and spoke. This is the black-armored warrior of the Shadow Palace. Okay, let's start setting up the magic circle immediately. Ying Luo immediately ordered. Then he looked at the camp outside the city again. Wait one more day, just one more day, and you will know the consequences of being an enemy of the Shadow Palace. I just hope that the Xingyao Empire's imperial city won't take action too early. As the person in charge of Jinhuang City, Ying Luo is naturally very clear about the plans of the Shadow Palace. I know that what is arranged in the Shadow Palace is not a blood sacrifice array at all, but a summoning magic array. However, Ying Luo didn't care about this matter at all. As long as Ying Luo's status in the Shadow Palace is high enough, it doesn't matter if the entire Eastern Wasteland is in chaos. Wait until the Shadow Demon King comes to the Eastern Wasteland. The Shadow Palace is the master of the Eastern Wasteland. By then, Ying Luo's power will be many times higher than it is now. And this time is the most important moment. As long as the summoning magic array is deployed in Yaoguang City, the creatures from the demonic abyss can be summoned successfully. By then, the troops surrounding Yaoguang City would be nothing at all. The only thing that needs to be worried is that the paladin and the white-clothed high priest will attack Yaoguang City regardless of the cost. If the summoning magic circle is destroyed, then everything will be over. All the prisoners in Yaoguang City will be thrown into the summoning magic circle as sacrifices. There are also the corpses of the heroic heroes left to us by the Shadow Palace, all of them are thrown in. As long as tomorrow passes, the Star Empire will appear in those history books. Ying Luo slowly retracted his gaze and walked down the city wall. Looking at the black-armored warrior guarding the city, he said in a crazy tone. The forces that can be recorded in history books will naturally only be those that have perished. The layout of the summoning magic circle is not very complicated. In fact, among all the magic arrays, the difficulty of setting up the summoning magic array is not even considered to be advanced, but at best, it is considered to be an intermediate level of difficulty. What troubles the layout of the summoning magic circle is more about the need to inject space power into the magic circle and provide enough sacrifices as energy. The more powerful the creature you want to summon, the higher the requirement for the stability of the summoning magic circle, and the greater the need for space power. However, just counting the difficulty of layout, it is actually not that high. However, no one knows this except for a few people in the Shadow Palace. Qi Le didn't expect it either. Ying Luo would actually set up a summoning magic circle directly in Yaoguang City. And this was even more impossible for Ling Ao, the Holy Knight and others to think of. The Imperial City and Palace of the Star Empire. Paladin, High Priest in white. I haven't seen you for a long time. I hope you are well. Ling Ao, led by the guards, walked through the front hall of the palace and came to the study of the white-clothed high priest. The paladin is also in this study. Fire Emperor, sit down. The high priest in white stood up and nodded in greeting. Then he sat down with Ling Ao and continued, I am very grateful to the Huangyuan Empire for being willing to lend a helping hand at this time. I just don't know why the Fire Emperor came to me so eagerly. In the Star Empire, the High Priest in white represents the pinnacle of faith. That is the position of the king of a country. It's just that the Xingyao Empire was founded on faith, so there is no royal family, only high priests. The paladin is responsible for leading the troops. That is to say, he is in charge of all wars in the Xingyao Empire. Therefore, when discussing with Ling Ao, the paladin usually would not speak. Because this is a dialogue between the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire. I came here this time just to tell you that I have all the plans of the Shadow Palace. Ling Ao didn't say any nonsense and went straight to the point when he opened his mouth. Because Ling Ao himself had no idea about the Xingyao Empire, there was none to compromise at this time to gain advantage. After all, the territory of Huangyuan Empire is already very large. If you want to expand your territory, if you don't have enough hard power, even if you expand, you will be beaten back. Huh? Fire Emperor, please just tell me. If we can save the Xingyao Empire from dire straits at this critical moment, from now on, the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire will be the most solid allies. The white-clothed high priest pondered for a moment before speaking. Although Ling Ao didn't ask for any favors, the white-clothed high priest had to be wise. If there is no interest involved, who is willing to do their best to help you? There's no need to say more about the white-robed high priest. If it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't have come in person. Ling Ao waved his hand and said indifferently. Then he explained the plan of the Shadow Palace. After receiving the news from Qi Lu, Ling Ao set off directly to the imperial city of the Star Empire. Now that the plan of the Shadow Palace has been fully revealed to everyone, then the rebellion in Jinhuang City should be eradicated as soon as possible. The biggest obstacle in this is the two hero-level powerhouses from the Shadow Palace hidden outside the imperial city of the Star Empire. Although the paladin is a fighting class, the white priest is an auxiliary class. Paladin is indeed a fighting class. However, the high priest in white is a purely auxiliary class. Therefore, even if the paladin and the white-clothed high priest are determined to take action, they will probably be restrained in the imperial city of the Star Empire by the two powerful heroes from the Shadow Palace. Ling Ao knew this matter in his heart. If you want to intervene in a battle involving heroic heroes, you must at least be a heroic hero. Now that the Huangyuan Empire is sure that everything is fine, then Ling Ao decided to take action personally and join forces with the Holy Knight to attack the Shadow Palace. Moreover, with the help of a white-clothed high priest in the rear, it is enough to ensure that the rear is worry-free. That's the thing. We must send out troops now to search for the summoning magic circle. If the creatures from the demonic abyss are summoned, even if this war can end, the Star Empire may not be able to recover for decades. Ling Ao concluded at the end. He looked at the great priest in white with burning eyes. The Shadow Palace actually has a summoning magic circle. A cold sweat broke out from the back of the white-robed high priest. If this summoning magic circle is activated, the creatures from the demonic abyss will come to the eastern wasteland. What will happen in other places, the white-clothed high priest doesn't know. But the Star Empire will definitely fall apart. You should have in your hands the route map of the people from the Shadow Palace from Jinhuang City to Yaoguang City. Search along the road as quickly as possible. Ling Ao said in a deep voice. I know this matter cannot be delayed. And there is one more important thing, and that is to recapture Yaoguang City. The high priest in white nodded, then looked at Ling Ao. the meaning is self-evident. He just wanted Ling Ao to take action with them. I think so too. Ling Ao smiled while stroking his hands, and quickly reached a consensus with the white-clothed high priest. Dragon Ruins. The summoning magic array transformed from the blood sacrifice array has now become as red as blood. Shadow Demon sat on the edge of the summoning magic circle and raised his head slightly. A huge dark cloud has already condensed in the sky above the summoning magic circle. In the rolling dark clouds, there were two groups of crimson light, like two huge pools of blood, flashing with a chilling and fierce light. It's almost taking shape, the spirit of the demonic abyss. There's just one last step left. Shadow Demon murmured to himself and slowly withdrew his gaze. Then he looked at Bailey Fenghua and Yu Shi'er, who were bound by shadows not far away. The shadow controlled by the Shadow Warrior can seal the fighting spirit and magic power of the prey after capturing it. This is much better than breaking the seal of trial. Because after the seal of trial is broken, all the strength will be dissipated. Even if such a deposed cultivator is used as a sacrifice, it will not have much living power at all. Shadow Demon doesn't need this kind of sacrifice. Like Bailey Fenghua, a peak hero-level powerhouse, if he puts himself into the summoning magic circle, he can at least summon a demonic abyss creature that is also a peak hero level. But if the seal of trial is broken, it's like an ordinary person being thrown into the summoning magic circle. The power of the living being is better than nothing and is completely meaningless. The spirits of the demonic abyss are not like those demonic abyss creatures. If you want to summon the spirit of the demonic abyss, you can't just have the power of a living being. Using a powerful enough bloodline power as a living sacrifice is the most important step. Using the powerful power of blood as a living sacrifice to activate the spirit of the demonic abyss is the most important step. Shadow Demon suddenly stood up and showed a strange smile. Originally, this powerful enough bloodline power should belong to the members of the Wolf Hunter clan. That's why the Shadow Palace assists the Wolf Hunters in hunting other demi-human tribes. However, now there is a better choice. The last survivor of the Moon Spirit Cat clan possesses a concentration of bloodline power that cannot be achieved by the current demi-human species, no matter how purified they are. The more powerful the power of blood, the more powerful the spirit of the devil summoned. Shadow Demon, what exactly do you want to do? If you want to kill me or chop me into pieces, you have to tell me something. If I, Bailey Fenghua, even frown, I am not worthy of being the leader of the Sword Control sect. Bailey Fenghua stared closely at the slowly approaching Shadow Demon and roared weakly. No matter how powerful a practitioner is, he still needs to eat to replenish energy. Those who can survive simply by eating wind and drinking dew are gods, not cultivators. Moreover, after the fighting spirit was sealed, there was no way to warm up the body. Even a strong hero will become weak. Master Bailey, right? Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you, nor am I going to chop you into pieces. Your power of living beings is best suited for summoning powerful creatures from the demonic abyss. I hope you can still say such strong words when you are sacrificed to the summoning magic circle later. Shadow Demon always had a faint smirk on his face. It seems that for Shadow Demon, no other emotion is the same. Damn it. Bailey Fenghua tried to break free from the shadow. But the result was the same as it had been tried countless times before, it didn't work at all. The fighting spirit was sealed, making Bailey Fenghua unable to even burst out fighting spirit. How could it be possible to break free from the shadow controlled by the Shadow Warrior with just the strength of the physical body? And the most important thing. That is, before the fighting spirit is exhausted, the enhanced evil spirit body cannot be used. This is also what troubles Bailey Fenghua the most. Of course, it's not your turn yet. You can still stay here and watch how the spirit of the demonic abyss appears in the eastern wasteland. Of course Shadow Demon didn't come here to reminisce with Bailey Fenghua. In fact, they had nothing to say to each other. What did you say? Could it be that you? Sheer. When Bailey Fenghua heard Shadow Demon's words, his pupils shrank suddenly. Then he turned to look at Yu Shi'er beside him. Come on, Demon Abyss Spirit, let me see how powerful you are. Shadow Demon didn't pay attention to Bailey Fenghua's movements. He waved his right hand and lifted Yu Shi'er up with his huge black shadow claws, and then placed it in the eye of the summoning magic array. Without the support of fighting spirit and magic power, cultivators are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Yu Shi'er's strength is not as strong as Bailey Fenghua. Naturally, the physique will also be quite different. So at this moment, he will only be weaker than Bailey Fenghua. Even though the giant black claws put her in the eye of the summoning magic circle, Yu Shi'er only panted slowly. Yu Shi'er was so weak that she didn't even have the strength to struggle. What is this going to do? Is it finally my turn to be the object of sacrifice? The members of the Wolf Hunter clan are still alive, and the Moon Spirit Cat clan's revenge has not yet been avenged. It's such a pity. But the most regrettable thing is that I still can't go back to the store. Let's go see the store manager again. I don't know if the store manager will have a hard time when I'm not in the store. Yu Shi'er lay on the ground, breathing slowly. My mind keeps reminiscing about the past. Painful, happy, regretful, joyful. Suddenly, a sharp pain poured into Yu Shi'er's mind from all over her body, directly washing away these memories. The power of blood was stripped out of the body alive. This kind of pain is unimaginable. This was a pain that was more profound than any pain imaginable. Ah! Yu Shi'er's face instantly turned extremely pale, without a trace of blood. Beads of sweat broke out from his forehead, covering his entire face in a matter of seconds. The clothes on his body were also soaked with sweat. But apart from this very short cry of pain, there was no sound anymore. Because of this severe pain, Yu Shi'er couldn't even make a sound. It finally begins. The concentration of this bloodline power is much stronger than I imagined. When the power of blood was stripped from Yu Shi'er's body, Shadow Demon could feel the concentration of Yu Shi'er's blood power. I have to say that Li Fei did not lie. Although Shadow Demon has tried his best to overestimate Yu Shi'er's bloodline power. But the concentration of this bloodline power still exceeded Shadow Demon's expectations. Great. The stronger the bloodline power, the more chaotic the Eastern Wasteland will be. The closer I get to becoming a strong person. Shadow Demon looked up at the billowing dark clouds in the sky, and the red light inside seemed increasingly intense. That was the prototype of the demonic abyss spirit. In other words, it is the carrier for the spirit of the demonic abyss to Komoto this world. The mercenaries who came to explore the dragon ruins before died at the hands of the carrier of the demonic abyss spirit. All turned into nourishment. The other two directions should also start. When the creatures from the demonic abyss appeared, it was the beginning of Eastern Wasteland falling into my hands. Shadow Demon was thinking in his mind. Make sure there are no deviations or loopholes in the plan. But at this moment, a loud noise came to Shadow Demon's ears. Boom! Along with the loud noise, there was a huge smoke screen and stone powder all over the sky. A small piece of Dragon's ruins was directly leveled. None of the people in the Shadow Palace hiding in that area were turned into powder. Huh? Who would come to Dragon Ruins at this time? Shadow Demon narrowed his eyes, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. The summoning magic circle has been opened, and the plan has reached the final step. Shadow Demon will never allow anyone to disturb him. Report to the Palace Master that there is an enemy attack. Estimating the enemy's strength is at the peak of hero level. Before Shadow Demon could ask any questions, a scout from the Shadow Palace immediately appeared and reported the news. Dragon Ruins can be said to be the most important part of Shadow Demon's plan. There are several times more scouts deployed here than in Jinhuang City and Moonlight Forest. Peak hero level? I see. Shadow Demon's perception is not bad. Really speaking, the perception of a shadow warrior is directly proportional to the assassination ability of this class. For assassination-type classes, perception is indispensable. Therefore, Shadow Demon quickly sensed the intensity of the visitor's aura. Since you dare to come, then stay and become the nourishment for the spirit of the demonic abyss. The peak of the hero level is a high-quality nourishment. Shadow Demon grinned and was about to blend his body into the shadow. A voice so calm that it sent chills down one's spine suddenly rang out. You don't have to go into the shadows, because your concealment skills are a joke in my eyes. As the voice sounded, a figure also appeared in front of Shadow Demon. Who are you? Do you know what price you have to pay for saying this? Shadow Demon's expression changed immediately when his proud stealth ability was ridiculed. You should be the master of the Shadow Palace. I'm just a slightly angry store manager and I just want to take my store clerk back. Sheila didn't care about Shadow Demon's warning at all and returned expressionlessly. If you are looking for a store clerk, come to me. Are you looking for the wrong place? Shadow Demon's face quickly changed back to a fake smile. Although Shadow Demon can sense it, the aura of the person in front of him isn't at the hero level, not even at the peak of the hero level. But the sense of threat brought to Shadow Demon is unprecedentedly strong. This is the intuition from the strong. Although Shadow Demon does not believe that the person in front of him can defeat him, it is always right to be cautious. That's right, I only believe my own eyes. Sheila stared at Shadow Demon with half-squinted eyes. Perception spreads, searching for the surrounding aura. With the help of the god's perspective skill, wherever Qi Li's perception is covered, nothing can be hidden. As Qi Li said, Shadow Demon's hiding ability is indeed very strong. But from God's perspective, it's just a joke. Master Bailey, you are indeed here. The first thing Qi Li discovered was Bailey Fenghua, who was sitting aside because of weakness. Store Manager Qi, you are finally here. Sheer is inside the blood sacrifice formation. Go and save her. Bailey Fenghua also noticed Qi Lu. Feeling Qi Li's perception sweeping over, Bailey Fenghua immediately spoke out. With Qi Lu here, the chances of winning against Shadow Demon will be much greater. Bailey Fenghua was not in a hurry to ask Qi Lu to save him, since Shadow Demon could kill him with one move anyway. Instead, Yu Shi'er was sent into the blood sacrifice formation, her life or death uncertain. What? Shi'er is in the center of the blood sacrifice formation. You damn guy. Qi Li's pupil shrank suddenly and looked at Shadow Demon. You damn guy, if anything happens to Shi'er, just wash your neck and get ready. Qi Lu was suddenly shocked when he heard Bailey Fenghua's words. Immediately afterwards, there was inexplicable anger. What the blood sacrifice formation is, Qi Lu knows as much as the people in the Shadow Palace. The sacrifices that are sacrificed into the blood sacrifice array will be transformed into the power of living creatures and then disappear completely. If you want to use the summoning magic circle, it depends on whether I agree or not. When Shadow Demon saw that Qi Lu actually wanted to use the summoning magic circle, he immediately gave up the idea of testing. He dived directly into the shadows. This is Shadow Demon's biggest taboo. For this summoning magic circle, Shadow Demon has been hiding hard for decades, collecting materials and sacrifices, and painstakingly laying out the layout. Just for this day. Who dares to touch his decades of hard work now? No matter who it is, Shadow Demon will fight him tooth and nail. Shadow warriors can control shadows, and can naturally use shadows to assassinate. This is also the reason why the assassination ability of the Shadow Warrior ranks among the best among many ancient classes. Go to hell. Shadow Demon's figure suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Qi Lu. A dark shadow dagger was held by Shadow Demon and stabbed Qi Lu in the back of the heart. The speed was so fast, like a black lightning. Store manager, Qi, be careful. Bailey Fenghua was shocked as she watched from the sidelines. However, as soon as the reminder was spoken, the Qianji ball in Qi Li's hand turned into a slaying sword. Without looking back, he slashed at the shadow demon. From God's perspective, all hidden enemies will be invisible. Greatly enhances perception and range of perception. After entering the battle, it can cover the entire battlefield with no consumption until the end is found. This explanation is no joke. This kind of consumption-free perception can capture every detail in the battle in the mind. This is complete control of the battle. It can be said that as long as the God's perspective skill is still there, Noon can sneak attack Qi Lu. All assassins are just a not-so-funny joke to Qi Lu. I've said it before, your concealment skills are nothing more than a joke, Tom. Qi Lu snorted coldly, and the sword in his hand suddenly burst out with great force. Martial arts mastery skills trigger special effects. Break armor. Crack. The shadow dagger in Shadow Demon's hand snapped in response. However, the force of the Zhanma Dao remained unabated, and it slashed directly towards the Shadow Demon's throat. Wah! A piercing sound cut through the space and struck the Shadow Demon. However, Shadow Demon's reaction speed was not slow either. The moment the Zhanma saber approached, he changed his body into a shadow double. The Zhanma sword carrying huge power struck the shadow double. Instantly split the shadow double into two. If you still want to fight with me, I will always accompany you, but you must be prepared to die. Qi Lu looked at Shadow Demon with strong anger in his eyes. This is an emotion that has never occurred before. Store manager Qi, will you be angry too? Bailey Fenghua has been paying attention to the fighting situation here. I was a little surprised at the moment. To be honest, Bailey Fenghua and Qi Lu have known each other for several months. But in Bailey Fenghua's impression, Qi Lu seems to have always been an easygoing image. Even though his strength is unfathomable, there is no air of being a strong man in the store. However, at this moment, Bailey Fenghua truly felt Qi Li's anger. Just one look can give people a feeling of heart palpitations. Are you ready to die? I give this back to you, no one dares to talk to me like this. Shadow Demon's expression turned gloomy. Qi Li's strength indeed exceeded Shadow Demon's expectations. But this does not mean that Shadow Demon is afraid of Qi Lu. In the previous assassination, although Shadow Demon intended to take him off guard, it was expected that Qi Lu took precautions in advance. However, Shadow Warrior is not a simple assassin class. Shadow Warrior is a combined class of warrior and assassin. The assassination ability is top-notch. The ability to fight head-on is also top-notch. Since concealment techniques are ineffective for you, let's fight head-on. The Shadow Demon reached out and grasped the void. The shadow immediately condensed into a slender sword. The weapons of the Shadow Warriors are all condensed from shadows. Moreover, the destructive power of these shadow weapons is not inferior to Totho's powerful weapons forged from precious materials. The black shadow instantly kills. The sword in Shadow Demon's hand vibrated, and his figure disappeared instantly. Within the range of Shadow Demon's perception, as long as there is a shadow covering the place, the power given by the Shadow Warrior class can make him appear where he wants to appear instantly. Moreover, the shadow will also cover up the Shadow Demon's aura. You won't be noticed at all until you take action. After all, not everyone has the skill of God's perspective like the monster Qi Lu. This is also how Kagemusha fights. Use the fastest speed to eliminate the enemy from the most unexpected place. Chong. As the shadows flickered, when the Shadow Demon appeared again, he had already appeared in front of Qi Lu. The tip of the sword in his hand had almost touched Qi Li's throat. As long as he moved forward half an inch, Shadow Demon could see Qi Lu clutching his throat and falling to the ground. With such extreme speed, almost no one would be able to react if they hadn't taken precautions in advance. However, to Qi Lu, the shadow demon's aura that seemed to be obscured by the shadow was like a bright light. Clang! Qi Li's face was as dark as water, and he took action with his sword without hesitation. It hit the tip of the sword just right. The huge power made it impossible for Shadow Demon's attack to move forward at all, and was even forced to retreat due to the power carried by the sword. The sharp sword slashed in front of the Shadow Demon without any pause. The fighting spirit that clung to the blade of the horse-killing sword, almost condensing into substance, left a bloodstain on Shadow Demon's face. A wisp of blood seeped out from the blood marks. Blood, is this my blood? Shadow Demon stretched out his finger and gently wiped the blood stain. Then he looked at the bright red on his fingertips, and an extremely cold smile appeared on his face. Good, very good. You should be honored that you are the first person to hurt me in so many years. Because next, you will see the true power of the Shadow Warrior. Shadow Demon looked at Qi Lu with a hint of violence in his eyes. Ever since Shadow Demon obtained the Shadow Warrior class, he has never been injured in battles large or small. Not even a tiny scratch appeared. Because no opponent has the ability to hurt the Shadow Demon. There is not even a single opponent who can make Shadow Demon exert his full strength. This also makes Shadow Demon become more and more conceited. But today, after only 2 moves with Qi Lu left a wound on his face. For Shadow Demon, this is simply a great shame and humiliation. You're really, really annoying. Hidden skills, you are just a joke. But if you fight head-on, you might not even be able to laugh at me. Qi Lu is now in a hurry to enter the summoning magic circle, to save Yu Shi'er, but is blocked by the Shadow Demon and unable to act. The anger that had been building up in his heart finally let Qi Lu burst out. Shua. Qi Li's offensive speed is even 3 points faster than a short position flash. Shadow Demon had just finished his harsh words, but before he could react, he saw Qi Lu appearing in front of him. The sword that shone with cold light seemed to be able to cut through the darkness. How can this be? How can this be? The cold sweat on Shadow Demon's back instantly soaked his black robe. The Shadow Double didn't even have time to release it before he was chopped on the shoulder by the sword. This was because Shadow Demon moved half an inch to the side at the last moment to avoid the vital part. I said, compared to your stealth skills, your close combat ability is worse than a joke. Qi Lu looked at Shadow Demon with cold eyes. If Shadow Demon chooses to continue the assassination, Qi Li's advantage is that he can completely see Shadow Demon's actions. But when it comes to head-on combat, it's not that Qi Lu looks down on Shadow Demon. Even if Shadow Demon is given another 100 years to live, he may not be able to defeat Qi Lu. What did you say? The feeling of being slapped in the face, before he even showed his strength, made Shadow Demon so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. But really speaking, Shadow Demon is indeed suppressing his own power at this moment. Don't think that among the powerful heroes, the Fighting Spirit class has less destructive power than the Magician class. That's all because the Doqi class is better at using Doqi in useful places. A meaningless outburst of fighting spirit will only cause a lot of waste. A true hero-level powerhouse, no matter what class he is in, can easily cause huge destructive power as long as he is not a purely auxiliary class. However, the summoning magic circle is right next to it. Although Qi Lu didn't care, Shadow Demon would throw a rat weapon into the fight and had to restrain his hands. If decades of hard work come to nothing, Shadow Demon is absolutely crazy. Come on, let me see your true strength. If you don't dare, don't block the road here. Qi Lu said in a cold tone. Shadow Demon also understood at this time that Qi Li's fighting power was indeed terrifying. In terms of combat skills and combat awareness, Qi Lu can definitely crush Shadow Demon. This is Qi Lu's advantage. The advantage of Shadow Demon is the power of the ancient class of Shadow Warrior. Manipulate shadows to enhance your own power. However, Shadow Demon also knows that if the full power of the Shadow Warrior is really used, then the summoning magic circle arranged next to it will definitely not be able to withstand the aftermath of a battle between a hero-level peak powerhouse and a half-step powerhouse who exerts all his strength. Since you don't speak, let me make the choice for you. Qilu didn't hesitate much. Because Qilu knew that if the Shadow Demon continued to obstruct him, he would still be unable to enter the summoning magic circle. So there is only one choice. That is to make Shadow Demon unable to continue to hinder him. Qilu transformed the horse-cutting sword in his hand into Feng Tian's painted halberd. For Qilu, who has proficient martial arts skills, there is no weapon that Qilu cannot use. Feng Tian Huaji is one of the most powerful offensive weapons. What Qilu has to do now is to use continuous attacks to destroy the Shadow Demon's combat effectiveness. Qilu also knew that Shadow Demon would throw a rat weapon when fighting next to the summoning magic circle. So when attacking, we spare no effort. The gap in combat consciousness and combat skills caused Shadow Demon to be defeated by Qilu. In a small mistake, Shadow Demon was seized by Qilu and pierced his abdomen with Feng Tian's painted halberd. A large amount of blood immediately spurted out from the open wound. Just a small mistake. Qilu, whose fighting skills and awareness were so outrageous, perfectly caught this mistake in that fleeting moment. Feng Tian Huaji takes action. Qilu seized the opportunity of Shadow Demon and pierced his abdomen with Feng Tian's painted halberd. A large amount of blood immediately spurted out from the open wound. Shadow double. Shadow Demon immediately replaced himself with his shadow and appeared in the distance. The wound on his lower abdomen could not begin to heal for a while due to the erosion of fighting spirit. Damn it, why is this guy's fighting skill so strong? Shadow Demon clutched the wound on his lower abdomen and gritted his teeth. The pain from the wound was nothing to Shadow Demon. After all, to be able to reach this step and become a half-step strongman, the suffering endured is definitely beyond what ordinary people can imagine. But the erosion of fighting spirit and constant blood loss are a big problem. And why is this fighting spirit so difficult to dispel? When Shadow Demon used his fighting spirit to dispel the fighting spirit left by Qilu at the wound, his face suddenly became even more ugly. Whether it is fighting spirit or magic power, they both have the effect of warming and nourishing the body. It can also help speed up wound healing. This is why practitioners attach fighting spirit and magic power to their attacks during battles, just to prevent the enemy's injuries from healing. However, unless the enemy's fighting spirit and magic power are higher. Otherwise, the fighting spirit and magic power used to erode the wound would not be difficult to dispel. After all, the fighting spirit and magic power remaining on the wound are really not much. At the same level, a larger amount of fighting spirit and magic power is obviously more advantageous. However, it is different when facing higher levels of fighting spirit and magic power. If low-level fighting spirit wants to dispel high-level fighting spirit, it can only rely on slowly wearing it down. This is the case with Shadow Demon now. Qilu's fighting spirit clinging to Shadow Demon's wound seemed to be of a higher level. How can this be? It's absolutely impossible for a peak hero to have stronger fighting spirit than me. Shadow Demon stared closely at Qilu and frantically used the fighting energy in his body to kill the remaining fighting energy on the wound. But for a while, there was no way to completely dispel it. If he goes to fight with wounds, I believe Qilu will definitely applaud and welcome him. Shadow Demon wouldn't do such a thing. But it doesn't matter anymore, the spirit of the demonic abyss is about to be born. At this time, even if you rescue the survivors of the Moon Spirit Cat clan, so what? She probably has very little blood power left. Shadow Demon gasped and looked up at the sky. In the billowing dark clouds, the crimson light became more intense. At this point, summoning the magic circle is no longer so important. Because the summoning magic circle arranged in the dragon ruins is just to summon the spirit of the demonic abyss. And now, the carrier of the demonic abyss spirit has been completed. The mission of summoning the magic circle is over. When my injury heals, it will be your death. Now, let's reunite you first, which can be regarded as fulfilling one of your wishes, before you die. That guy finally stopped. Qi Lu transformed Feng Tian's painted halberd into the 1,000 machine ball again, and then put it away. That guy finally stopped. Qi Lu transformed Feng Tian's painted halberd into the 1,000 machine ball again, and then put it away. In fact, Qi Lu also knew that it was not difficult to defeat the shadow demon in a short time, but it was basically impossible to kill the shadow demon in a short time. How can a half-step strongman level be killed so easily? So Qi Lu had the idea of repelling the shadow demon from the beginning. And most importantly, Qi Li's fighting spirit is not pure fighting spirit at all, but a more powerful energy. This is the energy given to Qi Lu by the system. No matter what level of fighting spirit and magic power you face, you can keep your head down. As long as Shadow Demon can be severely injured, the fighting spirit Adacheto Shadow Demon's wound is enough for Shadow Demon to drink a pot. Qi Lu knew this. But Shadow Demon doesn't know, and can't possibly know. Therefore, Shadow Demon will only be more afraid of Qi Lu. This will definitely dissipate the fighting spirit on the wound first, and then continue to hinder Qi Lu. You must hold on. Qi Lu spread his perception and quickly found Yu Shi'er, who was above the eye off the summoning magic array. The breath is still there, although it's a little weaker. But just being alive is a good thing. At the same time as he sensed Yu Shi'er, Qi Lu had already opened the door to space. The summoning magic circle that has been opened also has defensive capabilities. If you want to enter the summoning magic circle, you must do it as a sacrifice. Otherwise, it is a creature summoned from the summoning magic circle. Otherwise, the summoning magic circle will be shattered. Although the summoning magic circle used to summon the spirit of the demonic abyss requires at least heroic level power to destroy it. But this is not difficult for Qi Lu. However, the powerful force that breaks the summoning magic circle may also hurt Yu Shi'er, who is above the center of the circle. Therefore, it is impossible for Qi Lu to consider this method. What's more, this kind of defensive ability is actually just a decoration for Qi Lu. As long as the summoning magic circle is still in this space and can still be sensed, Qi Lu can use the power of the void-breaking boots to enter. The eye of the summoning magic circle. Located at the center of the summoning magic circle. Yu Shi'er, who was lying here, had long since fallen into a coma. The power of the bloodline was almost completely stripped away. This kind of damage is something that no subrace can bear. Although the power of blood is not life force, if the power of blood is stripped away, life force will also be damaged. At this moment, Yu Shi'er's vitality has been exhausted. Found it. The door to space opened, and Qi Lu came out eagerly. At a glance, he saw Yu Shi'er in a coma. The face was so pale that no trace of blood could be seen at all, and the skin was so pale that almost no trace of rosiness could be seen. All of them are explaining Yu Shi'er's situation. Very pessimistic. It's okay, it should be okay. Qi Li's heart suddenly tightened, and then he immediately came to Yu Shi'er and carefully helped Yu Shi'er up. His movements were as gentle as picking up a piece of fragile porcelain. I was afraid that if it was heavier, it would break Yu Shi'er. Immediately, Qi Lu gently injected fighting energy into Yu Shi'er's body, warming Yu Shi'er's body. By the way, I checked Yu Shi'er's physical condition. Extremely weak and drained of vitality. Even the little bit of fighting spirit left has stagnated and is no longer flowing. Yu Shi'er's physical condition can be said to be extremely bad. Extremely weak and drained of vitality. Even the little bit of fighting spirit left has stagnated and is no longer flowing. This is already a situation where the oil is exhausted and the lamp ice exhausted. Why is this happening? Qi Lu clenched his teeth, almost crushing them. The anger in his heart wanted to break through Qi Li's chest and burn all his enemies to death. It's just a step too late, why is it like this? If he had known that it would turn out like this, Qi Lu would not have allowed Yuashir to go to Moonlight Forest even if he didn't take revenge. Are you the store manager? At this moment, a very weak voice sounded. But to Qi Lu, it was like the sound of nature. Sheer, great, you're awake. How do you feel now? Qi Lu looked at Yuashir in his arms in surprise and asked repeatedly. Is this my imagination? Why do I see the store manager here? Is this what those people often say about the return of light? However, Yuashir didn't seem to hear Qi Li's voice, and her slightly opened eyes looked a little hazy. Extremely weak, Yuashir could no longer tell the difference between reality and illusion. Just murmuring quietly. It's me, Sheer, this is not an illusion. Qi Lu said immediately. It's not an illusion. Isn't it really an illusion? This time, Yuashir seemed to hear the voice. The slightly opened eyes tried to open a little wider. It's just that the look in his eyes is no longer as clear as before, and has become a little cloudy and dull. It's the store manager. It seems like he's really the store manager. Really, it's you, the store manager. Qi Li's appearance was finally caught in Yuashir's eyes. Yuashir's pale face suddenly showed a hint of joy. It's me, you read that right, Sheer. Qi Lu suppressed his anger and sadness and tried his best to put a smile on his face. Just like usual. It's great, I can take another look at the store manager at the end, Sheer. Sheer can be regarded as dying without regrets. Yuashir's voice became intermittent because of her weakness. But it can be heard that Yuashir's tone at this moment is really happy. Very happy too. At the last moment of her life, she could still rely on Qi Li's arms. This was Yuashir's last wish. Shut up, don't say such strange things. Qi Lu quickly stopped Yuashir. But Yuashir just tried her best to put on a sweet smile on her pale face. Because Yuashir didn't want to leave Qi Lu with a sad face. You will be fine, Sheer, trust me. I will definitely take you back. Qi Lu looked at the smile on Yuashir's face, although it was sweet. But Qi Lu only felt sad in his heart. Store manager, I know what's going on with my body. All the power of my bloodline has been stripped away, and I should have run out of energy by now. Yuashir breathed slowly. It was as if taking a big breath would waste the little energy left. Stop talking. Of course Qi Lu also knew about Yuashir's physical condition. It's just that Qi Lu doesn't want to accept this. Store manager, you really don't need to feel sad for Sheer. Store manager, you really don't need to feel sad for Sheer. Because Sheer is very satisfied when she can see the store manager again and, really, very satisfied. Yuashir tried her best to keep the smile on her face. It's just that the body's vitality is about to disappear and it can't hold on any longer. Actually, I wanted to lean into the store manager's arms before, but I never dared to say it. So now, I really have no regrets. Yuashir didn't seem to notice the look on Qi Li's face and was still talking. However, the sound became weaker and weaker. Until the end, with a slight smile on her face, Yuashir quietly leaned into Qi Li's arms and closed her eyes, waiting for the last moment to arrive. Yuashir's body was exhausted and withered, and Yuashir could no longer even speak. Only her weak breathing proved that Yuashir was still alive. Qi Lu bit her lip tightly, and a trace of blood seeped out from under her teeth. What Yuashir once said kept coming to mind. Store manager, good morning. Store manager, are you tired? As long as the store manager doesn't dislike Sheer, Sheer will always work as a clerk here. Store manager, I would like to ask for leave. Store manager, I'm thinking, if I can come back, I will always be your clerk. Sheer, didn't you say that you would always work as a clerk in my store? Then come back alive. Sheila shouted loudly. But Yu Sheer no longer had the strength to respond. No, I cannot. Qilu injected more fighting energy into Yu Sheer's body, trying to restore Yu Sheer's body functions. However, it didn't work. Maybe it was a reflection of his past, or maybe the fighting spirit injected into him by Qilu really had an effect. Yu Sheer suddenly made a move and slowly leaned her head on Qilu's chest. A teardrop inexplicably leaked out of the corner of his eye. Store manager, Sheer really wants to accompany the store manager. Really? Sheer wants to stay by the store manager's side forever. Some choking sounds came from Yu Sheer's throat. It is extremely weak and even gradually getting lower. Until the last word fell, Yu Sheer's breath also disappeared. No! Sheila roared. Seeing Yu Sheer lying in his arms, she slowly walked into the irretrievable world. Qilu was helpless. This feeling made Qilu almost go crazy. System, what can you do? Tell me quickly, I'm willing to pay any price. Qilu still thought of the system at the last moment. Perhaps feeling Qilu's mood, the system appeared quickly and there was now necessary nonsense. System, there must be a way, because death does not mean the annihilation of the soul. System, this system can preserve her soul, as long as you can kill the spirit off the demonic abyss and leave its share of the destiny of heaven and earth in his world. System, then this system has a way to resurrect her. The system spoke very quickly, as if it knew that Qilu was excited. There's probably no way to bargain with it. The spirit of the devil's abyss. Just kill the spirit of the demonic abyss, right? Okay, I understand. System, please help me protect Sheer's soul. Qilu's voice became extremely cold and sinister, with a chilling anger. Before that, Qilu felt that he should prevent the spirit of the demonic abyss from coming to the East Wasteland. After all, the powerful demonic abyss spirit is indeed a very difficult enemy. But now, Qilu hopes that the spirit of the demonic abyss will be summoned quickly. By the way, you should be able to protect the system and Sheer's body as well. Qilu picked up Yu Sheer's body, which had gradually become colder, and asked it in his mind. The evil spirit in his eyes will turn into a touch of softness when he looks at Yu Sheer's peaceful face. System, host, please rest assured that the soul and body can be preserved together. Then it's up to you. Qilu said sincerely. It can be said that it is the safest place to temporarily leave Yu Sheer under the protection of the system. System, it's a piece of cake. After the voice in his mind fell, Qilu saw a small space door appear in front of him. This is a small space specially created by the system. The time and space inside are at a standstill, and the things put in will never change as long as this small space is not destroyed. Qilu carefully sent Yu Sheer's body inside. It's like escorting a fragile piece of fine porcelain, for fear of being bumped accidentally. Next, it's time to settle all the matters in the Shadow Palace. Qilu felt relieved when he saw the door of space closing with his own eyes. Then he used his void-breaking boots to open another door to space and walked out of the summoning magic circle. Manager Qi, didn't you find Sheer? Bailey Fenghua looked at Qilu, who suddenly appeared in front of him with some surprise. He was stunned for a moment before he asked. I have found Sheer and arranged everything. Just, Master Bailey, what's your situation now? Qilu didn't tell anything about Yu Sheer, just briefly mentioned it, and then began to look at Bailey Fenghua's situation. Manager Qi, there is no need to look any further. My fighting spirit has been sealed by the Shadow Demon. There should be no way to provide combat effectiveness now. Bailey Fenghua told her own situation, quite self-deprecatingly. A peak hero-level expert was captured alive. This was not something worth showing off. In other words, Bailey Fenghua was free and easy, but if it were someone with a thinner skin, they would probably be autistic by now. Shadow bondage? Qi Lu, who possesses proficient martial arts skills, sensed it quickly. Manager Qi, do you know this martial art? Bailey Fenghua looked at Qi Lu in surprise. Unexpectedly, Qi Lu could say the name of this martial skill in one breath. These ancient classes, if Shadow Demon hadn't said it himself. It is impossible for Bailey Fenghua to know these things. Well, this is a martial skill unique to the Shadow Warrior class. For ordinary practitioners, it is indeed very troublesome. Qi Lu nodded, not paying attention to Bailey Fenghua's tone. Instead, he rubbed his chin, as if thinking about something. If Qi Lu still can't recognize these martial arts with the help of the system, then he is truly incompetent. Although shadow binding is a martial skill that can only be used by the Shadow Warrior class, Qi Lu does not know how to do it. Because Qi Lu cannot control the shadow. However, just because you don't know how to use it doesn't mean you don't know how to understand it. Because a considerable part of the unique martial arts of the Shadow Warrior class are unconventional martial arts and need to be used in conjunction with shadow. A considerable part of the unique martial arts of the Shadow Warrior class are unconventional martial arts. These martial arts must be used in combination with shadow. Therefore, this resulted in the fighting spirit possessed by the Shadow Warrior class becoming somewhat different from that of ordinary practitioners. The essence of shadow restraint is that the Shadow Warrior controls the shadow and restrains the flow of fighting spirit and magic power. It's actually very simple to dispel the shadow. As long as you know how to use the holy light blessing in light magic, that's it. Qi Lu stretched out his right hand and waved lightly. A white curtain of light suddenly fell on Bailey Fenghua. Blessing of holy light. The holy white light instantly dispelled the shadow constraints in Bailey Fenghua's body. A majestic momentum also burst out from Bailey Fenghua's body. This. Manager Qi, you actually know how to use light magic. Bailey Fenghua stared, completely unable to believe what was happening in front of her. Light magic is usually a type of magic used by light magicians or priests. Compared with those elemental magics, light magic is undoubtedly a very niche type of magic. Because most of the light magic tends to be auxiliary type. For the magician class that pursues destructive power and combat effectiveness, light magic is a type of magic that is not favored most of the time. After all, how much combat power can an auxiliary magician have? Without teammates, I'm afraid my head would be broken. Study, casually, just because of interest. Qi Lu said perfunctorily without explaining anything. After possessing the magic proficiency skill, there is no magic that Qi Lu cannot master. Unless it's the magic that's unique to the ancient classes. Store Manager Qi, it's really hard to handle your interest and lack of talent. Bailey Fenghua said with a smile. In my heart, I had a new understanding of Qi Li's extraordinary talent. You can learn so much magic if you just study casually. This kind of thing that makes people envious, jealous, and hateful can no longer be explained by a mere gift. A complete monster. Okay, Master Bailey, let's not talk about this for now. The real battle will begin soon. I need you to do your best to hold down the shadow demon and not let him interfere with me. Qi Lu waved his hand, interrupted Bailey Fenghua's words, and then spoke solemnly. A strong-level demonic abyss spirit already gave Qi Lu a headache. If another shadow demon is added, Qi Li's chances of winning will be reduced to an extremely low level. No matter how angry he is, Qi Lu will remain calm enough. The emotion of anger can indeed improve combat effectiveness to a certain extent. However, when anger overwhelms reason, people lose judgment. This is the last thing Qi Lu wants to see. Even if it was to save Yu Shi'er, Qi Lu would keep himself calm and ensure that he could kill the demonic abyss spirit without fail. No problem, feel free to leave this kind of thing to me. Bailey Fenghua nodded vigorously. If Bailey Fenghua were to defeat Shadow Demon, it might be a bit difficult. After all, the gap in hard power lies there. However, Bailey Fenghua was confident that he would have no problem if he just held back the Shadow Demon. There is a huge difference between holding back and defeating. Okay, now, just adjust your condition first. I will reduce Shadow Demon's combat effectiveness as much as possible during this short period of time. Because after the spirit of the demonic abyss is summoned, I may not be able to take care of you. Qi Lu stretched out his right hand, and the Qianji ball turned into Feng Tian's painted halberd and appeared on the palm of his hand. Start fighting. Bang! With a low shout, there was a sudden explosion on the ground. A clear footprint suddenly appeared where Qi Lu was, and there were countless cracks spreading outward around the footprint. And Qi Li's figure has already appeared in the distance. It's you crazy again. Although Shadow Demon has been using Do Qi to heal his wounds, his perception is still spreading out. However, even the second before Qi Lu appeared in front of Shadow Demon was not aware of it at all. It wasn't until Feng Tian's painted halberd stabbed him that Shadow Demon suddenly woke up. There is no doubt about Qi Li's fighting skills. Although Shadow Demon was unwilling to give in, he had to admit that in terms of combat skills alone, Qi Lu was enough to crush him. This kind of fighting technique was learned from countless deaths. The lethality is so powerful that it will definitely shock people. The attack is a killing move, so no power or movement is wasted. Shua. Feng Tian's painted halberd was like a black light, wiping past the Shadow Demon's head. This was Shadow Demon's reaction at the last moment. You know, the target of Qi Li's attack was the Shadow Demon's eyebrows. Damn it, you damn lunatic. Shadow Demon quickly used his shadow substitute to replace himself. The burning feeling on his face that was rubbed by Feng Tian's painted halberd, as if on fire, was clearly transmitted to Shadow Demon's mind. It runs pretty fast. I just don't know how far you can run. The movement of Qi Li's hand did not pause at all. After the straight thrust, it was followed by a horizontal cut. During the horizontal slashing process, Qi Li's figure flashed suddenly, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon's pupils suddenly shrank, and the shadow condensed sword was immediately raised. It collided with Feng Tian's painted halberd, which was slashing over. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and the shadow sword was directly shattered. Qi Lu still hasn't figured out the material of Qianji ball. But the only thing that is clear is that the material strength of the Qianji ball is definitely at the level of an artifact. A well-fitted weapon can definitely enhance combat effectiveness to the greatest extent. Especially for Qi Lu. Martial arts proficiency skills allow Qi Lu to fully utilize the characteristics of the 1,000 machine balls. The continuous attacks made it impossible for Shadow Demon to parry. No matter how Shadow Demon uses shadow to escape, Qi Lu can always keep up with Shadow Demon's traces at the fastest speed. God's perspective is no joke. Take complete control of the battle and make it impossible for your enemies to hide. If you want to escape, you must escape Qi Li's perception in an instant. However, this is impossible. Because Shadow Demon's perception is simply impossible to be stronger than Qi Li's. As long as Shadow Demon's perception is at a disadvantage, Qi Lu will always have control over the battle. Puff. Another mistake, Qi Lu caught it in the blink of an eye. Feng Tian's painted halberd struck out boldly, stabbing 3 times in a row, like a cold star streaking through the sky. Then suddenly he picked it up. Bah! There were 3 more wounds on Shadow Demon's body instantly, and blood kept pouring out. Shadow Demon instantly had 3 more wounds on his body. The blood kept gushing out as if it was free of charge. The huge impact also sent the Shadow Demon away. If I give you 3 points, do you really think you can beat me? After Shadow Demon stabilized his figure, he looked at Qi Lu and asked sharply. Qi Lu was knocked out again. There was a sigh of relief in Shadow Demon's chest, which made Shadow Demon feel like he wanted to vomit blood, but couldn't. The wounds on his body were causing bursts of pain. It's no use just saying harsh words. If you can really beat me, you might as show some real skills. Qi Lu lightly shook Feng Tian's painted halberd. Shake the blood beads off the blade. Boom. However, at this moment, bursts of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Rolling dark clouds swept in. In just an instant, the light in the sky was obscured by the dark clouds, and large shadows fell down. It was like entering the dark night early. What happened? Bailey Fenghua looked at the sky in astonishment. The dark clouds in the sky gave Bailey Fenghua an extremely depressing feeling. The dark, ink-like color is like a bottomless abyss, which makes people's heart palpitate. Is it finally here? Qi Lu raised his head and looked at the billowing dark clouds. He could clearly see a pair of red eyes among the dark clouds. Like a huge pool of blood, hidden in the dark clouds, there is no doubt that if it rains, it will definitely be scarlet raindrops. Qi Lu could sense that there was an extremely majestic aura brewing in the dark clouds. And it's still growing. No need to guess, Qi Lu knew that it was the spirit of the demonic abyss that was about to take shape. Decades of waiting have finally arrived. Powerful demon abyss spirit, come out and show your unrivaled strength to the entire eastern wasteland. Shadow Demon showed a somewhat ferocious smile, spread his arms, and shouted loudly. Immediately afterwards, Shadow Demon looked at Qi Lu again, and said with a ferocious smile, "Now, I finally don't have to suppress my strength. The spirit of the demonic abyss is about to arrive. The task of summoning the magic circle has been completed. Now, even if the summoning magic circle is destroyed, it is impossible to prevent the arrival of the spirit of the devil's abyss. So Shadow Demon no longer has any worries. You madman, just take a good look at the true power of the Shadow Warrior," Shadow Demon said, raising his hands. In an instant, fighting spirit burst out wildly, like a tsunami pouring over the sky. The surrounding shadows began to gather towards Shadow Demon, constantly integrating into Shadow Demon's body. Behind the Shadow Demon, a giant shadow beast slowly emerged from the ground, and then continued to swallow the gathered shadows, growing in size. In the end, it was like a mountain peak, enough to cover the sky and the sun. Shadow Guards. Shadow Demon exhaled a breath of white air. Roar. A roar that resounded throughout the world came from the mouth of the Shadow Beast. A majestic sea-like momentum also erupted from the Shadow Beast's body, and the power fully displayed was no less than that of a half-step strongman. This is Shadow Demon's most powerful move, Shadow Guard. Boom. However, this majestic sea-like momentum did not make the dark clouds in the sky calm down. The majestic sea-like momentum did not make the dark clouds in the sky calm down. The rolling thunder continued to sound. Dark clouds rolled in. Suddenly, a vast momentum burst out from the dark clouds. It was an aura that could completely overwhelm a powerful hero. Under this momentum, among the billowing dark clouds, a figure of unimaginable size appeared. The body, which is nearly 1,000 meters tall, is no less than a giant dragon, or even bigger. Scarlet eyes contain boundless violence and bloodthirsty. The mouth is full of sharp teeth, flashing with cold light, like a huge meat grinder, which makes people's hair stand on end. Dark clouds lingered all over my body. Without any unnecessary movements, he just stood quietly on the ground, like a majestic mountain, possessing terrible oppressive power. Even a giant bronze soldier hundreds of meters high looks like a child in front of the demonic abyss spirit. What is the concept of entering 1,000 meters high? A building with more than 300 floors. It's simply too high. Is this the spirit of the demonic abyss? This is too huge. Qi Lu looked at the huge figure, feeling stunned in his heart. The size of the demonic abyss spirit is a problem that Qi Lu has never thought of. Even the bone dragon that had fought Qi Lu only had a wingspan of nearly a kilometer. It's not the same thing as the demon abyss spirit, which is actually nearly 1,000 meters tall. What is even more terrifying is the aura exuding from the demonic abyss spirit. The pressure is so strong that it has never been seen before. The pressure of a powerful person is a pressure that is superior to that of a hero. At the same time as the demonic abyss spirit appeared, this terrifying Strongman-level pressure had already spread. The wide impact is even more astonishing. The entire dragon ruins are within the scope of the pressure of the demonic abyss spirit. Even the great wasteland to the north of dragon ruins is within the scope of this coercion. All the creatures that felt the pressure of the demonic abyss spirit were trembling and did not dare to show any resistance. Even the hero-level experts in the entire eastern wasteland had some sense of this vast and boundless momentum. This is the strength of a powerful person. This is the strong level that can bear the fate of heaven and earth. Even a peak hero like Bailey Fenghua felt a little uncomfortable under the pressure of the demonic abyss spirit. This level of power has completely surpassed the heroic level. How can this be done? Bailey Fenghua gritted his teeth and roared in confusion against the pressure. This is the purpose of the shadow demon, to summon a strong-level demonic abyss spirit. He wants to disrupt the entire eastern wasteland. In front of the demonic abyss spirit, Qi Lu should be the only person who will not be affected at all. With the passive skill of mind shock, all pressure is ineffective against Qi Lu. Even if the demonic abyss spirit is a strong-level monster, it would not be able to have the slightest impact on Qi Lu due to its pressure. Store manager Qi, you said before that you asked me to do my best to hold down the shadow demon. You don't want to deal with the spirit of the demonic abyss alone. Bailey Fenghua suddenly remembered what Qi Lu said before and asked immediately. Yes, the spirit of the demonic abyss must be killed here. Qi Lu nodded, his face solemn. Before this, Qi Lu had never felt the power of a powerful person. Before this, Qi Lu also didn't know how powerful the power of the strong-level power was. So at this moment, Qi Lu couldn't help but be careless. Manager Qi, you are truly a role model among the strong, a role model among the mighty, and an outstanding example among practitioners. I, Bailey Fenghua, admire you. Hearing this, Bailey Fenghua immediately stood in awe of Qi Lu. What he faced this time was a truly powerful person. However, Qi Lu still had no idea of retreating or escaping. The first idea is to kill the demonic abyss spirits that are disrupting the entire eastern wasteland here. How is that not admirable? How not to be respected? At least, Bailey Fenghua admired Qi Li's actions. Since store manager Qi can be so enlightened, then I, Bailey Fenghua, cannot diminish the reputation of store manager Qi. I will definitely do my best to help you hold off the shadow demon. Bailey Fenghua raised his eyes, glanced at shadow demon and the shadow beast behind him, and then said seriously. It's nothing more than risking one's life to accompany a gentleman. For the sake of the entire Dong Huang, Bailey Fenghua is not a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Why, I feel the power of the demonic abyss spirit. Do you still have any thoughts of resisting? Shadow Demon looked at the figure blocking out the sky and laughed arrogantly. The pressure of the demonic abyss spirit is indiscriminate, and it will not weaken for the Shadow Demon. But it was this coercion that made Shadow Demon feel at ease. The spirit of the demonic abyss is violent, bloodthirsty, and has no fear. Shadow Demon has never thought about controlling the spirit of the demonic abyss, because it is impossible. Even the powerful summoners who once appeared briefly in the long history would not think of controlling the spirit of the demonic abyss. Because that's unnecessary. The only purpose of summoning the demonic abyss spirit is to conduct an indiscriminate attack. That's why Shadow Demon chose the inaccessible place of dragon ruins to summon the demonic abyss spirit. Only in this way can the attack of the demonic abyss spirit on the Shadow Palace be minimized. The closest human gathering place to the dragon ruins is the Huanyuan Empire. This is the purpose of Shadow Demon. Master Bailey, let's do it. Chila looked at Shadow Demon without any emotion, and just spoke expressionlessly. Then I'll go first. Evil spirit body. Bailey Fenghua shouted loudly, and the fighting spirit in his body instantly burned. Facing the Shadow Demon, who was already half a powerful person, Bailey Fenghua had no intention of holding back and was in his strongest form from the moment he came up. The body of the evil spirit is activated directly, fully strengthening its various attributes. The burning fighting spirit can also restrain the Shadow Demon's shadow restraint. Moreover, while the body of the evil spirit is activated, Bailey Fenghua can also resist the pressure of the spirit of the Devil's Abyss. This is probably the hidden effect of the evil spirit body. Have you changed your opponent? However, no matter what happens, you will die here. It's just that the order is different. Shadow Demon looked at Bailey Fenghua rushing up with a ferocious smile. As long as the spirit of the demonic abyss is summoned, it doesn't matter who comes to fight the Shadow Demon. Because Shadow Demon, who had unleashed all the power of the Shadow Warrior class, didn't think Qilu could defeat him. Since you are in a hurry to die, I will send you on your way first. Shadow Demon waved one hand, and then pointed forward. Shadow Guards, attack! Roar! The Shadow Guard let out a deafening roar. The huge palm was raised and smacked towards Bailey Fenghua. Its power is like the weight of Mount Tai, roaring towards the sky with a sound that breaks through the sky. Although the Shadow Guard has a huge body that can cover the sky and the sun, its speed is not slow either. With a palm strike, there was no chance for anyone to dodge. Boom! The entire earth was shattered by this palm, sending countless gravel flying into the sky. The ruins covered by the giant palm were all smashed into powder. The terrifying power caused the entire land to shake violently. No one would doubt how terrifying the power of this palm is. The power of a half-step strong man is so powerful that it makes people feel frightened. If you can't even block this palm, don't mention fighting me again. A mere defeated general dares to speak nonsense. Shadow Demon witnessed Bailey Fenghua being slapped by the Shadow Guard, and was able to confirm that Bailey Fenghua did not escape at all. Shadow Guard is one of the most powerful special martial arts possessed by the Shadow Warrior class. Gather the power of shadows and condense them into Shadow Guards whose power is equivalent to the realm of the Shadow Warrior class holder. Moreover, it is impossible for the Shadow Guards to use martial arts. After all, it is just a summoned object made of shadows. Therefore, the various attributes of the Shadow Guard actually exceed those of the Shadow Demon. In other words, even among the half-step powerhouses, the powerful attributes possessed by the Shadow Guards are among the best. Even if you can't use martial arts, you can still crush the strongest heroes at the peak of the hero level. Bailey Fenghua received the Shadow Guard's palm head-on. Even if he doesn't die, he will at least be seriously injured. That's why Shadow Demon didn't take Bailey Fenghua seriously. You should just stay here and watch Dong Huang fall into my hands. Shadow Demon smiled wildly, his eyes already ready to look at the spirit of the demonic abyss. Shadow Demon, if you want to take over the entire eastern wasteland, you'd better wait first. However, at this moment, under the giant palm of the Shadow Guard, Bailey Fenghua's energetic voice came out. There was no sign of any injury. You're actually still alive? Shadow Demon's eyebrows jumped, and he looked at the position where Bailey Fenghua was before with some surprise. Yes, the power of the Shadow Guards is indeed very powerful. But if you want to defeat me with this little ability, I'm afraid it's not enough. Following Bailey Fenghua's voice, the palm of the Shadow Guard's hand that was in the ground was slowly pushed up. It was like there was a tyrannical force resisting the attack of the Shadow Guards. Even this tyrannical force is more powerful than the power of the half-step strong Shadow Guard. You can actually compete with the power of the shadow guards. This is absolutely impossible. Shadow Demon's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at this incredible scene. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. How powerful the Shadow Guard is, no one knows better than the Shadow Demon. Even the Shadow Demon, after adding all the auxiliary martial arts, cannot be stronger than the Shadow Guard. In terms of realm, Bailey Fenghua is not even as good as Shadow Demon. In terms of strength, how could he be more powerful than the Shadow Guards? There are many things that you can't imagine. You'll feel incredible things, and a lot more. Bailey Fenghua's voice still came out unhurriedly. Shadow Demon, now it's my turn to fight back. Under the palm of the Shadow Guard, Bailey Fenghua held the 7 deadly sins tightly, with a mocking look on her face. This is the trump card that Bailey Fenghua has never used. The sin barrier attached to the 7 deadly sins weapon can store all the damage caused by the user of the 7 deadly sins in the 7 deadly sins. And it can be fully converted into a protective barrier through the effect of the 7 sins body. The maximum defensive ability of this protective barrier is a full strength strike at the level of a half-step strongman. What's more, the 7 sins body attached to the 7 deadly sins can reduce magic damage by 20% and physical damage by 40%. And can also steal the target's health and mana. It also greatly strengthened Bailey Fenghua's continuous combat ability in battle. Previously, when Bailey Fenghua was fighting Shadow Demon in the Moonlight Forest, he had to take Yushir into consideration. Moreover, he also doesn't understand the ancient class of Shadow Warrior. That's why he failed unfortunately. But now, with the blessing of the evil spirit body, there are also the help of the 7 deadly sins. Although Bailey Fenghua is only at the peak of hero level, when it comes to combat power, he is not weaker than Shadow Demon. It seems that I did look down upon you by going first. Shadow Demon sneered and looked at Bailey Fenghua with a little more attention. But more than anything, there is still disdain. However, a defeated general is a defeated general. If you want to defeat me, just wait a few more decades. Shadow Guard, kill him. While Shadow Demon spoke, a shadow sword appeared in his hand. The figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Come on then, I'm just trying to see how strong you can be. Bailey Fenghua also immediately stepped back. Shadow Forbidden Child's first attack can also be resisted with the sin barrier. But for the next attack, the 7 deadly sins in Bailey Fenghua's hands did not have the full value of the sin barrier. If he was hit head-on by the Shadow Guard, he would either die or be disabled. After all, for the Shadow Guards, there is no such thing as physical strength. Every attack was a full blow. Moreover, the speed of the attack was simply an endless storm. This kind of thing is simply impossible for a hero-level powerhouse. Because even if you are a hero-level expert, your physical recovery speed is much faster than that of ordinary practitioners. As long as you master the rhythm of battle, you can recover your physical strength during the battle. This makes it appear that the physical strength of a hero-level strongman seems to be endless. But in fact, if a hero-level expert is in battle, he will completely ignore the rhythm of the battle and attack without interruption. And every time he attacks, he tries his best. Then it won't be long before this hero-level strongman's physical strength will be exhausted. The same is true for fighting spirit, magic power, and spiritual power. Hero-level warriors only have unimaginably strong resilience, but their fighting spirit, magic power, physical strength, and mental strength are by no means endless. Unless he is a truly powerful person who is burdened with the fate of heaven and earth. Only then can one be able to use the power of heaven and earth to continuously and instantaneously recover the consumed physical strength during the battle. Only the strong and powerful can be completely unafraid of a war of attrition. Only the strong and powerful can be completely fearless of consumption. Only then can one achieve truly endless physical strength, fighting spirit, magic power, and spiritual power. However, summons like the Shadow Guard are an alien species. Because the power of the Shadow Guard comes from the Shadow Demon and the endless shadows around it. As long as the Shadow Demon's fighting energy is not exhausted, the Shadow Guards will not disappear or feel tired. However, just summoning the Shadow Guards consumes the Shadow Demon's fighting energy. Even if it is a lot, it is definitely not a lot. No wonder you faded into darkness so quickly. So you just think that I can't deal with your Shadow Guards, right? It's just that my mission is not to defeat you, but to hold you back. Bailey Fenghua gradually grasped the rhythm of the Shadow Guards' attack during the continuous attacks of the Shadow Guards. What started as a fuss has gradually turned into ease. This kind of Shadow Guard, who has no ability to think on his own, cannot be said to be powerful in terms of combat awareness. Compared to Qi Li's shop, in the arena of the Combat Power Improvement Training Room, those opponents whose fighting awareness and fighting skills are as good as monsters. The Shadow Guard's fighting skills are like those of an immature child. Only the simplest attacks. However, it probably has something to do with the Shadow Guard's huge body. After all, with the power of the Shadow Guards, any collision will result in death or injury. Fighting doesn't require so much fighting skills. This has been confirmed by Shadow Demon in countless large and small battles over the past decades. When the strength reaches a limit, it is very simple to use force to defeat skill. However, this time, Shadow Demon did not expect it. Bailey Fenghua's fighting skills are definitely not comparable to those of his previous enemies. Plus the restorative powers of the 7 deadly sins. Bailey Fenghua's fighting ability is definitely beyond what Shadow Demon can imagine. Moreover, after discovering that the Shadow Demon had disappeared, Bailey Fenghua had long stopped taking on the evil spirit body. You know, the body of the evil spirit is a martial arts skill that can be used to fight to the death. It is impossible for Bailey Fenghua not to practice the skill of turning on and off in seconds. Now we are just dealing with a Shadow Guard who has no thinking ability, and there is no need to use the body of the evil spirit at all. Shwa. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Bailey Fenghua seemed to feel something. His fighting spirit suddenly burned, and he blocked the 7 deadly sins. Clang! The shadow sword and the 7 deadly sins collided together, making a crisp sound. The Shadow Warrior's assassination is really hard to guard against. But your murderous intent is so strong that I can't help but notice it. Bailey Fenghua turned his head slightly and glanced at Shadow Demon. Opening the body of the evil spirit in seconds allows Bailey Fenghua to accept the Shadow Demon's assassination without difficulty. Your fighting skills are very similar to that madman. After Shadow Demon stabbed this knife, he suddenly frowned and said, "Are you talking about Store Manager Qi? It's really an honor for me to be said to be the same as Store Manager Qi." The corners of Bailey Fenghua's mouth moved, revealing a smile. Qi Li's fighting skills are undoubtedly the strongest in the store. As for Bailey Fenghua, I'm afraid it can only barely make it into the top 5. At least Li Jingya can stabilize Bailey Fenghua. And Gu Pingchuan, a half-step strongman, is even more unfathomable in terms of combat skills. You know, it would be Bailey Fenghua's dream to catch up with Qi Lu in combat skills. Now that Shadow Demon said this, Bailey Fenghua was naturally a little happy. However, no matter how strong you are, you will die here today. Shadow Demon's expression suddenly darkened when he saw the change in expression on Bailey Fenghua's face. The figure also disappeared into the shadows again. Bailey Fenghua's expression did not change, he just watched the Shadow Demon slowly disappear, and then turned his attention to the Shadow Guard. "Store Manager Qi, all my hopes are now on you. No matter what, you must win. The strength of the demonic abyss spirit is beyond my imagination. I didn't expect that there would be such a big gap between the strong level and the heroic level. Although Qi Lu will not be affected by the pressure of the spirit of the devil. But the power possessed by the demonic abyss spirit still brought a huge sense of oppression to Qi Lu. just like the difference between Grandmaster level and hero level. Being able to fly in the air at the heroic level is a qualitative change in terms of power. The same is true for the gap between the hero level and the strong level. A powerful person carries the destiny of heaven and earth and can communicate with the power of heaven and earth. This is also a qualitative change in the realm of power. Fortunately, the spirit of the demon abyss does not belong to Donghuang and cannot communicate with the power of heaven and earth in Donghuang. Otherwise, this sense of oppression would be even stronger. After all, even in the ancient times when heaven and earth were full of luck, the number of strong-level powers was actually not as many as imagined. Because no matter how abundant the luck of heaven and earth is, it has its limits. And this limit of the destiny of heaven and earth also limits the number of strong-level powers. Unlike heroic heroes, in ancient times, they could really be seen everywhere. There is probably no precedent for a hero level to defeat a strong level. Qi took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and adjusted himself to Thebeist condition. Make sure you are not distracted by other thoughts. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Call. The demonic abyss spirit, which was so big that it reached straight into the sky and covered the sky and the sun, exhaled its first breath of coming taught his world. The sound was so loud that it sounded like a roaring wind. Immediately, the demonic abyss spirit looked at the most conspicuous shadow guard beside him. Although the spirit of the demonic abyss is powerful, it is not very intelligent. They don't even have the language of their own race. Just plain violent and bloodthirsty. However, the spirit of the demonic abyss was summoned by the shadow demon after all, and he still had some memory of the shadow demon's aura. So after discovering the shadow guard, the demonic abyss spirit seemed to think about it for a while. Kai Tao turned his gaze and looked at Qi Lu. Ouch! Facing Qi Lu, the spirit of Mo Yuan will no longer be polite. After a roar that resounded throughout the sky, the demonic abyss spirit waved its huge claws and slapped Qi Lu. The speed is so fast and the power is so strong that it even causes some distortion in the space. This is just a simple attack. A powerful person, really terrifying. Come here, I can see it. Qi Lu focused all his attention on the demonic abyss spirit. With the attack speed of the demonic abyss spirit, if it were placed on other hero-level powerhouses, maybe there's no time to react. However, Qi Lu is different. The powerful perception given by God's perspective can capture all the movements of the spirit of the devil's abyss at the first time. Boom boom. A deafening sonic boom sounded in Qi Li's ears. The huge claws, like giant sharp blades, struck towards Qi Lu like a bolt off black lightning. However, Qi Lu didn't make any move. It wasn't until the moment when the giant claw came close that the short flash was released. In an instant, Qi Lu appeared in front of the demonic abyss spirit. Facing those scarlet eyes, they were like two bottomless pools of blood, making people shudder. What a terrifying momentum. But for me, it doesn't work at all. Qi Lu raised his hands high, took a deep breath, and suddenly shouted, "The long sword is unsheathed and the mountains and rivers are broken." The Qianji ball instantly transformed into a 100-meter-long sword and fell into Qi Li's hands. Then he aimed at the spirit of the demonic abyss and chopped it off. Chong! A loud collision sounded. Qi Li's attack only left a trace of blood on the demon abyss spirit's body, and he could no longer move forward. The physical strength of the demonic abyss spirit is beyond imagination. Qi Li's attack seemed to anger the spirit of the demonic abyss. An even more violent momentum erupted from the demonic abyss spirit. Damn it! This physical body's defense is too strong. Qi Li knew that he could not resist the attack of the demonic abyss spirit, so quickly stepped back. However, the power of the demonic abyss spirit far exceeded Qi Li's imagination. Another sharp claw, like a phantom, hit Qi Lu from an incredible angle. Oops! Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Qi Li's mouth. The terrifying power carried in this attack instantly knocked Qi Lu away. Then it hit the ground, sending up debris and smoke all over the sky. After the smoke and dust dissipated, you could see a huge semicircular hole on the ground. Lying in the center of the pothole, Qi Lu felt as if all the bones in his body were broken, and severe pain continued to shoot into his mind. There was a heavy sigh in the chest, and even breathing became a little difficult. The strength of the body is also rapidly passing away. This was when Qi Lu was wearing dragon bone armor. If it weren't for the dragon bone armor, I'm afraid Qi Lu would have confessed here just now. The strong level is really unimaginably powerful. Qi Lu breathed hard, gritted his teeth, and endured the severe pain all over his body. At this time, even a moment's movement will cause pain at a greater distance. It has to be said that the powerful attack of the strong level is really far beyond the endurance range of the hero level. Moreover, don't think that the demonic abyss spirit is huge and looks bulky. In fact, although the spirit of the demonic abyss does not have much spiritual intelligence, it has extremely powerful fighting instincts. This kind of fighting instinct makes the fighting power of the demonic abyss spirit extremely terrifying. This is also the reason why Shadow Demon chose to summon the spirit of the demonic abyss. Because the Shadow Demon does not need to control the summoned creatures. After all, after the energy sacrificed to the summoning magic circle is used up, the summoned creatures will be sent back. Unless he is killed in this world. That's why when choosing a target to summon, Shadow Demon chose a guy like the Demon Abyss Spirit who had little intelligence, strong combat power, and was extremely violent and bloodthirsty. In front of the spirit of the demonic abyss, no matter how good your fighting skills are, what's the use? Facing the spirit of the demonic abyss, no matter how good your fighting skills are, what's the use? Can you defeat the spirit of the demonic abyss? The Shadow Demon, hiding in the shadows, has been paying attention to the fighting here. After seeing Qi Lu being hit by the spirit of the demon abyss and unable to move, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Dong Huang you want to protect, the people you want to find, and everything you value will all be destroyed by me. And you will always be just a loser. The shame of being defeated by Qi Lu made Shadow Demon laugh harder at this moment. The moment the spirit of the demonic abyss arrived, Shadow Demon knew that the plan would proceed as scheduled. Dong Huang is in his pocket. Store manager Qi, come on. You must stand up. Bailey Fenghua, who was fighting with the shadow guards, could only cheer for Qi Lu in his heart at this moment. Qi Lu, who was lying in the pothole, tried to stand up after taking a memento catch his breath. It hurts, it will definitely hurt. However, what needs to be done must still be done. Especially Shadow Demon's mocking words reminded Qi Lu of Yu Shi'er. He remembered Yu Shi'er's choking voice as she leaned in her arms. The strong-level demonic abyss spirit is indeed very powerful. However, this world is my home court. Since I can't compete head-on with you in terms of strength, I will defeat you from other places. Qi Lu has never been a person who doesn't know how to adapt. Use your own weaknesses to compete with your enemy's strengths. That's what only a fool would do. Really strong men and wise men all know that using one's own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses is the essence of battle. You don't have much spiritual intelligence, which proves that your mental power is definitely not strong enough. Qi Lu discovered this problem during a brief battle with the demon abyss spirit. Terrible fighting instinct. But there is not much fighting consciousness to speak of. Facing Qi Li's attack, he had no intention of dodging. Because the fighting instinct of the demonic abyss spirit told the demonic abyss spirit that Qi Li's attack would not have much lethality at all. That's why the demonic abyss spirit chose to connect hard. If placed in front of any other powerful person, Qi Li's attack can definitely be avoided. After all, the hard power of a powerful person is there. Even though Qi Li's combat skills and combat consciousness are at the monster level, when it comes to reaction ability, the strongman level is undoubtedly better. Unless it's a close fight, Qi Lu still has a chance of winning. However, talking about close combat with the spirit of the demon abyss is a joke. Qi Lu had fought against a guy with such a huge size before. That is the heroic bone dragon. But at that time, Qi Li's power was able to suppress the bone dragon. But now, facing the spirit of the demonic abyss, let's forget it. Even if you can't defeat the spirit of the demonic abyss physically, let's fight it mentally. Maximum activation of Dragon Bone Armor. Ancestral Dragon Long Way. Qi Lu circulated all the fighting energy in his body, and then suddenly shouted loudly. The terrifying dragon power was instantly released. The level of the store manager's suit increases with Qi Li's level. After Qi Lu possesses hero-level strength, the dragon power released by the Dragon Bone Armor is enough to shake the strong-level powers. There is no problem when facing the spirit of the demonic abyss, which has low mental power. The Dragon Clan's dragon power itself is one of the most powerful types of coercion among many powerful races. The dragon power possessed by Zulong is the top level of dragon power even among the Dragon Clan. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary practitioners to resist. The spiritual power of the demonic abyss spirit is not even as good as that of a cultivator of the same level. The moment the ancestral dragon's power burst out, the huge body of the demonic abyss spirit trembled very obviously. Boom boom. The power of the dragon was so strong that it almost formed a wave visible to the naked eye, spreading towards the surroundings. The circle of dragon power is like ripples on the water, with Qi Lu as the center, starting from the hole that was smashed, and bursting out outwards. The ground was instantly shaken with cracks like spider webs. The entire top layer of the ground was directly condensed into powder by the violent dragon power, and then the stone powder was raised all over the sky. The demonic abyss spirit also took a step back under the impact of the ancestral dragon power. A huge body, nearly 1,000 meters high, takes a step back. What is the concept? The whole earth was shaking. This scene is really shocking. Moreover, even the spiritual power of the demonic abyss spirit is not comparable to that of practitioners of the same level. But no matter how you say it, the demonic abyss spirit is also a powerful person. No matter how weak your mental power is, it cannot be worse than a hero. Qi Lu used the Dragon Bone Armor to unleash the might of the ancestral dragon, which even the spirit of the demonic abyss couldn't resist. Not to mention the shadow demon, who was only half-step strong. The violent dragon's power burst out, and apart from the demonic abyss spirit closest to Qi Lu, who bore the brunt, the second person affected by the ancestral dragon's power was the shadow demon who had been hiding in the shadows. Although shadow demon's concealment skills are indeed very strong. But Long Wei is an indiscriminate covering impact. Moreover, for Qi Lu, after being forced to stay in the trial space by the system, he underwent devil training to control the mind's shock. Ancestral Dragon Long Wei can also be controlled. Although the power of the ancestral dragon was erupted with the help of the Dragon Bone Armor, it could not be controlled in the most detailed manner. But just letting this Long Wei avoid Bailey Fenghua is still a very simple matter. And Shadow Demon is bound to bear the complete power of the ancestral dragon. Puff. The moment Long Might approached, Shadow Demon felt as if his chest had been hit hard by a 10,000-pound hammer. A mouthful of blood spurted out uncontrollably. His whole head felt dizzy, and even his consciousness became a little dazed. This is where the tyranny of Zulong Long Wei lies. This is the power that is enough to shake the powerful dragon's power. What terrible pressure this is! How could it possibly break out from that lunatic? What kind of monster are you? Why can such terrible pressure break out? After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Shadow Demon felt that his consciousness seemed to have recovered a little. But after being affected by ancestral dragon Long Wei, its sense of oppression was not reduced by half. This made Shadow Demon even more horrified. The pressure that can shake even the spirit of the demonic abyss is such a terrifying thing. In Shadow Demon's view, as long as he summons the spirit of the demonic abyss, he will be sure of victory by taking over the entire eastern wasteland. But now it seems that is not the case. Why do monsters like you appear in the eastern wasteland? Shadow Demon's heart was full of unwillingness and anger. Although Shadow Demon's heart was full of unwillingness and anger. However, it is also impossible for Shadow Demon to give up. After decades of planning, I never stopped to talk about it. However, even if you can unleash this kind of coercion, you may not be able to have such a powerful force. With the Demon Abyss spirit here, you can't win this battle. Shadow Demon gritted his teeth, bearing the pressure of the ancestral dragon's power, and roared crazily. However, at this time, the battle between Qi Lu and the demonic abyss spirit is no longer something that Shadow Demon can intervene in. However, Shadow Demon now has no chance to intervene in the battle between Qi Lu and the demon abyss spirit. Shadow Demon, where are you looking? During the battle, there is no time for you to look around. Bailey Fenghua's voice suddenly appeared in Shadow Demon's ears. Under the impact of Long Wei, Shadow Demon even lost consciousness. How could it continue to hide his whereabouts? And Bailey Fenghua, taking advantage of the gap where he was not affected by the dragon's power, immediately stepped forward with his sword, preparing to suppress the Shadow Demon. When the ancestral dragon Long Wei bombarded the Shadow Demon, it also pressed in the Shadow Guard. Really powerful pressure can not only impact mental strength, but also cause substantial damage. As long as there is no interference from the Shadow Guards. In Bailey Fenghua's current state, there would be no problem in taking on Shadow Demon alone. You know, Bailey Fenghua has the explosive state of the body of an evil spirit, and is blessed with various attributes of the 7 deadly sins. Plus Long Wei's help. If Bailey Fenghua could not defeat Shadow Demon under such circumstances, it will be a disgrace to his reputation as the master of the sword control sect. Damn it, it's you again. Shadow Demon quickly raised the shadow sword in his hand, blocking Bailey Fenghua's sword energy. The tone was quite angry. But Qi Li's ability to unleash such strong pressure was something Shadow Demon had never expected. It can even be said that this is something that has never been thought of. And it was because of this unexpected thing that Shadow Demon couldn't escape it all. He was even suppressed by Bailey Fenghua's offensive. Have you suppressed it? That would be great. Qi Li's God's perspective skill can control every detail of the battle. Qi Li will naturally notice Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon fighting. It's just that during the previous confrontation with the demonic abyss spirit, Qi Li couldn't divert his attention to the situation over there. After all, the oppressive feeling of a powerful person is too strong. This is not a sense of oppression in terms of momentum or coercion. It's the sense of oppression brought about by the unparalleled power of the demonic abyss spirit. However, this sense of oppression was reduced to the minimum when the ancestral dragon's power broke out. This gave Qi Lu a chance to breathe and pay attention to Bailey Fenghua's battle. Originally, I was a little worried whether the Shadow Demon would attack meet the most critical moment. But now it seems that it probably won't be the case. Qi Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. The Shadow Warrior class possessed by the Shadow Demon has a natural advantage in assassination. It is also one of its absolute strengths. If Qi Lu suddenly appeared and carried out an assassination while Qi Lu was fighting fiercely with the spirit of the demonic abyss, Qi Lu might really get hit. After all, there is indeed a gap between Qi Lu and demon abyss spirit in terms of hard power. Under this disparity in hard power, even if Qi Li's fighting skills and fighting consciousness are unparalleled, he must go all out. Otherwise, if the Shadow Demon were to sneak attack us, we would be in trouble. Now is the real time to deal with the spirit of the demonic abyss with all our strength. Qi Lu took a few deep breaths, then focused his gaze on the demonic abyss spirit. After being struck by the might of the ancestral dragon, the demonic abyss spirit was at a loss for a while. But a strong level power is a strong level power after all. Even if it can be shaken by the power of the ancestral dragon, it will never be able to solve the problem. Ouch! After recovering, the demonic abyss spirit let out an angry roar. It seemed that he was extremely angry because he was still intimidated by such a weak opponent. It's like cat playing with mouse. If the mouse really plays tricks on the cat will be extremely angry. I'm so angry. Qi knew that for a powerful person of this level, such things as being played by the weak were not allowed. Especially a guy like the demon abyss spirit who is not very intelligent and only follows instinct to fight. The dignity of the strong will never allow the spirit of the demonic abyss to be defeated by the weak. Even if there is the slightest sign, it is not allowed. Boom! At this moment, the situation between heaven and earth changed. The aura of the demonic abyss spirit also increased steadily and began to surge. After becoming angry, he will start to explode. The ever-increasing aura and the condensed coercion have begun to gradually overwhelm the ancestral dragon. This coercion is several times stronger than the coercion that the demonic abyss spirit exuded when it arrived in the eastern wilderness. This is the true power of the demonic abyss spirit. When fighting Qi before, the spirit of the demonic abyss was just playing around. After the cat and mouse game failed, the demonic abyss spirit began to show its true power. The terrifying pressure caused the entire world to begin to tremble slightly. This indiscriminate and terrifying pressure directly caused Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon to slow down their movements. I knew it wouldn't be all your power in the beginning. Come on, unleash all your strength. Only in this way can we give this world a chance and keep you here as nourishment. Qi looked at the demonic abyss spirit with a solemn expression. That terrible pressure has slowly suppressed the power of Zhu Long. The pressure that continued to spread caused the earth to begin to collapse and break, and huge cracks appeared. In the dragon ruins, countless ruined walls were swallowed up by the cracks created by the collapse. And Qi is also gritting his teeth, resisting this pressure, looking for the almost non-existent opportunity. Although Qi can rely on his mind shock skills without being affected by any pressure. But the coercion of a powerful person is not just a mental shock. It can also produce substantial destructive power. Countless small scars appeared on Qi Li's body as the pressure continued to intensify. Blood flowers scattered in the air. Qi Li's eyes were filled with determination to move forward. In order to resurrect Yu Shi'er, the spirit of the demonic abyss must be killed. Therefore, Qi would never retreat. Roar! When the momentum reached a peak, the demonic abyss spirit let out an earth-shaking roar. The violent sound waves echoed between heaven and earth. Waves of sonic booms were like ocean waves, lapping towards the surroundings. In just an instant, nearly half of the dragon ruins was shattered by the sonic boom. The remaining walls and ruins left on the ground were now shattered into powder by the sonic boom. Then it flowed into the cracks on the ground. This is the power of a strong man, so terrifying. After this loud roar, the spirit of the demonic abyss killed Qi with rage. The huge body showed extremely terrifying speed, causing afterimages and loud explosions in the air. The terrifying power even distorted the space. Coming! Qi Li's pupils shrank slightly. The body shape is linked, and the short position flash is used continuously. In an instant, the distance was tens of kilometers away. Boom! The attack from the demonic abyss spirit passed over Qi and hit the ground. Suddenly, the entire earth shook violently as if a major earthquake had occurred. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. Looking down from the sky, you can see that this piece of land seems to have been smashed by the punch of the demon abyss spirit. Since the fist mark, countless cracks have appeared. The dark chasm is intimidating. This is the tyranny of the strong-level Almighty, who can move mountains and shatter cities with just a single movement of his hands. If there is no strong person of the same level to compete with him. A city-state is only a matter of a few moves in the hands of a powerful person. After one move failed, the demonic abyss spirit exhaled a breath that smelled of blood, and then his body flashed, dragging out countless afterimages. He immediately followed Qi Li's movements. What a speed! Qi Li's eyebrows raised slightly, looking a little surprised. You know, Qi Li uses short flash to widen the distance, thanks to the magic mastery skill, but there is no limit to the instant skill. However, even this evacuation speed is still not enough in front of the demonic abyss spirit. Tens of kilometers, that's just the distance in the blink of an eye. But now is not the time. Let me make you proud first. Qi Li knew that he could not compete head-on with the demonic abyss spirit now. So without any hesitation, just use the short flash to continue retreating. Naturally, the spirit of the demonic abyss is in hot pursuit. Wherever it passed, the earth collapsed and the sky collapsed. Fortunately, the dragon's ruins are all ruins, and if they are destroyed, they will be destroyed. If this battle really took place in a certain city-state or an empire, I'm afraid that after the battle is over, this empire will be destroyed. Unknowingly, Qi Li, with the spirit of the demonic abyss, had already made a big circle in the dragon ruins. And the final destination is where the summoning magic circle is. The place where the spirit of the demonic abyss descended. However, during the battle, the summoning magic circle had long been destroyed. Finally home. Qi Li let out a long breath. Immediately behind, the spirit of the demonic abyss pursued relentlessly. In its constant pursuit, its anger had reached an extremely terrifying level. Those scarlet eyes seemed to contain endless killing intent. Just one look at it will make people feel scared. Ouch! With a huge roar, the speed of the demonic abyss spirit surged again. The huge body, nearly a kilometer long, appeared in front of Qi Li in an instant as if it had traveled through space. Under this huge roar, the speed of the demonic abyss spirit surged again, as if traveling through space, it instantly appeared in front of Qi Li. Carrying a power that could destroy heaven and earth, it attacked Qi Li. There is no doubt that if Qi Li is really hit by this attack, just a rub, then, even if Qi Li is wearing dragon bone armor, he is probably not far from death. However, Qi Li did not continue to retreat this time. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the spirit of the demonic abyss. I've been walking you for so long, it's really hard on you. The power of a strong person is indeed so tyrannical that it makes people shudder. But, this is always my home court, and you have come to the wrong place. Qi Li stared closely at the approaching attack, and at the last moment, at the critical moment, he flashed and launched. Whoosh! There were subtle fluctuations in the space, and Qi Li came to the eyes of the demon abyss spirit again. Staring directly into the scarlet eyes of the demonic abyss spirit without fear. You seem to have noticed something, right? Qi Li grinned and showed a bright smile. At the same time, Qi Li brought the spirit of the demonic abyss, and wherever passed by the dragon ruins, beams of light suddenly burst out into the sky. Boom! In the sky, a large thundercloud instantly condensed and came over them. Rolling thunder continued to roll in the thunderclouds. The spirit of the demonic abyss seemed to be shocked by this scene, and suddenly raised its head to look at the thunderclouds in the sky. In battle, I never do anything meaningless. The dragon magic circle left in the dragon ruins is indeed a magic circle from ancient times, and it is a very powerful magic circle. The Shadow Palace was transformed into a summoning magic circle. And I can also transform it into the magic circle I want. The smile on Qi Li's face became brighter and brighter, even to the point of cruelty. So, farewell forever, spirit of the devil's abyss. Qi Li said word for word. After hearing this sentence, the spirit of the devil's abyss wondered whether understood what Qi Li meant. There was still a hint of fear because of the thunder in the sky. Suddenly he started to get mad. However, as Qi Lu said, this is Qi Li's home court. As an outsider summoned from another dimension, the demonic abyss spirit can never have a home field advantage. Psychological shock. Qi Lu suddenly shouted loudly. All the mental power was released without reservation. At the same time, the thunder in the sky also struck down. The purple-black thunder was like a huge thunder dragon, biting down towards the spirit of the demonic abyss. The demonic abyss spirit had no room to dodge as it was struck by this huge thunder. Boom! Boom! A terrifying momentum erupted from the thunder, mixed with the terrifying power of heaven and earth. This is the will of this world, the will of Dong Huang. No matter what, the spirits of the demonic abyss are outsiders from another dimension. The powerhouse level has reached the limit of power that Dong Huang can bear. Therefore, it is impossible for the will of heaven and earth in Dong Huang Tolo, the spirit of the demonic abyss, to do whatever they want in Dong Huang. However, it is precisely due to the lack of luck in heaven and earth. Therefore, the will of heaven and earth in Dong Huang cannot interfere with the spirit of the demonic abyss at all. It is precisely due to the lack of luck in heaven and earth. That's why Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth cannot interfere with the spirit of the demonic abyss. This is also what the system says. The spirit of the demonic abyss is a creature summoned from another dimension. It does not occupy the destiny of the world in the East Wasteland, so it will not be suppressed by the power of the world. However, there are loopholes to be found in this. Since the will of heaven and earth cannot take the initiative to suppress the spirit of the demonic abyss, Qi Lu stepped in to help the will of heaven and earth in Dong Huang. The Thunder Magic Array is one of the ancient magic arrays belonging to Thunder Element magicians. The layout is extremely difficult. However, this is not a problem for Qi Lu, who has magic proficiency skills. Taking the demon abyss spirit in circles around the dragon ruins was not something Qi Lu had to do for a while. Instead, he was looking for a suitable terrain to set up the Thunder Magic Array. And this is what Qi Lu said at the beginning. The strong-level demonic abyss spirit is indeed very powerful, but this world is my home ground. This is home field advantage. Qi Lu has been planning this from the beginning. The Sky Thunder released by the Sky Thunder Magic Array is the best carrier of the will of heaven and earth in Dong Huang. And the final trump card is the psychological shock that Qi Lu has never unleashed. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it can trigger the most powerful and terrifying effects. Instant death effect. Trigger. Farewell. There was a hint of ferocity in the smile on Qi Li's face. But the expression on the face of the demonic abyss spirit in front of him was frozen, and even the movements of his body were frozen. A powerful man with endless physical strength, fighting spirit, magic power, and mental power. However, infinity does not mean there is no upper limit. It's just that it can't be used up. So Qi Lu never thought about fighting a war of attrition with the demonic abyss spirit. The instant death effect triggered by psychic shock targets the soul of the demonic abyss. Directly shattering the soul is a fatal situation for a strong man of any level. What Qi Lu wants is the instant death effect. Everything before was just foreshadowing. Use the power of the ancestral dragon to make the spirit of the demonic abyss lose its mind. With the help of the Sky Thunder Magic Array, it helps the will of heaven and earth in Dong Huang to release the power of heaven and earth, and greatly weakens the spiritual power of the spirit of the demonic abyss. Then use mental shock, break the cauldron, and give it a try. Because the probability of psychic shock triggering the instant death effect is calculated, although the skill description says it is determined based on the strength gap between the host and the enemy. But in fact, it is not judged based on the realm of both parties. It is determined based on the mental strength of both parties. Everything Qi Lu did was to weaken the spiritual power of the demon abyss spirit and strengthen his own. And when he unleashed his spiritual shock at the end, he didn't hold anything back. All the mental energy was exhausted. But the result obtained is the most ideal result. The instant death effect was triggered perfectly. The soul of the demonic abyss spirit was torn apart in an instant, and he could no longer die. The powerful pressure that permeated the world also completely disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared. If most of the dragon ruins hadn't been crushed to pieces, it would be as if there had been no battle here. It is finally over. Qi Lu looked at the spirit of the demonic abyss in front of him, after its breath completely disappeared. The whole person also fell to the ground because of exhaustion of mental energy. The side effects of mental exhaustion soon appeared in Qi Li's mind. The scene in front of me began to become a double image, my mind began to feel dizzy, and then my consciousness gradually became blurred. The battle with the spirit of the demonic abyss was unprecedentedly exhausting. At least, this was the first time for Qi Lu to experience such a difficult battle. A little negligence will lead to disaster. But fortunately, everything is moving in the right direction. As long as the spirit of the demonic abyss dies, the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace will no longer be terrifying. Qi Lu was lying on the ground, eyes half closed, breathing slowly and deeply, trying not to fall asleep. Because now is not the time to rest. Although the demonic abyss spirit fell, the shadow demon, which had lost Thedragon's power to suppress it, was still a formidable enemy. The aura of the demonic abyss spirit actually disappeared. How is this possible? A strong-level demonic abyss spirit could actually fall into the hands of guys like you. You damn guys. In that case, then go and bury the spirit of the demonic abyss with you. The shadow demon, who was stimulated by the death of the demonic abyss spirit, let out an extremely angry roar. All the disbelief, astonishment, shock, and astonishment were transformed into boundless anger. If the demonic abyss spirit falls, then the difficulty of continuing the Shadow Palace plan will definitely increase exponentially. In this case, the more enemies left in this dragon's ruins, the better. Especially a top powerhouse like Qi Lu. Every time one is missing, the resistance to the Shadow Palace will be greatly reduced. After all, the creatures from the demonic abyss summoned from the summoning magic circles in Moonlight Forest and Zhenhuang City are not just decorations. Even if the strength of these demonic abyss creatures varies, as long as there are enough, they can still disrupt Donghuang. Shadow Guard, Shadow Armor. Shadow Demon shouted angrily, and the fighting spirit in his body boiled like a volcano erupting. A suit of armor as black as ink instantly emerged from the shadow behind Shadow Demon, and then stuck to Shadow Demon's body. Coupled with the Shadow Sword in the hands of the Shadow Demon. Until this moment, Shadow Fiend truly seemed like a shadow warrior. And on the huge Shadow Guard, a set of heroic armor also appeared. The already powerful Shadow Guards, with the blessing of the Shadow Warrior armor, their strength has once again skyrocketed. Shadow Demon's power can actually surge again when he is furious. Now, something big is going to happen. Bailey Fenghua took a breath of cold air. In the absence of Qi Li's dragon power to suppress it, Bailey Fenghua's combat effectiveness is on par with Shadow Demon. But in reality, this tie is just about not being defeated. If you really want to talk about it, you will still be at a disadvantage. But now, Shadow Demon's anger has caused Shadow Demon's power to surge again. This directly breaks the balance. Let the balance of victory begin to tilt towards the Shadow Demon's side. Bailey Fenghua did not hesitate to die, but Bailey Fenghua was afraid that her sacrifice would be worthless. I want to see what else you can do to defeat me now. Shadow Demon exhaled a breath of fiery breath. He rushed towards Qi Lu directly. Qi Lu now has no ability to resist at all. For Shadow Demon, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Oops, Shadow Demon's target is store manager Qi. Bailey Fenghua was horrified in her heart. If this really allowed Shadow Demon's attack to succeed, it would be all over. Thinking of this, Bailey Fenghua suddenly burst out with unprecedented speed, and was the last to arrive before Shadow Demon. Clang! With a loud noise, the 7 deadly sins and the shadow sword collided. The terrifying power stirred up a circle of air waves that spread around. On the ground, the remaining walls that had been crushed to pieces in the previous battle were immediately shaken away, sending up smoke and dust all over the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Can't you just let me think about it? The smoke and dust scattered everywhere made Chi cough violently. This feeling of being choked with ash in my nose and mouth is really uncomfortable. Manager Chi, are you okay? Bailey Fenghua and Shadow Demon had a duel, but were completely defeated in terms of strength. He took a few steps back and came to Chi Li's side. What's wrong with me? I'm just tired. Chi Li coughed hard twice and spit out all the ashes in his mouth. Then he stood up unsteadily and took out a glass bottle filled with black liquid from his arms. Black coffee. After drinking black coffee, half of the drinker's mental strength is instantly restored. And within the next half hour, the recovery speed of the drinker's mental power will be greatly increased. When fighting the demonic abyss spirit before, Chi Li knew that he had no chance to waste it. So I haven't used much mental power. It is just to release all the mental power at once on top of the mental shock at the end. After all, whether it is Chi Lu or the spirit of the demon abyss, there is an upper limit to the mental power. It's just that Chi Li's mental power recovery speed is completely inferior to the recovery speed of the demonic abyss spirit. Moreover, it is fortunate that the spirit of the demonic abyss is not a powerful person belonging to Dong Huang. Therefore, there is no way to use the power of heaven and earth in Dong Huang to instantly restore mental power. Otherwise, the probability of psychic shock triggering the instant death effect will definitely be greatly reduced. Therefore, black coffee, a good thing that can turn things around at critical moments, has been retained until now. Tons, tons, tons. Chi Lu opened the bottle cap and drank the slightly bitter black coffee in one breath. Then wipe the black coffee on your face. The powerful mental power was released again. Then let's fight again, Shadow Demon. Chi Lu transformed the Tianji ball into Feng Tian's painted halberd, raised his hand, and pointed the tip of the blade at the Shadow Demon not far away. Just what I wanted. Shadow Demon is now filled with anger and nowhere to vent his anger. Chi Lu said that he wanted to be his opponent, and Shadow Demon couldn't ask for more. Finally, a substitution has come on. Bailey Fenghua seemed much more relaxed. Facing the Shadow Demon alone is still a lot of pressure for Bailey Fenghua. After all, the gap in strength and realm is there. Replacement? No, I think, when facing such a vicious enemy, single combat is not the only option. Chi Lu doesn't have any chivalrous spirit and can only fight alone. Why fight one-on-one when you can surround them? What's more, the people I'm waiting for are almost here. After Chi Lu spread his perception, he easily caught a few undisguised familiar auras. Store manager Chi, sect leader, are you okay? The sound came from far away, and accompanied by Lu Jingyao's figure, appeared in the sky. Following Lu Jingyao was still a familiar figure. Manager Chi, Master Bailey, looking at you, I probably didn't come late. Gu Pingchuan had a faint smile on his face. At the same time as his body appeared, his perception had already locked onto the Shadow Demon's aura. You came at the right time, Ding Gu, Elder Yu Jing. Chi Lu verbally welcomed the arrival of Gu Pingchuan and Lu Jingyao. Elder Lu Jing, Ding Gu, why are you here? Bailey Fenghua looked at the two people standing in the sky in surprise. After the matters in the other two places have been dealt with, we will naturally be free to come over here to provide support. Although Gu Pingchuan's tone was very relaxed. But Chi Lu knew that dealing with the two summoning magic arrays should not be as light-hearted as Gu Pingchuan's words. Otherwise, they would have arrived earlier. The summoning magic array in Moonlight Forest was processed very quickly, but there was a little trouble with the Star Empire. After Lu Jingyao came to Chi Li's side, she said briefly, Because the wolf hunters caused public outrage in the Moonlight Forest, and the matter in the Shadow Palace was exposed again. So when Lu Jingya led people from various sects to the Moonlight Forest, the people from the Shadow Palace who stayed in the Moonlight Forest, as well as the members of the Wolf Hunter clan, almost became the target of beatings. All the demi-human tribes provided a lot of help. The summoning magic circle arranged in the Moonlight Forest was removed almost effortlessly under the leadership of the sect's power. This is the bitter fruit planted by the Shadow Palace and the wolf hunters themselves. If you do your own evil, you will not live. And on the side of the Star Empire. To be honest, Ling Ao never thought that the summoning magic circle would be temporarily installed in Yaoguang City at first. As a result, the best opportunity was missed and the creatures from the demonic abyss were summoned. However, the power deployed around the Star Empire is no joke. Especially when there is a 10,000-year black turtle sitting in charge. The creatures of the demonic abyss cannot make any big waves at all. Then, people from the Hidden World family also arrived and joined the battle. Although Yaoguang City was completely destroyed during the battle. But all the creatures from the demonic abyss were left behind in Yaoguang City. I have to say, Manager Qi, the golden-winged griffin and the gale-wind flying dragon in your store deserve the most credit. Lu Jingya didn't forget to add one sentence at the end. If there is no golden-winged griffin and gale-flying dragon as mounts, a small team will be formed to assist in the air. There is definitely no way to keep all the creatures in the demonic abyss in Yaoguang City. From this point on, the golden-winged griffin and the gale-flying dragon are indispensable. Now that everything is resolved, that's the best result. Now, as long as the shadow demon is eliminated, this conspiracy will beaver. Qi Lu said slowly. The nerves that had been tense finally relaxed. It is definitely not difficult for 4 powerful men of the same level to keep shadow demon. Gu Pingchuan, Lu Jingya, Bailey Fenghua, and Qi Lu. These 4 people are already considered the strongest fighting force in the Eastern Wasteland. If there is still no way to deal with the shadow demon, there is no need for the shadow demon to summon the spirit of the demonic abyss. He can deal with the entire Eastern Wasteland by himself. That's natural. I haven't used my full strength for a long time. In that case, let's get started. The Shadow Palace will end here today. All 4 people's perceptions were locked on the shadow demon. It is absolutely impossible to give the shadow demon even the slightest chance of escaping. Decades of planning were ruined. Is the Shadow Palace really intolerable to heaven and earth? Shadow Demon didn't even think about escaping at this moment. It's like the Overlord said goodbye to his concubine and killed himself in Wujiang River. When all the foundations are destroyed and you are surrounded by enemies from all sides, there is no hope of survival. The Shadow Demon will not beg for mercy, nor will he run away. The Shadow Palace is gone, everything is gone. This battle is probably my last battle. Then let me see how powerful the strongest combat power in Donghuang is. The Shadow Sword in Shadow Demon's hand vibrated, and he took the lead in attacking. The Shadow Guard also roared and attacked the surrounding enemies. It's quite courageous. When Gu Pingchuan saw this, the magic power condensed on the staff immediately turned into magic, blessing the 3 people around him. Facing an opponent with agility, Gu Pingchuan's assistance was much more effective than his attack. Qi Lu and the other 3, whose attributes had been fully enhanced, immediately rushed towards Shadow Demon. Qi Lu and Lu Jingya were the main attackers. Bailey Fenghua serves as an assister to fill the offensive gaps. The fighting skills of the 3 of them need no introduction. It is no exaggeration to say that they worked together perfectly. Even though the Shadow Demon and the Shadow Guard had the same mind, they were defeated steadily under the joint attack of Qi Lu, Lu Jingya, and Bailey Fenghua. Scars kept appearing on Shadow Demon's body. This was probably the most exciting battle in Shadow Demon's life. All the power burst out without reservation. Although he knew there was no chance of winning, he didn't flinch at all. Until the end, Qi Li's Fang Tian Hua Ji pierced his chest. The violent fighting spirit instantly poured into Shadow Demon's body, destroying all of Shadow Demon's vitality. You could have become a famous strong man in the eastern wilderness. But in the pursuit of power, I lost myself. Do you regret it? At the last moment, Qi Li looked directly into Shadow Demon's eyes, which had begun to lose focus, and suddenly asked. After hearing Qi Li's question, Shadow Demon suddenly grasped the body of Fang Tian's painted halberd with his blood-stained palms. There seemed to be a sparkle in his distracted eyes. 4 words came out slowly and firmly. Eternal, no regrets. He is worthy of being a heroic figure who can endure for decades. After Qi Li got the answer, he lowered his eyes and used Fang Tian's painted halberd in his hand. The sparkle in Shadow Demon's eyes also completely dissipated. A prompt sounded in Qi Li's mind. System, upgrade mission, the conspiracy sweeping the entire eastern wasteland, completed, mission rewards are being settled. The improvement of mission completion shows that the Shadow Palace has really been eradicated. This time, it's really over. Qi Li took a step back and shook the blood beads off Fang Tian's painted halberd. Then he transformed Fang Tian's painted halberd into the 1,000 machine ball and put it away. Ding Gu, Bailey Sect Master, Elder Yu Jing, since the matter is settled, I will take my leave first. The rest will be left to you. Qi Li shook his head, feeling a little dizzy, and that feeling of drowsiness reappeared. This is a side effect of black coffee. After using black coffee, the accumulated fatigue will burst out all at once after the effect of black coffee disappears. That's why Qi Li became so sleepy. Don't worry, Manager Qi, we will take care of the rest. Gu Pingchuan knew that Qi Li was afraid of trouble, so he agreed. The matter in the Shadow Palace is now completely over. The remaining things do not require much combat power. It just requires a lot of manpower and material resources. What's more, Qi Li's contribution to dealing with the Shadow Palace this time is definitely the greatest. Let Qi Li contribute again. Gu Pingchuan and others were also a little embarrassed. Qi Li nodded. Then the power of the skybreaking boots was activated, the door to space opened, and with one step, he disappeared from the dragon ruins. When Qi Li returned to the store, he didn't even go to the lobby on the first floor. The door to space opens directly into the bedroom on the second floor. Qi Li, who has experienced such a battle, now just wants to have a good sleep before talking. And the mission rewards are also being settled, which is just right. The settlement will be completed when you wake up. And this sleep lasted until the next day. Qi Li sat up in a daze and stretched hard. The feeling of sleeping until you wake up naturally is really comfortable. Go take a shower, and all the fatigue will disappear immediately. Huh. I'm finally alive. Qi Li walked out of the bathroom, wiped the water droplets from his hair with a towel, and sat on the armchair. Then I shouted about the system in my mind. System, system. Are you here? Are you here, system? System, host, shut up. This system is busy. If you have anything to say, just say it. Then I'll tell you straight. Qi Li cleared his throat, and then asked seriously, what should Xi'er do to be resurrected? For Qi Li, the biggest regret in this mission was that Yu Xi'er was killed. Fortunately, the system was able to resurrect Yu Xi'er. So the first thing Qi Li thought of was this question. As for the mission rewards, that will have to come later. System, this matter is very simple. After you defeated the spirit of the demonic abyss, the destiny of heaven and earth it carried has been captured by the world of Eastern Wasteland. System, so the power of heaven and earth will also help you, the host, in resurrecting the store clerk. System, so host, you just need to take out the secret order from heaven and make a wish. Epic consumables, Heaven's secret order. It can fulfill the user's wish within the scope allowed by the power of heaven and earth. If the system didn't mention it, Qi Lu might even forget it. However, as soon as the system was brought up, Qi Lu suddenly figured it out. With this two-stroke system, you're trying to do nothing. This two-stroke system turned out to be an attempt to create a secret order from heaven. If he had known this was the case, Qi Lu could have rescued Yu Shi'er on the spot, and there would be no need to negotiate conditions with the system. System, the host is wrong. Although the function of heaven's secret order is indeed very powerful, it is impossible to resurrect the dead. System, without the help of this system, the host should just think about resurrection. If you want to resuscitate the dead, at least two conditions must be met. One means that the soul still exists, and the other means that the carrier still exists. In this regard, we can actually refer to Xing Lian's situation. Xing Lian's dragon soul still exists, but the dragon body has long since disappeared. So no matter what, resurrection is impossible. In the end, he signed a two-soul contract with Lan Zier in order to continue to exist. Yu Shi'er's vitality was depleted because her bloodline power was completely stripped away. This kind of thing, even if it is a stand-in doll, cannot be judged as fatal injury. Because the life force is exhausted, it is like the lifespan is exhausted. No matter how powerful the stand-in doll is, it can't extend its lifespan. It is precisely because of this that Qi Lu feels powerless. But, luckily, although her vitality is exhausted, Yu Shi'er's body is still there. And the soul is also completely preserved. However, these two problems are easy to solve. Whether it is soul or body, if you really want to preserve it, there are still many ways. But the next step is where the difficulty lies. Before death, no matter what happened, it would be within the reasonable range. Even if it is a stand-in doll that is immune to one death, it only rescues the owner before death. The resurrection of the dead is a reversal of the rules between heaven and earth. No matter what method is used. Even if the soul can survive, it cannot truly survive. At most, it means finding a suitable carrier and taking it over. Just let the soul survive for a while longer. This was what Bone Dragon had originally thought. In fact, Qi Lu had this in mind when he stopped Bone Dragon. After seizing the body will reject the soul. It is simply impossible to practice. Moreover, the soul after the body is taken away will also intensify the consumption of the body's vitality. Therefore, this way of survival is not resurrection at all, it can only be regarded as lingering. However, what the system calls resurrection is the real resurrection. And with the help of the will of heaven and earth in the East Wasteland, he was resurrected in a legitimate manner. This kind of thing can probably only be done by a system that can communicate the will of heaven and earth. Did I blame you wrongly? Qi Lu said something suspiciously. But he still took out the secret order of heaven without hesitation. Although the secret order of heaven is very precious, in Qi Li's view, as long as it can resurrect Yu Shi'er, then use it. No matter how precious the consumables are, they are still used. Otherwise, what's the difference between it and a carrot? Before it was used, the secret order of heaven was just a golden token covered with mysterious patterns. On top of this token, there is also a word written in a very unique way. The word is the condensation of the power of heaven and earth. You must come back to life. Qi Lu took a deep breath, and then held the secret order of heaven in his hand. Qi Lu has retrieved Yu Shi'er's body from the system. At this moment, he was lying quietly in front of Qi Lu. Please help me resurrect Yu Shi'er. Before he finished speaking, the secret order from heaven suddenly shook. The mysterious lines on the golden token began to emit a dazzling light. The word heaven on the secret order of heaven also gradually dissipated, turning into traces of the power of heaven and earth and integrating into Yu Shi'er's body. At the same time, Qi Lu could feel that there was a vast aura gathering between heaven and earth. Then he was sent into Yu Shi'er's body. System, what is this? Qi Lu felt something was wrong and quickly asked in his mind. At this time, nothing can go wrong. System, host, please rest assured, this is the destiny of heaven and earth given to you by the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang. System, it's just that you can't use the host for the time being, so I gave it to the person you want to resurrect. Luck from heaven and earth. This is good stuff. A good thing that can make countless strong people flock to it. Shadow Demon has been plotting hard for decades, just for a piece of luck. The result is now. Donghuang's will of heaven and earth was given away for free. At this moment, Yu Shi'er was not only able to be resurrected perfectly, but it was also a blessing in disguise. With the luck of heaven and earth, you can be blessed by the power of heaven and earth. Invisibly, Yu Shi'er's cultivation qualifications, talents, and potential were greatly enhanced. What's more important is that carrying the destiny of heaven and earth on your back is equivalent to getting a pass to be promoted to a strong level of power. This is such a great gift. After listening to the system's explanation, Qi Lu immediately felt relieved. In this way, Yu Shi'er's future cultivation path will be bright. With Donghuang's will of heaven and earth watching, whoever wants to cause trouble for Yu Shi'er may be struck by lightning before they even take action. Finally, it's not in vain that I risked my life to keep the spirit of the demonic abyss in the eastern wasteland. Qi Lu suddenly felt that Donghuang's will of heaven and earth was much more generous than the system. System, host, I seem to feel that you are thinking about some unfounded things. Sure enough, this Irby system likes to look around when nothing happens. No, how could I think about those strange things? I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be a loss if Donghuang's will of heaven and earth has generously given away all the luck of heaven and earth to the spirit of demonic abyss? When Qi Lu asked this question, it was a typical example of someone who got a good deal and behaved well. By the way, it can also implicitly reveal the stinginess of the system. System, host, you are overthinking. This system may do such a generous thing, but the will of heaven and earth is much more calculated than this system. Whispering sound. Qi Lu immediately expressed disdain for the system's self-promotion. Qi Lu knows very well that this two-stroke system is just a low IQ and has nothing to do with generosity. The only advantage is that the things that have been deceived will never be returned. And even if you have no choice but to prepare to go back, this two-stroke system will provide equal or even superior compensation. But no matter what. If the system exaggerates, Qi Lu will never agree with it. System, host, do you still want to know the reason? Yes, of course I do. You have a lot of systems, so don't worry about such trivial matters. Qi Lu quickly put away his disdainful expression, straightened his face, and spoke seriously. You still have to give the face you deserve. Otherwise, this second bill system will really become angry, which will be bad. System, you're right. The system will allow you to be spared this time. It's indeed a massive system. Then now please let Master System continue to explain why the will of heaven and earth will not be lost. Qi Lu immediately changed into a playful and smiling face. It can be heard from the system's previous words that although Donghuang's will of heaven and earth transported a large amount of heaven and earth energy to Yu Shi'er, but for Donghuang's will of heaven and earth, it is an absolutely profitable deal. As for why the will of heaven and earth will not be lost, the reason for this, apart from the will of heaven and earth itself, is probably only known by the system with vast supernatural powers. System, actually, the reason is very simple. System, at the beginning, the lifeblood of Donghuang was shattered, and the luck of heaven and earth was almost completely exhausted. It is almost impossible to recover without hundreds of thousands of years. System, because this is a comprehensive recovery from scratch. System, and after you, host, killed the demonic abyss spirit, the destiny of heaven and earth carried by the demonic abyss spirit was obtained by Donghuang. It is equivalent to a seed. It only needs enough nutrients to take root and sprout. It becomes a towering tree. System, so, host, you saved hundreds of thousands of years for Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth, but all you got was a little luck of heaven and earth. Do you still think this guy is generous? Obviously, the this guy in the system's mouth refers to the will of heaven and earth in Dong Huang. The only one who dares to refer to the will of heaven and earth in this Tonyai's the system that is not afraid of heaven and earth. Qilu also fell into deep thought after listening to the system's explanation. Together, he still worked for the will of heaven and earth. According to the system, this is equivalent to the fact that at the beginning, there was no luck in the world in Dong Huang. To recover is as difficult as re-evolving single-celled organisms into countless species. But now, the destiny of heaven and earth, carried by the spirit of the demonic abyss, has been obtained by Dong Huang. The difficulty of evolving from scratch has suddenly been reduced to the same level as planting a tree. To put it this way, no matter how you calculate it, Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth is making a lot of money. And by the way, there is also the two-stroke system that makes a lot of money together. With the stingy character of the system, if he knew that killing the spirit of the demonic abyss would help the will of heaven and earth so much, he might not get any benefits from the will of heaven and earth. In the end, Qilu was the only one who lost money. Qilu originally wanted to curse. But then I thought about it and felt that it was not good to curse, so I endured it. System, I think we can discuss it further. Since you all earned so much, don't you think you should give me an extra reward? Qilu coughed hard twice, and then spoke righteously. System, host, please rest assured, this system will definitely not forget you after getting the benefits. This is admission. This two-stroke system really benefits greatly from the will of heaven and earth. Okay, I'll remember what you said. Now give me the reward for settling the upgrade mission. Qilu said solemnly. Compared with the illusory promises of the system, the rewards of the upgrade tasks are more real. And in this mission, Qilu killed the demon abyss spirit and made great efforts in eradicating the Shadow Palace. Logically speaking, the rewards will certainly not be small. If there is less, then the system must have swallowed it secretly. System, host, please don't worry, the upgrade task rewards are being settled. However, this reply from the system was something Qilu never thought of. You've been settling for a day, why are you still settling? Qilu raised his eyebrows and spoke slowly. Is it because the configuration of your Urbi system is too low, so the computing power cannot keep up now? Don't you plan to upgrade the configuration first? Qilu dared to pat his conscience and assure himself that this was definitely not a sarcastic comment, just a word of concern. System, stupid host, shut up to this system. System, this system is still waiting for that guy to settle the bill for us before this system can settle the bill for you. What's the rush? As soon as these words came out, Qilu finally understood. Why does the system say that Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth is very stingy, and the tone is so bad? It turns out that I was owed wages. Speaking of which, Dong Huang's will of heaven and earth is still a black-hearted boss. This is really interesting. Okay, if you wait, remember to help me settle the reward early. Qilu scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. If it was a system problem, Qilu could still urge it. But this time it was due to the will of heaven and earth, and Qilu really had no place to urge him. System, don't worry, this system has always been honest. If you receive your reward, this system will definitely settle it for you as soon as possible. Then after saying this, the system disappeared. Qilu did not disturb the system anymore, but sat quietly next to Yushir, silently waiting for Yushir to wake up. The power of heaven and earth from the secret order of heaven is still slowly being injected into Yushir's body. However, looking at the gradually dimming light on the secret order of heaven, one can tell that the power of heaven and earth contained in the secret order of heaven is almost exhausted. Yu Shi'er's vitality, nourished by the power of heaven and earth, was replenished and even became stronger. And Yu Shi'er's bloodline power was also restored. And with the blessing of the fate of heaven and earth, it becomes even stronger. If nothing unexpected happens, the power of Yu Shi'er's bloodline after she fully recovers will not be weaker than that of her ancestors in ancient times. The strong level is almost a given. Slowly, with the help of the power of heaven and earth, Yu Shi'er's soul gradually merged into her physical body. Not long after, Qi Lu saw Yu Shi'er's eyelashes trembling slightly. There were also subtle movements in the fingers. Did you make it? Qi Lu held his breath and looked nervously at Yu Shi'er's peaceful face. That delicate and charming face is still a little pale at this moment, making people want to pity her, just looking at it. The process of regaining consciousness didn't take long. With her eyelashes trembling slightly, Yu Shi'er slowly opened her eyes. His eyes were full of confusion. Shi'er, you're awake, how do you feel? Qi Li's heart suddenly jumped, and then he suppressed his excitement and asked softly. When dealing with someone who has woken up from a long coma, it is best to be quiet at first. Store manager. What's wrong with me? I remember. Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Lu with confused eyes, seeming to be recalling something. Then soon, a look of fear appeared on Yu Shi'er's pale face. There is great terror between life and death. People who have not experienced it will not understand. No, nothing happened, it was just a dream. It's all over now. After all, Qi Lu is also someone who has died countless times in the trial space, and he knows the horror of it. So he immediately hugged Yu Shi'er and whispered comfort in her ear. The warmth in the embrace made Yu Shi'er's eyes gradually clear. The terrifying scene that lingered in my mind began to gradually disappear until it was completely gone. Store manager, I didn't expect Shi'er to see you again. This shouldn't be a dream. If this is a dream, Shi'er hopes that she will never wake up. Yu Shi'er was held in Qi Li's arms, her face was slightly hot, and she talked as if she was dreaming. Of course this is not a dream. If you don't believe it, you can pinch yourself, but be careful not to pinch me. Qi Li said with a smile. Being able to joke and speak normally proves that Yu Shi'er has recovered. The next step is just to rest for a while and wait for complete recovery. After hearing Qi Li's words, Yu Shi'er really pinched herself. Pain. Store manager, this is not a dream, it really is not a dream, that's great. Shi'er can stay with the store manager again. Yu Shi'er seemed to have used a lot of strength, and after crying out in pain, she hugged Qi Lu hard. This made Qi Lu suddenly raise his hands, feeling a little at a loss. It's a pity that Qi Lu has been single for 2 lifetimes. When it comes to single experience, Qi Lu is definitely a professional. And this strange atmosphere lasted until Yu Shi'er's face turned red, she opened her arms with some embarrassment, and sat aside with her head lowered. How to do? I hugged the store manager, because I was so excited. The store manager would be angry. But, the store manager's arms are really warm. Shi'er, what are you thinking about? So shy, really shy. Yu Shi'er sat silently in the corner, her mind in chaos. His face also turned red from shyness. There was a strange silence in the room. However, Qi Lu calmed down in this situation. You're fine, that's the best thing. Welcome back, Shi'er. Qi Lu put his hand on Yu Shi'er's head, and then gently rubbed Yu Shi'er's head. The soft hair was a little messy by Qi Lu. But Yu Shi'er narrowed her eyes with some enjoyment and made a small sound from her throat. Just like a kitten. No, the ancestor of the Yueling cat clan was probably a cat. If you feel tired, just take a rest first. Don't be too anxious about things in the store. Qi Lu said while rubbing Yu Shi'er's head. Anyway, Yu Xuanxue is looking after the store. The labor force that should be squeezed should still be squeezed. Yu Shi'er nodded obediently. By this time, Yu Shi'er also recognized that this room was the bedroom on the second floor of the shop. But it's not the second bedroom, it's probably the master bedroom. Rest in the store manager's room. Yu Shi'er thought so and felt a little dizzy again. Then I'll go out first. If you need anything, remember to call me. After Qi Le confirmed that Yu Shi'er had no other questions, he stood up and left the room. Qi Le was really worried after being out for so long. I wonder what the store will look like with Yu Xuanxue visiting the store. Why are you so slow to react? The shadow assassin is coming, but you should avoid it. It's like this again, how many times have I told you? And you guys, that's not how the dungeon works. What about coordination? How many times have I told you that there must be coordination between teams? And here, you. Qi Lu. When did you come back? Yu Xuanxue was wandering happily among the booths, and then suddenly saw a figure, and she was immediately shocked. I almost slipped and fell from the partition between the booths. Oh, that's quite cool. Qi Le raised his eyebrows and looked at Yu Xuanxue playfully. This. There aren't many people in the store, so I'm here to guide these newbies and provide additional services. Yu Xuanxue explained with a smile. But the more he spoke, the less confident his voice became. Guide? You just came here to laugh at me, right? Qi Lu unceremoniously exposed Yu Xuanxue's true purpose. Making fun of the rookie's fighting skills was Yu Xuanxue's daily pastime. Fortunately, Yu Xuanxue didn't try it herself and wander around in the New World mode. Otherwise, Qi Lu would definitely have to count Yu Xuanxue as the one who left his post without permission. But now it's actually about the same. Fortunately, Qi Lu had already thought of this situation, so he asked the system to keep an eye on the store in advance to avoid any trouble. Now it seems that the store is running smoothly without any major problems. But forget it, you have worked hard these past few days. Just do whatever you want to do, and I'll come and see the store. Qi Le waved his hand and said nothing more. After all, there is really nothing to expect from a kitten. And Qi Le can also know from the system. In fact, Yu Xuanxue still restrained herself very much while opening the store. Really? That's great. Hearing this, Yu Xuanxue immediately ran to buy 3 bottles of black coffee, and then occupied a booth. New World Mode, open, enter. Finally, everything is calm again. After the matter in the Shadow Palace is settled, the customer flow in the store should slowly recover. Qi Le dragged a recliner to the counter and lay down lazily on it. Hey, boss, your movements are much faster than ours. Before Qi Le could lie down, the store door was pushed open. Qi Le looked up. It was discovered that Xue Lang led the members of the Xue Lang team into the store. However, each of these guys looked dusty, and the equipment on their bodies also had varying degrees of damage. And all of them had wounds of varying depths. But most of the wounds have healed. Only a small part was still bleeding, so it was wrapped with a bandage. However, judging by the looks on the faces of the Blood Wolf team, these injuries should not have affected them. Originally, mercenaries lived a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife. Getting injured is as normal as drinking water and eating. If you were afraid of getting hurt, why would you be a mercenary? What happened to you? Qi Le was so surprised by the costumes of Xuelong and others that he sat up from the recliner. If you look like this, you should go to a medical clinic or drugstore. What are you doing in the store? What else can happen? I was dragged into doing hard labor by the president of the Huangyuan Guild. Xue Lang spread his hands and said with some complaints. The president of Huangyuan Guild is Ling Ao. From this point of view, members of the Blood Wolf team should also be involved in the battle in Yaoguang City. Then you have just returned from the Star Empire? Qi Le looked at the Blood Wolf up and down, and then asked aloud. Yes, Yaoguang City rushed back just now. The blood wolf nodded, then raised his head, his eyes a little bright. Speaking of this, Shui Lang immediately became energetic. Boss, you don't know. The battle in Yaoguang City was so brutal that half of the wind dragons in the brothers' hands were dead. But fortunately, there are stand-in dolls, so no brothers died. I still have to thank the boss for this. It's just a pity that there are no new events in the New World mode recently, and the stand-in dolls will be gone after they are used. At the end of the sentence, Shui Lang's tone seemed to be somewhat resentful. The sound made the hairs on Qi Li's body stand up. There will be new activities, don't worry. Qi Li said quickly. However, from Shui Lang's words, Qi Lu also roughly understood the situation in Yaoguang City. The summoning magic circle arranged in Yaoguang City invested a large number of corpses of hero-level powerhouses as sacrifices. The summoned creatures from the demonic abyss are not that low in strength. Therefore, most of the customers in the store who were eligible to participate in the battle were called over by Ling Ao. The force formed by the customers in Qi Li's shop is much stronger than most forces. Especially with the blessing of various equipment and elixirs. The force composed of the customers of Qi Li's shop was the real backbone in the battle in Yaoguang City. No wonder there are so few people in the store. Qi Lu finally found the reason. I worked so hard to eradicate the Shadow Palace, but this guy Ling Ao turned out to be poaching. Brothers, thank you for your hard work in this battle. Get whatever you want to eat. The president of Huanyuan Guild said that he will cover all the expenses this time. Blood Wolf didn't care about Qi Li's thoughts, but shouted loudly to the members of the Blood Wolf team while chatting. However, given that Qi Li's store always does not accept credit, so Xu Long probably went to Ling Ao for reimbursement later. Don't worry, Captain, we won't be polite. All my Gale Dragons are gone. If I don't get my money back this time, I won't give up. Forget it if your Gale Flying Dragon is gone, I don't even have a stand-in. Okay, drink. After the members of the Blood Wolf team received the permission, they immediately found a small round table and sat down, laughing and joking. Then everyone has a bottle of cold beer. Then put Sprite and mineral water next to it. After all, for customers, only one bottle of cold beer a day is obviously not enough. Then it's time to serve. Fried chicken wings, double cheese beef burger, crawfish. As long as there is meat, everyone has a portion. As for the rest, order them after you finish eating. 4 or 5 people sit on a small round table, and snacks and drinks are placed on the table, just like a banquet. But it's much more lively than a banquet. Fortunately, everyone still remembers the rules in Qi Li's shop. Even if they are bragging and showing off, they will be careful not to be too loud. However, there are still many things like changing cups, and clinking glasses with each other to persuade each other to order dishes. The life of a mercenary is so simple. After the battle, there is carnival. If you don't take pleasure in time, you might not be able to do it next time. But as long as you don't put up flags such as "I'll go home and get married after this battle" or "I'll stop after this mission," nothing will happen. The matter in Yaoguang City can actually be handled very quickly. Those who went there will probably be able to come back to the store tomorrow. We were among the first to come back. Shui Lang also held a bottle of cold beer in his hand and said while drinking, "That's a good thing." Qi Lu glanced at the cold beer in Shui Lang's hand and spoke slowly. There were quite a few customers approached by Ling Ao this time, and for the safety of the students, Gu Pingchuan and the others temporarily closed the 3 major colleges. That's why the customers in the store are like now, with 3 or 2 kittens. But fortunately, after the Blood Wolf team came back, it was able to add a touch of life to the store. Then I'll go drink with my brothers first, boss. The Blood Wolf burped before speaking out. Good. Sheila nodded. Cold beer is a drink that is served in summer, and it is estimated that it will be gone in a while. It's better to drink more now. But when it came to limiting summer supply, Sheila touched his chin and turned around to get a vanilla ice cream cone. When Sheila turned around again, he saw a somewhat surprising person. Fire Emperor, and Paladins? Sheila looked at the tall man standing next to Ling Ao. That armor looked very eye-catching. However, with Chi Li's memory, a hero like this who has been to the store once will probably have an impression no matter how long it takes. It's just something I don't want to remember. Manager Chi, long time no see. I apologize for the unpleasantness last time. This was the first thing the paladin said after entering the store. Speaking of which, the first time the paladin came to Chila's store was the last time the 8 major forces in the eastern wasteland gathered for a meeting. At that time, the paladin was a bit rude, and there was indeed a slight dispute between him and Chi Lu. But Chi Lu didn't take it to heart. Just kidding, there are usually a lot of unpleasant things like this. If you take them all to heart, then you have to get angry. However, the paladin apologized as soon as he came up, so Chi Lu couldn't bring it up again. Don't hit the smiling person with your hand. It's okay. It's over. Don't mention it again. Chi Lu waved his hand and said generously. Store manager Chi's magnanimity puts me to shame. Being able to help the Xingyao Empire regardless of past grudges in times of crisis is so magnanimous that I am really ashamed of myself. The paladin said very humbly. He also uses the word very humbly when referring to himself. It can be seen that Rong Yuqua's sacrifice still has a certain impact on the paladin. But compared to the arrogant and domineering paladin at the beginning who relied on his great strength, the current paladin really looks like a knight. Humility, honesty, honor, justice, mercy, heroism, spirit, sacrifice. The 8 virtues of a knight, Rong Yuqua did everything he should do as a knight before he died. And the paladin, because of the glorious incident, began to reflect on himself. You're welcome, paladin. If I really want to thank you for these things, it might be more appropriate to thank the Fire Emperor. Sheila knew that what the paladin was talking about might be about the customers in the store. After all, Shui Lang had said before that the customers of Sheila's shop were the backbone of the battle in Yaoguang City. However, those people were all called over by Ling Ao. It has nothing to do with Chi Lu. No, I think store manager Chi may have misunderstood. I am grateful to Manager Chi because after seeing through the conspiracy of the Shadow Palace, Manager Chi immediately notified other forces to come and rescue the Star Glory Empire. If not, the Xingyao Empire might be in ruins now. Moreover, in the past few days, the Xingyao Empire and the Huangyuan Empire have also formed an alliance. There will be no more wars in the future. I also want to thank Store Manager Chi for this. The paladin smiled and then spoke solemnly. Ling Ao also nodded beside him, indicating that the paladin's words were not false. It's just a small effort. In the face of such a big event, small personal matters are nothing. Sheila said lightly. In fact, I just didn't take that incident into my heart. Store manager Chi is so humble. After the paladin said this, he did not continue. But in my heart, I admired Chi Li's noble character even more. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I wonder what the paladin needs when he comes this time. Chi Li skipped the topic and asked aloud. Logically speaking, the Star Empire had just experienced such a war and it was time for reconstruction. If the paladin is coming, he shouldn't come at this time. Store manager Chi, the Holy Knight, came here just to purchase a batch of elixirs and equipment, and then return to the Star Empire. Ling Ao spoke up at the right time and answered Chi Li's question. In the previous battle of Yaoguang City, the paladin saw the fighting power of the customers of Chi Li's shop. I also learned about these powerful equipment and elixirs from Ling Ao. That's why he rushed to Cloud Mist City as soon as possible after the battle. When I didn't know it before, forget it. Now I know, if I don't come here and buy a batch, the loss will be too great. Do you have a shopping list? Sheila did not expect that the first big deal after this war would be brought by the Paladin. No, because rebuilding the Star Empire requires a lot of financial resources, so the budget this time is not large. And this time only the Imperial City of the Shining Empire is planning to replace its equipment. The other city-states still need to be recaptured, and then we can consider them after they stabilize. When the Paladin talked about this, his eyes became a little sharp. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Xingyao Empire, there are not a few city-states who want to support themselves with troops. So after the war, the High Priest in White was responsible for reconstruction. The Paladin is responsible for crusading against these rebellions. This time I came here to buy equipment and elixirs for this purpose. He wanted to build the city guards of the Imperial City of the Xingyao Empire into a truly powerful force. Then I understand. Qila nodded. Qila has no interest in getting involved in the household affairs of the Xingyao Empire. But according to the conditions stated by the Paladin, the budget is not sufficient, so for the time being, only the Imperial City of Star Glory Empire is equipped. Qila knew that what the Paladin wanted was basically ordinary level equipment, plus a small amount of excellent level equipment. As for the type, there is no limit. This kind of customer is the customer Qila needs most. Because of the egg pool purchase channel, there is really no way to determine what product will be released next. If there is a purchase list, there is a high probability that some unpopular weapons and armors will be left behind. Then they can only be piled in warehouses, waiting to be sold slowly. Fortunately, there is no such thing as a shelf life on these products. There is basically no such thing as being outdated. Otherwise, Qila would die. However, with customers like the Paladin, Qila can happily clear out the inventory of unpopular products. So, in the rest of the day, Qila began to be busy between the warehouse and the store hall. This happens all the time. Qila is also used to it. At night, Qila watched the last customer leave. Then he closed the store door. It feels quite fulfilling to be busy occasionally. Qila moved his shoulders and then stretched hard. This is called intermittent excess energy. Most occur on a sudden whim after a long period of laziness. But it doesn't happen often. Shao Shu, aren't you going to sleep tonight? Qila glanced at Yu Shuangxue, who was still sitting in the booth, and asked aloud. I'll go up in a moment. Yu Shuangxue said lazily while holding the glass bottle of black coffee. Qila just asked symbolically whether he could get the answer or not. So I just nodded and went up to the second floor. Pushing open the bedroom door, Yu Shi'er was no longer inside. He probably went back to his room. However, the pillows and quilts in Qi Li's room were all folded up very neatly. I'm really tired after a busy day. Let's take a shower and go to bed early today. By tomorrow, there should be more customers in the store again. Qi Li yawned, then took a towel and walked into the bathroom. First floor. Yu Shuangxue was holding a membership card and chatting with Yu Shi'er. Shi'er, how are you? Qila didn't find out. Yu Shuangxue said as if asking for credit. Fortunately, I cleaned up quickly. I went out before the store manager came back. Yu Shi'er answered with a smile, with a slight blush on her face. I don't know if it's because I'm tired or what. That's good, but you've been resting in Qi Li's room for the whole day. Can you still sleep at night? Yu Shuangxue asked, wagging her tail. It's okay, you can chat with me. I'm waiting for you in the room. When will you come up? Yu Shi'er was lying on her quilt, her calves raised up and down behind her. Wait a little longer, I'll draw another picture. Yu Shuangxue glanced at the glass bottle next to her and found that the black coffee was gone, so she spoke slowly. And Qi Lu probably never dreamed that Yu Shuangxue would have such a function. The cool breeze at night always seems particularly pleasant. After Qi Lu came out of the bathroom, he wiped his hair and sat by the window to blow the air. System, host, the upgrade task rewards have been settled. System, would you like to receive it now? The sudden voice in his mind caused Qi Li's hand movements to pause. Then he asked with some surprise, did that black-hearted boss finally pay you the bill? System, yes, that guy paid the bill for this system, so this system will notify you as soon as possible. Qi Lu couldn't help but be a little impressed by the system. Unexpectedly, this stingy system did not think about how to squander it for personal use at the first time, but settled the task rewards first with great integrity. Then get it now. Qi Lu confirmed in his mind. System, the upgrade task is completed, and task rewards will now be distributed. System, first of all, the guaranteed reward will be distributed. The host store manager level will be upgraded by 1 level, and the share will be increased to 40%. Now, the host can decide more store matters on his own. The 40% share is added to the 10%, which is really great. 40% share. Another 10% increase, which is really great. Qi Lu is not interested at all in the second half of the system's sentence. The host can decide more store matters on his own. A real increase in share is more attractive to Qi Lu. From the initial 1% share to the current 40% share, Qi Lu has gone through many hardships and obstacles. Now, I finally got through it. System, the level of the trial room has been increased by 1 level, and the strong level trial space can now be opened. Although being promoted to the strong level requires recognition from the power of heaven and earth and the luck of heaven and earth. But with the system's vast and powerful means, it is not a problem at all to borrow some heaven and earth energy from the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang. System, the level of the combat power improvement training room has been increased by 1 level. The new map will be opened after the location selection of the branch is completed. System, branch location selection is enabled. The host can establish a branch at any time. The system will select a random location. Opening a branch is what Qi Lu is most looking forward to. But before opening a branch, Qi Lu still needs to prepare some things. For example, the management of the store in Yunwu City was handed over to Yue Shi'er. But what does random site selection mean? System, shouldn't I choose the address when opening a branch? After Qi Lu heard the system's words, the expectation in his heart was like a bucket of cold water being poured on him. If the system were to randomly select locations, who knows what strange places the branches would open. The store in Yunwu City is located in a remote place, so there is nothing we can do about it. Who knew that Qi Lu only had this store at that time? But things are different now. If Qi Lu could just say something, he would like to open a branch. You can choose any address you want to store the entire Donghuang, and you can open it wherever you want. And you don't have to use half of the spirit crystal yourself. With this advantage in place, the system actually said it would select a random location. Isn't this a joke? System, host, what are you thinking about? The location of the branch is carefully selected by this system. How can it be decided by you? Qi Lu was stunned when he heard this. Has the original branch address been selected in the system? Before that, I was foolishly thinking about where to open a branch. Isn't that a waste of emotion? Then you said you chose randomly? After Qi Lu reacted, he asked again. System, of course it is a random selection. It is just a random selection among the options carefully selected by this system. Hee. After hearing the system's confident words, Qi Lu expressed his emotions with a sneer. What a shameless system. No, it's shameless. It doesn't seem right. When will the system fail? System, host, stop thinking about it. This system will not change its mind, just accept your fate. It's nothing, I didn't think about anything, just go ahead. Qila shrugged and forced a smile from his face. But the mood inside is of course smiling on the outside, but on the inside. System, next, is the last item of the guaranteed reward, the new purchase channel. System, now, host, please look back and start extracting new purchase channels. As soon as the voice in his mind fell, a slot machine as tall as a person appeared behind Qi Lu turned around and looked almost frightened. A slot machine as tall as a person appeared silently behind it. Anyone who turned around and saw it suddenly would break out in a cold sweat. Why didn't you make any movement this time? Qila took a few steps back and almost fell out of the window. It took a long time to calm down, and I asked in my mind. System, host, don't you think it is very disturbing to make such a big noisy in the middle of the night? Do you still know the word nuisance? Qila asked in surprise. System, of course, the quality of this system cannot be compared to that of a stupid host. Pooh. Qila spat without hesitation. I really have something in my mind, but I don't know whether to say it or not. System, now, let's ask the host to start extracting new purchase channels. Probably because I felt embarrassed, the system quickly skipped this topic. Okay, then I'll see what tricks you can come up with. Qila came to the slot machine and looked up and down first. After making sure there was nothing wrong, he turned his attention to the start lever of the slot machine. This slot machine is different from normal slot machines. There is only one wheel on the screen. Only one option will be displayed on the screen at a time. And the options that now appear on the screen are: Artifact? Qila looked at the two words on the screen and his eyes suddenly widened. There is actually a channel for purchasing artifacts. System, I'm not going to smoke anymore, can I just have this? Without saying a word, Qila immediately pointed at the screen of the slot machine and spoke to the system. System, host, please wake up. If you want to dream, this system recommends that you fall asleep first. Qila was speechless about what the system said. It doesn't matter, then let your ignorant system see how lucky I am for someone. Qila took a few deep breaths to cheer himself up. Then pull the start lever of the slot machine hard to the end. Crash dash. The wheel immediately started spinning rapidly. After about half a minute, the speed of the wheel began to slow down. Options passed by Qila's eyes one by one. Finally, I stopped at the option that also only had two words. Title. What is this? Qila felt bad looking at these two words. Title purchase channel? Can a title still be sold as a commodity? System, congratulations to the host, I have drawn the title purchase channel. Wait a minute, system, please wait a minute. I need your explanation. What exactly is a title? Qila quickly stopped the system. Qila knows about titles. For example, Ling Ao's Fire Emperor and Gupingchuan's Dharma God are all titles. Kind of like a nickname. However, the title evolution channel is difficult for Qila to understand. Could it be that whoever is given the title can afford it? For example, not everyone can afford Gupingchuan's title of Dharma God. System, it is indeed a stupid host. The title is a special commodity and comes with bonus effects. You only need to regard it as a special piece of equipment. Special equipment? Qila rubbed his chin, feeling that this was indeed the case. However, you still have to purchase goods from there to know what the purchasing channel of this title looks like. Okay then, let's just use this title as the purchasing channel. Qila confirmed to the system in his mind. System, confirmation is successful, the title egg pool is officially opened. This sentence made Qila successfully stunned again. Another purchasing channel for egg pools. System, are you plotting against me again? Sheila roared with grief and anger, loudly accusing the system of its faults. System, host, what are you talking about? If you don't confirm to receive it, you won't be able to draw it a second time. Is it necessary for this system to plot against you? Oops. As the store manager level increases, the IQ of this two-stroke system increases day by day. Sheila thought with some surprise. However, although the egg pool purchase channel has shortcomings, it also has many advantages. The most critical point is that the egg pool purchasing channel will never be out of stock. Unlike the purchase channels for class inheritance scrolls and the black market for special items, the refresh time is simply worrying. What you said makes some sense, so let's continue. I contributed so much in this mission, so there should be a lot of extra rewards. Sheila thought for a while and gave up on the issue of the title egg pool. Instead of worrying about these, it is better to argue with the system on the additional rewards. System, host, this system recommends that you come back to receive additional rewards after opening a branch. Why? Sheila was a little curious. This is the first time the system has given such persuasion. In the past, the most I could do was pocket the rewards. Doesn't the system want to give out any additional rewards this time? System, because after the branch is opened, among the additional rewards, there will be rewards that focus on the address of the branch. It turns out there is such a hidden rule. System, are you thinking about me? Have you finally realized how good this host is to you? Sheila was slightly startled, and then said happily. It seems that this system has finally figured out, and it is no longer against itself as the host. This is a normal and good system. However, the system's next sentence made Sheila give up this idea. System, in this way, the host can better manage the branch and prevent the branch from being too depressed. TSK. Sheila let out a very angry TSK. It turns out that the system suddenly persuaded me that it was best to focus on the issue of turnover. Don't you care about the host at all? If you don't have your own sales methods, how can you have such a high turnover? But, having said that. But the system still let Sheila make the decision. Okay, let's wait until the location of the branch is selected and then come and collect the additional rewards. Sheila was not in a hurry. Anyway, the location selection of the branch is just a matter of these few days. However, you probably won't steal my reward again secretly. After Sheila made his decision, he said suspiciously. System, host, please don't doubt the credibility of this system. When has this system ever done this kind of thing? When was it done? Has it not been done enough? Sheila cursed a few times in his heart, but said nothing more. After all, between Sheila and the system, in the final analysis, both prosper and lose. Call it a loss, but in fact it's not much of a loss. Anyway, Sheila usually cheated the system a lot of times. Now, open the personal attributes panel for me. Sheila said in his mind. Soon, a simple personal attribute panel appeared in Sheila's mind. Host, Sheila. Store manager level, level 6. Number of stores, 1, the location of the branch is ready and the second store can be opened. Purchase channels, elixir egg pool, ordinary, excellent, weapon egg pool, ordinary, excellent, armor egg pool, ordinary, excellent, jewelry egg pool, excellent, title egg pool, ordinary, excellent, rare, treasure. Class inheritance scroll, temporarily closed, black market for special items. Owned shop buildings, trial room, level 5, combat power improvement training room, level 4. Own store machines, snack vending machines, beverage vending machines, pet card changers, equipment synthesizers. Store share increased to 40%. Evaluation, intermediate store manager, a store manager who has accumulated a lot of experience, is no longer a novice, has learned a lot of things, and can occasionally act independently, and is a good store manager. Qi wisely ignored the comments in the personal attribute panel. In Qi opinion, this thing is more like a systematic ridicule and basically has no substantive meaning. However, Qi couldn't help but ignore another piece of information. System, there are treasure-level products in the tidal egg pool? Qi was a little surprised and a little pleasantly surprised. As for the product levels that can be extracted from the egg pool, after the system announced it, it began to be displayed in the purchase channel of the personal attribute panel. From the previous 4 egg pools, the highest quality products that can be extracted normally are excellent. In other words, only high-quality product pools can be opened. Those rare-level products are all high-end products that are added to the high-quality product pool after 10 consecutive draws. As for the tidal egg pool this time, it is clearly stated at the beginning that treasure-level products can be drawn out. If you draw 10 times in a row, wouldn't it be? System, this system needs to explain that the tidal egg pool is a special type of purchase channel, so 10 consecutive draws will not come with higher-level products. A fleeting word instantly shattered Qi fantasy. There will be no higher-level products included. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Qi was silent for a few seconds, and then quickly accepted the matter. Because no matter what, treasure-level products can always be drawn from the tidal egg pool. Compared to the first 4 egg pools, I don't know how much better it is. Overall, it's still something to be happy about. System, in addition, this system will explain the extraction rules of the tidal egg pool. System, since the tidal egg pool is a special egg pool, the number of draws per day is limited to 10 times for ordinary level titles, excellent level titles, and rare level titles. The number of draws is limited to 1 per day for treasure level titles. What did you say? Before Qi could be happy, the system spoke again. Moreover, the news that was revealed this time instantly shattered Qi's good mood, which he was about to be happy about. Why does the egg pool limit the number of draws? Qi couldn't help but roar. Qi was excited for a moment when he first drew the title of the purchasing channel, and then discovered that this purchasing channel was also an egg pool evolution channel. After all, the egg pool type evolution channel is usually synonymous with unlimited purchases. As long as you have enough principal. Normally, as long as the principal is sufficient, the egg pool purchasing channel should be able to purchase unlimited amounts. But now, the system actually says that the number of draws from the tidal egg pool is limited every day. This is tantamount to cutting off the biggest advantage of the egg pool purchase channel. How can I bear this? System, host, please do not get excited, because the tidal is a special type of equipment, difficult to make, and will not be damaged, so the supply is limited. System, by the way, I would like to inform the host here about the extraction price and sale price of the tidal egg pool. For the ordinary level tidal, 1 spiritual crystal is drawn once, and the price is 100 spiritual crystals. For the tidal of excellent level, 10 spiritual crystals are drawn once and the price is 1,000 spiritual crystals. A rare tidal, 100 spiritual crystals are drawn once, and the price is 10,000 spiritual crystals. For a treasure level tidal, 1,000 spiritual crystals can be drawn once, and the price is 100,000 spiritual crystals. Wow, system, are you really not shady with your price? Not to mention anything else, the price of this tidal really shocked Qi. For such a small tidal, the price can be so high. You know, the treasure-level weapons and armors currently in the store can only be synthesized using equipment synthesizers. And the overall price is less than 20,000 spiritual crystals. But the tidal of treasure level requires 100,000 spiritual crystals. A whole 5 times difference in price. Such a high price made Qi give up and continue to ask why the tidal egg pool limited the number of draws per day. Not to mention anything else, let's just say that 100,000 spiritual crystals have a treasure level tidal. Limit 1 draw per day. But this time, there are a few customers who have the financial resources to buy this treasure-level title. What's more, the system also said that titles are different from weapons and armor. The title will not be damaged. It's really not good if too many are put on the shelves at once. After all, weapons, armor, and accessories all have durability issues. Need to be replaced from time to time. As for the title, if it is not necessary, it is probably normal to change it every few years. However, at this price, it is really. System, host, please stop asking such stupid questions. The products of this system are absolutely genuine and worth the money. There is no dispute about this. Products produced by the system must be high-quality products, which is no joke. Of course I know you won't cheat people on your merchandise. But the price is really quite discouraging. Sheila shrugged and said nothing more. The system has never given in on the price issue. Whether it is greed for money or principle, in short, underneath these seemingly black-hearted prices, there are always products that surprise customers. This is what left Sheila speechless. In that case, let me see what is so special about this egg pool. Sheila touched his hair and felt that there was no more water in it, so he put down the towel. Then consciousness sank into his mind. The modes of purchasing channels for egg pools are actually similar. Even if egg pools are called special commodities, the way they can be extracted does not change much. In other words, the extraction altar looks a little more gorgeous. Let's take a look at the ordinary level title first. 10 draws will start. Sheila decided to start with the lowest level title to see what the difference was between the title and the equipment such as weapons and armor. 10 spiritual crystals were directly deducted from Chi Li's share by the system. Then the altar symbolizing the title egg pool began to emit a dazzling light. Soon, 10 badges similar to miniature shields appeared in Chi Li's mind, floating above the altar. This is what the title looks like. There are also some patterns and words engraved on these badges. Sheila looked at it intently, and all the information on the 10 badges appeared in Chi Li's mind. Novice Warrior, ordinary level title, the title holder's physical damage is increased by a small amount. After entering the battle, there is a small probability that the attack will have an armor-piercing effect. Restrictions on use, all vindictive classes. Novice Knight, ordinary level title, improves the title holder's physical defense by a small amount. After being attacked, there is a small probability of a blocking effect, and blocks attacks that do not exceed the professional level. Restrictions on use, all vindictive classes. Novice Magician, ordinary level title, increases the title owner's magic damage by a small amount. After entering the battle, there is a small probability that the magic will double the damage. Note, the maximum magic improvement limit for this title is the professional level. Magic that exceeds the professional level will not be able to be enhanced to damage. Usage restrictions, all magic classes. Fighting Newcomer, ordinary level title, increases the title owner's martial arts damage by a small amount. Restrictions on use, all vindictive classes. Magic Newcomer, ordinary level title, improves a small amount of magic effects of the title holder. Usage restrictions, all magic classes. There are 5 titles in total, covering all types of practitioners. This is also the first time Sheila has seen products with restricted use starting from the ordinary level. So this is the title? Sheila looked at the information that appeared in his mind, and felt somewhat clear about the special equipment called title. The title badge can indeed be regarded as a special piece of equipment. Moreover, it is a piece of equipment that can be effective as long as it is worn on the body. This is similar to jewelry. But in terms of effect, title badges are much better than accessories. Moreover, Chilu had other speculations in his mind. However, Chilu couldn't confirm his guess just by looking at the ordinary level title badge. Then let's see what effect the excellent title has. The system will continue at a draw. 10 times. Qi Lu put 10 ordinary level title badges into the warehouse, and then continued. The title badge is drawn very quickly. The light on the altar flickered continuously, and 10 title badges appeared above the altar. Novice Attacker, excellent title, increases the title owner's physical damage by a small amount. After entering the battle, each attack will be superimposed with a layer of attacker's mark, up to 20 layers. Each level of attacker's mark will increase the title owner's physical damage by a small amount. Usage restrictions, all warrior classes. Novice Defender, excellent title, improves the title holder's physical defense by a small amount. After entering the battle, every time you are attacked, a layer of Defender's mark will be stacked, up to 20 layers. Each level of Defender's mark will increase the title owner's physical defense by a small amount. Usage restrictions, all knight classes. Dochi Apprentice, excellent title, increases a small amount of martial arts damage for the title holder. After entering the battle, each time a martial skill is used, a layer of Dochi Apprentice mark will be superimposed, up to 20 layers. Dochi Apprentice, excellent title, increases a small amount of martial arts damage for the title holder. After entering the battle, each time a martial skill is used, a layer of Dochi Apprentice mark will be superimposed, up to 20 layers. Each level of Dochi Apprentice mark will increase a small amount of martial arts damage for the title holder. Restrictions on use, all vindictive classes. Magic Apprentice, excellent title, improves a small amount of magic effects off the title holder. After entering the battle, every time a magic is used, a layer of Magic Apprentice mark will be stacked, up to 20 layers. Each level of Magic Apprentice mark will increase a small amount of magic effect for the title holder. Usage restrictions, all magic classes. There are only 4 types of excellent title badges. These 4 excellent level title badges are basically enhanced versions of the 5 ordinary level title badges. Moreover, they all belong to the type of effects with high upper limit. Once 20 layers of marks are stacked up, the increased combat effectiveness will definitely be no less than that of a rare weapon. This is just an excellent level title badge. Sure enough, the effect of the title badge is stronger than I imagined. However, there seems to be a little difference from what I guessed. When Qi Lu said this, his expression was a little complicated. There is both joy and reflection. The effect of the title badge is undoubtedly powerful. Even if the price is not very friendly, it is definitely worth the money for this powerful effect. Then, the system will continue to draw rare level titles, and do it 10 more times. However, in order to verify his guess, Qi Lu did not think for too long. The altar flickered again. Soon, 10 more title badges appeared above the altar. Elite Certificate, Rare Title, the title owner's damage of all types ice increased by a moderate amount, and after each battle is won, a layer of Elite Certificate will be permanently obtained, with a maximum of 20 layers. Each level of Elite Certification will increase a small amount of damage of all types for the title holder. Usage restrictions, Grandmaster level. Assassin's Fong, Rare Title, increases the title owner's damage of all types by a small amount. When the title holder carries out an assassination, every attack of the title holder will be accompanied by a poisonous Fong effect, before being discovered by the target. Poison Fong effect, powerful poison will continuously erode the target's fighting spirit and magic power. The stronger the target, the weaker the erosion effect. Usage restrictions, Grandmaster level. Mercy of the Priest, Rare Title, greatly improves the magic effects of all auxiliary magics of the title holder, and generates a magic shield after entering combat. Magic Shield Defense Limit, a full blow from the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Usage restrictions, Grandmaster level. This time, the types of title badges have been reduced again, leaving only 3 types. But a completely new effect description appeared. All types of damage. The so-called all types of damage include all damage types such as martial arts damage, magic damage, and normal attack damage. It is a very comprehensive bonus method. This also shows that the rare title badge can be worn by all ranks. The usage restrictions also prove this. The rare title badge only limits the realm of the wearer, but does not limit the rank. That's it, I understand. Qi Lu said, somewhat suddenly. It seems that although my guess is a little wrong in details, it is still correct, in general. Qi Lu looked at the information on these 10 rare title badges, and suddenly realized. The product levels set by the system indeed correspond to each realm. The ordinary level title badge corresponds to the brave level. At the brave level, the path of a cultivator is not yet completely clear, so there are restrictions on its use. It is generally divided into 2 types, fighting spirit and magic power. When it comes to the excellent title badge, the usage restrictions begin to indicate the class restrictions. And there is also a clear trend in terms of titles. Because the working class is a realm where practitioners can clarify their own path forward. Is it offensive or defensive? How to proceed depends entirely on the practitioner's own thoughts. When it comes to the rare title badges, there is a very clear difference in the title style. Elite certificates need to be fought head-on to be most effective. Assassin's Fong is a title suitable for assassins who do not engage in direct confrontation. The Mercy of the Priests naturally refers to those auxiliary classes. For example, a job like Pastor. At this point, the title explains the fighting style. And this point is consistent with the title in the conventional sense. For example, Ling Ao is called the Fire Emperor because Ling Ao is a fire element magician and his fighting style is extremely domineering. Gu Pingchuan is called the God of Magic precisely because the fighting style of the great magician class relies on dazzling the enemy with magic, making the enemy unable to defend himself, and thus winning the battle. And these title badges seem to be this naming style. And the effect will also correspond to it. But compared to the conventional sense, those titles can correspond to individuals. Title badges obviously cannot do this. After all, the types of products in the egg pool are limited. Therefore, the effect of the title badge can only be enhanced by combat style or some other major type. Otherwise, title badges may become the most niche commodity. It's almost like a class inheritance scroll. However, the class inheritance scroll is a rare treasure that can be encountered but cannot be obtained. The inheritance of ancient classes, who doesn't want it? As for the title badge, it can only be regarded as a powerful special equipment at best. Compared with the class inheritance scroll, it is still far behind. But when this was mentioned, Qi Lu became a little troubled. I don't know when the purchase channel for class inheritance scrolls will bear stirred. It will be easier to handle once we figure out the nature of the title badge. System, please pull out today's treasure level title for me. After Qi Lu figured it out, he shouted in his mind. Title badges are sure to sell well. Because for almost every job rank, you can find a title that suits you. For cultivators, they will spare no effort to obtain any method that can improve their strength. For example, weapons, armor, and accessories. Another example is those pills. I also eat snacks and drink drinks persistently every day. Moreover, title badges have another advantage over these equipment that will never be replaced. That means it won't be damaged. Those weapons, armors, and accessories cannot do this. Therefore, even if the price of the title badge is a little higher, it will still attract people. Since there is no need to worry about sales, this is an excellent purchase channel for Qi Lu. Let me see how powerful the treasure level title that can only be drawn once a day is. Qi Lu rubbed his hands and looked at the altar expectantly. Favored by magical elements, treasure level title, the title holder will be favored by magical elements, which will greatly enhance the effect of elemental magic and reduce the magic power consumption when releasing elemental magic. The more abundant the magical elements in the surrounding environment are, the more powerful the effect of the title of favored by the magical elements will be. Restrictions on use, peak master level, all magician classes. SS. As soon as the information about this title appeared, Qi Lu took a deep breath. Oh, favored one of the magical elements. Being blessed by magical elements is what all magicians dream of. Spending 100,000 spiritual crystals to buy the title of favored one of the magic element is really not a loss at all. The effect of the blessing of magical elements, naturally, the stronger the owner, the more perfectly the effect will be reflected. Especially for the powerful heroes. Not to mention 100,000 spiritual crystals, even 200,000 spiritual crystals, 500,000 spiritual crystals, they are willing to smash them out. Because as long as they wear the title of guardian of magical elements, their strength will be doubled. That is too exaggerated. But to say it can be 50% stronger is not an exaggeration at all. No wonder you dare to say that the system is worth the money, and you are so honest. This is not value for money, this is simply great value for money. Qi Lu looked at this title badge and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Qi Lu felt that it was indeed a good thing for him to get the title and purchase channel. It's even possible to make a fortune. Very good, I'm very satisfied. Qi Lu nodded and said to himself. The new purchase channel has been received perfectly. Next, all that remains is the location of the branch. One night passed quickly. The next day, an energetic Qi Lu put the title badge on the shelf. Then I saw you Sheer walking down from the second floor. Sheer, you had a day of rest yesterday. Do you feel better? Qi Lu asked with concern. Well, it's much better. I'm fine now. Thank you, store manager, for your concern. Yu Sheer nodded and answered with a smile. Although last night, Yu Xuanxue and I chatted in the bedroom until most of the night before falling asleep, Yu Sheer is indeed not sleepy at all now. The Hunting Wolf clan has been wiped out, and the great revenge of the Moonspirit Cat clan has been avenged. Coupled with being able to return to the store again, Yu Sheer felt that nothing else could make her feel happier. From now on, Yu Sheer knew that she would stay by Qi Li's side for the rest of her life. If Qi Lu had abandoned her that day, it would probably have been the last day of Yu Sheer's life. That's good, then Sheer, come with me. There are many things I need to tell you today. Qi Lu carefully looked at Yu Sheer's complexion and found that there was nothing wrong before speaking. If you want to open a branch, you must first arrange the store. System, please help me open the warehouse for clerks. After greeting Yu Sheer, Qi Lu said in his mind. The clerk-only warehouse is a warehouse used solely for replenishment. All new products will only appear in the warehouse that Qi Lu can enter first. Only after Qi Li's confirmation will it be placed in the store clerk's dedicated warehouse for replenishment by the store clerk. For a small matter like opening a warehouse for store clerks, you just need to say hello and the system will handle it quickly. The location of the new warehouse is the room next to the previous warehouse. Sheer, this is the warehouse used for replenishment. Come here and confirm your identity. When I am not in the store from now on, remember to replenish all the goods before opening the store. Qi Lu took Yu Sheer to the door of the warehouse dedicated to clerks, then gave up his position and pointed to the door of the warehouse. Yes, I understand, store manager. Is this the warehouse used for replenishment? Yu Sheer nodded and looked at the warehouse door in front of her with joy. The replenishment warehouse is the most important place in the store. You know, in the past, no matter how busy and tired, no matter how much things needed to be moved, Qi Lu would always do it himself. You can see the importance of the warehouse. And now, Qi Lu is willing to open the warehouse to Yu Sheer, which undoubtedly puts Yu Sheer among the most trusted people. Yu Sheer naturally understands this truth, so her heart is filled with joy. Let's go in and take a look. First, get familiar with the replenishment process. You should be responsible for replenishing supplies most of the time from no one. Qilu opened the warehouse door and greeted Yu Shi'er. But the last sentence made Yu Shi'er stunned. Store manager, won't you stay in the store from now on? Yu Shi'er looked at Qilu in astonishment and asked. Listening to Qilu's words, it seemed to be a sign of entrustment, which made Yu Shi'er a little stunned. According to Qilu, Yu Shi'er would only be asked to replenish the goods when Qilu himself was not in the store. But now I say it again. Doesn't that mean that Qilu Hui is often absent from the store? Then what's the point of Yu Shi'er staying alone in the store? Because for Yu Shi'er, it doesn't matter whether she is a store clerk or not. Whether he can stay by Qilu's side is the most important thing. What are you thinking about? I'm the store manager. How could I not stay in the store? Qilu looked back at Yu Shi'er and found that Yu Shi'er's expression was different, so he said with a smile. To be precise, I plan to open a branch. That's why I plan to find someone I trust most to help manage this store. Are you willing, Shi'er? Regarding the opening of a branch, Qilu had no intention of hiding it from Yu Shi'er from the beginning. It's just that I forgot to mention it just now. The most trusted person. Hearing Qilu say these words himself, Yu Shi'er's heart was immediately filled with joy. I do. Yu Shi'er said these 3 words without thinking, and answered decisively. It's like answering the MC's words. Even Qilu felt a weird feeling in his heart after hearing Yu Shi'er's answer. Then go ahead and come to the warehouse first. Qilu tried his best to dispel the strange feeling in his heart, and then walked into the warehouse first. Replenishment itself is not difficult. The main thing is to get familiar with new products and then add products according to the situation. Because the quantity of some scarce commodities is really limited, there is often no way to replenish them. After all, Qilu will not keep extracting goods from the egg pool for those high-end goods with extremely low shipment rates. Qilu will not keep extracting goods from the egg pool for those high-end goods with extremely low shipment rates. That is a huge waste of spiritual crystals. So many times, those high-end goods are shipped randomly. For example, elixirs that permanently increase attributes. And the knowledge of replenishment probably lies here. As for other things, there is not much to learn. When replenishing goods, it is not necessary to fill them all. It is appropriate to leave some empty space on the shelves. I usually just look at the store. If you feel tired, you can ask Yue Xuanxue to look at the store for you. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, remember to contact me using your membership card. Qilu taught Yu Shi'er the knowledge of store management while walking in the warehouse. By the way, tell Yu Shi'er the information about the new product. When everything he wanted to say was almost finished, Qilu left Yu Shi'er in the warehouse to digest what he had just learned, and then went to open the store door. Fortunately, there is basically nothing to learn about managing Qilu's store. After all, things like dealing with customers making trouble would basically not happen in Qilu's store. Because elsewhere, the customer is God. But here in Qilu, customers wish to regard Qilu as God. Make trouble? Non-existent. After all, if he really caused trouble in Qilu's store, he might really be able to see God. Store manager, Qi, good morning. The time you opened the store is really good. As soon as the store door opened, Qilu saw Gu Pingchuan walking from the alley. After seeing Qilu, Gu Pingchuan said hello in a friendly manner. Ding Gu, have you finished dealing with the dragon ruins matter? However, Qilu's first thought after seeing Gu Pingchuan was this. It's been dealt with. At least half of the territory over the dragon ruins will probably become utterly deserted land. As Gu Pingchuan spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. It is simply a piece of cake to wipe out the vitality of a land with a powerful battle. And this kind of power that wipes out vitality was not a big deal in ancient times, when the luck of heaven and earth was abundant. It only takes a few years for the fate of heaven and earth to naturally restore the vitality of this land. But now, I am afraid that even if I wait for decades, I may not be able to recover. Dingu, there is no need to sigh. This is the best situation. Qila comforted him. Killing the demonic abyss spirit in the dragon ruins would already have the smallest impact. Fortunately, Dragon Ruins was originally a deserted place. Otherwise, the casualties caused by that battle would be simply unimaginable. I know, let's not talk about it. Now all the major forces are counting their losses and then rebuilding. Next, the entire eastern wasteland should enter a period of keeping a low profile. This is also the direction I most want to see develop. Gu Pingchuan waved his hand and quickly adjusted his attitude. The Academy forces have always been the party that hopes for peace. Keeping a low profile means there will be no struggle. The current situation is undoubtedly the best result for the three major colleges. As for now, let me take a sip of orange juice. While the Shadow Palace was raging, I never had time to come to the store. IRL, I missed it so much. After Gu Pingchuan finished speaking, he bypassed Qi Lu, walked into the store, and went straight to the drink vending machine. As Gu Pingchuan talked, he walked into the store and went straight to the drink vending machine. When he reaches Gu Pingchuan's level, drinks and snacks want to be effective. Then you have to work hard with water. Get the quantity to pile up. Therefore, many times, a strong person like Gu Pingchuan prefers to eat or drink something that suits his taste. Dingu. Qila followed behind and was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted. Store manager Qi, what's the matter? Gu Pingchuan took a sip of orange juice, breathed a long sigh of relief, and looked at Qila suspiciously. In my impression, Qila seemed to have never called himself so innocently. It's a little trivial. Actually, during this period, I may need to go out to do some errands, so I will leave the store to Sheer to take care of it. So I would like to ask Dingu to take care of him when he has time. Qila said politely. Anyone who is arrogant when asking someone to do something is a fool. Qila still understands this basic etiquette. Store manager Qi, this seems to be the first time you have said such a thing. Gu Pingchuan was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Don't worry, even if you don't say anything about this kind of thing, we will take care of it. After all, everyone likes that little girl very much. Considering Gu Pingchuan's age, there is really no problem in calling you a Sheer a little girl. In fact, what Gu Pingchuan said is right. Yu Sheer's popularity among customers is much higher than Qi Leike's. After all, compared to a lazy store manager, the vast majority of customers are more willing to go to the lovely store clerk after encountering a problem. It always makes you feel more at ease if you say it again. Qila shrugged, and then his expression returned to expressionless. By the way, Dingu, I have a new product to recommend to you. Oh? What is it? When Gu Pingchuan heard this, he immediately became interested. You know, Qila generally does not take the initiative to recommend products. But once recommended, it is basically a top-quality product. It's just a simple title badge. The title holder will be favored by the magic element, and the effect of elemental magic will be greatly enhanced. Qila took the Guardian of Magical Elements off the shelf and placed it in front of Gu Pingchuan. Then he introduced the effect of the title, the favored one of magical elements. Is this the simple title badge you're talking about? Before he finished listening to Qi Li's introduction, Gu Pingchuan's eyes widened and filled with passion. For all magician classes, the favored one of magical elements is a quasi-artifact level piece of equipment. There is simply no magician who can refuse this kind of powerful quasi-artifact equipment that perfectly suits his class. Gu Pingchuan is naturally no exception. Manager Qi, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? The sound of swallowing saliva was heard. Gu Pingchuan looked at the guardian of magical elements title badge in front of him, and finally restrained himself from reaching out to grab it. I would have liked to take it out earlier, but this is a new product. Only this one. Sheila said lightly. Okay, stop talking. What's the price? Just tell me the number. Gu Pingchuan said it very directly. For such a powerful piece of equipment, all you need to know is how much it costs. There is no need to consider whether the price is reasonable. Because no matter what the price tag is, the value of the favored one-off magic elements to Gu Pingchuan is reasonable. Based on the value of the patron of magic elements to Gu Pingchuan, there is no need to consider whether the price is reasonable. Because no matter what the price tag is, it's reasonable. 100,000 spiritual crystals, no bargaining. Sheila slowly quoted the price. Cheap. A loud shout sounded. No matter, these two words were not spoken by Gu Pingchuan, but by Ling Ao, who was standing at the door of the store. Ling Ao, why are you here? Gu Pingchuan looked back, his body intentionally or unintentionally trying to block the title badge. Fortunately, I came here, otherwise I wouldn't have known that store manager Qi has such good things. Ding Gu, you don't have to block it, I heard it outside the store. Ling Ao took 3 steps at a time and came to Gu Pingchuan's side. Then he looked at the title badge on the table with burning eyes. This must be the blessed one of magical elements. 100,000 spiritual crystals, at this price, Manager Qi, you are really too conscientious. Ling Ao said this sincerely. For heroic magicians like them, even 1 million spiritual crystals, not to mention 100,000 spiritual crystals, are all at a low price for the favored ones of magic elements. Because for strong men like Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan, being able to receive the blessing of magical elements would greatly improve their combat effectiveness. Under normal circumstances, this kind of improvement cannot be bought by spiritual crystals at all. But now, it can be solved with spiritual crystals. This is not a low price, so what is a low price? Etc., etc. Ling Ao, this has to be done on a first-come, first-served basis. There is no such thing as bidding here, Manager Qi. Gu Pingchuan quickly stood in front of Ling Ao and spoke righteously. Of course I know. So, why don't I come to the store manager, Qi, to see if there are any other options? Ling Ao forced himself to turn his head and no longer look at the title of the favored one of magical elements, for fear that he would not be able to resist grabbing it. But the expression on his face looked quite painful. Oh my, if I'm one step too late, I'll regret it forever. When Gu Pingchuan saw this, he immediately hummed an unknown tune, activated his membership card at the counter, and paid 100,000 spiritual crystals. Shut up. Ling Ao looked at Gu Pingchuan with a troubled expression. That is to say, the relationship between the two is good, so they can tease like this. If it had been anyone else, I'm afraid there would have been a fight. Okay, this time I am the one who takes the lead, but if there is such a good thing next time, I can just give it to you. Gu Pingchuan said cheerfully, his mood obviously correct. Although in fact, the next time he encounters this kind of powerful equipment that perfectly suits his class, Gu Pingchuan will still take it in his pocket. But what should be comforted should be comforted. Okay, I don't know who you are yet. I'm unlucky this time. You won't be able to catch me next time. Ling Ao waved his hand and bought a bottle of cold beer. It's like drinking to drown my sorrows. Sheila watched the two bickering from the side and said nothing. Sheila has seen this kind of thing a lot. In the New World mode, the two of them still have to team up to clear the dungeon. Things here are almost settled. System, we can start selecting branch locations tonight. Sheila stood behind the counter. After seeing Yu Shi'er coming out of the warehouse, he called the system in his mind. Midnight, Qi Li's bedroom. After making sure that he was neatly dressed and fully prepared, Qi Li called out the system. Let's start choosing a branch location. System, branch location selection request confirmation, location selection is about to begin, host please be prepared. System, the transmission process may be a little uncomfortable. Please don't panic, host. Therefore, the symptoms are normal. As the system sound falls, the scene in front of Qi Lu also began to become blurry. Then very quickly, it went from ghosts to complete darkness. I don't know how long it took. Qi Lu, who slowly regained consciousness, suddenly felt his stomach churn. Then, vomit. You damn Irby system, even if this is a little uncomfortable, I will almost vomit to death. Wow. After vomiting until there was nothing left in his stomach, Qi Lu felt a little better. It's just that the dizzy feeling in my head can't be eliminated for a while. This feeling is like motion sickness, extremely uncomfortable. It's just that Qi Lu is teleporting. It's really uncomfortable. Logically speaking, with my physical condition, I shouldn't. Qi Lu took a few deep breaths, trying to dispel the urge to vomit. There's probably nothing left to throw up. After sitting quietly and resting for a few minutes, Qi Lu finally felt much better. Then he stood up and began to observe the surrounding environment. It looked like it was in a large room. The decoration style of this room tends to be fresh and environmentally friendly, natural style. The whole body is decorated with various types of wood, including tables, chairs, benches, counters, sofas, shelves, and card seat. No way, is this the lobby of a branch? Qi Lu looked at the familiar layout style in this large room and thought in talk. System, congratulations, host, the answer is correct. System, this is the lobby of the branch. The sudden voice in his mind confirmed Qi Li's guess. No way. Qi Lu once again carefully looked at the layout of this large room. Really familiar. It's just a matter of changing the decorative style to a variety of wood decorations. And compared with the shops in Yunwu City, this hall is also much smaller. No wonder Qi Lu didn't recognize it at first. After all, after staying in the Yunwu City store for a long time, when you come to the lobby of this branch, you will feel that the area here is too small. Then where am I now? No, it's this branch. Where is it located? After Qi Lu accepted the matter helplessly, he thought of another important question. However, in the store in Cloud Mist City, it was night when the teleportation started. So when we arrived at the branch, it was still dark outside. Qi Lu walked around the outside of the store twice and found that the architectural style of the houses outside was completely different from those in Yunwu City from the outline. But further away, Qi Lu couldn't see clearly. Because unlike the bright lights at night in Yunwu City, here at night, there are only a few stars shining. Like fireflies in the forest. So if you want to check what's going on outside, it's best to wait until daytime. So Qi Lu walked around outside, thought for a long time, and finally returned to the store. The situation where the branch is located is different from the bright lights in Yunwu City at night. At night here, there are only a few stars shining. Like fireflies in the forest. I can't see clearly what's going on in the distance, and even what's up close is a little blurry. So if you want to check what's going on outside, it's best to wait until daytime. So Qi Lu walked around outside and then returned to the store. It was dark outside the store, and Qi Lu was unfamiliar with the place. It would be great fun if he got lost. So Qi Lu made a wise choice to come back. Fortunately, the store is still very bright. Only after returning to the store did Qi Lu find out. Not only has the lobby area of this branch become smaller, it seems that there is even one less bedroom on the second floor. Is it because there are no clerks in the branch that even one of the bedrooms has to be deducted? Qi Lu noticed this, so he chose a sofa in the hall and lay down. Anyway, everything in the store is new now. There are no merchandise either. The deck is also empty, and the crystal ball in the combat power improvement training room does not exist. The whole thing is an empty shelf. Hey, call the system, come out quickly. Qi Le shouted in his mind. System, is there something wrong with the host? Yes, and there are many. Qi Le said, somewhat unhappy. System, host, please speak. First of all, please tell me where exactly this place is. Qi Le was the first to ask this most important question. If you don't even know where you are, something will happen. System, the address of the branch is the City of Life in the Northern Mountains. Etc. After Qi Le heard this sentence, he felt as if he had grasped the key point. Where is the Northern Mountain Range? Qi Le was very sure that he had never heard of a place called the Northern Mountains in the Eastern Wasteland. System, the Northern Mountains are naturally the Northern Mountains. System, host, you don't think you are still in the East Wasteland? This sentence immediately confused Qi Luan. Am I not in Donghuang now? Qi Le asked in surprise. Because from what the system said, it seemed that the Northern Mountains did not belong to the Eastern Wasteland. However, isn't Donghuang the largest regional name? Even the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang came out before. Are there other places besides Donghuang? System, stupid host, you should read this information first before talking. As soon as he finished speaking, a piece of information appeared in Qi Le's mind. The information in this document almost made Qi Le's eyes pop out. In the previous incident that broke out in the Shadow Palace, it was said that the far north of the Eastern Wasteland is the Moonlight Forest. And the land in the extreme south is the Dragon Ruins. As for the west, it is the small space where the hidden family is located. In the Eastern Wasteland, starting from the Moonlight Forest and heading north, until somewhere, a cliff will suddenly appear. The depth of the cliff is immeasurable. At least so far, there is no record of anyone who fell surviving. Therefore, this cliff is also called Tianyuan. The length of Tianyuan is also immeasurable. There used to be hero-level warriors who kept flying along the abyss, but never found the end. Therefore, latecomers gave up the idea of looking for the end of Tianyuan. Moreover, in Donghuang's information, there is also a record about Tianyuan. This so-called Tianyuan is the boundary of the Eastern Wilderness. There was once a powerful person who felt the power within the abyss at the edge of the abyss. It is certain that what is emanating from the abyss is a space force that is so huge that no one can resist it. Everything that attempts to cross the abyss will be completely crushed by the power of space. Even if it is a powerful person, it cannot resist the power of space in Tianyuan. As long as it touches even the slightest bit, it will be crushed mercilessly. Afterwards, no living being dared to approach Tianyuan. However, what is recorded in the information provided by the system is that across the Tianyuan is the Northern Mountain Range. Here is a world on the same level as Donghuang. No, it should be said that it is a world of the same level as the former Donghuang. That means that within the Northern Mountains, there are powerful people with powerful abilities. Qi Le couldn't help but swallowed when he thought of this. The powerhouse level is a realm that completely surpasses the hero level. For this kind of power, a certain amount of respect must be given. But, system, who gave you this information? However, the question that Qi Le couldn't understand the most was this. It is absolutely impossible for the data within the Eastern Wasteland to record information about the Northern Mountains. Because no one can cross the abyss. System, these information are given to this system by the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang, so the host does not have to doubt the authenticity of the information. What did you say? When Qi Le heard this, he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak for a moment. When did this Erbi system have such a good relationship with Donghuang's will of heaven and earth? No, I can generally only trust 3 points when it comes to the system. That is to say, the information must have been obtained from the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang. However, it is difficult to determine whether the system has used any bad means. However, these things are beyond Qi Li's consideration. What Qi Li needs to think about now is where the northern mountains are. Only after crossing the Tianyuan from the eastern wasteland can we reach the northern mountains. If you want to tear apart such a powerful space barrier, it's no wonder that the discomfort of this teleportation is so strong. Qi Li finally figured it out. It seems that I was vomiting so much that I almost vomited out stomach acid, so it's really not a bad thing. From the perspective of being able to cross the abyss, the system is much stronger than those powerful ones. System, since you are so powerful, you can lead me to the northern mountains. I guess you should also have information about the northern mountains. Qi Li thought of this and flattered the system directly. This is a common tactic for systems whose IQ is often insufficient. And the result is also obvious: narcissistic systems have always done this. System, of course, this system's magical powers are not just for boasting. Before the smug voice could finish, information about the northern mountain range was transmitted by the system. Qi Li lay on the sofa and changed into a comfortable position. Then I started looking through the information. Most of these materials are about the customs of the northern mountains. After all, even the will of heaven and earth in Donghuang has limitations in its understanding of the northern mountains. But for Qi Li, it was enough. When opening a store, you just need to know what products will sell well. The northern mountain range is different from the eastern wasteland. The eastern wasteland is the territory of the human race. The orc tribe living in the east of the eastern wasteland and the demi-human race in the moonlight forest are really not worth mentioning in terms of numbers compared to the human race. Therefore, in the eastern wasteland, there are mainly empire forces, sect forces, and academy forces. Other races rarely appear. But the races in the northern mountains are no longer dominated by humans. There are three largest races in the northern mountains: elves, dwarves, and beastiers. The human race is the fourth largest race under these three major races. In terms of quantity, it can't be compared. In terms of strength, it is even less comparable. The reason for this situation is probably related to the terrain of the entire northern mountains. The terrain of the eastern wasteland is mostly plains, or forests, and deserts. These terrains are very suitable for the survival of the human race. Whether it is building a city-state or building various buildings, it will be very convenient, and materials are widely available. However, the terrain on this side of the northern mountains is mostly dominated by mountains. There are high mountains and dense jungles. The terrain is undulating and cannot be called flat at all. These terrains are just right for the nature-loving elves, dwarves, and beast-eared tribes to survive. That's why this happens. But the adaptability of the human race is no joke. Even in this environment, the human race is still the fourth largest race in the northern mountains. Although the overall strength is weaker, not all races can afford to provoke them. At the end of the information, there is an introduction to the address of the branch. City of Life. It is a large city-state within the territory of the elves. In terms of prosperity, it is second only to the most important city-state of the elves, the Elf Holy City. As for why the system chose the address of the branch in the City of Life instead of the most prosperous Elf Holy City among the elves, there was naturally some consideration. The most important point is the issue of passenger flow. Although the Elf Holy City is prosperous, it is because the Elf Holy City is the most important city-state of the elves. Therefore, the control in the Elf Holy City is equally strict. It is precisely because of this that people from other races choose to go to the elves. The priority for the City of Life is far higher than that of the Elf Holy City. Although the Elf Holy City is prosperous, when it comes to the number of foreign tourists, it is still the City of Life that has more. The elves. Qi Li flipped through the information in his mind, feeling quite expectant for some reason. After all, you should really look forward to seeing other different races. Although it is a bit surprising, the northern mountains is not the home ground of the human race. But for Qi Lu, what does it matter? As long as the spiritual crystals here can still circulate, it will be fine. Whose spiritual crystal is it to earn? Do you have to catch the human race's spiritual crystals to make money? Then let's start decorating the store now. System, where are the products in the branch? Qi Lu asked immediately after reading the information. The branch is just an empty shelf now, with no products. Moreover, Qi Lu had previously tried to open the egg pool purchase channel in his mind, but found that it could not be opened. During the day, do you invite customers to come in and see the decorations in the store, and then tell them how tasteful the decorations are? System, due to space barrier restrictions, the branch store and the main store's warehouse will not be directly connected.